In the man's body, there exists a prison that has confined powerful mythical beasts from ancient times to the present.
These include the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, the Golden Spirit Venom Python, the Chaos Bull Demon, and even an angel that judges the world.
Despite these formidable beings, the eldest son of the first family in Lingyun City, from the age of 8, began awakening the beast soul. Yet, for 10 years, until he was 18, the 10 stages of beast power were absorbed by beastly desires without him realizing it, and each awakening ceremony ended in failure. Meanwhile, his half-brother, Li Xiao, during his first awakening ceremony, had already reached the 4th stage of celestial power, becoming the city's first genius and the pride of the Li family. According to family rules, anyone who hasn't awakened their power by 18 must leave the family to manage the family business and is only allowed to marry into the Su family of Luyuan City. Su Xiannu is the sole daughter of the Su family, renowned for her beauty, yet she too could not awaken any power. You thought that 2 ordinary people living a stable life might not be bad, but on your wedding day, Li Xiao barged into the bridal chamber with ill intent toward your wife. At that moment, you stood angrily at the door after kicking it open, only to find Li Xiao unfazed.
He released Su Xiannu and stood up slowly. "Brother, I've taken a liking to Su Xiannu as well.
I'll tell father to have her marry me instead, and you can find someone else," he said with disdain.
You roared in fury. How can you even say such a thing?
It was impossible to suppress such rage. In the next moment, you charged at Li Xiao with a flying kick, but without awakened beast power, it was futile. Li Xiao easily dodged and slammed your head onto the table, shattering it into pieces.
"Even if I kill you now, father wouldn't do anything to me," he taunted, stepping on your head.
You trembled with anger, vowing, "Li Xiao, I'll never forgive this."
He, however, looked down on you, saying, "With what power, brother?
Today, I'll let you watch your bride submit to me."
He then twisted your legs, causing you to scream in agony.
Just then, a voice boomed from outside the door, startling Li Xiao. Turning back, he saw Li Zhan standing coldly at the entrance. "Father, I was wrong," Li Xiao immediately knelt, pleading for mercy, claiming he acted out of drunkenness. Li Zhan cast a cold glance at Li Xiao and then at you, lying like a beaten dog. He ordered the servants to treat your injuries before leaving with Li Xiao, who smirked at you before departing. Throughout everything, Li Zhan never personally checked on your condition.
Lying on the floor, you felt utterly disillusioned with the Li family.
Blood dripped from your forehead onto a ring on your left hand, disappearing upon contact. In your mind, a mysterious voice echoed, "After consuming 10 awakenings and reaching the pinnacle of beast power, I've regained 1% of my strength and can finally awaken from the darkness." Upon hearing this voice, your eyes widened. But before you could react further, a healing beast master approached, interrupting your thoughts. Your fractures were healing, needing only a few more months of rest. After the servants tidied up and left, you lay on the bed, Su Xiannu sitting anxiously beside you. As night fell, she timidly offered you water, but you stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Time crept by, and as the effects of the alcohol wore off, you drifted to sleep.
Su Xiannu, seeing you asleep, cautiously approached.
She had heard your story before being betrothed of a man with unawakened power, sharing her fate. She had lowered her expectations to avoid disappointment. Yet today, she saw determination etched on your face, hope lingering in your eyes despite your lack of power.
"Will you be the man I hope for?" she wondered, gently touching your face.
You, however, felt nothing of the outside world, lost in a dark space.
"Where am I?
Is anyone here?" you called out, finding yourself in a long corridor lined with massive cells.
The left cell bore the number 100, and the right 99. Within the left cell, a colossal white wolf with emerald eyes watched you. The inscription read, "Ancient Beast, Howling Moon Silver Wolf."
Astonished, you realized the significance of this ancient creature, known only in legends. Sensing your astonishment, the silver wolf spoke softly, "Hello, young one. How may we assist you, dear master?" Startled, you backed away, colliding with the iron bars of cell 99. Inside, a massive black python lay coiled, labeled Ancient Beast, Golden Spirit Venom Python, thankfully in a deep slumber.
The silver wolf reassured you, "Do not fear, master. We mean you no harm."
"Who are you?" you demanded, bewildered by your surroundings. This is the space within your ring, the Beast Ring, the Silver Wolf explained. This space is the Beast Realm, divided into 4 levels: Earth, Heaven, Mystic, and Yellow. You're in the Yellow level, housing 100 ancient beasts. The Mystic level contains even more powerful primal beasts, and above that, the Earth level holds archaic beasts. The final level, Heaven, confines the most formidable eternal beasts. Muttering to yourself, you question the hierarchy: ancient, primal, archaic, but the most powerful are supposed to be ancient beasts, aren't they? The Silver Wolf laughed. Your 10 awakenings fueled my revival, along with your blood activating this space. We can now meet. What, you exclaimed, grabbing the bars of cell 100, you absorbed my power for 10 years? The Silver Wolf, confused by your anger, nodded. Your eyes blazed with fury, realizing the cause of your failures. The Silver Wolf, now understanding, tried to appease you, but your escalating rage unleashed a destructive aura, pressing down on the Silver Wolf with tremendous force. Please, Warden, don't kill me, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf pleaded, its massive body curled up in the corner, begging for mercy. By unlocking the Beast Realm, you gain access to the power of all the mythical beasts within. I am an ancient beast, wouldn't you want an ancient beast's soul? Hearing this, your anger began to subside. An ancient beast's soul, you questioned. Explain everything to me clearly. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't forgive you. After speaking, you realized that within this space, you possessed absolute power over the beasts. As their master, you could destroy them with a mere thought. Master, please listen, the Silver Wolf implored. All the beasts in the Beast Realm are currently dormant, but with sufficient energy, we can awaken fully. As the master of the Beast Realm, you can command all the ancient, primal, archaic, and eternal beasts. While others might only possess 3 or 4 different beast souls, you can have 400 powerful beast souls. Isn't that compensation enough for your 10 years of failed awakenings? Moreover, although you've failed for 10 years, if you attempt to awaken now without my interference, you will naturally succeed. Once you awaken, you can summon me to fight alongside you. Hearing this, your anger dissipated completely. If what you say is true, I might consider forgiving you, you said, cautiously hopeful. Are you all real? And, Master, perhaps you aren't aware of your own power level, the Silver Wolf inquired. You nodded. I have absorbed your power over 10 years and know your level. It's exceptionally rare, once in 10,000 years, innate full power, the Silver Wolf revealed. What, you exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. Is that true? Of course, the Silver Wolf confirmed. A smile broke across your face, and you laughed joyously, then unexpectedly burst into tears. 10 years of suffering, ridicule, and blame from others were finally coming to an end, and the relief was overwhelming. However, Master, please find some energy-containing items for me to consume as soon as possible. I've only recovered 1% of my strength. Even if summoned by you, I would only be perceived as having the power of a 10-year beast soul. But because I'm an ancient beast, my strength would be equivalent to a 100-year beast soul. What kind of energy-containing items? You asked urgently. The beast souls within Beastmasters, the flesh of mythical beasts, beast soul rings, valuable herbs, and the like, the Silver Wolf suggested. Alright, no problem. I'll find some for you right away, you promised eagerly. Then a thought struck you. How do I leave this place? Master, just focus your concentration, and you can exit. Entering is the same, the Silver Wolf explained. Following its instructions, you closed your eyes and focused on the outside world. The dark prison vanished, replaced by the sight of your bridal chamber. You looked around and saw a girl in red wedding attire, asleep with her head resting on her arms at the edge of the bed. Reflecting on recent events, you glanced at the ring on your finger. No one knew that this ring had accompanied you when you traveled to the Tianyuan continent, and it had brought you immense opportunity. But wait, what if it was just a dream? You hesitated, then closed your eyes again, focusing on the beast ring, and instantly found yourself back in the beast realm. Seeing Li Xian reappear, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf asked with confusion, Master, is there anything you need? Nothing, just checking to see if I'm dreaming, Li Xian replied before leaving the space once more. The Silver Wolf watched him go with a human-like smile. Outside, the darkness was complete, making it difficult to determine the time.
In the room, the candle was burning low.
Li Xian moved his legs, surprised to find them feeling normal again. He gently pulled his arm from under Su Xiannu and sat up. Standing beside the bed, he patted Su Xiannu's shoulder. Su Xiannu rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up quickly.
"You're awake. How are you standing?"
"Sit back down," she exclaimed, worried. Her concern brought a smile to Li Xian's face as he realized she wasn't bad at all. In the dim candlelight, her long hair framed her face, and though not voluptuous, she had an attractive figure.
Embarrassed by Li Xian's gaze, Su Xiannu turned her head shyly. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're my wife. Can't I look at you?"
Li Xian chuckled, pouring himself a cup of tea, which he drank in one gulp. The new title seemed unfamiliar to Su Xiannu, who stood bashfully on the side.
"No matter what, you're my woman now."
"I'll never let anyone bully you again," Li Xian promised, bringing a smile of happiness to Su Xiannu's face.
"It's late.
Let's rest," Li Xian said, sitting back on the bed. Su Xiannu hesitated, nervously twisting her fingers. His words echoed in her mind, and she knew what might come next. Despite having imagined this moment many times, her nervousness was palpable. Before her marriage, her father had instructed Su Xiannu to obey her husband, a fundamental principle for a woman.
"Why are you shy?" Li Xian teased, watching her stand motionless.
Su Xiannu timidly walked to the window, removing her red embroidered shoes. Li Xian retrieved the wedding veil, placing it over her head once more. "Li Xiao bullied you, and I'll make sure he pays for it."
"Let's start anew," he said, lifting the veil gently.
Beneath it, Su Xiannu's blushing lips, long lashes, and shy eyes were revealed. Li Xian held her hand gently, promising, "Follow me, and I'll take good care of you." As he leaned in to kiss her, Su Xiannu's heart raced like a wild deer. She closed her eyes as Li Xian drew closer. The curtain fell, and under the candlelight, Li Xian gently laid Su Xiannu down. Garments fell one by one, and the bed creaked rhythmically, eventually coming to a stop. Watching Su Xiannu sleep with a satisfied smile, Li Xian quietly dressed and left the room. Familiar with the path, he reached the martial arts training ground, where a massive stone carved with mythical creatures awaited him. This was the Beast Soul Stone, necessary for awakening beast power. Despite the Silver Wolf's claims of his innate full power, Li Xian was skeptical and needed to see for himself. Touching the Beast Soul Stone, he felt an overwhelming pressure, unlike anything from the past decade of failed ceremonies. It's true. Everything the Silver Wolf said is true, he realized. The pressure intensified, and his beast power surged within him. The carvings on the stone glowed, marking 10 segments of power. Laughing with exhilaration, Li Xian quickly silenced himself and withdrew his hand. Now awakened, he could wield and absorb beast power. Unbeknownst to him, the stone continued to display his 10-segment power level. The next morning, the staff cleaning the training ground noticed this astonishing display, doubting their eyes.
10-segment power?
Is this thing broken? They wondered. A woman in a cheongsam, responsible for overseeing awakenings, dismissed it as an error and erased the markings. No one knew that a peerless talent had emerged in Lingyun City's Li family overnight. Li Xian awoke, seeing Su Xiannu asleep beside him. He kissed her forehead lightly, waking her. Startled, Su Xiannu glanced at her body beneath the covers and shyly buried her face in Li Xian's chest. "Husband, you're teasing me," she murmured, now wholly devoted to him. She presented a white handkerchief stained with red, symbolizing her commitment. Li Xian carefully tucked it away, cherishing its significance. A knock interrupted the moment. "Young master, it's time to get up and wash," a servant called. Despite being out of favor, Li Xian, as the eldest son, still received some respect. After preparing for the day with Su Xiannu, they packed and left the tumultuous Li family home. As they stood outside the grand gates, Li Xian silently vowed retribution against Li Xiao. Lingyun City was a renowned metropolis, and he was just beginning his journey. The Li family had been established in Lingyun City for centuries, with deep roots that couldn't be easily shaken. Li Xian felt no affection for the family, and his next meeting with them would be one of revenge. As he left Lingyun City, the carriage rolled along the main road, unaware of the 5 or 6 mysterious figures in black following closely behind Li Xian's half-brother Li Xiao among them. "Young master, when we catch Li Xian's wife, you should let us have a taste, too," one of the men said, riding alongside Li Xiao. "Why bother? She might have already been claimed by Li Xian last night," Li Xiao retorted, sneering. "Whether she's untouched or not, I want to play with her. Outside the Li family, outside Lingyun City, Li Xian is nothing." Li Xiao had ordered his men to shadow Li Xian from early morning, ready to pounce once they left the city. He followed for 30 miles before impatience got the better of him. Near Wanglong Steel, he signaled the others to prepare for action. This area was notorious for bandit attacks. If they killed Li Xian here, it could easily be blamed on bandits. The 5 men spurred their horses forward, the sound of hooves echoing as they closed in. Alerted by the noise, Li Xian peeked out of the carriage window, recognizing Li Xiao's figure at the forefront. His expression darkened. "In this desolate place, no one will notice a death," Li Xian muttered, reassuring Su Xiannu with a pat on her hand. "Stay inside the carriage, no matter what." Li Xian focused his thoughts on the beast ring, entering the beast realm. "I'm in danger. How do I use you as my beast soul?" he urgently asked the Howling Moon's silver wolf. "Master, just channel your beast power and focus on the beast ring. I'll sense the power and naturally become your beast soul," the silver wolf replied. Relieved, Li Xian exited the beast ring, instructing the driver to halt the carriage. He stepped out, smiling coldly at the approaching men. "Today, I'll make sure you have no grave to rest in," he vowed, as the men dismounted, brandishing swords with bloodthirsty intent. Li Xiao, dismounting with beast power coursing through his palm, slammed it onto the carriage, shattering the yoke and sending the horses fleeing in panic. The carriage tilted forward, but Li Xian leaped out, catching and steadying it before setting it down gently. Su Xiannu emerged, clutching a bundle, her face a mix of fear and confusion. Li Xian smiled reassuringly at her before turning to face Li Xiao, his eyes cold. "Couldn't hold back any longer, could you? You knew I was following you, yet you didn't return to Lingyun City?" Li Xiao asked, surprised. "I had to lure you here to settle yesterday's score," Li Xian replied, his voice steady. Li Xiao laughed derisively. "Revenge? You, a waste who can't even awaken beast power, think you can take revenge?" With a roar, Li Xiao summoned the phantom of a grey demon wolf, his beast soul, hovering behind him. "A 400-year wind demon wolf beast soul, how do you plan to fight me?" Li Xian eyed Li Xiao's beast soul hungrily. "How much power can a 400-year beast soul restore?" he asked the silver wolf mentally. "Ha, 400 years can bring me up to 5%, the silver wolf chuckled. "Excellent," Li Xian thought, eyeing Li Xiao and his men as potential nourishment for the silver wolf. "Let's see if my 10-year beast soul meets your standards," Li Xian taunted, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Before their eyes, a brilliant white light burst from Li Xian's body. A massive, snow-white wolf, pure as moonlight, materialized behind him. The Howling Moon's silver wolf howled, its voice penetrating deep into their souls. Li Xiao's wind demon wolf cowered, trembling in fear, unable to move. You have a beast soul too?" Li Xiao stammered, disbelief etched on his face. The white wolf's immense pressure was overwhelming, and only after a long pause did Li Xiao regain his senses. "No, it's impossible. You couldn't even awaken beast power, how can you have a beast soul? And such a large one at that?" Li Xiao screamed, his voice tinged with hysteria. "A 10-year beast soul? No, 500 years. 1,000 years, no, it's a 10,000-year beast soul." Li Xiao's companions stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. A 10,000-year beast soul was almost unheard of, even across the entire nation. They regretted their choices deeply, never imagining the so-called 10-year waste of the Li family had been hiding such power. "No, it's an illusion. You're trying to scare me," Li Xiao shouted, refusing to accept the reality. 10 years, 10 whole years, labeled a waste. You couldn't have a beast soul without anyone knowing. But as Li Xiao's denial crumbled, he ordered his wind demon wolf to attack. Driven by its master's will, the wolf lunged at Li Xian, despite the overpowering aura of the silver wolf. Yet, compared to the majestic howling moon silver wolf, the 2-meter wind demon wolf was like a child facing a giant.
As it pounced, the silver wolf opened its massive jaws, releasing an ancient beast's mighty breath.
In that instant, both the wind demon wolf and Li Xiao felt regret.
The reality hit Li Xiao as the silver wolf devoured his beast soul, severing the soul contract and inflicting severe backlash.
His few remaining rational thoughts screamed at him to beg for mercy.
"Please, brother, spare me.
I'm your brother, your own flesh and blood,"
Li Xiao cried, dropping to his knees before Li Xian, desperation in his eyes.
Li Xiao clung to Li Xian's legs, pleading in a panic, "Brother, please, spare me.
I'm your own brother." "You beast of a brother, you still remember you're my sibling?"
Li Xian retorted with contempt. "Let me tell you, I have no brother like you. You dared to have designs on your sister-in-law. If I don't kick your head like a ball today, I'm not a man." With a burst of rage, Li Xian delivered a powerful kick to Li Zhao's head, sending him sprawling to the ground.
"For 10 years, did you or Li Zhan ever look me in the eye? Do you know how my mother died?"
"She was driven to death by your mother.
Neither of you is worth anything.
Li Zhan pinned all his hopes on you, and today, I'll show him the despair of shattered dreams." Li Xiao, dazed and reeling from the blow, tried to crawl backward, blood trickling down his forehead into his eyes, which he dared not wipe away. As his vision blurred, a searing pain shot through his groin, accompanied by the sound of something rupturing. Li Xiao writhed on the ground, rolling back and forth in agony. "Let's go, quickly," shouted the other 4 men, seizing the opportunity to flee on horseback. Li Xian glanced back, snorted disdainfully, and ordered the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to deal with them. The massive wolf leapt, landing in front of the fleeing men. With jaws wide open, it swallowed them whole, one after another. Watching Li Xiao convulsing on the ground, Li Xian felt no pity. He channeled his beast power into his right leg and stomped down hard, crushing Li Zhao's head. When Li Xian turned to check on Su Xiannu, he found her fainted from the gruesome scene. Xiannu, he rushed to support her, quickly finding a horse and repairing the carriage as best as he could. He placed her inside before looking at Li Zhao's white horse and the remaining steeds. With a thoughtful look, Li Xian slapped the horses' rumps, sending them away. Surveying the area, he realized they were at Wanglong Steel, a place known for bandit activity. He rifled through Li Zhao's belongings, stripping him of all valuables, and shoved the body into the bushes. Dusting off his hands, Li Xian drove the carriage away from Wanglong Steel. After Li Xian left, bandits from the area arrived, drawn by the commotion caused by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. They found several fine horses and, delighted with their luck, took them without noticing the body hidden in the brush. In the following days, news of Li Zhao's disappearance spread through Lingyun City. The Li family dispatched search parties, initially suspecting rival families. But when they learned bandits at Wanglong Steel had Li Zhao's prized horses, they hurried to confront the bandits.
The bandits, bewildered by the accusation, claimed ignorance.
Meanwhile, Li Zhao's body was discovered nearby, stripped of all possessions, with the horses found among the bandits.
The evidence seemed conclusive.
No one anticipated that the bandits, who had troubled Lingyun City for decades, would be annihilated by the Li family overnight, nor did they suspect that the true perpetrator was an exiled member of the family, now living in obscurity.
In Yong'an County, a small, remote place under Lu Yuan City's jurisdiction, Li Xian and Su Xiannu began a new chapter.
The county was far from the center of power, a fitting place for Li Zhan to have sent Li Xian, given his disappointment. Settling in, Li Xian managed the family tavern, which was modestly successful. He increased the staff's wages by 5%, endearing himself to them. Unlike the usual new manager, he made no sweeping changes, allowing the business to run as before. In the privacy of his room, Li Xian finally examined the items taken from Li Xiao. Consuming Li Zhao's wind demon wolf beast soul had restored the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to 5% of its power, and after absorbing the souls of the other 4 men, it reached 6%. This 6% equated to the power of a 600-year beast soul, a level surpassing even the county magistrate. Beast soul absorption was notoriously difficult, requiring the soul to be claimed personally for the best results. Most started with 10-year souls, as killing beasts of higher years was near impossible for those not yet even black iron grade beast tamers. Li Xiao had needed significant help from Li family experts to deliver the final blow to obtain his 400-year wind demon wolf. Li Xian's 600-year ancient beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, stood as a testament to his newfound strength and potential, unmatched in Yong'an County. Li Xian opened the bundle, revealing a stack of silver notes, 30,000 taels in total, a combination of what his family had given him and what he had taken from Li Xiao.
For an ordinary family, this amount would be unattainable in a lifetime.
But to Li Xian, it was merely the cost of a century-old medicinal herb or beast material. Now considered a black iron beast tamer, Li Xian found the 600-year beast soul of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf quite useful. His current priority was to elevate his status to a bronze beast tamer, which would grant him some confidence anywhere in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the beast-centric world of Tianyuan, beast tamers were ranked black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, star, bright moon, and shining sun.
To become a black iron tamer, one needed a beast soul.
As a bronze tamer, one must perfectly harness the beast soul's power with high compatibility, achieved through personal slaying of the beast in one's beast power level. Li Xian, however, didn't need to risk hunting beasts in the wild. The beast realm housed hundreds of powerful beasts that could transform into beast souls, given sufficient energy. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf assured Li Xian that his beast power was at the 10th stage, fully compliant, allowing for a 100% compatibility with its beast soul, effectively making him a bronze tamer. His next target was to reach silver. A silver beast tamer's beast soul could fight independently. Typically, beast souls were bound to tamers and would dissipate if separated. However, Li Xian recalled seeing the silver wolf leap from his body during combat, suggesting an advanced capability.
"Master, I've come to understand your world," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's voice echoed.
Below the gold level, all tamers are essentially the same. We ancient beasts, as beast souls, assist you in combat with ease, ignoring compatibility or independent fighting.
"So, you're saying I'm already at the silver level?" Li Xian asked, incredulous. "In essence, yes. And if my power reaches 100%, we can merge a gold tamer's hallmark," the silver wolf confirmed. Li Xian was astounded. Others might toil for years to achieve such harmony and independence with their beast souls. But thanks to his ancient beast soul, he could bypass these hurdles. His task now was to restore the silver wolf's power. "Once restored, you'll become a gold tamer," the silver wolf promised. A gold tamer, a level even his father, Li Zhan, had only recently attained. Li Xian could soon surpass this, returning to Lingyun City with undeniable strength. Calming his excitement, Li Xian examined more of Li Zhao's spoils. Among them was a ring known as a Yuan ring, crafted from special materials of Tianyuan continent, housing a private space. To access it, one needed to surpass the original owner's beast power barrier. Li Xian channeled his power, breaking the barrier with ease. His mind filled with images of the ring's contents, a cluttered 5 cubic meter space of gold, silver, antiques, daily goods, and a few ornate gift boxes likely pilfered from family assets over the years. Opening the boxes, Li Xian's eyes widened at a blue lacquered book, Beast Techniques. Beast tamers relied on beast souls, which carried battle wisdom. But post-silver level, tamers needed self-reliant skills, hence, Beast Techniques. This book, titled Gale Step, was a Huang-ranked mid-grade technique. Li Xian deduced it was intended for Li Zhao's wind demon wolf, courtesy of their father. Li Xiao hadn't yet practiced it. Further inspection yielded a treasure, a 200-year wind spirit grass. "Master, this is wind spirit grass," the silver wolf exclaimed, awakening with excitement. "Consuming it could restore me to 10% power. Why hesitate to use it on yourself?" Li Xian asked, puzzled by the wolf's reluctance. "Master, my current 6% suffices for your protection, but your skills are limited," the silver wolf explained. "I have a better idea," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf suggested, piquing Li Xian's curiosity. "Tell me," Li Xian urged. "Master, please enter the beast realm first," the wolf requested. Li Xian, intrigued, quickly shifted into the beast realm. The cold, dark space housed the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, who stood gracefully and approached the bars. "Master, this royal prison contains 100 ancient beasts, including myself, each with unique abilities.
If you can awaken others with distinct powers, you will gain diverse strengths.
Isn't that right? Hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened.
The wolf's capabilities were undeniable, but awakening other beasts could provide him with varied powers. Master, the higher-ranked beasts possess greater overall strength. You should learn about their identities, backgrounds, and powers before choosing which to awaken, the wolf advised.
Does that make you, ranked 100, the weakest? Li Xian teased. Naturally, replied the wolf without offense.
Among beasts, the strong rule.
I know my limits. Alright, I'll check them out, Li Xian said, nodding. He began examining each beast.
Number 99 was a spirit venom serpent, potent in poison and constriction. Number 98, a mystic turtle, boasted formidable defense. Number 97, an illusion butterfly, excelled in deception. As he continued, Li Xian pondered his current needs.
The wolf provided speed and attack sufficient for now.
He sought a supportive beast. Then, he noticed number 8, the Lightbringer angel, a humanoid beast resembling an angel, female and unclothed, lying in the cell. The Howling Moon's silver wolf warned, "Don't be deceived by appearances. Beneath that angelic facade lies a cruel heart. She heals but feeds on hearts." Li Xian decided, drawn by her healing power, though his true motives remained his secret. After all, who could resist an angelic figure? The angel had 4 wings and a striking physique that could overshadow most women, with golden hair and antler-like horns, pure and white. Li Xian used the 200-year wind spirit grass on her, transforming into pure energy that flowed into her body. The silent cell reverberated with a soft groan as she stirred. The 5 men spurred their horses forward, the sound of hooves echoing as they closed in. Alerted by the noise, Li Xian peeked out of the carriage window, recognizing Li Zhao's figure at the forefront. His expression darkened. "In this desolate place, no one will notice a death," Li Xian muttered, reassuring Su Xiannu with a pat on her hand. "Stay inside the carriage, no matter what." Li Xian focused his thoughts on the beast ring, entering the beast realm. "I'm in danger. How do I use you as my beast soul?" he urgently asked the Howling Moon's silver wolf. "Master, just channel your beast power and focus on the beast ring. I'll sense the power and naturally become your beast soul," the silver wolf replied. Relieved, Li Xian exited the beast ring, instructing the driver to halt the carriage. He stepped out, smiling coldly at the approaching men. "Today, I'll make sure you have no grave to rest in," he vowed, as the men dismounted, brandishing swords with bloodthirsty intent. Li Xiao, dismounting with beast power coursing through his palm, slammed it onto the carriage, shattering the yoke and sending the horses fleeing in panic. The carriage tilted forward, but Li Xian leaped out, catching and steadying it before setting it down gently. Su Xiannu emerged, clutching a bundle, her face a mix of fear and confusion. Li Xian smiled reassuringly at her before turning to face Li Xiao, his eyes cold. "Couldn't hold back any longer, could you? You knew I was following you, yet you didn't return to Lingyun City?" Li Xiao asked, surprised. "I had to lure you here to settle yesterday's score," Li Xian replied, his voice steady. Li Xiao laughed derisively. "Revenge? You, a waste who can't even awaken beast power, think you can take revenge?" With a roar, Li Xiao summoned the phantom of a grey demon wolf, his beast soul, hovering behind him. "A 400-year wind demon wolf beast soul, how do you plan to fight me?" Li Xian eyed Li Zhao's beast soul hungrily. "How much power can a 400-year beast soul restore?" he asked the silver wolf mentally. "Ha, 400 years can bring me up to 5%, the silver wolf chuckled. "Excellent," Li Xian thought, eyeing Li Xiao and his men as potential nourishment for the silver wolf. "Let's see if my 10-year beast soul meets your standards," Li Xian taunted, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Before their eyes, a brilliant white light burst from Li Xian's body. A massive, snow-white wolf, pure as moonlight, materialized behind him. The Howling Moon's silver wolf howled, its voice penetrating deep into their souls. Li Zhao's wind demon wolf cowered, trembling in fear, unable to move. You have a beast soul too?" Li Xiao stammered, disbelief etched on his face. The white wolf's immense pressure was overwhelming, and only after a long pause did Li Xiao regain his senses. "No, it's impossible.
You couldn't even awaken beast power, how can you have a beast soul? And such a large one at that.
Li Xiao screamed, his voice tinged with hysteria.
A 10-year beast soul? No, 500 years. 1,000 years, no, it's a 10,000-year beast soul. Li Xiao's companions stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed.
A 10,000-year beast soul was almost unheard of, even across the entire nation. They regretted their choices deeply, never imagining the so-called 10-year waste of the Li family had been hiding such power.
No, it's an illusion. You're trying to scare me.
Li Xiao shouted, refusing to accept the reality.
10 years, 10 whole years, labeled a waste. You couldn't have a beast soul without anyone knowing. But as Li Xiao's denial crumbled, he ordered his wind demon wolf to attack.
Driven by its master's will, the wolf lunged at Li Xian, despite the overpowering aura of the silver wolf. Yet, compared to the majestic howling moon silver wolf, the 2-meter wind demon wolf was like a child facing a giant.
As it pounced, the silver wolf opened its massive jaws, releasing an ancient beast's mighty breath.
In that instant, both the wind demon wolf and Li Xiao felt regret.
The reality hit Li Xiao as the silver wolf devoured his beast soul, severing the soul contract and inflicting severe backlash.
His few remaining rational thoughts screamed at him to beg for mercy.
Please, brother, spare me.
I'm your brother, your own flesh and blood.
Li Xiao cried, dropping to his knees before Li Xian, desperation in his eyes.
Li Xiao clung to Li Xian's legs, pleading in a panic, brother, please, spare me.
I'm your own brother. You beast of a brother, you still remember you're my sibling?
Li Xian retorted with contempt. Let me tell you, I have no brother like you. You dared to have designs on your sister-in-law. If I don't kick your head like a ball today, I'm not a man. With a burst of rage, Li Xian delivered a powerful kick to Li Xiao's head, sending him sprawling to the ground.
For 10 years, did you or Li Jian ever look me in the eye? Do you know how my mother died?
She was driven to death by your mother.
Neither of you is worth anything.
Li Jian pinned all his hopes on you, and today, I'll show him the despair of shattered dreams. Li Xiao, dazed and reeling from the blow, tried to crawl backward, blood trickling down his forehead into his eyes, which he dared not wipe away. As his vision blurred, a searing pain shot through his groin, accompanied by the sound of something rupturing. Li Xiao writhed on the ground, rolling back and forth in agony. Let's go, quickly, shouted the other 4 men, seizing the opportunity to flee on horseback. Li Xian glanced back, snorted disdainfully, and ordered the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to deal with them. The massive wolf leapt, landing in front of the fleeing men. With jaws wide open, it swallowed them whole, one after another. Watching Li Xiao convulsing on the ground, Li Xian felt no pity. He channeled his beast power into his right leg and stomped down hard, crushing Li Xiao's head. When Li Xian turned to check on Su Xiannu, he found her fainted from the gruesome scene. Xiannu, he rushed to support her, quickly finding a horse and repairing the carriage as best as he could. He placed her inside before looking at Li Xiao's white horse and the remaining steeds. With a thoughtful look, Li Xian slapped the horses' rumps, sending them away. Surveying the area, he realized they were at Wanlong Steel, a place known for bandit activity. He rifled through Li Xiao's belongings, stripping him of all valuables, and shoved the body into the bushes. Dusting off his hands, Li Xian drove the carriage away from Wanlong Steel. After Li Xian left, bandits from the area arrived, drawn by the commotion caused by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. They found several fine horses and, delighted with their luck, took them without noticing the body hidden in the brush. In the following days, news of Li Xiao's disappearance spread through Lingyun City. The Li family dispatched search parties, initially suspecting rival families. But when they learned bandits at Wanlong Steel had Li Xiao's prized horses, they hurried to confront the bandits. The bandits, bewildered by the accusation, claimed ignorance. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's body was discovered nearby, stripped of all possessions, with the horses found among the bandits. The evidence seemed conclusive. No one anticipated that the bandits, who had troubled Lingyun City for decades, would be annihilated by the Li family overnight, nor did they suspect that the true perpetrator was an exiled member of the family, now living in obscurity. In Yongnan County, a small, remote place under Lu Yuan City's jurisdiction, Li Xian and Su Xiannu began a new chapter. The county was far from the center of power, a fitting place for Li Jian to have sent Li Xian, given his disappointment. Settling in, Li Xian managed the family tavern, which was modestly successful. He increased the staff's wages by 5%, endearing himself to them. Unlike the usual new manager, he made no sweeping changes, allowing the business to run as before. In the privacy of his room, Li Xian finally examined the items taken from Li Xiao. Consuming Li Xiao's wind demon wolf beast soul had restored the Howling Moon silver wolf to 5% of its power, and after absorbing the souls of the other 4 men, it reached 6%. This 6% equated to the power of a 600-year beast soul, a level surpassing even the county magistrate. Beast soul absorption was notoriously difficult, requiring the soul to be claimed personally for the best results. Most started with 10-year souls, as killing beasts of higher years was near impossible for those not yet even black iron grade beast tamers. Li Xiao had needed significant help from Li family experts to deliver the final blow to obtain his 400-year wind demon wolf. Li Xian's 600-year ancient beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, stood as a testament to his newfound strength and potential, unmatched in Yong'an County. Li Xian opened the bundle, revealing a stack of silver notes, 30,000 taels in total, a combination of what his family had given him and what he had taken from Li Xiao.
For an ordinary family, this amount would be unattainable in a lifetime.
But to Li Xian, it was merely the cost of a century-old medicinal herb or beast material. Now considered a black iron beast tamer, Li Xian found the 600-year beast soul of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf quite useful. His current priority was to elevate his status to a bronze beast tamer, which would grant him some confidence anywhere in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the beast-centric world of Tianyuan, beast tamers were ranked black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, star, bright moon, and shining sun.
To become a black iron tamer, one needed a beast soul.
As a bronze tamer, one must perfectly harness the beast soul's power with high compatibility, achieved through personal slaying of the beast in one's beast power level. Li Xian, however, didn't need to risk hunting beasts in the wild. The beast realm housed hundreds of powerful beasts that could transform into beast souls, given sufficient energy. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf assured Li Xian that his beast power was at the 10th stage, fully compliant, allowing for a 100% compatibility with its beast soul, effectively making him a bronze tamer. His next target was to reach silver. A silver beast tamer's beast soul could fight independently. Typically, beast souls were bound to tamers and would dissipate if separated. However, Li Xian recalled seeing the silver wolf leap from his body during combat, suggesting an advanced capability.
"Master, I've come to understand your world," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's voice echoed.
Below the gold level, all tamers are essentially the same. We ancient beasts, as beast souls, assist you in combat with ease, ignoring compatibility or independent fighting.
So, you're saying I'm already at the silver level?
Li Xian asked, incredulous.
In essence, yes. And if my power reaches 100%, we can merge a gold tamer's hallmark, the silver wolf confirmed.
Li Xian was astounded.
Others might toil for years to achieve such harmony and independence with their beast souls.
But thanks to his ancient beast soul, he could bypass these hurdles. His task now was to restore the silver wolf's power. Once restored, you'll become a gold tamer, the silver wolf promised. A gold tamer, a level even his father, Li Jian, had only recently attained. Li Xian could soon surpass this, returning to Lingyun City with undeniable strength. Calming his excitement, Li Xian examined more of Li Zhao's spoils. Among them was a ring known as a Yuan ring, crafted from special materials of Tianyuan continent, housing a private space. To access it, one needed to surpass the original owner's beast power barrier. Li Xian channeled his power, breaking the barrier with ease. His mind filled with images of the ring's contents, a cluttered 5 cubic meter space of gold, silver, antiques, daily goods, and a few ornate gift boxes likely pilfered from family assets over the years. Opening the boxes, Li Xian's eyes widened at a blue lacquered book, Beast Techniques. Beast tamers relied on beast souls, which carried battle wisdom.
But post-silver level, tamers needed self-reliant skills, hence, Beast Techniques.
This book, titled Gale Step, was a Huang-ranked mid-grade technique.
Li Xian deduced it was intended for Li Zhao's wind demon wolf, courtesy of their father.
Li Xiao hadn't yet practiced it.
Further inspection yielded a treasure, a 200-year wind spirit grass. "Master, this is wind spirit grass," the silver wolf exclaimed, awakening with excitement. "Consuming it could restore me to 10% power. Why hesitate to use it on yourself?" Li Xian asked, puzzled by the wolf's reluctance.
"Master, my current 6% suffices for your protection, but your skills are limited," the silver wolf explained. "I have a better idea," the howling moon silver wolf suggested, piquing Li Xian's curiosity. "Tell me," Li Xian urged.
"Master, please enter the beast realm first," the wolf requested.
Li Xian, intrigued, quickly shifted into the beast realm. The cold, dark space housed the howling moon silver wolf, who stood gracefully and approached the bars.
"Master, this royal prison contains 100 ancient beasts, including myself, each with unique abilities.
If you can awaken others with distinct powers, you will gain diverse strengths."
"Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened.
The wolf's capabilities were undeniable, but awakening other beasts could provide him with varied powers. "Master, the higher-ranked beasts possess greater overall strength. You should learn about their identities, backgrounds, and powers before choosing which to awaken," the wolf advised.
"Does that make you, ranked 100, the weakest?" Li Xian teased. "Naturally," replied the wolf without offense.
"Among beasts, the strong rule.
I know my limits." "All right, I'll check them out," Li Xian said, nodding. He began examining each beast.
Number 99 was a spirit venom serpent, potent in poison and constriction. Number 98, a mystic turtle, boasted formidable defense. Number 97, an illusion butterfly, excelled in deception. As he continued, Li Xian pondered his current needs.
The wolf provided speed and attack sufficient for now.
He sought a supportive beast. Then, he noticed number 8, the Lightbringer angel, a humanoid beast resembling an angel, female and unclothed, lying in the cell. The howling moon silver wolf warned, "Don't be deceived by appearances. Beneath that angelic facade lies a cruel heart. She heals but feeds on hearts."
Li Xian decided, drawn by her healing power, though his true motives remained his secret. After all, who could resist an angelic figure? The angel had 4 wings and a striking physique that could overshadow most women, with golden hair and antler-like horns, pure and white.
Li Xian used the 200-year wind spirit grass on her, transforming into pure energy that flowed into her body. The silent cell reverberated with a soft groan as she stirred. Li Xian watched eagerly as the Lightbringer angel sat up, her bare form on the cold ground tugging at his heartstrings. Yet, he was dismayed to find the grass only restored 2% of her power.
The wolf had mentioned that stronger beasts required more energy for revival. Upon awakening, the angel cowered in a corner, gazing at Li Xian with fear.
"Hi, I'm the master of this realm, your tamer," he said, attempting a friendly smile.
The angel responded, appearing vulnerable and innocent, "Master, did you awaken me?
It's so dark here, I'm scared." Her demeanor was so endearing that even Li Xian felt his heart soften.
"Master, I'm frightened. I've slept for ages. Can you let me out?"
She clutched the bars with delicate fingers. "Of course, but you must become my beast soul," Li Xian insisted, wary of her ulterior motives.
"No beast soul, please. Let me be by your side, doing whatever you wish," she offered, reaching for him.
As her fingers touched him, a black lightning bolt zapped her hand, leaving a dark mark.
"Ouch.
"Master, you're so harsh," she whimpered.
"Will you become my beast soul?"
Li Xian pressed sternly. "A beast soul must reside within you, but I wish to be beside you," she pleaded, her allure unmistakable. "Of course I want that, but I prefer you as my beast soul," Li Xian replied, recognizing the potential danger of releasing such a captivating yet lethal creature. Realizing her charms were ineffective, the Lightbringer angel sighed in resignation. "As you wish, master." Relieved, Li Xian reassured her, "Don't worry, as my beast soul, I'll restore your full power."
He turned to leave, pausing to ask, "When summoned, will you appear like this?"
"Naturally," she answered. "That's not acceptable," Li Xian protested, "I can't have others seeing you like this." "I'll find you some clothes." He found a set of Su Xiannu's clothes for the angel. Then, an idea struck him: her healing could aid Su Xiannu. Rushing to the room, he found her attempting to sit up. "Lie down, quickly," he urged, gently helping her. "Close your eyes, I'll heal you."
"Oh, you know healing arts, husband?" Su Xiannu asked, intrigued.
Su Xiannu obediently closed her eyes, and Li Xian stood up, channeling the beast power within him.
In his mind, two beast souls emerged, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and the Lightbringer Angel.
Focusing his attention on the Lightbringer Angel, she transformed into a beast soul, appearing behind him.
Turning around, Li Xian was surprised to see that the Lightbringer Angel wasn't wearing the clothes he had provided.
Instead, her private areas were modestly covered with a soft golden glow. The four-winged angel stood elegantly behind him, her arms crossed over her chest, with her long, white legs and slender waist exposed. The angel opened her eyes slightly and smiled. Li Xian felt his beast power merge with the beast soul. As he extended his arms, the Lightbringer Angel mirrored his movements, gently lifting Su Xiannu from the bed. The angel emitted a soft light that enveloped Su Xiannu, healing her. At that moment, Li Xian noticed something unusual and opened his eyes. Through the connection with the beast soul, he could clearly perceive Su Xiannu's internal condition. In her abdomen, a dense black mist shrouded the source of her beast power, obscuring its state. This mist seemed to have accumulated over a long period, likely present since her childhood.
Apart from this anomaly, the Lightbringer Angel quickly restored the rest of Su Xiannu's health.
Puzzled, Li Xian gently laid her back on the bed and withdrew the beast soul, reverting to his normal state. Su Xiannu opened her eyes in disbelief and stood up, looking as if nothing had happened.
"Husband, I feel so much better now. I'm not weak anymore."
"You were just frightened."
"It wasn't anything serious," Li Xian reassured her.
Curious, he asked, "Dear, what is that black mist around the source of your beast power?"
"Black mist? What black mist?" Su Xiannu responded, confused.
Seeing her bewilderment, Li Xian guessed she might be unaware of it and decided not to press further. As her husband, he knew it was his duty to uncover the mystery surrounding Su Xiannu's condition. "By the way, Yongnan County is near your hometown of Luyuan City. Let's prepare to visit there tomorrow," Li Xian suggested.
"Really? We can go home?" Su Xiannu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "Husband, are we really going to my family?"
"Of course. We haven't visited since our marriage, so it's a good opportunity to meet your family," Li Xian replied with a smile, amused by her happiness. The thought of going home made Su Xiannu so delighted that she was distracted during dinner. As night fell, she brought warm water to wash Li Xian's feet, a task she took on herself since there were no servants around. Though she was once a noble lady, she managed the chores, albeit a bit clumsily. After drying his feet, Li Xian lay on the bed. Soon, Su Xiannu joined him, slipping under the covers in her undergarments. She cuddled up to him like a gentle kitten, wrapping her legs around him. The occasional touch stirred a slight sensation within him. Moments later, Su Xiannu's eyes widened in surprise, sensing something stirring. Memories of their wedding night filled her with anticipation, but as a woman, she wouldn't broach the subject herself. Soon, Li Xian turned, gently encircling her with his arm, and with a deft pull, untied her garment.
The night passed in blissful harmony.
Afterward, as Su Xiannu slept peacefully in his arms, Li Xian returned to the beast realm, directly addressing the Lightbringer Angel.
"Do you know what that black mist I sensed today is?"
"The source of your beast power is the origin of your strength," the Lightbringer Angel explained. "That black mist has sealed her beast power source, preventing her from awakening her abilities and becoming a beast tamer."
"Is it something innate, or was it placed there?" Li Xian asked urgently.
"It's definitely man-made. The mist is dense and feeds on her internal energy, maintaining the seal," the angel replied.
"Do you know how to remove it?" Li Xian inquired eagerly. "This mist resembles the aura from number 2, the Lightbringer Angel hinted, providing a clue.
"If you can awaken him, perhaps he could help dispel it," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf suggested. Li Xian's eyes lit up with hope, and he quickly moved forward, arriving at the cell labeled number 2. Peering inside, he saw the inscription, "Shadow Minotaur." Inside lay an enormous minotaur, towering at 10 meters and as solid as a mountain, lying still on the ground. The Howling Moon's silver wolf had mentioned that the closer the beasts were to the top ranks, the more energy was required for their revival. If the 200-year wind spirit grass could revive the Lightbringer angel to just 1%, then the Shadow Minotaur, ranked second, would likely need something that had aged for at least 1,000 years. Li Xian exited the beast realm, feeling the weight of his task, and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he rose early and began studying the Imperial Beast records, focusing on the speed section. It was divided into two parts. The first taught basic leg strength techniques, while the second instructed on how to channel beast power to the legs and use it in conjunction with beast souls. Skipping the foundational leg exercises, Li Xian jumped straight to learning how to channel beast power, opting for a more direct approach. Instead of traditional training, he chose to use weights, emulating ancient techniques to enhance agility. One day, when the weights were removed, he would move with remarkable speed. Su Xiannu awoke and began her morning routine. "Xiannu, once you're ready, let's go shopping for gifts for your father," Li Xian called from outside. Having already stepped out earlier, Li Xian's voice came from the courtyard. "All right," Su Xiannu replied from inside, as Li Xian moved slowly, encumbered by iron shoes that looked ordinary but weighed 10 jin each. He had purchased these weighted training items from a local shop, saving him the trouble of having them custom-made. An hour later, Su Xiannu emerged, her appearance stunning Li Xian. "Wow, you look gorgeous," he praised, lifting her chin to admire her beauty. Her happiness was evident on her glowing face. After wrapping up matters at the tavern, Li Xian arranged for a carriage and set off with Su Xiannu. Meanwhile, at the tavern, the former manager, who had been in charge before Li Xian's arrival, watched the carriage depart. "Yong, did you find out everything?" a man standing by the door asked coldly. "Yes, it's confirmed. He's indeed the neglected eldest son of the Li family, a so-called waste who hasn't awakened his beast soul," the tavern worker replied, keeping his voice low. Yong nodded, contemplating the distance from Lingyun City to Luyuan City, and how remote Yong'an County was. The fact that the Li family's eldest son was sent to such a far-off place indicated he had been cast aside. Yong, who managed the distillery, had been profiting by falsifying accounts. The arrival of a direct descendant from the Li family threatened his lucrative scheme. "By the way, Yong," the workers suddenly remembered, after they left, "I sneaked into their room and found this. Do you think it's valuable?" He produced an ancient-looking ring. Yong's eyes narrowed as he took it, recognizing it as an artifact used by beast tamers for storage. "Is the manager a beast tamer?" the worker asked nervously. "No, that's impossible," Yong dismissed. "If he were, the Li family wouldn't ignore him." "Oh, right," Yong recalled something, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a crumpled newspaper. It featured an article about the fall of a genius from Lingyun City, Li Xiao, alongside an image of a familiar ring. "This is Li Xiao's ring. How did it end up with him?" Yong mused, interrupted by the worker's question about whether to act now that they had left the city. "No need. I have a better plan," Yong smirked. "Send this ring to the Li family in Lingyun City, claiming it was found with Li Xian. It matches the description in the article." "Yes, Yong," the worker agreed, removing his apron before leaving the tavern. The journey from Yong'an County to Luyuan City spanned over 100 miles, and at the carriage's pace, it would take 2 days. Along the way, Li Xian inquired about Su Xiannu's family business and her parents' character to better prepare for their visit. However, Li Xian suddenly realized that since the incident at the Wangwan Monument, Su Xiannu hadn't questioned him about his beast soul, despite her background. She was surely aware of his reputation as a waste unable to awaken his beast power. So why hadn't she asked? Driven by curiosity, Li Xian broached the subject. "Aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" Su Xiannu replied. "About why I have a beast soul," he clarified. "I know what to ask and what not to," she replied with a sweet smile. "If everyone knew about your beast soul, husband, you wouldn't be in your current position with the Li family. Since it's a secret, you must have your reasons. By not asking, I won't trouble you or bring harm." Her understanding touched Li Xian deeply. As they embraced in the carriage, the journey continued at a steady pace. Upon arriving in Luyuan City, a grim piece of news awaited them: the Su family, all 120 members, had been massacred. The atmosphere in the city was tense, and Su Xiannu clung tightly to Li Xian's hand. "Husband, did you hear what people were saying outside?" she asked, sensing the unease. "Nothing important." "We're almost there," Li Xian replied, though his face betrayed his concern, having heard about the massacre himself. As they approached the Su residence, heavily guarded, Li Xian felt a chill seeing members of the Li family present. Turning to Su Xiannu, he took a deep breath. "No matter what happens, don't be afraid, okay?" Sensing something amiss, Su Xiannu nodded silently. After they disembarked, the guards at the Su residence quickly approached. "Who goes there? What's happened? Why are you at our home?" Su Xiannu demanded, stepping forward anxiously. "Stop right there," the guards commanded, barring her path with their weapons. "What are you doing? This is our home." Li Xian shouted, rushing forward, angered by the obstruction. At that moment, the Li family member who had been conversing with the guard captain hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Among them was the Li family's great elder. To Li Xian's surprise, it was none other than the great elder himself who ordered, "Seize him." Li Xian didn't resist but raised his head in anger. "What are you doing?" he demanded. The great elder sneered, slowly revealing a ring, Li Zhao's ring. However, it was now empty, as Li Xian had transferred everything into his own beast ring. Upon seeing the ring, Li Xian furrowed his brows. This was supposed to be in the tavern at Yong'an County. How did it end up with them? He quickly realized that the Li family had been monitoring him, and they must have found the ring after he left. "This is your brother Li Zhao's ring. How do you explain this?" the great elder demanded sternly. "Explain? I found it at the Wanglong Monument." "I had no idea whose it was," Li Xian retorted. "Regardless of how you got it, the ring was in your possession. You can't deny a connection to Li Zhao's death. Take him back to the Li family for the family head to question," the great elder ordered as they prepared to take Li Xian away. "Let go of me. What's happened to Xiannu's family? Let me see." Li Xian shouted in fury. The great elder glanced at Su Xiannu before signaling to release Li Xian. Together, Li Xian and Su Xiannu hurried inside. As they entered and saw the bodies strewn across the courtyard, Su Xiannu trembled and cried out for her parents, rushing towards the main residence. Inside, the city lord of Luyuan City and his subordinates were investigating the massacre. Seeing her lifeless parents, their throats slit, Su Xiannu collapsed in grief, clutching their bodies. Li Xian, witnessing this scene, turned to the great elder of the Li family, his voice hoarse with anger. "You're blaming me for Li Zhao's murder just because of a ring? Did you kill Xiannu's entire family to retaliate against me? Are you even human?" With that, Li Xian grabbed a bench in a fit of rage. "I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have killed Li Xiao? Over 100 lives from the Su family, may you never find peace." The great elder laughed disdainfully as if the accusation were ridiculous. At that moment, the city lord of Lingyun City intervened, stopping Li Xian. "Calm down. The Li family arrived this morning. Our investigation suggests that the Su family was killed by members of the Great Zhou's Shadow Sect." "The Shadow Sect? How did they get here?" Li Xian questioned incredulously. "The Great Zhou and Great Xia were often at war. How could their assassins enter Great Xia and target a minor third-rate family?" The Shadow Sect is an ancient assassination organization on the Tianyuan continent, suppressed by all nations. Their base in the Great Zhou was destroyed a decade ago, but their reappearance here suggests they may have established a new stronghold in Great Xia. "This must be reported to the royal family," the city lord explained. "Since you've returned, see to their burial. My condolences." With that, the city lord departed with his men. "Come with us," the great elder commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. "And what about your father, are you not going to bury him?" Li Xian spat at the great elder. "Over 100 lives, and you're just going to leave them here?" The great elder, an elderly man, turned red with anger at Li Xian's audacity.
How dare you insult a family elder? You're courting death. Just as he raised his hand to strike, the city lord turned back. Elderly, since the Su family is related to yours by marriage, lend them a hand. It would be disgraceful to ignore them. The great elder, realizing Li Xian was just an ordinary man, agreed, thinking he posed no real threat.
In the aftermath of the massacre, only Li Xian and Su Xiannu mourned in traditional garb. As they assessed the situation, they found the family's wealth untouched. The vast estate was now in Su Xiannu's hands, an inheritance she couldn't manage alone, especially with Li Xian being part of the Li family. Inevitably, the Su assets would fall into Li hands. Seeing the situation, Li Xian suggested Su Xiannu sell the estate and escape to Lingyun City, knowing returning there would be akin to walking into a death trap given his role in Li Zhao's death. The Li family, with its powerful members, would easily discover his beast-taming abilities, dooming him.
With the Su family's wealth, they could hide anywhere.
Once the Howling Moon Silver Wolf fully recovered and Li Xian became a gold-ranked beast tamer, the Li family would no longer be a threat. Xiannu, I promise to avenge your family, Li Xian comforted her late at night, as Su Xiannu slowly regained her composure.
The Li family suspects me, and they'll take me back. But since I'm responsible, I can't go with them. I need you to sell the estate so we can leave Luyuan City. We'll roam the world together.
Wherever you go, I will follow, Su Xiannu declared, now dependent on Li Xian as her emotional anchor. Rest well, Li Xian advised.
We'll leave at dawn.
The great elder might be a newly minted gold-ranked beast tamer, formidable indeed. But the guards outside weren't him. Among them were only 2 silver-ranked beast tamers. Alone, Li Xian could easily escape, but with Su Xiannu, it would be challenging.
Xiannu, your family's resources include many century-old herbs. Could you spare some for me? Li Xian asked.
The Su family's treasures were now in Su Xiannu's beast ring, and she had offered everything to Li Xian, though he had declined, wanting her to keep control. His request moved Su Xiannu, who gave him all the herbs without hesitation, an 800-year-old zhuling fruit, a 500-year-old thunderwood flower, and several 300-year-old scarlet eye fruits, among others. Gazing at the trove of treasures, Li Xian wondered how much power the Howling Moon Silver Wolf might recover with these. But he knew the immediate task was to revive the Shadow Minotaur to examine Su Xiannu's condition. Later that night, while Su Xiannu slept, Li Xian entered his beast ring realm. With herbs in hand, he hurried to the Shadow Minotaur's cell. The 800-year-old zhuling fruit transformed into pure energy, entering the Shadow Minotaur. Li Xian watched intently until the Lightbringer angel spoke, an 800-year-old herb isn't enough for that one.
What? Hurry, add more.
Li Xian exclaimed, tossing in the 500-year-old thunderwood flower as well. Suddenly, the massive, black-furred minotaur let out a low grunt, its aura surging like a storm within the cell, engulfing Li Xian in its foul stench. He felt the entire cell shake as a pair of crimson eyes slowly turned towards him. The enormous, 10-meter-tall minotaur emerged from the shadows. Why am I still in this beast realm? The Shadow Minotaur's voice boomed, echoing like a great bell. Upon seeing Li Xian, the Shadow Minotaur lowered its horns and charged at him with full force. Li Xian hurriedly retreated until he was pressed against the opposite cell. The enormous horns smashed into the cell, causing the entire beast realm prison to tremble.
This brute dares to be so insolent before the Beast Lord, the Lightbringer angel goaded Li Xian, enjoying the chaos.
Beast Lord, punish him. However, the Shadow Minotaur had just awakened and was unstable.
A lesson was indeed in order to calm it down.
Shadow Minotaur, I have the power to both revive and destroy you. If you don't quiet down, don't blame me for being harsh, Li Xian shouted, his voice filled with authority. At the same time, a wave of pressure emanated towards the Shadow Minotaur, gradually calming its rage. Beast Lord, are you the new Beast Lord? The Shadow Minotaur asked, its tone now respectful.
That's right.
If you don't want to die, you better behave, Li Xian nodded, embodying the demeanor of a true Beast Lord. Despite its strength, the Shadow Minotaur feared the presence of the Beast Lord in the Beast Realm.
Shadow Minotaur submits to the Beast Lord.
As long as you release me, I will do whatever you command. Pleased with its attitude, Li Xian shared Su Xiannu's condition with the Shadow Minotaur.
The black mist in her beast realm resonates with my attributes, the shadow minotaur mused. Could it be the wand technique? Li Xian's interest piqued. Wand technique? What's that? He asked excitedly.
In ancient times, when humans first rose to power, they frequently fought against beasts of the Shadow Clan. Humans, being clever, learned to harness shadow energy from the Shadow Demon Clan.
The wand technique was one such ability, used to conceal a human's aura and prevent detection by beasts.
It involved manipulating shadow energy to shield one's beast realm from prying eyes. However, those who mastered shadow techniques eventually lost their humanity, consuming human brains to retrieve memories, growing more malevolent. Even the Shadow Demon Clan kept a distance from them.
Was the spell cast with external help, or? Li Xian's expression turned serious. If it was as the Shadow Minotaur suggested, then who could have hidden Su Xiannu's aura?
No, the wand technique can only be self-cast. Sealing one's beast realm is perilous, and only the caster can perform it, the Shadow Minotaur explained.
Li Xian was shocked. Self-cast? If so, did Su Xiannu herself use the wand technique? Impossible. I need to see for myself, Li Xian decided, leaving the beast realm.
He quietly observed the sleeping Su Xiannu, summoned the Shadow Minotaur spirit, and then quickly dismissed it.
Unbeknownst to him, Su Xiannu's eyelids twitched slightly as he did so, though he did not notice.
With guards outside, he let the Shadow Minotaur take a quick look before returning it to the beast realm. Back in the beast realm, Li Xian approached the Shadow Minotaur again.
It's indeed the wand technique.
The black mist in her beast realm is shadow energy, a clear sign of the wand technique. The girl must have cast it herself to hide her true strength. Before Li Xian could ask further, the Shadow Minotaur assured him of its findings. Li Xian pondered silently, then approached the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. He used the remaining precious herbs to convert them into pure energy, restoring 10% of the wolf's power, equating to the strength of a millennia-old beast soul.
Summoning the wolf now would mean summoning a powerful ancient beast soul.
After completing these tasks, Li Xian left the beast realm, opening his eyes in the candlelit room. Watching the sleeping Su Xiannu, he felt a twinge of suspicion.
Why did she know the wand technique? What was she hiding?
Then it struck him, the ancient assassin group, Shadow Sect, was a branch of the Shadow Demon Clan.
Could Su Xiannu be connected?
Turning to look at her, Li Xian felt tense.
Could it be? Was she responsible for killing her family? But why, and how could she possibly do such a thing? Countless wild thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind until he calmed himself. Regardless, she hadn't harmed him, which was somewhat reassuring.
Meanwhile, Su Xiannu's eyelids fluttered open slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes before she closed them again.
At dawn, Li Xian gently woke Su Xiannu.
"Xiannu, it's time to go," he whispered.
Su Xiannu opened her sleepy eyes. Are we leaving, my husband? Get ready.
We're leaving immediately, Li Xian replied, noticing the guards outside asleep against the wall. Dawn, the time when people are in their deepest sleep, was the perfect moment to escape unnoticed. He quietly opened the window, removed his iron boots, and stored them in his beast ring. Barefoot, he silently carried Su Xiannu out. Walking barefoot made no sound, and the escape route they had planned the night before led to the back gate, offering a swift exit. However, upon reaching the back gate, Li Xian saw it was guarded. "This way," Su Xiannu whispered, leading him to a path towards the rear courtyard. They headed to a secluded yard, where they could climb the wall unnoticed. With the beast energy flowing through his legs, Li Xian activated his gale step, leaping over the 2-meter-high wall with ease. Beyond the wall lay a narrow alley, and Li Xian quickly carried Su Xiannu out of the city. At the city lord's mansion, the city lord listened to his subordinate's report, opening his eyes slightly.
They've left?
Yes, my lord, replied a mysterious man in black, kneeling on one knee.
Follow them.
Kill the Li family member and bring Su Xiannu back. Understood, the mysterious man nodded. Are you sure Su Xiannu is with the Shadow Sect? The Su family was silenced just as we started investigating them. It warrants suspicion, the city lord said confidently.
Moreover, Su Xiannu was declared terminally ill 10 years ago, yet survived.
I suspect she isn't the same Su Xiannu. The ancient shadow sect absorbed memories, possessing superior intelligence and abilities. If I gain their powers, no one in Great Xia could escape my control.
Praise be to you, my lord.
I'll capture this shadow sect member, the subordinate replied. Meanwhile, outside Luyuan City, Li Xian sprinted with Su Xiannu on his back. His plan was to head straight to the Great Zhou, as crossing borders often proved the best way to avoid danger.
However, reaching the front line to enter the Great Zhou would be challenging. Yet Li Xian believed that money could pave the way.
Rumor had it there were people at the front lines who assisted in smuggling, catering to those fleeing justice in either Great Xia or Great Zhou. As the sky brightened, Li Xian's beast energy neared exhaustion. He had sprinted over 100 li before stopping.
Back in Luyuan City, the Li family's great elder arrived at Li Xian's door early, as today was the deadline for his return.
After knocking with no response, and with the door locked, the great elder frowned and kicked the door open, only to find the room empty. Meanwhile, though avoiding the main roads, Li Xian heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind.
Damn, how did they catch up so fast?
Alarmed, he led Su Xiannu into a nearby dense forest. Dozens of mysterious men in black, faces covered, arrived at their hiding spot, quickly pinpointing their location.
Around here, one of them said, scanning the surroundings. Li Xian, hidden in the forest, was shocked. How did they find us?
But these weren't Li family members, as Su Xiannu whispered in his ear. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Li Xian noticed these men were skilled, agile, and not from the Li family.
Their leader, seeing Li Xian and Su Xiannu, dismounted and ordered an attack. Spare us. We have money and can pay you.
Let's settle this peacefully, Li Xian pleaded, hoping to buy their way out. But the mysterious men ignored his words, clearly targeting Su Xiannu.
Last night's suspicions resurfaced in Li Xian's mind.
Were they here for her? Upon the leader's command, the men drew their weapons and surrounded the forest. There were 3 silver-ranked beast tamers among them, the rest being bronze-ranked. In the early morning, far from the main road in the desolate countryside, Li Xian felt no need to hold back. He coldly regarded the group of men before him.
If there's no room for negotiation, don't blame me for being ruthless, he declared.
With those words, Li Xian channeled his beast energy, summoning the howling moon silver wolf. A massive white silhouette appeared behind him, its howl echoing for miles. The dozens of approaching beast tamers halted, incredulous at the sight.
Millennia-old beast soul, stammered the silver-ranked beast tamers in disbelief. Weren't you a waste of the Li family? Just a regular person? How are you a beast tamer with a millennia-old beast soul? The group was thrown into panic, though some remained collected. Don't be afraid.
A millennia-old beast soul is indeed formidable, but he's only an iron-ranked beast tamer. His affinity with the beast soul can't be high. Let's take him down together. With that rallying cry, the others regained their composure. As their beast souls roared into existence, they paled in comparison to the immense howling moon silver wolf, like hawks against chicks. Li Xian, perfectly synchronized with the wolf, commanded it to pounce, its massive claws tearing through 2 beast souls, devouring them effortlessly. Perfect synchronization, one bronze-ranked beast tamer screamed in terror. As the group prepared to launch a combined attack, Li Xian signaled the wolf, which leapt forward, sending the men into a panicked retreat. Beast soul detached. Silver-ranked beast tamers, retreat, they shouted, fleeing in disarray. Yet in the face of the wolf's overwhelming power, they were no match. As Li Xian focused on dealing with the attackers, Su Xiannu suddenly approached one of the corpses. Her mouth opened slightly, drawing a wisp of white smoke from the corpse's head into her mouth. After dealing with the men, Li Xian retracted the beast soul and returned to Su Xiannu's side.
Xiannu, are you all right?
I'm fine, my husband, Su Xiannu replied sweetly, flashing a smile. It seems your mental strength has grown since last time, Li Xian remarked approvingly. I have to be strong, so I don't hold you back, Su Xiannu said playfully, tilting her head.
Li Xian couldn't help but be charmed, thinking to himself that if she held no harm, what did it matter if she had secrets?
He began searching the fallen enemies, with Su Xiannu assisting.
As Li Xian searched the front, Su Xiannu followed behind, and each time she passed a body, a wisp of smoke drifted into her mouth.
Li Xian found 6 or 7 beast rings among the bodies. Beast rings were valuable, not something just anyone could afford. It made sense for some of the group to possess them.
This place isn't safe for long.
Let's leave and see what treasures are inside later, Li Xian said. Mounting their enemies' horses, he and Su Xiannu departed swiftly.
Not long after they left, another group of black-clad men arrived.
The leader, astride a dark red horse, dismounted and inspected the bodies. It's the work of a beast tamer, my lord. Their beast rings are gone, a subordinate reported after examining the scene.
The man said nothing, scrutinizing one of the bodies before taking a deep breath. Essence transformed into energy.
The shadows level is quite high.
My lord, what does that mean? Asked another.
Shadow arts from ancient times, the leader explained, harvesting human brains for memories.
High-level shadows can draw memories without opening the skull. This shadow is no ordinary one. The city lord stood, smiling.
If I can consume this shadow, I will gain all its abilities and memories, far superior to an ordinary shadow. Surveying the carnage, he frowned. 3 silver-ranked beast tamers dead. This shadow is powerful.
We can't confront it head-on.
After a moment's thought, he continued, but the eldest son of the Li family is with them. He must be under the shadow's control.
Su Xiannu marrying into the Li family was likely a cover. Inform the Li family and let them find the two. We'll act afterward.
Yes, my lord. The group departed, only to encounter the Li family's great elder en route back to Luyuan City.
Elder Li, you're just in time. Your family's eldest son has fled. My men couldn't catch him overnight. A commoner evading capture?
Elder Li asked incredulously. It's not as you think, the city lord replied slyly. He's been hiding his abilities. He's a beast tamer. How else could he kill your family's prodigy, Li Xiao? Outraged, Elder Li vowed to report this to the family head. However, to the city lord's surprise, Elder Li didn't pursue Li Xian but returned home instead. Elder Li, aren't you going to chase them? The city lord asked, puzzled.
Chase what? Who knows where they've gone?
Elder Li replied dismissively, leaving with his men. The city lord couldn't fathom why, but for Elder Li, returning with a report was enough. Li Xiao was the family head's son, the potential future leader of the Li family. With him dead, the next successor was uncertain. Elder Li's grandson, a newly awakened third-stage beast tamer, was now the leading candidate. Though only 6 years old, with proper nurturing, he was promising. Why would Elder Li risk bringing Li Xian back? Both were the family head's sons, and with one dead, the head wouldn't kill his remaining son, especially now that Li Xian was a beast tamer. Bringing him back might jeopardize his grandson's future. Therefore, Elder Li planned to exaggerate Li Xian's misdeeds to sway the family head against him, paving the way for his grandson.
Meanwhile, Li Xian and Su Xiannu reached another city.
With no internet or phone services, being hundreds of miles away was enough to avoid recognition. Wife, let's rest here for a day before moving on, Li Xian suggested, exhausted. After settling into an inn, he enjoyed a refreshing bath, having barely rested in days.
He and Su Xiannu retired early, the town crier's voice marking the third watch of the night.
In the dark, Su Xiannu suddenly awoke, her eyes glowing faintly green. She sat up quietly, observing the sleeping Li Xian beside her. Opening her mouth slightly, a wisp of white smoke drifted from her mouth, merging with Li Xian's breathing. Afterward, Su Xiannu dressed and slipped out into the night. Her pale green eyes seemed to pierce the darkness, navigating obstacles with ease. Quietly opening the window, she floated out silently. Not far from the inn, Su Xiannu silently floated into a dark building through an open window. Inside, it was pitch black, seemingly empty, but as she entered, a ghostly voice resonated, "Greetings, leader." The voice from Su Xiannu, normally warm and gentle, now held an eerie chill as she responded, "Luyuan City's lord, under MOC's Eagle Claw faction, greets you." In the dark room, a shadowy figure appeared to flicker in and out of existence. Upon hearing Su Xiannu's voice, it shuddered slightly before a deep voice replied, "The Su family was careless.
Whoever is responsible should atone with their life."
I acknowledge my mistakes, Su Xiannu said, and strangely, the room seemed to hold more than one presence. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of swordlight flickered, and a head rolled to the ground before dissipating into black smoke. We thought he was just a regular person, someone whose identity we could use to remain hidden. But it turns out he has secrets of his own, Su Xiannu mused, casting a glance toward the inn with a mysterious smile.
The Howling Moon's silver wolf, if I'm not mistaken, is an ancient beast.
And the one who healed me, the humanoid angel, and that massive minotaur exuding shadow energy, they're all likely ancient beasts, she continued. Leader, based on your descriptions in our records, the humanoid angel might be an ancient evil from the era of Light's zenith, while the shadow energy minotaur could be the ancient shadow demon bull, a shadow in the room suggested. Oh, 3 ancient beast souls, Su Xiannu's eyes gleamed with intrigue.
My husband is indeed fascinating. The shadow spoke again. If we could harness these 3 ancient beast souls for our use, would you have me eliminate him?
Su Xiannu turned slightly, her eyes flashing, and the shadow in the corner bowed deeply.
I dare not, it replied.
He discovered the magic within me and wants to take me back to the Su family, likely to inquire about my condition.
This shows he cares for me, Su Xiannu pondered.
But this can't be hidden forever, so the Su family must perish.
Moreover, the shadow demon bull might know about me, yet it remains silent. What are its intentions? Could it truly have fallen for me? Human emotions are so laughable.
With a sigh, Su Xiannu instructed, the time is nearing for the morning glory lures the butterfly plan. I want all the sects of Daxia to come forth and support the borders. When the shadow consumes their memories, obtaining the secrets of 1,000 sects will be within reach. Yes, came the reply, and the room fell silent once more. Su Xiannu ghosted out the window, returning to the inn and lying silently beside the sleeping Li Xian. The next morning, Li Xian stretched luxuriously. What a great sleep, he remarked. Beside him, Su Xiannu rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened them slowly. Did you sleep well, husband? After so many exhausting days, last night was a blessing, Li Xian replied, noting no suspicion in Su Xiannu's demeanor as she playfully held out her arms. Lift me up, she requested. Why get up? Li Xian teased, the best workouts are done in the morning, right here in bed, he added mischievously, leaning over her. Oh, is there such a magical exercise, husband? Do tell, Su Xiannu asked with an innocent curiosity. Looking into her eyes, Li Xian thought, if only you didn't know about the magic within you, if only you really were just the Su family's ordinary daughter. He sighed inwardly, if that were true, I'd do anything to ensure your happiness and safety. Husband, what are you thinking? You haven't answered me, Su Xiannu interrupted his thoughts. My method will leave you weak in the knees, very excited, Li Xian finally said, watching her blush. Husband, you meanie, she whispered, playfully hitting his chest. Yet in a few days, my monthly cycle is due. If it doesn't come, then. What? Li Xian asked, confused by her words. Ah, silly, my period, Su Xiannu clarified, watching Li Xian's brief panic turn to relief. If there's a child, we'll find a peaceful place to live out our days, Li Xian assured her, seeing the hope in her eyes and choosing to forgive her hidden secrets. After an hour-long exercise, they heard a knock at the door. Guest, your stay is ending. Will you extend it? Asked the innkeeper. No, prepare us some lunch. We'll leave after eating, Li Xian replied. As they dressed, Li Xian noticed a small black sun-like mark on Su Xiannu's chest. It was something he hadn't seen before, likely hidden in the dim light of their previous nights. He chose not to mention it then, planning to investigate later. Downstairs, they settled by a window to eat. The inn was bustling, many patrons wearing matching uniforms from an organization. Who are these people? Li Xian wondered aloud. Maybe a large beast-taming sect, Su Xiannu speculated, resting her chin in her hand. The Su family had dealings with such sects, and they dressed like this. Li Xian nodded, curious. But aren't such sects usually reclusive, focused on their training? Why are they suddenly appearing? We can listen to their conversations, Su Xiannu suggested, playfully cupping her ear. Huju Pass has fallen, the great continent's lions are at the gates, and bandits are causing chaos.
This mission is complex, one person said.
Yes, but the rewards are tenfold, another replied. I heard 1,000 sects have formed an alliance for this, someone added.
As citizens of Daxia, we must unite, came the reply.
Li Xian listened, understanding the gravity of the situation. So, even the beast-taming sects are mobilizing, he mused.
Husband, don't you want to achieve something great in these turbulent times? Su Xiannu asked. The Daxia royal family hasn't moved, it's not chaos yet, Li Xian said, shaking his head.
But even within Daxia, there are threats from all sides, Su Xiannu noted astutely, surprising Li Xian with her insight.
What would you do, he asked, pretending ignorance. Joining the royal family is fast but risky.
Joining a sect is another option, but it's difficult, Su Xiannu suggested, her eyes twinkling with thought.
My father mentioned that Daxia's beast-taming sects are categorized into 3 levels. They have strict entry requirements, needing at least a 3rd-level beast power to join.
Once in, they help find and capture suitable beast souls, essential for their unique beast techniques, Su Xiannu explained.
Li Xian chuckled bitterly, how come I feel like even you are more knowledgeable than me? I really have no understanding of such matters.
I only know because my father mentioned it occasionally, Su Xiannu explained. The two of them rested for a while in the rundown temple before preparing to set off again.
Their next destination was Beast King Ridge.
Due to the turmoil at Hujugwan, Beast King Ridge, a fortress behind it, had become chaotic. Many sect members and righteous warriors were heading there to provide support. It was a place of constant conflict, where ancient beasts in the beast prison needed energy to recover, and where they hoped to gather more beast souls. Just then, they heard the sound of chaotic footsteps outside the temple. Li Xian immediately stood up to check, and his expression changed upon seeing the approaching group. He hadn't expected them to follow so quickly.
Wife, hide behind the statue.
I'll deal with these people, and then we'll leave, Li Xian said, quickly turning to hide Su Xiannu behind the statue. As the group arrived outside the temple, Li Xian stepped out to confront them. There he is, a man dressed differently from the other sect members pointed at Li Xian.
And there's a woman inside the temple.
It seemed this person was a bystander from earlier, possibly from another sect.
The group totaled 12, and Li Xian noticed one of them was a golden beast tamer.
So, it was you who killed my Tiger Roar sect disciples, the middle-aged man, the golden beast tamer, said, making Li Xian wary. What nonsense Tiger Roar sect?
They insulted my wife and me, throwing their weight around. Are we supposed to sit back and be humiliated?
Li Xian retorted fearlessly. You killed my Tiger Roar sect disciples recklessly. Capture him and take him back to the sect for interrogation, the leader ordered.
In an instant, the group surged forward, surrounding Li Xian.
Li Xian knew how difficult sect disciples were to deal with. They possessed various beast techniques, which could cleverly and powerfully channel beast power, making it challenging for Li Xian. He wished he could master more beast techniques. The group closed in, while the golden beast tamer stood aside, observing coldly. Li Xian licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Not bad, devouring you might boost the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's recovery to 20%. Come forth, Howling Moon Silver Wolf, he called. With a howl, a massive white wolf, 7 to 8 meters long, appeared before everyone. The group staggered back in disbelief. What kind of beast soul is this? How can it be so large? Is it an ice wind wolf? But it doesn't seem right. Ice wind wolves aren't this big, and they don't emit such an aura. The group pointed and whispered about the gigantic wolf, momentarily forgetting to attack. Seeing this, Li Xian smirked coldly. In an instant, he swung his arms, and the wolf's claws moved in tandem. Within moments, 2 heads rolled to the ground. Using the beast soul to unleash soul techniques was 10 times more powerful than when Li Xian did it himself. The massive Howling Moon Silver Wolf's size didn't hinder its speed, rather, it accelerated with the swift step technique. The group felt a blur before their eyes, and by the time they reacted, they were already down.
The golden beast tamer, reacting first, let out a tiger's roar.
A battle tiger's shadow emerged behind him, solidifying and merging with his body. This was the golden beast tamer's unique ability, the fusion of human and beast. A beast tamer who merges with a beast soul can unleash its full power, and their beast techniques are 100 times stronger than normal. Li Xian quickly dispatched the others, leaving only the golden beast tamer standing. The golden beast tamer looked around, shocked that his disciples had been killed so swiftly, something even he couldn't have achieved in such a short time. Who is this person? When did our tiger roar sect defend such a formidable figure? The golden beast tamer thought gravely. At that moment, Li Xian's voice called out from the golden beast tamer's right front. Turning, the golden beast tamer saw Li Xian watching him with a mischievous smile. But just then, the golden beast tamer sensed movement behind him. Years of battle experience told him to dodge without hesitation. Merging with the battle tiger, he was filled with immense power, leaping 3 meters away. The massive howling moon silver wolf lunged but missed. Li Xian felt a pang of regret. His newly learned feint had failed against such an experienced opponent. The golden beast tamer, startled but also enraged, stomped the ground with explosive power and charged at Li Xian like a meteor. Battle Tiger Leap. The Tiger Roar sect specialized in taming tiger-type beast souls, allowing them to use a unified set of beast techniques. This was the sect's strength. The fusion of human and beast eliminated many beast tamers' weaknesses, such as the vulnerability when their beast soul was not within them. The golden beast tamer knew the weakness of silver beast tamers like Li Xian. While they could let their beast soul fight separately, they were unprotected themselves. Killing the beast tamer would end the battle. Li Xian faced such a formidable opponent for the first time, realizing the true power of a golden beast tamer. Previously, he thought he might match his golden beast tamer father, Li Zhan, but now he understood the gap. Return, howling moon silver wolf, Li Xian commanded calmly, standing his ground. Instantly, the wolf vanished, re-entering his body as the battle tiger's leap struck, absorbed by the wolf's shadow. Yet, Li Xian was sent flying several meters back. So strong, Li Xian marveled at the attack's power. Just then, the howling moon silver wolf spoke in his mind. Master, without a soul technique, relying on my power alone to win is difficult. I've absorbed enough energy from those people to reach 19% recovery. Just a bit more, and I can reach 20%, unlocking my soul's innate technique. Innate soul technique? Li Xian felt a chill, sensing it was a formidable ability. Just a little more? Li Xian was in a bind. The herbs he got from Su Xiannu were all used to revive the Shadow Bull demon. He had nothing left to convert into energy. Just then, he noticed Su Xiannu peeking cautiously from the temple doorway, watching his battle. Using swift step, Li Xian and the howling moon silver wolf reached the temple entrance in a flash. Xiannu, do you have any energy-containing treasures left? No, I gave you all the herbs I had, Su Xiannu replied, not understanding Li Xian's intention. Li Xian sighed, but then he noticed the bodies of the fallen enemies nearby. Li Xian noticed that one of the fallen individuals was wearing a storage ring. Anyone who can afford to wear such a ring must have some treasures, Li Xian thought to himself. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, keep that guy occupied. I'll go get the storage ring, he instructed. As soon as he spoke, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf leaped out, charging at the golden beast tamer. Li Xian sprinted towards the fallen enemy, wasting no time. However, when he reached the man's side, he struggled to remove the ring from the finger. Damn it! Li Xian cursed, pulling out a knife to cut off the finger. Ignoring the blood, he grabbed the ring and quickly probed its contents with his beast power. With a mental surge, the seal on the storage ring shattered, revealing its contents to Li Xian's mind. Among the items, he sensed those with energy. He extracted an unknown herb of unspecified age, summoning the Howling Moon Silver Wolf back to absorb it. Quickly absorb this, Li Xian urged. The herb transformed into pure energy, entering the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. As the recovery percentage ticked up to 20%, Li Xian sighed in relief. Ah, it was a 500-year herb, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf remarked. The further we go, the harder it is to recover, requiring more energy. At that moment, the golden beast tamer launched another attack. But then, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's shadow behind Li Xian roared skyward. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, innate beast technique, moonlit werewolf. As the roar subsided, the previously 7 to 8 meter long wolf stood upright like a human, towering over Li Xian protectively. Li Xian could clearly feel a significant boost in the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's strength, which also transferred to him through their bond.
Master, you're lacking in beast techniques. I'll share some of my combat experience with you.
Use it as you see fit, and you can unleash power rivaling that of a golden beast tamer, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf communicated.
Li Xian received an influx of battle techniques from the wolf, widening his eyes.
These are techniques, he thought, astonished by the ferocity and rawness more akin to a wild beast's relentless assault. With the golden beast tamer charging, Li Xian embraced the beast soul's power, his hands forming claws as he rushed forward. In mid-air, he grappled with the opponent, both tumbling to the ground. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, using its innate technique, dominated with its ancient beast lineage, overpowering the opponent. With each savage bite, it devoured the golden beast tamer's battle tiger soul, converting it into energy. Covered in blood, Li Xian looked at the defeated golden beast tamer, now a heap on the ground. He took the storage ring and hurried back to Su Xiannu. It's over, Xiannu, Li Xian sighed in relief, glancing at the battlefield littered with bodies. He urged Su Xiannu to leave quickly, his energy too depleted to continue fighting. Without the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's innate technique, he might not have survived. They ran for miles until Li Xian collapsed from exhaustion.
Husband! Husband!
Su Xiannu called, but Li Xian's eyelids were too heavy, and he soon fell unconscious, his body overwhelmed by the energy drain. As his body went limp, Su Xiannu's worried expression vanished, replaced by a greedy smile.
Her delicate hands traced Li Xian's face. My dear husband, forgive me.
Your powerful ancient beast soul is too tempting for me. Would you sacrifice it to help your wife achieve greatness? She murmured. But just as she prepared to act, a shadow descended from the sky, landing before her. Su Xiannu's face twisted in anger.
Who dares to approach me in broad daylight?
The shadow trembled and quickly explained, Leader, the Daxia Demon Suppression Division knows your identity. He coughed up black blood but continued, one of our people was captured.
They devoured his memory and learned about you. Damn the Demon Suppression Division. Su Xiannu snapped, letting the matter drop.
She gently placed Li Xian on a large rock.
Glancing between him and the shadow, she said, your current body can't be used anymore.
Head 10 miles south, you'll find the bodies of dozens of Tiger Howl sect disciples.
Pick one to use and stay hidden for now.
Yes, the shadow agreed, leaping southward. After he left, Su Xiannu returned to Li Xian's side. I could absorb your memory and power, but you're not yet strong enough to stand alone. If you can grow quickly to serve my needs, perhaps you'll be useful against the Demon Suppression Division, she pondered, smiling softly as she caressed his face. My dear husband, grow strong and protect your wife.
Rest well.
When you wake, I'll have a surprise for you, she whispered. As night fell, Li Xian awoke, his head resting on Su Xiannu's lap beside a warm fire. The soothing scent was familiar, comforting.
Sensing his movement, Su Xiannu gently called, Husband, you're awake.
In the firelight, seeing her teary eyes, Li Xian wiped away her tears.
Why are you crying?
Your husband is fine, just exhausted. I was so scared when you didn't wake up, Su Xiannu sobbed.
It's so dark here.
I barely managed to start a fire.
I was so worried.
All right, I'm awake now, Li Xian reassured, patting her back and stroking her hair.
After a moment, Su Xiannu sat up. Don't do that again.
If you can't win, just run.
There's no need to fight to the end.
All right, I'll listen to my wife, Li Xian said, nodding with a smile as he looked at Su Xiannu, who stood with her hands on her hips, playfully pretending to scold him.
However, as Li Xian recalled the battle, he couldn't help but sigh, I just haven't mastered enough beast techniques. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult. Beast techniques? What's that? Su Xiannu asked curiously.
It's a type of combat skill used in conjunction with a beast soul, Li Xian explained.
Is it these?
Su Xiannu asked, looking puzzled as she pulled out 3 books from her storage ring. Li Xian took them, intrigued, and upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up.
These are beast techniques.
He looked up at Su Xiannu in disbelief.
Where did you get these?
Before we left, I found them in my father's room, Su Xiannu replied.
So these are beast techniques? Can they help you?
Let me see, Li Xian said, flipping through the pages. Beast techniques are cultivated according to the type of beast soul a beast tamer has. With the right beast soul and technique, you can unleash tremendous power.
Li Xian was startled. This is a mid-grade mystic beast technique. How does a third-rate family like yours have such a thing?
Su Xiannu feigned surprise, though she was inwardly relieved.
I never imagined you'd be so impressed by this.
Good thing I didn't take out the earth-grade ones, or you'd really be suspicious. Wind and Thunder 3 strikes, Li Xian read, captivated by the technique. After a while, he exclaimed, it's profound. This technique, combined with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's soul, could be incredibly powerful due to its ancient beast lineage.
Xiannu, you're my lucky star. Li Xian gleefully hugged Su Xiannu, planting playful kisses on her. Stop it, your kisses are all over me. Su Xiannu laughed, trying to push him away. Afterward, Li Xian picked up the second book. Upon opening it, he exclaimed again, another mystic grade technique. Mystic lower grade, Thunder Sprint Beast Force Chart. What a strange name.
What's it for? He read through it, then howled with excitement. This technique is for recovering beast power. I was worried about running out of energy during battle. If reinforcements had come, I would have been in trouble. But this technique helps restore beast power mid-battle, so the more intense the fight, the more power it restores. It's like refueling a plane mid-flight, extending my endurance. After calming down, Li Xian hugged Su Xiannu again, expressing his joy. Finally, he opened the last book, and his eyes widened as it fell from his hands.
An Earth-grade lower beast technique? Even the Linyun City Li family doesn't have Earth-grade techniques.
How does a third-rate family like yours possess this? He asked, incredulous.
Su Xiannu looked at him with feigned innocence and curiosity. Is it really that amazing?
Of course it is. Li Xian replied, realizing she might not know the significance. He thought perhaps Su Xiannu's family had a mysterious past or her father had undisclosed experiences, explaining such a powerful technique. He delved into the earth-grade lower beast technique, galloping horses, reading every word. After a long while, he took a deep breath, calming his excitement. This technique is suitable for a wide range of large beast souls. It creates numerous beast soul shadows that charge at enemies like a stampede, causing widespread damage. If used by something like a rhino or bull-type soul, its power is unimaginable. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf can use it effectively too, given its size.
But if the Shadow Bull Demon used it?
Li Xian realized these 3 beast techniques filled all his current gaps. Looking at Su Xiannu, he felt a surge of gratitude and affection. In Su Xiannu's eyes, Li Xian saw love and gratitude as well. They embraced, but Su Xiannu sighed inwardly, thinking, silly boy, I'm using you, yet you've truly fallen for me. With these techniques, Li Xian felt invincible. Yet, he wondered why the Tiger Howl sect hadn't pursued them further, not knowing Su Xiannu's subordinate had misled them by taking over a new host and directing the sect away. After eating some food from the storage ring, Su Xiannu fell asleep in Li Xian's arms, peacefully snuggling close. Li Xian laid out a thick layer of clothes on the large rock to make a more comfortable bed, then covered Su Xiannu with some extra garments to keep her warm. The fire crackled gently, and the occasional pop of burning wood punctuated the quiet night. Under the flickering firelight, Li Xian focused intently on studying the 3 beast techniques. The next morning, Li Xian rubbed his sleepy eyes and found Su Xiannu still curled up against him like a contented kitten. As he stirred, Su Xiannu also awoke, and they noticed the fire had died down, leaving only smoldering ashes and wisps of smoke. After tidying up their campsite, they washed up at a nearby riverbank and continued their journey. With a night's rest and the aid of the Thunder Sprint Beast Force chart, Li Xian had fully restored his beast power and even increased his reserves. Meanwhile, far away in Linyun City, a group of mysterious figures in black robes, embroidered with majestic chilans, arrived at the Li family estate. Riding tall war horses, they stopped at the entrance, where the guards, seeing such an intimidating group, quickly approached to inquire. "Stand aside, we're with the Demon Suppression Division," the leader said, flashing a badge and pushing past the guards. The news of their arrival quickly reached the Li family, and Li Zhan, along with the elders, hurried to greet them. Before they reached the entrance, the Demon Suppression Division members had already stormed inside. "Honorable sirs, we didn't expect your visit," Li Zhan greeted them nervously, stepping aside to lead them into the hall. The leader of the group, a sword-bearing enforcer, wasted no time. "The venomous woman of the Su family in Luyuan City, is she married into your Li family?" he asked coldly. Li Zhan hesitated momentarily before realization dawned. "Yes, she married my wayward son, Li Xian." "But—" "Bring them here," the enforcer interrupted sharply. Li Zhan, recognizing the authority of the sword-bearing enforcer, paled. The hierarchy in the Demon Suppression Division was clear. The sword-bearer was a high-ranking official, followed by knife-bearers, the backbone of the division, and finally the lowest rank, the scribe. Even the lowest rank wielded enough power to intimidate any family. "Honorable sirs, you must understand, my son, Li Xian, was my eldest, but he failed to awaken his beast power during his coming-of-age ceremony. As per family law, he was betrothed to the Su family's daughter and sent to Yongnan County to manage our business. However, he got into a conflict with his brother and killed him. We've been searching for him ever since," Li Zhan explained, both angry and fearful. The enforcer listened with skepticism but seemed partially convinced. "Do you understand the consequences of deceiving the Demon Suppression Division?" "Yes, I do," Li Zhan quickly assured. "I wouldn't dare hide anything from you." With a dismissive snort, the enforcer led his team out. Just as they exited the Li family gates, the city lord of Linyun rushed over to greet them. However, the enforcer merely glanced at him before walking past, ignoring him completely. The city lord, caught off guard, turned to Li Zhan after the visitors had left. "What does the Demon Suppression Division want here?" "They're after my wayward son." "I fear he's caused trouble outside," Li Zhan replied, flustered. "Li Zhan, make sure your family's business doesn't bring trouble to Linyun City," the city lord warned. "Or else, I won't let you off." Yes, of course," Li Zhan promised. "I'll announce to the world that my son is disowned and that our father-son relationship is severed." With a wave of his sleeve, the city lord departed. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression Division rode swiftly toward Luyuan City. On the city wall, the city lord watched them leave, muttering, "Even a sword-bearer from the Demon Suppression Division is involved. What has happened this time?" Just then, a guard rushed over with news. "We've received information. The third-rate Su family in Luyuan City, which was married into the Li family, was completely massacred a few days ago, all 120 members." "What? By whom?" the city lord demanded, alarmed. The guard lowered his voice. "It was the shadow demons." "Why would they come to Daxia?" "I thought they were eradicated by the Great Zhou 10 years ago," the city lord mused, shocked. One of his confidants, unfamiliar with the term, asked, "What are shadow demons?" "They're ancient, sinister creatures that can possess humans, gaining all their memories and abilities. No one knows their true form. They could be among us without us knowing," the city lord explained, glancing around warily. In Luyuan City, the Demon Suppression Division quickly arrived and settled in the city lord's mansion. They showed no signs of fatigue, immediately demanding a full account of recent events. Soon after the Su family was killed, Su Xiannu was seen leaving the next morning, they were informed. The enforcer pondered aloud, why wipe out an entire family? Were they discovered? The enforcer's mind raced, piecing together the puzzle but unable to find a clear reason. And where are they now? Reports indicate they stayed in Yuxie City last night. The Li family's eldest son clashed with the Tiger Howl sect, killed several members, and fled, they were told. Isn't Li Xian supposed to be a powerless hunter? The enforcer questioned. No, he was hiding his abilities. His beast soul is said to be over 1,000 years old, the Luyuan city lord clarified, still in disbelief.
Interesting, the enforcer chuckled. I suspect the Su family massacre was to prevent Li Xian from discovering their secret.
Understanding the shadow demon's methods, the enforcer quickly pieced together the events.
I'm curious if Li Xian knows Su Xiannu's true identity.
If he does, he's in grave danger. The enforcer knew the shadow demons would never allow their identity to be exposed.
They would kill anyone who discovered them, even their own host's family. It seems their destination is likely Beast King Ridge, the enforcer concluded, standing abruptly. Inform the Tiger Howl sect to intercept them there.
As they traveled closer to Beast King Ridge, Li Xian and Su Xiannu noticed the diversity of people, deserters, soldiers, sect members, all kinds were on the roads, each wary of the other. Li Xian had Su Xiannu wear a long robe and hat to conceal her face, minimizing unnecessary trouble.
Beast King Ridge was a strategic city, with Daxia's army stationed nearby for resupply.
It bordered the largest beast forest between two nations, a place of both opportunity and danger. The city of Beast King Ridge, situated at the edge of the vast beast forest, was bustling with mercenaries and travelers. Li Xian finally felt a sense of relief upon reaching this place. However, as he approached the city gate, he noticed a crowd gathered around a notice board. Curiosity piqued, he edged closer and stood on tiptoe to get a better view. His face fell when he saw a wanted poster plastered on the wall.
Can anyone read this? Read it out loud for everyone, someone in the crowd shouted.
A scholarly-looking young man squeezed through and began to read aloud.
It's a warrant from the Demon Suppression Division.
And this one is from the Tiger Howl sect, though they say much the same. Recently, the eldest son of the Li family in Linyun City, Li Xian, and his wife have been sighted at Beast King Ridge. Previously, Li Xian was wanted by the Li family for the malicious murder of his brother, Li Xiao, due to internal family conflicts. Now, the Demon Suppression Division has issued a warrant because Li Xian's wife, Su Xiannu, has been found associating closely with the enemy state of Great Zhou. A reward of 1,000 taels is offered for information, and 100,000 taels for their capture. It also states the Li family head, Li Zhan, has publicly disowned his son. As the young scholar finished reading, the crowd erupted in chatter.
The Li family is scared, obviously.
They're severing ties to avoid being implicated.
Of course. If the daughter-in-law is a traitor, it could mean execution for the whole family. How beautiful must this Su Xiannu be to make the Li family's eldest son chase after her so madly? You've got it wrong. Li Xian is notorious as a useless scoundrel. He failed to awaken his beast power for 10 years and wasn't favored by Li Zhan. After his coming-of-age ceremony failed, he was sent away to manage business.
When they left, his talented younger brother was killed by bandits. I bet the Li family is blaming Li Xian to wash their hands clean. The onlookers nodded in agreement, discussing the harshness of Li Zhan's actions.
Wouldn't you do the same? Sacrificing one son to save a family is what any sensible person would do. With such a big reward, capturing Li Xian and his wife should be easy money. Don't be naive. This is from the Demon Suppression Division. It's not that simple.
Li Xian grasped Su Xiannu's hand tightly, leading her away from the crowd.
The city was no longer safe for them.
As they left, he abruptly halted and turned to pretend to shop with Su Xiannu. A group of people, unmistakably from the Tiger Howl sect, passed by.
Li Xian had underestimated these sects' extensive networks.
News traveled fast among them. But what truly bothered him was the realization the warrant seemed more focused on Su Xiannu.
Could her secret be her ties to Great Zhou?
As Li Xian wrestled with these thoughts, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He turned to see a strong, burly young man who scrutinized him closely.
Is it really you, number 2? The man asked incredulously. Number 4.
Li Xian exclaimed, eyes widening.
What are you doing here? Don't you remember?
3 years ago, I said I was going to Tiger Juguan to make a name for myself, the man, Zhou Shan, replied.
Memories flooded back.
Years ago, Li Xian, Zhou Shan, and 2 others were infamous as the 4 bandits of Linyun, known for their notoriety. Zhou Shan was the son of the former city lord, exiled after killing a man in a dispute. Vowing to make it on his own, he ended up at Beast King Ridge, rising through the mercenary ranks to become a deputy leader.
What's going on with you? Zhou Shan asked, leading Li Xian and Su Xiannu into the city.
This isn't the place to talk. Zhou Shan was a straightforward and loyal friend, someone Li Xian trusted.
Su Xiannu, sensing Li Xian's confidence, relaxed slightly.
Thanks to Zhou Shan, they posed as his subordinates and easily passed through the guarded gate into the city, where a heavy atmosphere hung over everything. The streets were paved with large stones, scarred by the marks of battles.
People moved with grim determination, their faces devoid of joy.
People rushed past each other in the bustling streets, their heads down, moving swiftly without exchanging glances. Following Zhou Shan, Li Xian soon found himself in a residential area within the city, entering a large courtyard. Beast King Ridge, divided into 5 districts: mercenary, slum, commercial, administrative, and the affluent district for the wealthy and powerful, was a place of stark contrasts. On the Tianyuan continent, mercenaries held a status second only to sex, living on the edge with their lives constantly at risk. They were highly skilled, often hired by merchants for protection, or sent into the dangerous beast forests to gather precious herbs.
High risk meant high rewards.
Inside the courtyard, Li Xian saw a variety of sturdy mercenaries, most at the bronze beastmaster level, with a few silver beastmasters but hardly any gold ones.
This indicated Zhou Shan's mercenary group was of above-average strength. They entered a 3-story building, heading to the top floor. Zhou Shan locked the door behind them. What happened, old number 2? How did the wanted notice reach here? Zhou Shan asked, turning to face Li Xian.
Li Xian, still holding Su Xiannu's hand, tensed at Zhou Shan's actions.
Do you not trust me?
Zhou Shan snapped, seeing Li Xian's unease. It's just being cautious, Li Xian replied, relaxing slightly. The room was simply furnished with a bed, some tables, chairs, and a cabinet. Zhou Shan poured some tea for Li Xian, while he opened a bottle of wine.
What do you need me to do? Zhou Shan asked directly, not probing into the details of Li Xian's troubles.
I need to get to Great Zhou.
Is sister-in-law really from Great Zhou?
Zhou Shan asked, shocked, looking at the heavily wrapped Su Xiannu.
Do you really believe what's on that warrant? Her family was wrongfully accused and massacred. 120 people, gone.
If she hadn't married me, she'd have been silenced too, Li Xian explained.
And what about you? Did Uncle Li really cut ties with you? Did you really kill your brother, Li Xiao? Zhou Shan pressed. Li Xian hesitated, then nodded.
Regarding Su Xiannu, he could fabricate a reason, but he chose not to lie about himself to Zhou Shan, partly out of trust and partly to maintain credibility. Well, I guess I won't have to face those people anymore, Li Xian said bitterly, shaking his head. You know, I was never truly seen in that family. Zhou Shan patted Li Xian's shoulder.
Stay here with me, brother. We can make something of ourselves. People say you still haven't awakened your beast power. Is it true? Did you really kill someone from the Tiger Hall sect? Li Xian nodded.
I awakened my beast power by chance and absorbed a 500-year-old wolf beast soul.
I'm a silver beast master now. Really? Ha ha. I'm a silver beast master too.
Join our mercenary group, and we'll rise to greatness together, Zhou Shan exclaimed excitedly. A silver beast master was a valuable asset, highly sought after by mercenary groups.
But first, could you help us get new identities? Li Xian asked.
Of course. Beast King Ridge is chaotic, with all sorts of people coming through.
Getting new identities is easy for me.
Stay here, I'll be back soon, Zhou Shan assured, heading out. Thank you, brother, Li Xian said as Zhou Shan left. Once Zhou Shan was gone, Su Xiannu removed her mask and hat, snuggling into Li Xian's arms.
I'm scared. Don't worry.
Once we have new identities, we can blend in and be fine, Li Xian comforted her. But I don't trust your friend, Su Xiannu said seriously. People can change over 3 years.
What he's been through, you don't know.
And here, near the border and the chaotic beast forest, we're like walking 200,000 tail rewards. Li Xian's heart sank at her words.
Why had they run into Zhou Shan so conveniently at the city gate? And why had Zhou Shan recognized him so quickly, even though he was heavily disguised?
He had locked the door instinctively, as if expecting something.
Realizing the potential danger, Li Xian stood up and looked outside. The courtyard, once bustling with mercenaries, was now eerily empty. Damn it!
Li Xian cursed, trying the door, but it was locked.
We need to leave, now.
He pulled Su Xiannu to her feet, and with a swift kick, he broke down the door.
Outside, hundreds of people gathered at the courtyard entrance, watching them intently.
Among them, Zhou Shan pointed towards the building, speaking to others dressed in the Tiger Howl sect's attire.
Li Xian's expression darkened, his fist slamming into the wall.
He grabbed Su Xiannu, leaping from the third floor. As they landed, a phantom image of a howling silver wolf appeared beneath them, carrying them swiftly to the rooftop.
They're escaping. After them. Alert the gate guards, shouted the mercenaries below. The densely packed buildings of the mercenary district provided cover, and the howling silver wolf leaped across rooftops, evading the pursuers.
Yet, behind them, dozens mounted on tiger beast souls followed closely, with several flying beast souls approaching swiftly, unhindered by obstacles. The other beasts couldn't keep up with the speed of the howling silver wolf. Li Xian remembered the path they took upon entering and dashed towards the city gate, knowing that if they alerted the more powerful figures in Beast King Ridge, escape would be impossible.
He had to retrace his steps to get out.
The broad streets of Beast King Ridge were chaotic as the massive howling silver wolf charged through, knocking pedestrians aside. Just as they neared the city gate, Li Xian saw the guards moving to close it.
The howling silver wolf accelerated, and Li Xian urged it on.
A gust of wind, Li Xian shouted, activating its gale step. The howling silver wolf's speed rivaled that of a car going 180 miles per hour. They were almost at the gate when dozens of guards with spears rushed forward.
Jump! Li Xian commanded, unwilling to stop and fight.
The howling silver wolf leaped, soaring over the guards and landing at the gate. The gate was nearly shut, with just enough space for a person to slip through. Li Xian released Su Xiannu, instructing her to hold tightly to the howling silver wolf. He then stepped off its head, jumping down himself. There were only 3 guards managing the gate. Li Xian struck swiftly with the beast technique, Wind and Thunder 3 slash, slicing through the guards' necks in a flash of motion. He then pushed the gate open with force. But as the gate swung open, Li Xian's face fell. Outside stood over 100 guards, ready and waiting. Looking back, Zhou Shan and his mercenaries, along with members of the Tiger Howl sect, were closing in. Li Xian shut the gate forcefully, turning to face Zhou Shan with a cold demeanor.
Zhou Shan, 3 years have changed you a lot. Old number 2, surrender.
You can't escape, Zhou Shan urged.
Hand over the woman, and I can ensure your life is spared.
Yes, you've changed, become a lapdog, Li Xian retorted. Selling me out for 20,000. It's not about the money, Zhou Shan replied. I need to capture her for a promotion in the Demon Suppression Division.
Help me out, won't you?
So that's it, Li Xian realized.
20,000 and a promotion.
Come and take them if you can, he spat, pointing to Su Xiannu beside him. Brothers from the Tiger Howl sect, Zhou Shan called, capture him, and the 20,000 is yours.
The woman is mine. The Tiger Howl sect members moved to encircle Li Xian.
Trapped at the gate, with the only way out blocked, Li Xian knew he had to fight.
Zhou Shan, after today, we're no longer brothers.
Next time, it will be with swords, Li Xian declared, recalling the howling silver wolf.
Everyone froze, puzzled by Li Xian's move. Was he surrendering?
Even Su Xiannu was taken aback, fearing he might hand her over. But Li Xian's actions soon made it clear he would never abandon her. A massive black bull beast soul, the shadow bull demon, materialized behind him, its size nearly filling the gate.
The onlookers gasped at the sight.
So big, so dark, so long. They stammered, describing the bull's size, color, and horns. Li Xian, holding Su Xiannu, leaped onto the shadow bull demon, looking down at Zhou Shan.
You've changed, and so have I.
You're no longer the honest Zhou Shan, and I'm no longer a waste.
With a shout of stampede,
Li Xian unleashed the Shadow Bull demons, their massive forms crushing the gate and charging through the guards outside, leaving chaos in their wake.
Li Xian rode the Shadow Bull demon out of the ruins, disappearing into the distance. He has more than one beast soul, someone exclaimed. I thought the wolf was his limit, but the bull is even more terrifying.
No wonder he killed a golden beast master from the Tiger Howl sect, another added.
Zhou Shan's eyes widened. He killed a golden beast master?
Yes, conservatively, he's nearly reached the golden beast master level, a member of the Tiger Howl sect noted.
Zhou Shan erupted in anger. Why wasn't I informed sooner?
If I'd known, I'd have waited for the Demon Suppression Division.
Meanwhile, at a fork in the road outside Beast King Ridge, a group on black warhorses approached. The leader, a straight sword guard of the Demon Suppression Division, demanded, "What happened here?"
Zhou Shan hurried out, kneeling. Zhou Shan of the Beast King mercenary group, reporting to the sword guard. Where's Li Xian? The sword guard asked coldly. They escaped just moments ago, Zhou Shan admitted, fearfully.
Useless.
Then pursue them, the sword guard barked. Zhou Shan led the chase, with the Demon Suppression Division close behind and the Tiger Howl sect following. They're heading towards the Beast Forest, Zhou Shan reported during the pursuit. The Shadow Bull demon is likely related to Su Xiannu, the sword guard speculated. Li Xian must know her identity, it seems she's given him great power, which is why he's protecting her. Along the way, mercenaries help track Li Xian's movements.
They don't understand the Beast Forest.
That path leads to a dead end, two borders cliff, Zhou Shan excitedly informed.
The group spread out in a semicircle, closing in on two borders cliff. Li Xian and Su Xiannu reached the cliff's edge, staring into the abyss. Li Xian's expression darkened.
This way, he insisted, but it was another sheer drop.
Two borders cliff was an oval-shaped precipice.
As the pursuers closed in, Li Xian peered over the edge, finding nothing but a terrifying, bottomless drop.
No one knew what lay below the cliff's edge.
Looking forward, Li Xian saw another cliff face across the way, but the gap between them was several dozen meters, a distance too far even for the howling silver wolf to jump.
Then it struck him. The Lightbringer emissary, with its 4 wings, could fly.
Flying beast souls could carry their beast masters across distances like this. With the Lightbringer emissary, he could carry himself and Su Xiannu across the chasm to the other side, where they would be safe from the Demon Suppression Division. Just as Li Xian was about to summon the Lightbringer emissary, Su Xiannu grabbed his arm. "Wait," she said. Li Xian stopped and followed her gaze.
The Demon Suppression Division had appeared in view, methodically closing in.
Their leader, wearing a black Qilin robe, coldly tossed someone in front of them. "Su Xiannu, do you recognize this person?" he asked, pointing to the figure on the ground, a girl no older than 14 or 15. "Xiao Xiao," Su Xiannu said coldly, naming the girl. Li Xian felt a profound change within Su Xiannu, a transformation he had never witnessed before. "You think you can escape?" the sword guard smirked.
"Do you know this girl? Should I introduce her?"
"Xiao Xiao Xiao, the young princess of the great Xiao royal family. But in truth, she's your kin, a fellow shadow phantom."
"Shadow phantoms have no true form and must inhabit human bodies to survive."
"You and she were once part of the same shadow entity. I never imagined your sister would inhabit the young princess of the great Xiao royal family. If not for our timely discovery, the consequences for the royal family would have been dire," the sword guard continued. "Your kind, the shadow phantoms, absorb memories, but we of the Demon Suppression Division have developed the soul capture technique. We extracted all knowledge of your kind from Xiao Xiao's mind, including information about you, Su Xiannu, leader of the shadow phantoms." Li Xian froze, his grip on Su Xiannu's hand loosening. Su Xiannu seemed unfazed by his reaction, her eyes emotionlessly fixed on Xiao Xiao Xiao.
"What do you want?"
Su Xiannu spoke, her voice now an eerie echo, devoid of the playful charm she once had. "Nothing much, just letting you know you have no bargaining power," the sword guard sneered, stepping forward to press Xiao 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 underfoot. "You shadow phantoms won't die easily, and you won't escape. 10 years ago, you were struck by the soul binding nail, reducing your power to that of a platinum beastmaster. Alone,
I can capture you. Platinum Beastmaster, and even then, not at full strength. What had Su Xiannu's power been at its peak? Li Xian's eyes remained glued to Su Xiannu, the revelations from the Demon Suppression Division shattering his understanding of her. He had known she had secrets, but her true origins were beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Su Xiannu laughed. Decades of struggle, but you think you understand the shadow phantoms? You know nothing. You think capturing her will make me surrender?
Xiao Xiao, end your life, she commanded. But Xia Xiao shook her head sadly.
Sister, they bound me with the soul binding nail. I can't even take my own life.
Then rest in peace, Su Xiannu said, raising her hand to strike. Before she could act, a large hand gently caught hers. Startled, Su Xiannu turned to see Li Xian smiling softly. Leave the fighting to us men, he said. Li Xian, Su Xiannu murmured, stunned. Gently, Li Xian pulled Su Xiannu behind him. Demon Suppression Division, he addressed the gathered men.
I'm her husband. You think you can take her without asking me?
A sword guard snickered.
You think you're something because the Shadow Phantom helped you awaken your beast power? You're nothing to us. Even your entirely family in Lingyun City is trash to the Demon Suppression Division. You're just a puppet, seduced by her. What right do you have to boast? Are you done? Li Xian asked calmly. You say the Li family is trash. I left them behind long ago. But I'm grateful they gave me Su Xiannu. From the moment she married me, I vowed to protect her with my life. I suspected something was different about her, but her extraordinary origins don't matter. Since marrying me, she has never harmed me. She's given me faith. Today, I'll stand with her, for better or worse. Su Xiannu stared at Li Xian's back, a tear escaping her eye. Her mind, filled with countless absorbed memories, felt chaotic. She couldn't distinguish whether her feelings were her own or those of the memories she held. No, it can't be real, she thought. Shadow phantoms don't feel. These are the emotions of the memories. Yet, why was she crying? For the first time, she felt a man's presence tower above her. Since gaining awareness, no man had ever commanded her admiration or respect. But now, this man of modest power, a silver beastmaster, was showing her what a real man should be. Applause broke out. The sword guard shook his head admiringly. Shadow Phantom, your methods are impressive. No need for consumption, mere appearance is enough to have someone die for you. True conquest of the heart is the most insane. But boy, you'll pay with your life for your pitiful, pathetic love, the sword guard sneered, and behind him appeared a massive golden mantis with twin blades, a 500-year soul beast, the soul-cleaving mantis. Li Xian, undaunted, summoned the phantom of the howling silver wolf to stand behind him, ready to fight. Save your sister, Li Xian's voice whispered in Su Xiannu's ear, snapping her back to reality. 1,000-year soul beast, the sword guard's eyes widened in surprise but quickly turned to pity. Too bad you're just a silver beast master. You can't wield its full power. If you were at my level, a platinum beastmaster, you might have been a match for me. But now, go to hell. With that, the sword guard leapt forward, merging with his soul-cleaving mantis in a display of golden beastmaster prowess. As he charged, two long swords appeared in his hands, sharp as the mantis's blades, poised to strike Li Xian. Facing a platinum beastmaster, Li Xian felt no fear, he had someone to protect. But then, a powerful force pulled him back, just as the sword guard's blades crashed down where he had stood. It was Su Xiannu, pulling him behind her with blinding speed. Too fast, Li Xian thought, realizing he would have been struck down before he could unleash his wind and thunder 3/. My husband, I'm grateful you stood by me even after learning who I am, Su Xiannu said gravely. But you're no match for him. As he said, I've been using you all along. To me, you're just a tool, a puppet. Don't be foolish. You have a beast soul that can fly. Leave now. Raising her head to face the sword guard, she declared, today, you all die. From behind Su Xiannu emerged a terrifying beast soul, like a demon from the abyss, crawling out of her. It was an enigmatic creature, shrouded in shadow magic, its true form indiscernible.
With a mere flick, Xiao Xiaoxiao was drawn from afar, landing before Li Xian. If you still have any affection for our bond, do me one last favor.
Take her away and never return, Su Xiannu said.
Looking at Xiao Xiaoxiao on the ground, Li Xian hesitated but eventually picked her up. The Lightbringer emissary soul beast appeared, radiant with golden light, its four wings unfurling.
The sight astonished the Demon Suppression Division and the Beast King mercenary group led by Zhou Shan. A wolf beast soul, a massive bull beast soul, and now a mysterious humanoid beast soul. What is this creature with wings? An angel? It's unheard of.
As Li Xian prepared to leave with Xiao Xiaoxiao, the Demon Suppression Division surged forward to stop him. But Su Xiannu's commanding shout unleashed a storm of shadow magic, scattering dozens of them. Only the Sword Guard and a few others managed to hold their ground. Seizing the moment, Li Xian leapt over the chasm with Xiao Xiaoxiao, heading for the distant continent. Mid-flight, he urged the Lightbringer emissary to heal the girl.
The soul-binding nail is embedded in her.
We can heal her external injuries, restoring her mobility, but we can't remove the nail. Do whatever you can, Li Xian instructed. Wrapped in golden light, Xiao Xiaoxiao's eyes met Li Xian's as the healing began.
She suddenly smiled. Are you my brother-in-law?
Li Xian paused at her question. Married officially, shared a bridal chamber, and now, life and death together.
What do you think? Reflecting on his words, Xiao Xiaoxiao said nothing more.
They reached the opposite cliff, where Li Xian set her down. Your wounds are healed, but the soul-binding nail remains beyond my help. You should leave quickly.
Aren't you coming?
Xiao Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled.
Leave? My wife is still there. How can I leave?
Li Xian chuckled, waving her off.
Go on, I've done what I promised your sister.
You'll die if you go back, Xiao Xiaoxiao warned, shocked. But Li Xian's only response was a determined back turn to her.
You'd die for her? She's strong, she'll be fine. Join me, you fool. We're shadow phantoms, you're human. Is it worth it?
Li Xian paused, turned slightly, and smiled.
Maybe if I left with you, I'd live. But I wouldn't be happy. In life, there must be something worth fighting for. I was aimless until I met your sister. With that, Li Xian returned to the cliff's edge and leapt back toward the battle. Xiao Xiaoxiao, about to speak, watched him disappear.
Live but not be happy, everyone needs something to fight for, she murmured, finally departing into the forest. On the cliff, Su Xiannu and the Sword Guard clashed in midair, both forced back, panting heavily. Around them lay the fallen members of the Beast King mercenary group and the Demon Suppression Division, decimated. Even the Tiger Howl sect watched from afar, wary of being caught in the chaos, yet poised to strike a fatal blow if given the chance. Leader of the Shadow Phantoms, even struck by the soul-binding nail, you reach Platinum Beastmaster levels. Truly unexpected, the Sword Guard admitted, shocked by the losses. But it ends here, he said, drawing 3 large black nails. Su Xiannu's eyes widened in horror. Soul-binding nails. My master warned me to use them only in dire need. But capturing the Shadow Phantom leader is worth it. The nails flew towards Su Xiannu. She unleashed her shadow magic, attempting to repel them, but the nails, designed to counter Shadow Phantoms, scattered her magic effortlessly. Seeing the abyss behind her, Su Xiannu prepared to jump, knowing the nails' impact would be fatal. In that crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky. The nails struck, embedding themselves in the figure. A scream tore through the air as Su Xiannu turned to see Li Xian, knees on the ground, arms supporting himself, crying out in agony. Husband, she whispered, her heart breaking. In that moment, Su Xiannu realized her tears, her sorrow, her love, they were her own, not the echoes of consumed memories. She had fallen for this man. Li Xian, she cried, pulling back her shadow beast soul. As footsteps faded, Li Xian closed his eyes again. The door opened, and light steps approached. The female teacher gently lifted his shirt, examining the wounds. I hope I didn't save a villain, she muttered, worried about the potential risk to the academy. This way, I'll regret it for the rest of my life, Li Xian thought to himself, sensing it was the perfect time to act.
He slowly opened his eyes. Seeing his eyelashes flutter, the female teacher's face lit up with relief.
Li Xian coughed softly, but the movement triggered the intense pain in his chest, and he let out a loud scream.
Ah! Don't move!
You're seriously injured, the female teacher exclaimed, hurriedly trying to calm him.
Where am I? Wait. Who am I?
I can't remember anything, Li Xian said, feigning confusion.
Seeing his bewildered expression, the teacher quickly asked, What's your name?
I was the one who saved you.
This is the Cloud Hidden Beast Master Academy in Dazhou.
I. Li Xian stammered, as if trying to recall his name.
What is my name?
You don't even know your own name? The teacher asked, surprised.
My name. What is it?
Li Xian continued to murmur, pretending to be in pain.
Ah, my head hurts.
Just then, the headmaster entered, having returned to discuss something with the teacher, only to witness the scene. What's happening? The headmaster asked. Headmaster, you're just in time. This child seems to have lost his memory, the teacher explained.
Soul-binding nails target the soul and mind. Given his severe injuries, it's a miracle he's even alive.
Memory loss is a minor issue, the headmaster reasoned, observing Li Xian's seemingly genuine confusion. Send someone to the Beast King city on the Dasha border to gather information about him. Understood, headmaster. You truly don't remember anything? The headmaster asked, scrutinizing Li Xian intently. Li Xian maintained his empty gaze.
Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? The headmaster sighed. It seems genuine.
Those 3 soul-binding nails pierced just between his vital organs, sparing his life. Whether it's luck or skill, we can't say.
Let him rest.
Assign someone to care for him. Afterward, Li Xian lay bedridden for over 2 weeks. Unable to move, he was tended to by a caretaker, a girl of about 16 or 17. Though initially embarrassed, Li Xian grew accustomed to her presence, realizing she saw him as an amnesiac, akin to a child. One day, the teacher returned. Li Xian had learned her name was Jin Ningjing, a widow of a Dazhou general who died on their wedding day, defending against an invasion. From now on, your name is Li Xingqian, she informed him. I am Li Xingqian, Li Xian repeated, accepting the alias.
Jin Ningjing left after ensuring he understood.
His caretaker, Xiao, cheerfully said, Li Xingqian, so that's your name.
If only you weren't so simple-minded, you'd be quite the catch.
Li Xian internally cringed, but kept his amnesiac facade. He overheard Xiao's musings about marriage and comparisons to married friends, inadvertently inflating his ego. Meanwhile, Jin Ningjing reported to the headmaster's office. Come in, the headmaster's authoritative voice called. The boy's identity is settled. He's now Li Xingqian, from our cloud-hidden city's sheltered area, a war veteran, she announced.
Good, the headmaster nodded. And what about his origins?
Our scouts returned from Beast King City in Dasha. His name is Li Xian, a wanted man, but not a notorious criminal.
Rumor has it he's accused of being a Dazhou agent. He and his wife were both wanted and vanished after jumping from a cliff.
We saved him, but his wife's whereabouts are unknown.
He's married? A Dazhou agent in Dasha, the headmaster pondered. Someone significant enough to be wanted by the Jinma division. Could he be a Dazhou royal envoy or from a prominent sect?
The headmaster's imagination ran wild, painting Li Xian as a potential asset, a link to powerful Dazhou factions. Take good care of him. If he regains his memory, our academy might benefit greatly.
Understood. To avoid complications, we'll keep using Li Xingqian.
The Jinma division will likely search for him, so it's best to maintain his cover. Unbeknownst to Li Xian, the headmaster's precautions effectively shielded him from the Jinma division's search, as they scoured for his body and sent agents into Dazhou. With his new identity as Li Xingqian, a war veteran, Li Xian remained safe, recovering quietly. About a month later, Li Xian could finally move about. Though still silent, he spent his days on the porch, observing the world outside, with Qiao often by his side. Since Li Xian regained mobility, he attempted to enter his beast ring, but to his shock, he found himself unable to do so. The 3 soul-binding nails within him had completely blocked his beast energy, leaving him as powerless as an ordinary person. The nails rendered him incapable of any action, including searching for Su Xiannu. Lunch is ready, Xiaoer's voice called from inside, pulling Li Xian back from his thoughts. Slowly, he stood up. After today, I'll be leaving, Xiaoer said as she served Li Xian his meal, her tone tinged with sadness. Now that you can move freely, I need to find another job. If only you couldn't move, I could stay and take care of you forever. Li Xian was speechless, baffled at her seemingly backward wish. He silently ate his meal while Xiaoer rested her chin in her hands, watching him intently. I heard there's a job opening for an animal caretaker at the academy. Maybe you could apply, Li Xian suggested between bites. Xiaoer's eyes widened in surprise. You're not dumb. You can talk. You're not mute. You seem to wish I was dumb, don't you? Li Xian teased. No, Xiaoer waved her hands defensively. I'm just amnesiac, not dumb. There's a difference, you know? Amnesia isn't the same as being dumb? Xiaoer muttered, seemingly confused by the distinction. Li Xian shook his head, sighing at her innocent naivety. After finishing his meal, Li Xian decided to take a stroll outside. Wait a moment, Xiaoer called out. Instructor Jin said I should accompany you wherever you go. Without fussing over the table, Xiaoer quickly followed him. It was Li Xian's first time stepping out of the courtyard, a small area located at the academy's rear. Beyond it lay the residences of the instructors. Is that Jin Ningjing's distant cousin? Someone whispered as Li Xian walked by. Seems so. I heard he was taken in because of a familial connection, and because of her late husband in the army, another voice replied. He lost his memory, doesn't even remember his own name. Isn't that the same as being dumb? Li Xian continued walking, slightly exasperated by the gossip equating amnesia with idiocy. After passing through the instructor's quarters, Li Xian reached the academy's teaching area, bustling with students chatting and laughing in groups. He wished to leave the academy for a bit, but Xiaoer stopped him. Instructor Jin said you're not allowed to leave. With no choice, Li Xian turned back, feeling a bit deflated. Upon returning, Jin Ningjing approached. Where have you two been? She asked, her shoulder-length hair slightly wavy, a light blue form-fitting robe accentuating her figure perfectly. Short boots added a touch of youthful allure to her mature presence. Seeing her, Li Xian smiled genuinely. Without Jin Ningjing, he might not have survived, and he felt a sincere gratitude towards her. Over the past month, she had shown him a sisterly care and warmth. Sister, Li Xian called out, the word bringing joy to Jin Ningjing. So well behaved, she chuckled, gently ruffling his hair. Xingqian, I'm here to discuss something with you. I'd like you to study at the academy. Would you be interested in learning beast mastery? Isn't beast mastery reliant on beast energy? Li Xian questioned. Did you forget? There are 2 types of beast masters, Jin Ningjing explained. One awakens beast energy and absorbs beast souls, becoming the most powerful beast masters. The other nurtures live beasts with care to command them in battle. Li Xian was intrigued. He hadn't heard of such a practice in Daxia. This is a combat method developed here in Dazhou, Jin Ningjing continued. We select gentle beasts for nurturing. Understanding dawned on Li Xian. Every nation had unique combat methods beyond basic beast mastery. Dazhou had its nurturing technique, while Daxia was famed for its firearms, deadly weapons controlled by the military, with their own elite units, the Jinma Division and the Qilin Guard. Even the neutral Dasang Kingdom had its distinct puppet techniques, crafting powerful constructs from wood and stone, or animating beast corpses, deterring conflict with Daxia and Dazhou. Jin Ningjing's offer to nurture a beast piqued Li Xian's curiosity. Sister, could Xiaoer join me? Xiaoer, who had been silently standing behind Li Xian, looked up in shock at his request. Jin Ningjing considered it briefly before asking, would you like to, Xiaoer? I can. Xiaoer stammered, excitement making her words tumble over each other.
Of course. If you're willing, you can join Xingchen.
But you'll still need to care for him.
Yes, I want to. Xiaoer nodded eagerly. Great.
I'll register both of you.
Tomorrow, head to the Beast District to receive your beasts and start classes.
Nurturing beasts is Dajo's specialty, with its own training methods, Jin Ningjing explained before leaving.
After she left, Xiaoer grabbed Li Xian's hand with glee. Thank you.
I never dreamed I'd get to become a beastmaster.
I can't wait to tell my family, they'll be so proud. The next day, Li Xian and Xiaoer arrived at the academy's designated area for nurturing beasts.
This vast expanse occupied nearly half of the academy's grounds, housing thousands of creatures. After registering their names, they proceeded to the section where beast cubs were distributed. Here, the variety was astonishing. Some creatures hatched from eggs, others were birthed live, representing every imaginable species. These beasts were specifically crossbred, mixing fierce traits with gentler bloodlines to ensure they retained their wild nature yet remained manageable. Many people were already selecting their cubs. The instructor explained, these are bird-type beast cubs, those are mammal types, and over there are aquatic ones. Choose your cub based on your instincts. You have 2/4 of an hour. Everyone quickly dispersed to find their desired cubs. Li Xian noticed that most people, especially the girls, picked cubs based on cuteness, while some boys opted for more ferocious creatures like young tigers, leopards, and wolves. As Li Xian wandered among the cubs, a small black snake suddenly slithered up his ankle. Before he knew it, the snake opened its mouth wide and bit his calf.
Ah!
Li Xian cried out, quickly rolling up his pants to find a 2-finger-length black snake latched onto his leg. The instructor rushed over, swiftly grabbing the snake and inspecting Li Xian's wound.
Fortunately, it's a cub, its venom isn't too potent, he said, applying an antidote powder to the bite.
You should rest.
The venom might make you dizzy and nauseous.
Come back to choose a beast later.
Wait, Li Xian interjected. I want this one. You want the one that bit you?
The instructor was surprised.
That might not bode well for future training. He bit me because he likes me. Why else would he ignore everyone else?
Li Xian replied with a grin.
Just let him go. He won't bite me again.
The instructor, though skeptical, released the snake into Li Xian's hand.
Surprisingly, the snake coiled gently in his palm without further incident.
Hey there, little guy, Li Xian said cheerfully, walking away. Earlier, he had heard a voice in his mind, Warden, the ancient beast spirit venomous python from cell number 99 greets you. It was indeed the massive black venomous python from the prison realm. With Li Xian's beast energy sealed by the soul binding nails, the creatures inside the beast realm, like the howling moon silver wolf and the bright holy envoy, had been anxious. They attempted to reach out to Li Xian but to no avail.
The bright holy envoy had devised a plan. The venomous python had powerful bloodline transmission abilities. By awakening it, Li Xian could communicate with snake-type beasts.
The howling moon silver wolf had transferred some of its restorative energy to the venomous python, reviving it, which in turn influenced the surrounding snake-type creatures, leading the small black snake to bite Li Xian.
Sitting quietly in the waiting area, Li Xian mentally reached out. How are you all doing? Is everything okay?
The small black snake in his hand raised its head, flicking its tongue at him, while the venomous python's voice echoed in his mind, Warden, I am using my bloodline to influence this black iron snake to communicate with you.
All creatures in the beast realm are well. What exactly happened to you? I was struck by 3 soul binding nails. My beast energy is sealed, and I can't enter the beast realm. Can you ask the others for a solution?
Inside the beast realm, the venomous python relayed Li Xian's situation to the other creatures.
However, none of them had heard of the soul binding nails. It's just a trick to seal beast energy, one suggested. Perhaps number 70 might know.
Cell number 70 appeared empty at first glance, but closer inspection revealed a tiny insect with a human-like face, its features eerily twisted.
This creature, a soul insect, fed on souls and manipulated minds, once a fearsome existence in ancient times.
The soul insect queen was imprisoned here. The venomous python informed Li Xian, Warden, the soul insect in cell number 70 knows how to counter the soul binding nails.
If it can be revived, it might help you. How can I revive it? Li Xian asked. Since you can't enter the beast realm, you can't directly transfer energy to us.
The only way is through me, but I'm still in a weakened state, sustained by energy from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. We're too far from cell number 70 to transfer energy directly. I need to be fully restored to revive the soul insect.
Fully restored? Li Xian's expression grew serious.
The Howling Moon Silver Wolf consumed countless rare herbs to reach just 20% recovery.
Restoring the venomous python fully will require unimaginable resources. Can't you retrieve Xian Nuan's ring from the beast realm?
The ring is outside the cells, we can't reach it, the venomous python replied.
Li Xian sighed with disappointment, though a glimmer of hope remained.
Warden, by feeding the black iron snake, I can directly absorb energy. Understanding the plan, Li Xian gently stroked the snake, concluding his conversation with the venomous python.
Meanwhile, others had finished selecting their beasts.
Xiaoer bounded over, clutching a cute white rabbit.
Li Xian couldn't fathom the utility of such a harmless creature as a battle beast. Are you planning to let it charm others to death on the battlefield? Xingqian, look at this little rabbit. Isn't it adorable? Xiaoer asked excitedly.
It's cute, sure, but don't you think it's not very useful?
Li Xian replied earnestly. This is your chance to make something of yourself. Choosing the right beast is crucial for your future.
Remember, the point of beast mastery is to fight, not to keep pets. Due to her impoverished background, Xiaoer had no choice but to work in servitude. Now, with Li Xian's help, she had the opportunity to attend the Beastmaster Academy and pursue the path of beast mastery. Such a golden opportunity was too precious to squander. But I don't think it's weak at all, Xiaoer said innocently, referring to her choice.
Look at its little legs, they can kick really hard. Li Xian could only roll his eyes in exasperation.
All right, you'll see for yourself, he thought. He had done all he could to help her, the rest was up to Xiaoer herself. Soon, everyone had selected their beasts, and under the instructor's guidance, they moved to a large classroom. Have you all chosen your beasts? The instructor asked.
Yes, came the unified response.
You can't awaken beast energy, so nurturing beasts is your only path.
If anyone has second thoughts about their choice, now's the time to reconsider. Once you establish a blood bond, there's no turning back.
Dazhou's way of beast mastery is about forming a bond with your beast to nurture a deep connection. That's the essence of our beast mastery. No one moved to reconsider, and the instructor nodded approvingly, calling each student up one by one. The blood bond process involved merging the blood of the beast master with that of the beast through a special method, then feeding it to the beast. Although there might not be any immediate feeling, the beast would develop a subtle dependency on the master. Li Xian extended his finger, and the instructor deftly extracted a drop of his blood, mixing it with the black iron snake's blood before feeding it to the snake. At that moment, Li Xian suddenly sensed a connection with the venomous python, perceiving its recovery status. The recovery rate had increased from 1% to 2% after establishing the link. Could my blood accelerate the recovery of the venomous python, he wondered.
Teacher, could I give the black iron snake more of my blood?
It might strengthen the connection, Li Xian suggested. Many have thought the same, but it doesn't work, the instructor replied with a faint smile. Undeterred, Li Xian sat back down but discreetly bit his finger, letting the black iron snake suck on it like a nursing infant. He felt his blood being absorbed into the snake's body, but to his disappointment, the venomous python's recovery did not increase further. It seemed the instructor was right. Li Xian withdrew his finger, but to his surprise, the black iron snake had visibly grown larger after consuming his blood.
Since the snake was a medium for the venomous python's recovery, its growth might directly impact the python's restoration.
With this in mind, Li Xian continued feeding the snake his blood. After a while, he felt lightheaded, as if he was being drained. Just as he was about to stop, the snake released his finger and fell into a deep sleep. I can't keep this up, it's going to drain me dry, he thought. I need to find a way for it to feed on others' blood, or even beast blood. Li Xian recalled the area where beasts were selected as a potential source. The instructor continued explaining the guidelines for beast masters and their beasts, such as not taking the beasts out of the academy while they were still cubs. All beasts had to be kept at the academy until they could be controlled safely, to prevent harm to people or the beasts themselves. After the class, the instructor led everyone to the nurturing area, where the beasts would be housed. Each student would have designated times to care for their beast, essential for building a bond in the early stages. This method of beast mastery required patience, with combat readiness taking anywhere from 3 to 5 years. Graduation depended on the depth of connection and bond with the beast. I can't leave the black iron snake here, I need it with me for the venomous python's recovery, Li Xian thought, feeling troubled. He sought out the instructor. Teacher, my beast is just the size of a palm. Can I keep it with me? He asked. No, it's against the rules. The black iron snake grows rapidly, in a few months, it could be several meters long. An adult black iron snake can reach dozens of meters and has immense constricting power. Keeping it with you would be dangerous. But it's already very obedient, Li Xian pleaded. How obedient? The instructor scoffed. You think you're some beastmaster prodigy? However, the instructor's disbelief turned to shock as Li Xian demonstrated. The black iron snake moved up and down his body on command, coiling around his neck and even slipping into his clothes. All right, little one, come out, Li Xian said, and the snake obediently returned to his hand. Teacher, I feel a strong bond with it. If it's confined here, it might sever our connection, Li Xian argued. This is incredible. It bit you, yet you have such a strong rapport, the instructor marveled. Wait here, your situation is unique. I need to report this to the academy. Okay, teacher, I'll wait, Li Xian replied. Establishing such a strong bond early on would greatly aid Li Xian in controlling the beast later. Crucially, Li Xian held the dominant position in their relationship. While some beastmasters treated their beasts as equals, others maintained strict hierarchies, and some were even controlled by their beasts. Providing benefits was usually necessary for obedience. With the black iron snake still a cub, Li Xian had already formed a hierarchical bond on a partnership foundation. If all went well, he would have perfect control over it, a mastery level known as perfect beast mastery. Soon, the instructor returned with Jin Ningjing and the head of the beast district. Sister, Li Xian greeted warmly, walking over to Jin Ningjing. This teacher says you can perfectly control your beast already, she asked. Yes, sister. Look. Li Xian proudly displayed the black iron snake, which quickly climbed to his head on command. Come down, he said, and the snake returned to his hand. Sister, I have a great rapport with Little Black. I want to keep it with me, if that's possible. Teacher Lu, what do you think? Jin Ningjing asked the Beast District head. Such rapport during its cub stage is remarkable. Keeping it with you will aid in nurturing, but you must ensure it doesn't wander off, the head advised. Don't worry, teacher. It's very obedient, Li Xian promised, delighted to gain approval to keep the snake with him, thanks to Jin Ningjing's influence. After school, all the students reluctantly left the academy, with Chower even tearing up as if parting forever from her little rabbit. Back in his room, Li Xian eagerly took out the black iron snake. The little creature flicked its tongue, signaling that it was hungry. Li Xian brought some leftovers from the table, but the snake paid them no heed. Thinking quickly, he went outside to search the grass under the trees. Before long, he found some small insects and brought them back. Seeing the live prey, the black iron snake opened its mouth and swallowed them whole. Once its belly was full, it fell asleep again. This little guy just eats and sleeps, then sleeps and eats, Li Xian mused. For now, the snake was small enough to carry in his pocket, but he needed to find some rare herbs to restore its energy. However, doing so while confined to the academy, and with his inability to exert himself, posed a challenge. Just as Li Xian pondered this dilemma, Jin Ningjing came to see him. Xingchen, you just got your own beast. Make sure to nurture it well and study the way of beast mastery diligently at school, she advised. I understand, sister. Don't worry, Li Xian replied obediently.
Xin Ningjing handed him a small, transparent gem, no larger than a fingernail. This is a 200-year-old beast essence, from a serpentine beast. Your black iron snake will benefit greatly from it once it grows a bit more. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Beast essence was the power source within a beast, akin to a human's beast energy. Only beasts over 100 years old developed essence, and the older the beast, the larger the essence. Suddenly, the black iron snake sensed the essence. It poked its head out from Li Xian's pocket, its eyes fixed on the gem. In a flash, it leaped and swallowed the essence whole. Wow, I just fed you some insects. Li Xian exclaimed, surprised at the snake's speed and eagerness for the essence. But what thrilled him was that the venomous python's recovery jumped by another 2% after consuming the essence, reaching 4% total. Herbs, beast essences, anything with energy can restore the venomous python, Li Xian realized, considering a shortcut. If he could quickly grow the black iron snake, he could venture into the beast forest to hunt other beasts. Their blood and flesh, rich in energy, could significantly boost the venomous python's recovery. This little one just hatched a few days ago, and it's already swallowing a 200-year essence. Its body might not handle it, Xin Ningjing warned, concerned. But the black iron snake returned to Li Xian's pocket, falling asleep peacefully, much to Xin Ningjing's relief. Sister, the black iron snake prefers live prey. Where can I find enough to feed it? Li Xian asked, troubled. The beast district provides food for nurturing beasts, sourced from the beast forest. Senior students often take on tasks to hunt beasts, which not only enhances their combat skills but also supplies food for the academy. They earn credits that can be exchanged for valuable items, Xin Ningjing explained. Really? How can I take on tasks? Li Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. The Student Council's task hall lists all tasks available to students, but don't rush into it. The black iron snake is still growing and isn't ready for battle. The beast forest is dangerous, Xin Ningjing cautioned. I understand, sister. I'll be careful, Li Xian promised, though his mind was already forming a plan. The next day, Li Xian visited the beast district, curious if the beast food provided could aid the venomous python's recovery. He saw large beast carcasses cut into feeding portions for students to collect and feed their beasts. Li Xian took a portion but found the black iron snake uninterested. Then the voice of the venomous python echoed in his mind, Master, the black iron snake prefers live prey, and the life force within enhances my recovery. Realizing this, Li Xian slipped unnoticed into the area where beast cubs were kept. Staff were busy feeding them, preparing them for future slaughter, as only young beasts were suitable for training. Li Xian released the black iron snake inside, keeping watch at the door. The snake found suitable-sized prey and swallowed them whole. After consuming 3 beast cubs, it returned to Li Xian, its belly full. Smiling, Li Xian left the area and headed to the Student Council's task hall. The bustling hall was filled with true beast masters, those who could absorb beast souls. Li Xian scanned the task board, listing various assignments like gathering herbs or hunting beasts, categorized by difficulty. Tasks for hunting beasts under 50 years were low level, those between 50 and 200 years were mid-level, and those over 200 years were high level. Special tasks, awarding over 1,000 credits, were beyond the reach of ordinary students, and even advanced beastmasters struggled with them. Li Xian noticed a credit exchange area in the hall. Students could spend their credits on a wide array of items, including century-old herbs and beast essences, even some over 1,000 years old, though their prices were staggering. There were also powerful weapons and equipment available. One item caught Li Xian's eye, priced at an astounding 100,000 credits. The Beast Soul Pill, which could enhance the age of an absorbed beast soul by 10 years, was a miraculous medicine beyond Li Xian's understanding. Everyone knew that the older the beast soul, the stronger its power. If you absorbed a 100-year-old beast soul, you would wield its 100-year might. But with this pill, a 100-year beast soul could be uplifted to 110 years. It might seem minor, but in matches against opponents of the same level, it provided a significant edge. After exploring the task hall and the credit exchange system, Li Xian was intrigued to discover that new students were gifted 100 credits. Curious, he handed his student ID to the exchange desk for verification and indeed, found 100 credits in his account. However, these credits couldn't buy anything substantial.
With 1,000 credits, he could have exchanged for a 500-year beast essence or herb. The 200-year essence Shen Ningjing had given him was worth 500 credits here. Credits could be transferred between students, and this led to a thriving market for buying and selling credits within the academy.
Though money could also purchase desired items outside, academy exchanges were 20% cheaper.
Some entrepreneurial students exploited this by exchanging goods inside the academy and selling them outside, a practice the academy eventually banned. Violators faced confiscation of their goods, yet some still took the risk for profit. Armed with this new knowledge, Li Xian returned to focus on growing the black iron snake quickly. As he left the task hall, two shady figures emerged from behind a nearby tree.
"Did you get a good look?" one whispered.
"Yes, it's definitely him."
"Do you think the bounty is still valid?" the other replied.
"Of course it is.
As long as he's alive, capturing him counts.
20,000, this could make us rich.
We need to lure him out of the academy.
See what he needs, and spread the word," they schemed, keeping their eyes on Li Xian's departing figure. The next day, Li Xian returned to the beast district with the black iron snake, which slipped into the beast cub area for another meal. After a while, it emerged with a bulging stomach, having eaten 4 cubs this time.
"Wow, you ate 4 today?" Li Xian noted, seeing the 4 distinct bulges on the snake's belly.
"Quick, let's go," he urged as he noticed a caretaker approaching. After Li Xian left, the caretakers entered the cub area, their routine undisturbed until one remarked, "Why does it seem like there are fewer beast cubs here?" "Probably another teacher came by to adopt some," another shrugged, unconcerned. In his haste, Li Xian bumped into someone, catching a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. Looking up, he saw a girl with long hair holding a small fox beast. Sorry, Li Xian apologized, still dazed.
"It's okay.
Are you all right?" the girl asked with a sweet smile. "I'm fine," Li Xian replied, still taken by her appearance.
"Are you from the beast district too?"
"Yes, but you bumped into me."
"Shouldn't you make it up to me?" she teased playfully.
"How should I make it up to you?" Li Xian asked, puzzled. "How about treating my little fox to a meal at the beast restaurant? It won't cost many credits, and you'll have the chance to lunch with a pretty girl," she suggested with a grin.
"Beast restaurant? What's that?"
Li Xian asked, intrigued.
"You don't know?"
"Are you a new student?" she asked, surprised. "Yes, I just arrived a few days ago," Li Xian admitted. "No wonder," she said, realizing. After explaining, Li Xian learned that the academy had places where beast essences and energy-rich meats were blended into food that beasts loved. These places required credits, and many beast masters from the district frequented them to treat their beasts, enhancing their bonds.
"There's such a place?"
"Senior, could you show me?" "I'll treat your little fox to a feast," Li Xian offered.
"Sure, I'd be happy to," she agreed with a laugh.
The girl, named Pan Ting, was a mid-level student in the Beast District. The Beast restaurant was large and elegantly decorated, bustling with students and their variously sized and tempered beasts, though larger ones were leashed. Li Xian wondered how ordinary students managed these beasts, capable of violence if provoked, yet they seemed harmoniously coexisting here. It must be due to the nurturing environment from a young age, unlike the wild beasts of the beast forest. The restaurant resembled a culinary plaza, with different shops catering to specific beast types. Familiar with the place, Pan Ting led Li Xian to a fox-themed restaurant. "So, what's your beast?" "I'll take you to get it some treats," Pan Ting offered. "I have a black iron snake," Li Xian replied.
Pan Ting gasped, "I'm terrified of snakes." Her reaction made Li Xian reconsider showing his beast.
Soon, plates of exquisite beast delicacies were served. Pan Ting placed her little fox on the table, where it eagerly devoured the meal. The beast food, more lavish than human dishes, cost a single credit per serving, deceptively pricey, given the effort required to earn credits. After the fox finished eating, Pan Ting carefully wiped its mouth, treating it like a beloved pet. Then she guided Li Xian to a snake-themed restaurant, where she chose to wait outside, clearly uncomfortable with snakes. Curious, Li Xian entered and found several customers inside. Tables were occupied by various snakes consuming live beast cubs, more brutal than other beast foods due to snakes' dietary needs. At the counter, Li Xian studied the menu, which detailed foods based on a snake's size. For the black iron snake, options included fire shadow mouse cubs for 1 credit, gale bird eggs for 1 credit, and cold pond worms at 2 credits per plate. The server explained that these foods were fed with beast essences for 2 weeks to a month, making them highly energetic. Typically, a snake-like beast could go without food for half a month after consuming such a meal. Considering the importance of the black iron snake for the recovery of the venomous python, Li Xian decided not to skimp on its nourishment. He ordered a thunder pup, a palm-sized live creature, which was brought to the black iron snake. Despite having just eaten, the snake quickly swallowed it whole. After the snake consumed the thunder pup, Li Xian noticed the venomous python's recovery increased to 5%. The food's direct conversion into recovery energy for the python meant the black iron snake could continue eating, as some of the consumed energy also contributed to its own growth. Li Xian experimented by ordering another meal, which the snake devoured without hesitation. However, this time, there was no further increase in recovery. It seemed that as recovery progressed, the energy required for further increments became significantly larger. Li Xian realized that while a 1% increase currently required essences or herbs of 100 to 200 years, later stages might demand those aged thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Understanding the importance of resources, he decided that regularly bringing the black iron snake here for meals could significantly aid its growth, making earning more credits a priority. Upon leaving the restaurant, Pan Ting was waiting outside. Seeing Li Xian, she greeted him with a smile. "Thank you for the treat. My little fox is very happy today." "I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have discovered such a place in the academy," Li Xian replied as they walked together. As they exited the beast restaurant, Pan Ting mentioned, recently, some senior beast soul masters are organizing a trip to the beast forest. It's 10 credits per person, mainly for lower grade students to gain experience and maybe get lucky. Are you interested? Really? Can first-year students join? Li Xian asked excitedly. Technically, no, but if you tell them you're a mid-level student and don't mention it to any teachers, it'll be fine. With senior beast soul masters leading, it's safe, and they'll only explore the forest's outskirts, Pan Ting explained. Can you sign me up? I'll transfer the credits to you, Li Xian eagerly agreed. Sure, no problem. We're leaving tomorrow at noon. Meet me in the mid-level district, Pan Ting instructed. Got it, Li Xian agreed without hesitation, thrilled at the opportunity to explore outside. After Li Xian left, 2 young men approached Pan Ting. All set, one asked. Of course, when have I ever failed when I step in? Pan Ting replied confidently. Don't forget my 10% cut afterward, she reminded them. Don't worry, Ting Jia, we wouldn't forget you, they assured, sharing a knowing laugh. Pan Ting, holding her little fox, left with a sly smile. Li Xian had no inkling of the conspiracy unfolding against him. Unknown to him, in a city near the battleground of 2 nations, a market existed for hunting down fugitives. Those fleeing from the enemy nation occasionally ended up there, and specialists in bounty hunting would seek them out. Li Xian was among those marked, though he was unaware of it. One of the men asked Pan Ting, "Are you sure about this guy?" I heard he's related to teacher Jin from the academy and comes from the great Zhou, named Li Xingchen. The details don't match the wanted poster for Li Xian. Doesn't matter, as long as he looks the same. The authorities in the Great Summer Kingdom won't care about the details. You don't say anything, I don't say anything, no one will know if he's Li Xian or Li Xingchen, the other replied, eager for the 200,000 tael bounty. With that, I can buy a 1,000-year beast soul. The next day, Li Xian followed his usual routine, feeding the black iron snake in the beast district and later at the restaurant. In the morning, he noticed the snake had shed its skin, growing significantly larger, now as thick as a sausage and nearly 30 centimeters long. Its constriction power had also increased dramatically, able to snap a broomstick with ease. With the black iron snake's increased appetite, it devoured 5 beast cubs in one visit to the district. As Li Xian departed, he overheard caretakers questioning the frequent disappearance of cubs, prompting him to leave hurriedly. Realizing this method wasn't sustainable due to the risk of discovery, he sought alternatives. At the Beast restaurant, he ordered a 3-credit ironclad wild boar piglet, about the size of a volleyball, which the snake swallowed whole, proving its capacity to consume prey several times its own size. This substantial and energy-rich meal boosted the venomous python's recovery to 6%.
Li Xian acquired a backpack to carry the black iron snake and headed to the mid-level district.
From afar, he saw Pan Ting waving. Upon reaching her, he noticed 2 men with her.
Ting Jia, you're late. We've already left, one of them complained.
Sorry,
Li Xian checked the time, realizing it matched their plan, but the men insisted the group had departed.
Hurry up, one urged, and Li Xian followed them out of the academy.
Are you not coming, senior? Li Xian asked Pan Ting.
No, my instructor added a class, she explained, spreading her hands in resignation.
All right, Li Xian said, not suspecting anything amiss, eager not to miss the chance.
However, as they left Yunying City, he saw no sign of the group.
Where is everyone? Li Xian asked.
You were late, so they've probably entered the beast forest. Don't worry, with us, you're safe, one reassured. The 3 of them ventured into the beast forest. At first, there were other travelers on the road, but as Li Xian walked further, he began to sense something was off. The 2 men were walking hastily, one in front and one behind him. Although Li Xian was unfamiliar with the beast forest, he could tell they were taking a rather secluded path. Sensing danger, Li Xian quickly spoke up, "Senior brothers, why haven't we seen anyone else?" Almost there, they both replied in unison.
Can you wait a moment?
I need to use the bathroom, Li Xian suddenly stopped. Just do it here, there's no one around, one of them said, seemingly surrounding Li Xian with the other.
Li Xian chuckled, "Seniors, I can't go with you watching. How about that tree over there?" He pointed to a tree just a few meters away.
The 2 exchanged glances and urged, "Hurry up."
Li Xian moved towards the tree.
One whispered, "Should we just do it now?" "No, our clothes are too conspicuous."
"If someone sees us, it'll be trouble when we return," the other replied, shaking his head.
Reaching the tree, Li Xian pretended to relieve himself while quickly releasing the black iron snake. "Little guy, I've been feeding you for this moment. These 2 are beast soul masters, I don't expect you to defeat them, but maybe you can surprise one." "Hurry up," one of them shouted. "Almost done," Li Xian replied, pretending to adjust his pants, but the next moment, he dashed away like an arrow. By the time the 2 men reacted, Li Xian had already run off. "Damn it, chase him," they shouted, startled, and rushed after him. As they reached the tree, the black iron snake dropped from above, coiling around one man's neck, and with a powerful twist, snapped it. The other turned back just in time to get a face full of green venom from the snake, screaming in agony. Hearing the scream, Li Xian stopped and turned back to see one man down and the other writhing in pain. He couldn't help but laugh. "Good job, little one, you're amazing." Li Xian moved closer. The poisoned man's eyes were corroded by venom, rendering him blind, and his cheeks were bleeding and obscured. In his agony, he summoned his beast soul, attacking aimlessly. Seeing this, Li Xian picked up a long stick and began hitting the man's head from a distance. The man kept attacking until his energy was exhausted. After about 10 minutes, seeing him weaken, Li Xian took out a dagger and swiftly cut his throat, ending it quickly. Searches of the bodies revealed no original items, only some spirit essences and precious herbs, including a 500-year-old essence and herb each, 5 200-year essences, 10 100-year essences, and some silver notes worth about 2,000 taels.
"Trying to take me down?"
Li Xian scoffed, pocketing the items. He used his dagger to cut open their abdomens, allowing the black iron snake to consume the energy-rich materials, gaining significant energy. After disposing of the bodies in the bushes, Li Xian left quickly. Li Xian decided not to return immediately. Unsure of their motives or Pan Ting's involvement, he knew going back now would make him a suspect. He needed an excuse to cover his absence. Finding a safe, secluded spot, Li Xian fed all the spirit essences and herbs to the black iron snake. The energy converted by the snake was absorbed by the venomous python, boosting its recovery to 10%. As this happened, Li Xian watched in amazement as the black iron snake shed its skin, rapidly growing thicker and longer until it was about a meter long and as thick as an arm. This transformation brought to mind the voice of the venomous python. "Master, my recovery has reached 10%. I can transfer some of my abilities to the black iron snake. It excels at constriction. I've transferred some of my power to it," it explained.
Li Xian realized the implications. "Keep going, master.
At 20% recovery, I can transfer my life beast patterns to the black iron snake," the venomous python added.
"Really?"
Li Xian's eyes widened with excitement, but he was also troubled by the snake's increasing size. If it grew as large as the venomous python, it would be too conspicuous to carry around. Imagine a creature several meters long and as thick as a tree trunk casually roaming the academy. It would terrify everyone.
He placed the black iron snake back into his backpack and left.
Soon, he reached the main road of the beast forest. Seeing his academy attire, passers-by knew he was from Yuniying Academy and were wary of causing trouble. The forest was dangerous, with many lying in wait for lone travelers.
As people dwindled, Li Xian wanted to test the snake's hunting skills, knowing it would need more food as it grew.
"Go hunt on your own, I'll wait here," he told the snake, climbing a tree to watch. As the snake left, a group passed beneath him.
"Are you sure those people are from the Great Summer?" one asked.
"Absolutely. They lost Tiger's Pass and are stationed at Beast King City. They're likely from the Beast King mercenary group, crossing into our Great Zhou territory for the Lingyun ruins," another replied.
"Who knows?
The Lingyun ruins have caught the interest of our Beast Soul sect and even parts of Great Summer," one mused.
"Is it really that legendary?" another questioned. "A tomb of a Beastmaster King, imagine the possibilities."
"It's said there are countless thousand-year beast souls inside, ready to be absorbed," the first explained.
"Should we join the excitement?" one asked. Better not.
"We'd just be throwing our lives away," the other dismissed as they walked away.
Li Xian pondered the mention of the Beast King mercenary group in Lingyun ruins. Before long, the black iron snake returned, its belly distended from a large meal. "What did you eat to make you this heavy?" Li Xian remarked, feeling the weight.
With nightfall approaching, Li Xian dared not linger in the forest and returned to Yuniying City along the main road. Back at the academy, he found Jin Ningjing waiting for him at his residence. "Where have you been?" she asked sternly.
You went to the beast forest, didn't you?" "Did you kill those two?" she accused.
"What?" Li Xian looked up sharply.
"Their bodies were found and brought back. The academy records show you left with them."
"Don't deny it," Jin Ningjing scolded.
"I didn't kill them."
"They tried to kill me," Li Xian protested. Seeing Li Xian's anxious expression, Jin Ningjing suddenly smiled. "You shouldn't go to the beast forest so casually next time, understood?" she advised.
The matter was then quietly settled.
"Those two were in the habit of targeting people. They mistook you for a wanted criminal from the Great Summer, hoping to collect a reward for your head," she explained. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly understood and felt relieved that at least he didn't have to worry about further trouble from this incident.
After scolding him a bit more, Jin Ningjing left and headed to the instructor's area, going straight to the principal's office.
"So, how did it go?" the principal asked without looking up.
"He says those two tried to kill him.
One was strangled, and the other was blinded by venom before being finished with a strike to the neck," Jin Ningjing reported. The principal put down his newspaper, analyzing gravely. "From the bodies, it's clear the neck was broken by the constriction ability of the black iron snake. The blinding venom was also from the snake.
The fatal blow to the neck was a clean stab with a dagger.
The actions were decisive, no hesitation. This little fellow has been raising a black iron snake, which matches all the clues.
This is unbelievable.
Those two were at least bronze-level beast soul masters, and Xingqian is just an ordinary person. The black iron snake has only been with him for a few days. It shouldn't have such lethality," Jin Ningjing remarked in disbelief. "Though he may have lost his memory, I believe his combat skills are still ingrained in his muscle memory. His body reacts instinctively," the principal analyzed methodically.
"By the way, any progress on investigating his background?"
Not yet, Jin Ningjing replied helplessly.
Our Great Joe's Shadow Division excels in undercover operations and ambushes.
I suspect Li Xingchen is from the Shadow Division, but their operations are too secretive, especially regarding undercover agents.
We can't directly reveal Li Xingchen's origins, so it will take time.
All right, the principal nodded.
What about the preparations for the Lingyun ruins?
There's a lot of clandestine activity surrounding Lingyun ruins.
But being near Yunying City gives us an advantage.
I've got a team ready to go, Jin Ningjing reported. Who's going? The principal inquired. Vice Principal Lei, who will personally lead the team.
I'll follow with 10 Golden Beast Soul Master instructors and 20 Silver Beast Soul Master students, she detailed. Too many people can spoil things.
Make sure there's a worthwhile outcome from this trip, the principal advised. Be wary of those from the Great Summer. There have been many unfamiliar faces in the city recently, likely from there. Understood, Principal, Jin Ningjing acknowledged and took her leave.
The next day, Li Xian headed to the mid-level area of the Beast Academy.
From afar, he saw Pan Ting with some girls, laughing and chatting. As they spotted him standing in the distance, Pan Ting froze. Go on, Sister Ting, what are you looking at? One of the girls teased, following her gaze.
Oh, spotted a handsome guy, huh? The three walked over, giving Li Xian teasing looks.
Waiting for Sister Ting, little junior?
She's not your type.
How about us? They joked. All right, you two, move along, Pan Ting said impatiently, shooing them away.
Surprised I made it back alive? Li Xian asked coldly. Didn't say anything, Pan Ting replied, trying to act composed.
How did it go yesterday?
Keep up the act, Li Xian scoffed.
I'm not afraid to tell you, I killed those two. You lured me into a trap, and I'll deal with you for it. I can't touch you in the academy, but outside, watch your back. Li Xian was not one to let grudges go, especially against someone with such a venomous heart.
Watching him walk away, Pan Ting sneered, you think you're capable?
After warning Pan Ting, Li Xian went to the Beast restaurant.
The beast food provided by the academy no longer satisfied the black iron snake's appetite.
It had grown accustomed to more refined tastes, only accepting beasts raised on spirit essences and herbs. With the snake's increased size, it could consume larger meals, but the cost had risen sharply, now 10 credits per meal. His initial 100 credits wouldn't last long at this rate, so earning more credits became essential. After eating, Li Xian attended class in the Beast Academy. Having nurtured their beasts for some time, today marked the start of the second phase of their studies. The large classroom was filled with students and their beasts, listening intently to the lesson. Over time, students had formed bonds with their beasts, which now followed simple commands. Our beasts grow rapidly, and some large beasts will grow even larger, the instructor explained. In battle, they can reach great heights and lengths.
Serpent-type beasts, for example, can be over 100 meters long. As they grow, it's impractical to carry them.
Without them by your side, your safety can't be guaranteed. Today, we'll start on a skill we in Great Joe take pride in, beast mark, beast resizing.
This lesson addressed Li Xian's concerns perfectly.
Every word of the instructors was taken to heart.
Beast mark, beast resizing could shrink large beasts to juvenile sizes for easy carrying.
Our beast marks are typically for beast soul masters, requiring their beast power to activate in conjunction with their beast souls, the instructor continued. However, Great Joe developed a method for beast masters, usable by ordinary people. The key is harnessing the beast's internal energy to perform the resizing. Li Xian's black iron snake had grown over a meter long, still manageable but soon would be too cumbersome.
This was the most focused he'd ever been in a class.
Even in his previous life, his attention in school was never this sharp, often daydreaming through lessons. The class lasted an hour, with no one leaving. Once the theory was covered, it was time for practice. Communicate with your beast to share its energy, guiding it to perform the resizing, the instructor explained.
Li Xian took out his black iron snake. Nearby, a girl named Shower shrieked, "It's so big and long."
She was clearly afraid of snakes, and this one had grown considerably in just a few days. The black iron snake had grown to a size that was becoming difficult for Li Xian to manage.
Hearing the commotion, the instructor came over. Upon seeing Li Xian's black iron snake, he raised an eyebrow.
Such robust beast power.
The energy within this black iron snake is astonishing, the instructor remarked, curious. Student, how did you manage this? It was only about palm-sized when you first got it, wasn't it?
Li Xian was memorable to the instructor, especially because Jin Ningjing had mentioned him. I just took it to the beast restaurant a few times, and it grew like this, Li Xian explained.
Alright, start practicing.
With your black iron snake's beast power, you should master the resizing technique quickly, the instructor encouraged.
Yes, sir, Li Xian replied, sitting down to practice.
He waved over to Qiaoer, who was standing away, hesitant. Come on, he won't hurt you, Li Xian reassured.
But he's staring at my little bunny, Qiaoer said nervously, watching the black iron snake flick its tongue.
Alright, I'll sit over there, she said, ignoring Li Xian's calls and quickly moving away.
With a wry smile, Li Xian began practicing the resizing technique.
Thanks to the venomous python, he was already mentally connected with the black iron snake. Following the instructor's guidance, Li Xian could sense the energy within the snake, easily directing it.
The next moment, the black iron snake shrank dramatically, from over a meter long to just over half a meter. I did it!
Li Xian's eyes widened in excitement. In the blink of an eye, the snake shrank further, returning to its original palm-sized state. With repeated practice, Li Xian quickly mastered the technique, adjusting the snake's size at will. Today's lesson was incredibly rewarding and the most fulfilling day for Li Xian yet. Feeling good today, let's head to the beast restaurant, Li Xian said, hearing the black iron snake hiss in response.
At the restaurant, Li Xian bought a half-meter-long triangle crocodile. Though it looked fierce, it trembled before the black iron snake.
Once inside the cage, the black iron snake swiftly engulfed the crocodile's head, slowly consuming it whole. The Lingyun ruins are about to open, he overheard someone say.
I heard our academy will join the fray.
Who wouldn't want to go, another replied.
But will the academy allow it? Even if you went, it'd be suicide. The Lingyun ruins are a tomb for king-level beastmasters, rumored to be full of gold, someone else added.
We could sneak in, maybe get lucky, one suggested.
If the academy finds out, we'll be expelled, another warned.
Who cares? If we strike it rich, it's worth it, someone said defiantly. Hearing this, Li Xian, sitting in a corner, became intrigued.
A tomb for king-level beastmasters, huh?
If I'm lucky, I might restore the venomous python's full strength, he thought, feeling eager.
Before setting out, he needed the venomous python's recovery to reach 20% so the black iron snake could inherit its innate abilities.
With a plan forming in his mind, Li Xian noted the remaining 65 credits he had and headed to the student council's task hall. Need credits, a shifty student approached as soon as he entered, reminiscent of those peddling goods at train stations, revealing a coat lined with phones.
What's the rate? Li Xian asked. 110 credits per 200 taels.
That's the going rate, the student replied.
Too expensive, Li Xian said, walking away. Let's talk.
How about 105, the student urged.
Li Xian calculated.
With the silver notes in his beast ring inaccessible, he had about 6,000 taels on hand. Keeping 1,000 for himself, he could only use 5,000 taels for exchange. For 5,000 taels, how about 105 credits, the student offered. Not interested, Li Xian dismissed him, knowing the market rate was usually 100 credits for 200 taels.
Wait, the student called. How about 100 credits?
95, take it or leave it, Li Xian countered.
95?
That's the rate for over 10,000 taels, the student protested. 95, or I walk, Li Xian insisted.
Fine, the student relented, and Li Xian bought 53 credits for 5,000 taels.
Now with 118 credits, he needed more, ideally 1,800. Scanning the task board, Li Xian saw
10 crimson snake gallbladders, 10 credits, unlimited. Iron boar, 10 credits, unlimited. Golden lotus flower, 20 credits.
The market prices matched the credit values, making school sales more appealing. Given the black iron snake's current strength, these beasts were easy prey, but the credits earned were too few. With only 5 days, he needed to increase the recovery rate from 10% to 20%. His eyes fell on the ultimate task board, offering significantly more credits, ranging from 10 to 100. However, none of the tasks seemed suitable, requiring beasts too tough for solo attempts. The black iron snake couldn't penetrate their defenses with its teeth or constriction. Just then, something caught his eye: a special task for a Snake King egg, worth 1,000 credits, with no restrictions. This task offered a reward equivalent to 100,000 taels. The Snake King egg, laid by a Snake King, was detailed in the task description. The Snake King is located 30 miles south of Yunying City in the Great Beast Forest's 100 Snake Denver. Every spring, it lays eggs and enters a month-long weakened state. It's guarded by numerous snakes, which also provide it with food. Realizing it was spring, likely egg-laying season, Li Xian formed a plan. Let the black iron snake blend in and try to steal an egg while feeding the Snake King, he thought. The next day, Li Xian packed up and quietly left the academy. Meanwhile, in the mid-level area of the Beast Academy, a sneaky young man approached Pan Ting. He's left the academy, the man reported. So soon? Pan Ting stood up abruptly. Tell the others to change clothes and follow him. Yes, the man replied and left. Pan Ting grinned maliciously. Those two fools couldn't kill you, leaving the task to me. We'll see. With that, Pan Ting and 4 other students, 2 Beast Soulmasters and 2 Beast Masters, set off in pursuit of Li Xian. All of the 4 who accompanied Pan Ting had reached the level of Silver Beast Masters. The strength of a Beast Master without a distinct level is often measured by the number of years they have controlled their beasts. Covering a distance of 30 miles would take them half a day. By morning, Pan Ting was already furious. Where on earth is this guy headed? She muttered. Ting Jia, why don't we just finish him off? One of the impatient members suggested. It felt like the story of the 6 factions besieging Bright Peak in the Kunlun Mountains. Bright Peak was 1,200 kilometers from the nearest Kunlun faction, a journey requiring a month, factoring in altitude sickness. The Kongtong faction was 2,600 kilometers away, needing 65 days, and the Huashan faction was 3,000 kilometers away, taking 75 days. Wudong and Shaolin were even farther, and their journey was an exercise in mounting frustration. Pan Ting was in a similar state of exasperation. They'd been walking all morning with no end in sight. If he's ventured this far, given his abilities, he must be after something significant, she reasoned. Let's see what it is. There might be other gains. Pan Ting's cautious thinking was quite thorough. He must be after some treasure to risk coming here alone, another agreed, their eyes lighting up at the thought. We can be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We'll reap the rewards. By noon, Li Xian finally reached the 100 snake den. Snakes of various colors and types slithered through the forest. Raising the black iron snake had made Li Xian immune to the fear of snakes. A few miles from the den, he quietly released the black iron snake, using the resizing technique to restore it to its original size. Meanwhile, Pan Ting and her group watched from 100 meters away. So many snakes here, one student with a natural fear of snake-type beasts said in terror. What's to fear? They're just ordinary snakes, not yet mature, Pan Ting replied, holding a small fox. The fox darted from her arms like lightning, catching and devouring a nearby snake. Who would have thought Pan Ting's seemingly tame fox was so ferocious, someone remarked. I remember now, another student suddenly realized. Ahead is the 100 Snake Denver. He's after the Snake King egg. The others quickly caught on. After all, everyone was familiar with the Academy's special tasks. A gleam flashed in Pan Ting's eyes. He's using the black iron snake to steal the Snake King egg. Clever plan. Each egg is worth 1,000 credits. We're in for a fortune. Don't get excited yet. Let's see if he can actually get the eggs out, Pan Ting cautioned. As time passed, about half an hour later, as the group was growing impatient, a black iron snake emerged from the forest and returned to Li Xian. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened as the black iron snake opened its mouth, spitting out several snake king eggs. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total.
Pan Ting counted without blinking. 10 snake king eggs. That's 10,000 credits. We're rich. Li Xian stood up, ready to leave.
Move, but not here, Pan Ting ordered, planning to ambush them away from the den.
The Snake King will go berserk if it realizes the eggs are gone. We can't risk fighting here.
Li Xian hadn't expected the black iron snake to be so successful, managing to steal so many eggs.
The secret lay in the venomous python.
The black iron snake was its medium, and as an ancient beast, the venomous python exerted a bloodline suppression over other snakes. Under its dominance, the Snake King obediently yielded 10 eggs.
Kill! Kill! Just then, Li Xian noticed figures moving ahead.
Who could be following me, he wondered, growing alert. Check it out, he instructed the black iron snake, which slithered off at speed.
When it returned, Li Xian's expression darkened.
So, it's them, he muttered angrily.
Fine, I'll deal with you today.
He ordered the black iron snake to use the venomous python's influence to see if it could rally some snakes from the den. Soon, a rustling sound came from behind. Turning, Li Xian's eyes widened as various snake-type beasts crawled toward him, small green snakes, thick pythons as wide as barrels, black, white, gray, and green, a rainbow of slithering terror.
Flank them!
I want none to escape, Li Xian commanded.
The snake horde split, surrounding the area. Li Xian and the black iron snake began their retreat.
Reaching a clearing, Pan Ting emerged, applauding. Fancy meeting you here, Junior, she said, her eyes fixed on the backpack Li Xian carried.
Hand over the goods. What goods?
Li Xian feigned ignorance.
Stop pretending.
Give me the Snake King eggs, Pan Ting demanded, her tone turning harsh. Ha, if you want them, come and get them, Li Xian taunted, patting his bag. Careful, don't smash the eggs, Pan Ting cautioned, signaling her group to move in. Two released their beast souls, a 50-year white eagle and a 100-year flaming bird. The others released their nurtured beasts, a 2-meter-tall unicorn rhino and a calf-sized rodent.
As they prepared to attack, the beast souls and beasts suddenly grew agitated. The beast souls vanished, returning to their masters, while the beasts attempted to flee. What's happening?
Pan Ting shouted in anger.
We don't know, Ting Jia.
There are so many snakes, they cried, huddling close to Pan Ting. Looking around, they saw snakes covering every surface, on trees, on the ground, everywhere. Despite her bravado, Pan Ting was still a girl, and the sight made her scream. She tossed her fox forward, yelling, "Eat them!" The fox grew into a meter-long golden fox, but a massive python, over 10 meters long, struck from a tree, swallowing the fox whole. Seeing her beast devoured, Pan Ting fell to her knees before Li Xian in terror.
Junior, it's my fault.
Please spare me, Pan Ting pleaded, her voice trembling.
Big brother, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. We shouldn't have listened to her.
Please forgive us, the others chimed in, desperate to save themselves. Two of them even grabbed Pan Ting's arms, hoping to use her as a bargaining chip for their own lives.
You're courting death.
Pan Ting screamed, terrified, but unable to break free. In a pitiful voice, she said to Li Xian, Jr., do whatever you want with me.
Just spare me. I promise to serve you. I'll be your loyal dog, your female dog. Woof, woof, woof.
Pan Ting, trying to survive, knelt and started barking like a dog. Seeing this, Li Xian burst into laughter.
Pan Ting, encouraged by his reaction, barked even more fervently.
Woof, woof, woof. Master, please spare me, she begged, tearing her clothes.
Look at this wretched body of mine, all for your pleasure.
Disgusting, Li Xian said with a sneer, turning his attention to the others. Pan Ting has her assets.
What about you? We can be your dogs too. The four exchanged glances, then knelt without hesitation, resembling a pack of snarling dogs in front of Li Xian. Honestly, Pan Ting, you make me sick.
I have no interest in you, Li Xian said, his face darkening.
Pan Ting's expression shifted to terror, realizing what Li Xian was likely to do next.
Please, please, Pan Ting begged, knocking her head on the ground. But Li Xian remained unmoved. From the moment you set your eyes on me, you should have known that the consequences would be dire. A green venomous snake lifted its head, spraying venom onto Pan Ting's face. She screamed in agony as the snake swarm surged forward, entangling the 5 of them. Gradually, their struggles ceased. Li Xian gave them a final glance before leaving. The snakes did not follow him. They were under the command of the black iron snake due to the venomous python's bloodline pressure, but this was still their lair, and they were bound to the Snake King's will. As Li Xian departed, he saw snakes crawling into every orifice on Pan Ting's body. He attempted to use the snakes to find precious herbs, but they would no longer follow commands beyond the Snake King's domain, an indirect limitation of the venomous python's influence. On his way back, Li Xian noticed more people in the Great Beast Forest, hurriedly passing by, discussing Lingyun ruins. Over the past few days, he had gathered detailed information about the ruins. It was said to be the tomb of a king-level beastmaster, filled with treasures, drawing forces from all over. However, it was located in Butterfly Valley, a place not easily accessible. Most of the beasts there were 500 years old, entering as anything less than a silver beastmaster was a death sentence, and even for silver beastmasters, it was perilous without skilled companions. Li Xian hurried back to the academy, indifferent to any turmoil Pan Ting's death might cause. With 10 Snake King eggs in tow, he headed to the student council's task hall just as it was closing. "Excuse me, I have a task to submit," Li Xian said, stopping a student about to lock the door. "We're closed." "Come back tomorrow," the student replied impatiently, grumbling about the timing. "This task involves something very valuable," Li Xian stated calmly. "What level of task is it?" "Even if it's high level, you need to return tomorrow." "We can't be up all night for everyone," the student retorted. "It's a special task," Li Xian mentioned. The student's ears perked up, but he remained skeptical. "You, without any aura of strength, from the Beast District, claiming to have completed a special task? You couldn't even complete a low-level one." Li Xian slowly opened his bag, revealing 10 large, ostrich-sized eggs with gray spots. "Special task, Snake King eggs, 10 of them." The student gaped in disbelief, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch them, but Li Xian quickly pulled them back. "Are you submitting this task or not?" Submit, yes." The student stammered, nodding vigorously, then hurriedly opened the door. "Please wait inside, I'll be right back. Special tasks require a professor to verify." He dashed out, leaving Li Xian to wait with a smile. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed, and the student returned with an elderly, white-haired man. "Where are they?" "Where?" the old man muttered, rushing in. "There, Vice Dean, it's him," the student pointed at Li Xian. "The Snake King eggs? Where are they?" "Let me see." The old man, shaky with age or excitement, approached Li Xian. Li Xian unveiled the eggs, and with just one look, the Vice Dean confirmed their authenticity. "Real Snake King eggs," he exclaimed, astonished. "How did you manage this?" "Even our academy's professors wouldn't dare, nor would the mercenaries outside," the Vice Dean asked incredulously. "Professor, I've delivered the task items." "What about the credits?" Li Xian inquired, handing over the eggs. "Give him his credits, 20,000 of them," the Vice Dean ordered, cradling the bag carefully and heading out. "Vice Dean, it's 1,000 credits per egg, 10,000 total," the student corrected, bewildered. "Give him 20,000, came the Vice Dean's voice from outside. Li Xian's eyes lit up at the unexpected double reward. After receiving the credits, he left, pleased but regretting that the exchange area was closed. He was eager to trade for items to restore the venomous python. The next morning, Li Xian, now flush with credits, took the black iron snake to the Beast restaurant. Instead of just lunch, he planned to eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a late-night snack there. Starting with a bowl of donkey blood to whet the black iron snake's appetite, followed by several bowls of flaming monkey brains and a few Vajra pig hearts, he enjoyed a simple but lavish breakfast. As for Li Xian, he settled for 2 buns for breakfast before hurriedly making his way to the student council's task hall. Just as he entered, someone grabbed him. It was the same senior from the day before, the one who was closing up the hall. Li Xian was startled, fearing that the events of the previous day had been discovered. But then an elderly man approached. It was the vice dean who had collected the Snake King eggs.
What are you doing? What's going on? Li Xian asked warily. Don't be afraid, young man.
I'm Vice Dean Ma Yun, the old man said with a kindly smile. Those 10 Snake King eggs you brought yesterday were a tremendous help to me. I was in such a rush, I forgot to ask your name. I wanted to see if you could acquire more of those eggs. No, Li Xian shook his head quickly. It's too dangerous. I only managed to get them by sheer luck. Help me out, young man. I'll offer 2,000 credits per egg, Ma Yun proposed. Vice Dean, it's not that I don't want to help, but the 100 Snake Den is no vacation spot, Li Xian replied, trying to sound convincingly hesitant.
5,000 credits per egg.
Vice Dean, you're putting me in a tough spot.
8,000. Li Xian hesitated visibly. 10,000, deal.
He slapped his hand, sealing the deal, and turned to leave. Ma Yun stared at Li Xian's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss. Vice Dean, isn't 10,000 credits per egg a bit steep? The senior beside him asked quietly.
If we can get another 10, I can refine the antidote I need.
It's worth 100,000 credits, Ma Yun replied firmly.
Li Xian moved swiftly, returning to the 100 Snake Denver.
He put a blade to the Snake King's throat and, with the help of the venomous python, demanded 10 more Snake King eggs. Thus, he acquired another batch of 10 eggs. Out of a clutch of 30, Li Xian had taken 20. He laid the eggs in front of Ma Yun and extended his hand.
Credits. The vice dean, impressed and without hesitation, transferred the credits to Li Xian.
As Li Xian left, he mused, perhaps I should get the remaining 10 eggs as well.
Far away in the den, the Snake King shuddered as 10 eggs beneath its protective coils began to hatch.
Excitement flashed in its eyes as a snakelet with a golden scale on its head emerged. Back at the exchange area, Li Xian purchased 5 rare 1,000-year-old herbs, spending 100,000 credits at once.
What's that? He wondered, noticing a golden gourd.
That's a pill crafted by Vice Dean Ma Yun himself, the attendant explained warmly. It's called the Golden Pill, meant for silver beastmasters to better fuse their beast souls and bodies.
Li Xian sighed. Too bad my beast power is sealed, otherwise, I'd try one. With 20,000 credits left, Li Xian decided to test the herb's effect on the venomous python. If insufficient, he'd buy more.
The black iron snake emerged from his backpack as Li Xian fed it a 2,000 credit herb, much to the shock of the exchange senior. You're just feeding it to him? The senior asked, incredulous.
Yeah, why? Li Xian replied, unfazed. Never seen a black iron snake before?
But, a normal one, the senior stammered. Yep, nothing special, Li Xian shrugged, leaving as the senior muttered an expletive in disbelief.
As Li Xian walked, he monitored the venomous python's recovery.
A single herb restored 3% of its power. These herbs are potent, he noted, excited that 5 would exceed 20% restoration.
But the second herb only restored 2%.
Confused, he used another, with the same result. What's going on, he wondered, using the remaining 2, which added only 1% combined. 5 herbs totaled just 9% recovery, reaching 19% with his previous progress, 1% shy of his goal. He needed another herb. As he returned to the exchange area, the venomous python's voice chimed in. Master, using identical herbs repeatedly causes resistance, reducing effectiveness. I suggest different types of herbs. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Li Xian exclaimed.
You didn't ask, the venomous python replied simply. Back at the exchange area, Li Xian noticed Jin Ningjing, the familiar figure, conversing with the staff. As he approached, he overheard the conversation. Yes, he fed 1,000-year herbs to a black iron snake, the staff said excitedly to Jin Ningjing. I thought he'd use them for pill refinement.
Li Xian's face turned green. Pill refinement could maximize the herb's efficacy, meaning more energy, he realized.
As Jin Ningjing departed, Li Xian wondered if she was investigating him. He shook off the thought and asked for a 500-year herb, different from the last, paying 5,000 credits.
Just about to feed the black iron snake, he reconsidered. Maybe I should visit the vice dean to see if he can enhance the herb's potency.
Vice Dean Ma Yun lived alone with a large, chaotic courtyard overgrown with weeds, or so it seemed.
Li Xian froze at the sight.
These are herbs, he realized, spotting 100-year, 200-year, and 300-year herbs filling the garden. If the black iron snake sneaks in at night, the venomous python might recover 50%, he thought, entertaining a mischievous idea. But his sharp cough shattered his fantasy. Looking up, he saw a rosy-cheeked old man at the entrance watching him. Their eyes met, and the man's expression shifted. "It's you, boy," Ma Yun exclaimed, rushing over like an excited child.
"Here you are again."
"The seller of the Snake King eggs is here again," Li Xian thought, rolling his eyes at the old man.
"Do you think Snake King eggs are like chicken eggs? They are special tasks in the academy. You can't just get them whenever you want."
Well, your Snake King eggs helped me a lot," Ma Yun said, taking out a white jade bottle and shaking it in front of Li Xian. Inside, the sound of pearls clinking could be heard.
"I've successfully refined the breaking pill," Ma Yun laughed heartily.
"I've been missing just the Snake King eggs for over a year. 10 eggs were wasted yesterday, but today's 10 have succeeded, producing 3 batches, 12 pills in total."
"What exactly is a breaking pill?" Li Xian asked, his curiosity piqued.
"This breaking pill," Ma Yun began seriously, but then stopped.
"Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You old coot, you're just messing with me." Li Xian was exasperated.
"Believe it or not, I'll raid your yard for herbs tonight." "Even if I gave you 1,000 guts, you wouldn't dare," Ma Yun retorted.
Just then, a deep growl emanated from behind Li Xian, sending a chill down his spine.
Slowly turning, he saw a massive black panther, a 1,000-year-old phantom leopard. "Try it," Ma Yun said, watching as the phantom leopard's red eyes stared Li Xian down.
The mischievous thoughts in Li Xian's mind quickly dissipated.
"Just kidding," Li Xian said, trying to laugh it off.
"I didn't come here for nothing.
I heard your pills can maximize the energy of herbs, so I came to see if you could help. Herbs, when refined by flame, are condensed into liquid and then into pills, maximizing their potency," Ma Yun explained.
"What kind of pill are you looking to make?"
"Any pill with the highest energy content," Li Xian replied.
"The highest energy pill?
That's a first," Ma Yun mused.
"What do you need such a high energy pill for?"
"For my beast," Li Xian said straightforwardly.
"For your beast? Are you serious about feeding pills to a beast?" Ma Yun seemed bewildered by the request. "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking, Vice Dean.
My beast grows rapidly when consuming energy-rich items. I just gave it 5,000-year-old herbs, and its power increased significantly."
"What?" Ma Yun was startled. "You fed 5,000-year-old herbs directly to your beast? Is there a problem?"
Li Xian blinked, worried the old man might strangle him.
"What a waste!
Those herbs could be refined to increase their efficacy tenfold." Ma Yun exclaimed, frustrated.
"Really?"
Li Xian was filled with regret, but it was too late.
"You fool!"
Ma Yun paced angrily before holding out his hand.
"Give me the herbs. I'll refine them for you."
Delighted, Li Xian quickly handed over a 500-year-old herb.
"That's it?"
Ma Yun looked at him, unimpressed, before tossing the herb back at Li Xian, exasperated.
"Do you think you can refine pills with just one herb? Use your common sense."
Fuming, Ma Yun grabbed a handful of what appeared to be 300-year-old herbs from the ground and stormed inside, slamming the door shut. Li Xian stuck out his tongue, then glanced at the surrounding weeds. The black iron snake had poked its head out eagerly, only to retreat when it sensed the phantom leopard's aura. About half an hour later, Ma Yun returned, holding a porcelain bottle.
"Here," he said, tossing it to Li Xian. "Explosive spirit pill. It can exponentially increase energy.
But it's useless if you're not a beastmaster." Li Xian poured out 7 pills from the bottle and, to Ma Yun's shock, fed one to the black iron snake. "You really are giving it to your beast," Ma Yun said, dumbfounded. "Of course,
What else would I do? Li Xian replied. Get out. Don't let me see you again, boy, Ma Yin shouted, pushing Li Xian out.
What a temper, Li Xian muttered.
But then his eyes widened, realizing the venomous python's recovery had reached 20%. One explosive spirit pill restored 1%. Without hesitation, he fed all the remaining pills to the black iron snake. Inside, Ma Yin watched Li Xian's antics, helplessly shaking his head. After ingesting all 7 explosive spirit pills, the venomous python's recovery soared to 25%. Didn't he say one pill restored 1%?
The last 2 only restored 1% together, Li Xian mused.
I'll have to switch things up next time. As he left, Jin Ningjing approached the principal's office.
Principal, I need to discuss something, she said.
Is this about Li Xingchen again? The principal asked. Jin Ningjing nodded, sighing.
I have a feeling he's hiding something from us.
Maybe he hasn't lost his memory at all. What makes you think that?
He completed a special academy task, helping Vice Dean Ma Yun acquire 20 Snake King eggs.
What? The principal frowned.
Even I would struggle to retrieve those eggs.
How did he manage it? Moreover, 3 more students have gone missing.
I suspect Xingchen is involved, Jin Ningjing said worriedly.
Is his amnesia real or fake? We need to investigate.
I have an idea, the principal said, smiling. In a few days, take him to Lingyun Ruins.
With many people from the Great Xia Kingdom present, maybe we'll uncover something unknown. Is that wise? He's still wanted by the Great Xia Kingdom. Don't worry. Can Yunin Academy not protect our own students? Alright, Jin Ningjing conceded. As the day for Lingyun Ruins approached, Li Xian woke early, planning to sneak out. He headed to the Beast Restaurant to feed the black iron snake breakfast.
But when he took it out, he noticed a change. Why are you green now? He marveled, seeing the black iron snake's scales reflecting a faint green hue. Master, my recovery has reached 25%, the venomous python explained. Through the black iron snake, I can manifest one of my innate beast skills.
This change in appearance is due to that skill. Innate beast skill?
Li Xian's eyes widened, recalling the powerful skill of Xiao Yu's silver wolf.
What's your skill? My first innate beast skill is called corrosive fog. It vaporizes stored venom, spraying it out. Even a drop can turn someone into a puddle of goo. That powerful? Li Xian's heart raced.
How much of this corrosive fog can you store?
It better not be just a quick puff. Rest assured, Master, the venomous python's voice echoed.
I've used the corrosive fog to wipe out an entire city of humans before.
The reserve is directly linked to energy supply. As long as there's energy, it can quickly replenish after use. Hearing this, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief.
By the way, does the corrosive fog need to be inhaled, or is contact enough for it to work? He asked out of curiosity. The corrosive fog is highly corrosive.
Inhalation is instantly fatal, while contact is enough to corrode, the venomous python explained. That's great. Now I can be at ease going to Lingyun Ruins, Li Xian remarked.
You mentioned this is your first innate beast skill.
Do you have more?
Of course.
As an ancient beast, I possess 3 innate beast skills. If you can restore me to 50%, I can manifest the second skill.
At 100%, the third one will follow, the venomous python replied.
Got it.
After understanding the innate beast skills, Li Xian fed the black iron snake its breakfast. With 3 buns down, he headed to the student council's task hall, planning to take on a task as a pretext to leave the academy. However, upon arriving, he found the hall's notice, no tasks available today. Students are prohibited from leaving the campus. They must be worried about students sneaking off to Lingyun Ruins, Li Xian thought. As he pondered ways to escape, like jumping the wall, he ran into Jin Ningjing.
Sister, are you following me?
Li Xian asked, noticing her mature allure, her long, flowing hair, and the elegant black dress accentuating her figure.
He couldn't help but feel a bit distracted.
Before long, he was led into a hall where a burly, muscular, dark-skinned middle-aged man was speaking to a group.
"Vice Principal, he's here. We can set off now," Jin Ningjing said to the man.
The dark-skinned man glanced at Li Xian but didn't linger, merely saying, "Teacher Jin, don't worry about anything else on this trip. Just take care of him."
"Understood," Jin Ningjing replied. Li Xian recognized the man as another vice principal, Lei Hu, a platinum beastmaster. "Senior, where are we going?" Li Xian asked, still confused.
"A tomb of a king beastmaster has opened outside the city. We're going to explore and seek treasures," Jin Ningjing explained.
Li Xian's eyes lit up.
He had been contemplating how to sneak out, and now he could go openly. He observed the group: Vice Principal Lei Hu, a platinum beastmaster, 10 gold beastmaster instructors, and 20 silver beastmaster students, including Jin Ningjing, a gold beastmaster instructor.
"Don't wander off when we get there. Stay behind me, no matter who calls you. Understood?" Jin Ningjing instructed him patiently during the journey. "I've heard there's a divine herb in the tomb that can awaken beast power in ordinary people. If we find it, I can have them let you try it."
Touched by her concern, Li Xian looked up at Jin Ningjing.
"Why are you staring at me?"
"Did you remember everything I said?" she asked, slightly irritated. "Yes, sister, you're so good to me," Li Xian said, grinning.
"Little rascal," Jin Ningjing replied, ruffling his hair. "Did you remember everything?"
"Yes, don't worry." As they left Yunying City, Li Xian noticed countless people heading in the same direction, toward Butterfly Valley. It's a valley nestled between two mountains, leading to a picturesque expanse called Taoyuan Heaven, where the tomb is located. The area, shaped like an 8, includes the Wild Wolf Plains below, Butterfly Valley in the middle, and Taoyuan Heaven above. The journey was bustling.
Lingyun Ruins, the tomb of the King Beastmaster, attracted various factions from the Great Zhou Kingdom and even some from the Great Xia Kingdom.
Many traveled discreetly due to ongoing conflicts between the two nations, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After a few hours, they reached the Wild Wolf Plains, a vast grassland teeming with people moving toward Butterfly Valley.
Surprisingly, the plains' notorious wolves didn't attack, but Butterfly Valley posed a new threat with venomous bee beasts blocking the path.
The valley was alive with colorful butterflies and fist-sized bees, their stingers lethal even through armor. Prepared, Yunying Academy distributed bags of powder to repel the bees, a gift from Vice Principal Ma Yun, skilled in alchemy. "Don't underestimate the butterflies, their pollen can be deadly and cause hallucinations," Lei Hu warned, covering his face with a cloth. Without a cloth, Li Xian felt awkward until Jin Ningjing tore a strip from her skirt for him. "Use this for now," she said.
"Thanks, sister."
Li Xian covered his face, catching a whiff of her fragrance and inhaling deeply.
Jin Ningjing, hearing his reaction, blushed slightly but said nothing.
After crossing Butterfly Valley, they reached Taoyuan Heaven, where the real danger awaited: a deep pit filled with towering trees.
From the valley's edge, they couldn't see the ground below.
Lei Hu consulted a map, aiming for the center of Taoyuan Heaven, when suddenly, a stone leopard leaped from the cliffs, targeting Jin Ningjing.
"Sister, watch out."
Li Xian reacted swiftly, pulling Jin Ningjing down just in time as the stone leopard, seemingly clumsy, landed where she had stood. After the stone leopard missed its target, it plunged off the cliff.
"Sister, are you all right?"
Li Xian asked, realizing he was on top of Jin Ningjing, his hands inadvertently placed on her chest. "Get your hands off me," Jin Ningjing said, her face flushed with embarrassment and a hint of anger, though she restrained herself.
Li Xian quickly removed his hands, apologizing profusely.
Sorry, it wasn't on purpose." But the memory of the sensation lingered, leaving him a bit flustered.
"Be more careful," Lei Hu admonished from ahead, as they continued down the mountainside.
Once they reached the ground of Taoyuan Heaven, the path was overgrown.
Some of the group used swords to clear the way.
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps surrounded them, and Lei Hu raised his right hand, signaling everyone to halt and be on alert. Around them, over 100 people emerged from 3 directions, encircling the Yunying Academy group.
"We're from Yunying Academy. Who are you?"
Lei Hu called out, wary of the strangers who seemed unfazed by the Academy's reputation. Li Xian tensed,
recognizing a familiar face among the newcomers. Zhen Ningjing noticed his reaction, realizing Li Xian knew these people. Yet, Li Xian quickly feigned confusion and alertness. The strangers were indeed coordinated, and from their midst, a burly young man, as formidable as Lei Hu, stepped forward. "So it's Yunying Academy's vice principal Lei Hu," he remarked, though his eyes were fixed on someone else. Lei Hu followed the man's gaze to one of the students, Li Xian. He immediately recognized the man as Zhou Shan, leader of the King Beast mercenary group. "You're Zhou Shan," Lei Hu said, suspicious. "Yes, Vice Principal Lei Hu." "I'm Zhou Shan," he replied, feigning respect. Despite their aggressive entrance, Zhou Shan's demeanor shifted upon realizing Lei Hu's power level, a platinum beastmaster, while he himself was merely a gold beastmaster, having climbed the ranks recently. Zhou Shan had heard rumors of Li Xian's presence in Yunying City and seized the opportunity to investigate during the opening of Lingyun Ruins. Seeing Li Xian now, he couldn't let the chance pass. "Vice Principal Lei Hu, don't be alarmed. The dangers here make caution necessary." "We stepped out because we recognized an acquaintance," Zhou Shan said, trying to disarm the tension. Lei Hu scoffed. "With you and your band of great Xia riffraff?" The atmosphere grew tense, but Zhou Shan quickly waved his men back. "Sorry, Vice Principal Lei Hu. We're all on the same side here," he said, trying to placate. "Same side? You're from Great Xia, we're from Great Zhou. We're at war, and you talk of being on the same side?" Lei Hu retorted. Zhou Shan turned to Li Xian. "Isn't he from our side?" "That man is my second brother," he said, pointing at Li Xian. "Li Xian, it's me, Zhou Shan. Come over here." Li Xian felt disgust. Zhou Shan, once earnest and straightforward, now played a different tune. But Li Xian knew he had to maintain his cover as Li Xingqian, an amnesiac, not revealing his true identity. He feigned ignorance, looking to Zhen Ningjing for confirmation. "Sister, is he talking to me?" he asked, playing the part. "It seems so," Zhen Ningjing replied, scrutinizing him for any signs of recognition. "But I don't know him." "He must have mistaken me for someone else," Li Xian said, loud enough for Lei Hu to hear. Lei Hu's patience waned. "Enough of your tricks. Leave now, or none of you will escape," he warned. "Vice Principal Lei Hu, he really is my second brother, Li Xian, from Great Xia," Zhou Shan insisted, mentioning Su Xianwan, hoping to provoke a reaction. Li Xian clenched his fists, keeping his composure. Zhou Shan's mention of Su Xianwan was a calculated move to unsettle him. But Li Xian remained calm, determined not to fall into Zhou Shan's trap. Seeing no response, Zhou Shan continued, "Brother, they've caught Su Xianwan. You should come with us." Lei Hu, losing patience, shouted, "He's Li Xingqian of Yunying Academy, not your Li Xian. He's under our protection. Stop your act, or face the consequences." Lei Hu's beast soul, a formidable northeastern tiger, materialized behind him, spooking Zhou Shan into retreat. "Sorry, Vice Principal Lei Hu, we've made a mistake. We'll leave at once." Zhou Shan's group backed away, knowing they were outmatched. Lei Hu, aware of the mercenaries' potential for chaos, especially before the expeditions to Lingyun Ruins, was satisfied to see them leave without conflict. After they left, Lei Hu approached Li Xian. "You sure you don't know that guy?" "I really don't, Principal." "Maybe they were testing us," Li Xian replied, skillfully shifting the focus. Lei Hu nodded, scanning the forest warily. "Stay alert, everyone. Let's move on." Yunying Academy's group avoided further trouble as they approached the tomb, a site previously discovered but never breached. The news about the tomb had spread, attracting numerous adventurers and factions to Lingyun Ruins. Experts in tomb raiding, known as Brother Zhang and Brother Wu, had deduced that the tomb's master, a beastmaster with lunar attributes, would most likely have its entrance open on the night of a full moon. Today was the 15th of April, a full moon night, enhancing the chances of accessing the tomb. Though Taoyuan heaven wasn't vast and could be traversed in a day, it was home to formidable beasts. As they approached the tomb, the journey had been arduous, with many beasts preying upon them. The tutors had taken care of most threats, while Li Xian, valuing thrift,
let his black iron snake feast on the remains of these beasts. Now, the group stood before a massive lake with a small island at its center. Many factions had gathered here, discussing the best approach to Lingyun ruins. Lei Hu pointed out that the entrance was on the island, but crossing the lake was treacherous due to a 1,000-year-old beast lurking in the waters.
Flying was the only option. Let's observe what others do first, Lei Hu suggested, waiting for the right moment.
Some with flying beast souls scouted the island, reporting it barren and devoid of any entrance. But Brother Zhang and Brother Wu's assessment suggested otherwise. They claimed the tomb lay beneath the lake, and indeed, the water's surface hinted at submerged structures.
Fools, someone scoffed. Brother Zhang and Brother Wu haven't arrived yet. Do you think you can just find the entrance?
Despite skepticism, some were eager to seize a spot on the island, hoping to be first inside should the entrance reveal itself under the moonlight.
Li Xian noticed Zhou Shan and the King Beast mercenary group seated nearby.
Zhou Shan occasionally glanced at him, suspicious of the striking resemblance to Li Xian's true identity. Regardless, Zhou Shan intended to capture Li Xian for the bounty 20,000 for his head, attempting some. More people gathered by the lake, from Great Zhou and Great Xia, though predominantly from Great Zhou's Beastmaster sections. As night fell and the moon rose, anticipation grew. Brother Zhang and Brother Wu arrived, causing a stir.
The crowd parted for them, a testament to their renown in tomb raiding.
Brother Wu, the short-haired youth in a gray robe, warned, "Gold Beastmasters and below, stay back.
Going forward means certain death."
His beast soul emerged, wings unfurling as he flew to the island, stunning the onlookers, Platinum Beastmasters, both of them.
Their formidable presence silenced any doubts. A sect leader then directed, "Gold Beastmasters and above, follow me."
Lei Hu decided, "Instructor Jin, stay with the students.
The rest, come with me."
He led the Gold Beastmaster instructors to the island.
Zhou Shan, not to be left behind, mobilized his team of Beastmasters. Left on the shore, the Silver Beastmasters of Yunying Academy, including Li Xian, watched as the moonlight illuminated the scene.
Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the island, disappearing into the sky, signaling the tomb's activation. The island's fires dimmed as people began descending into the tomb.
Just then, Zhou Shan reappeared, landing among his men.
Spotting Lei Hu's absence, he boldly approached Yunying Academy's group with hostility.
"Come out, Li Xian," he demanded, pointing at him. "You think you can hide from me? We're from Yunying Academy, on Great Zhou's land. Leave us be." Jin Ningjing retorted, hoping to draw attention and aid from nearby factions.
Her voice carried, alerting others of the confrontation.
Yet, Zhou Shan's display of power, flanked by his gold beastmasters, deterred any interference.
"I tell you, he's my brother, Li Xingqian, not your Li Xian," Jin Ningjing insisted, though her tone faltered.
"I don't care if he's Li Xingqian or Li Xian.
He's mine for the taking," Zhou Shan declared, eyeing Jin Ningjing lewdly.
"But perhaps, if you spend a night with me, I might reconsider."
"Sister," Li Xian intervened, grabbing Jin Ningjing's wrist.
"He's here for me. Let me go with them." "Don't worry, brother. We're on Great Zhou's land, under Yunying Academy's protection."
"They won't dare harm us," Jin Ningjing reassured him, though her stance remained defiant.
Zhou Shan sneered, "You think killing 20 of Great Zhou's Silver Beast Masters makes you invincible?" The tension escalated, the threat clear. Without Lei Hu's presence, Yunying Academy's group faced overwhelming odds against Zhou Shan's force. What kind of merit does capturing a Gold Beast Master instructor earn in Great Xia?
Zhou Shan taunted, causing Jin Ningjing's face to turn pale. Though this land belonged to Great Zhou, it was the Beast Forest, and all Gold Beast Masters had already ventured into Lingyun ruins. There was no one left to help them. As Zhou Shan advanced, Jin Ningjing led the group in retreat. Suddenly, Li Xian stepped forward, pulling Jin Ningjing behind him. Standing tall at 1.8 meters, he shielded her with his presence, momentarily stunning her with a sense of protection she hadn't felt in a long time. It reminded her of standing behind her husband years ago. "I'll go with you, but you must not harm them," Li Xian stated firmly.
"Do you have the power to negotiate with me?" Zhou Shan sneered. At that moment, he was convinced the man before him was indeed Li Xian. Do you know the consequences of killing 20 students and a gold instructor from Great Zhou's Beastmaster Academy? Li Xian questioned calmly.
If I return to Great Xia, what can you do to me? He continued.
You could try killing us here, but then don't enter Lingyun Ruins, or Vice Principal Lei Hu will hunt you down.
Or, kill everyone here so they don't report back to Lei Hu or Yunying Academy. Zhou Shan hesitated, realizing the truth in Li Xian's words.
If this confrontation jeopardized their entry into Lingyun Ruins, it would be a significant loss. However, if this man was truly Li Xian, capturing him could still yield rewards from Zenmosi.
Fine, I'll let them go, but you come with me, Zhou Shan conceded. As Li Xian prepared to leave, Jin Ningjing grabbed his arm. He turned to see her shaking her head with a faint smile. Li Xian reassured her with a look, "Don't worry, sister.
I'm not the person he's after. He won't harm me.
Even if you're not who they think, they're ruthless.
They'll kill you once they take you," Jin Ningjing insisted. "I'm part of Yunying Academy."
If they kill me, Lei Hu will find out and deal with them, Li Xian argued.
Zhou Shan's brow furrowed at Li Xian's logic. Lingyun Ruins was a primary goal, and offending Yunying Academy could ruin that.
But if this was Li Xian, capturing him would still be a victory. Jin Ningjing reluctantly agreed to let him go under Li Xian's assurance. As Zhou Shan and Li Xian departed, Jin Ningjing immediately instructed the others to hold their ground while she rushed to inform the vice principal.
Zhou Shan led Li Xian into a dense forest.
"Brother, I'm forced to do this," he said, surprisingly adopting a troubled expression.
"Zenmosi found me and coerced me into it."
Kneeling suddenly, Zhou Shan pleaded, "Brother, forgive me.
I've been searching for you, risking everything to find you. I even have a lead on sister-in-law."
Li Xian remained unmoved, his expression stoic.
"My name is Li Xingchen. I'm from Great Zhou. I've never been to Great Xia. I'm not who you're looking for." Zhou Shan's face darkened.
"You don't trust me," he accused.
"It's not about trust. Would a random person on the street acknowledge you as family because you called them father?"
"Of course not," Li Xian retorted, maintaining his facade.
"All right, enough games, brother."
"I found a handkerchief from sister-in-law," Zhou Shan said, producing a piece of cloth. Li Xian glanced at it, recognizing the symbol, a sun-like mark he'd seen on Su Xianwan. His heart jolted, but he kept his composure, not betraying any emotion. His acting skills had indeed improved greatly, allowing him to remain unfazed. "You know, this handkerchief is quite pretty," Li Xian remarked dismissively.
Seeing Li Xian's indifference, Zhou Shan dropped his pretense.
"I don't care if you're Li Xian or not, but Su Xianwan is captured. The dark field in Great Zhou has her. If you want to know where she is, admit you're Li Xian."
"What are you talking about? Su Xianwan means nothing to me."
"My name is Li Xingchen," Li Xian replied, feigning impatience.
"Do what you will.
If you're not afraid of Yunying Academy seeking you out, go ahead." Infuriated, Zhou Shan struck, punching Li Xian in the stomach, causing him to collapse in pain.
Zhou Shan crouched, pressing a foot against Li Xian's chest, restricting his breath. But then Zhou Shan's eyes brightened with realization.
"Damn, I'm stupid," Zhou Shan muttered, slapping his forehead. Li Xian fell off a cliff with 3 soul-suppressing nails in him. "If you're really him, there should be scars."
He reached for Li Xian's shirt, intending to check. Li Xian's expression shifted, and in a flash, the black iron snake emerged from his sleeve.
It swiftly regained its formidable size, wrapping around Zhou Shan's neck, constricting tightly. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him," Li Xian shouted at the approaching mercenaries, who immediately halted. Panting, Li Xian steadied himself, rubbing his bruised abdomen and chest. He stood beside Zhou Shan, who was now ensnared by the black iron snake, its jaws poised threateningly close to Zhou Shan's eyes. "Try using your beast soul, and the snake will bite before you know it," Li Xian warned. "Brother, even if you kill me, there's no escape. Over 100 of us are here, and you're just a powerless man," Zhou Shan reasoned, trying to negotiate.
"Tell me everything about Su Xianwan, and I can give you a quick death."
At this moment, Li Xian's demeanor had completely changed. His expression was icy, and his eyes, sharp as a serpent's, locked onto Zhou Shan with deadly intent. It was as if he could strike Zhou Shan down at any moment. However, Zhou Shan showed no fear, seeing Li Xian as nothing more than an ordinary man amidst over 100 of his own, including more than a dozen gold beast masters. Believing Li Xian wouldn't dare kill him, Zhou Shan pressed on.
Brother, listen to me. Come back to Great Xia with me to Zenmosi. We can lure Su Xianwan out.
I'll plead for you, and you can be free of the soul suppression. Don't do this for just one woman, Zhou Shan implored earnestly. Li Xian's face darkened with annoyance. Suddenly, the black iron snake bit down on Zhou Shan's arm, injecting a stream of black venom. Zhou Shan winced at the pain and glanced at his arm, his expression shifting. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the snake opened its maw threateningly close to his face. The pain from his arm was relentless as the venom spread rapidly. Zhou Shan realized with dread that if the venom reached his heart, even divine intervention wouldn't save him. Observing the venom's alarming progress, Zhou Shan made a swift decision. He grabbed a knife and severed his arm, watching it fall to the ground in a spray of blood.
But just then, the black iron snake struck again, biting his other arm.
The pain was excruciating, and Zhou Shan dropped his weapon.
What now, without your left arm? Li Xian taunted as Zhou Shan watched the venom continue its deadly advance.
I'll talk. I'll talk. Zhou Shan shouted frantically. The information came from our third brother, who joined the dark field.
The handkerchief is fake, crafted from Zenmosi's information. Li Xian's expression turned steely.
Without another word, he darted into the forest, escaping swiftly. As he left, the black iron snake unleashed a cloud of poisonous gas, which quickly corroded Zhou Shan's face. Zhou Shan inhaled the toxic fumes and collapsed instantly, lifeless. The venomous mist spread with the breeze, causing those who touched it to scream in agony as their skin began to rot. The mercenaries fled in panic.
The black iron snake tightened its grip, snapping Zhou Shan's neck before slithering off to pursue any survivors.
Li Xian returned to the site, surveying the bodies strewn about. He searched Zhou Shan's corpse, finding a ring on the severed arm. Among the loot, he discovered a total of 8,000 taels in banknotes and 12 storage rings from the gold beast masters. He planned to find a way to open them later, knowing they'd contain valuable items.
The black iron snake returned, confirming there were no survivors. Li Xian left the area, knowing the beasts of the forest would soon devour the remains. Li Xian didn't immediately return to the lake shore.
If he returned alone after over 100 people had left with him, Jin Ningjing would surely be suspicious. He needed a plausible story. So he changed into the clothes of one of the mercenaries and covered his face with a cloth, then circled to a different part of the lake. He pondered how to cross the water, knowing swimming wasn't an option due to the lake's dangerous creatures. Without any means to fly, he decided to construct a makeshift boat. But as he worked, the water stirred, drawing his attention. Ripples expanded outward, and a massive snake head emerged from the lake. Startled, Li Xian scrambled backward, but then the black iron snake appeared from the water.
After a brief telepathic exchange, Li Xian learned that the lake's monster was also a snake. Relieved, he realized that the ancient beast was subordinate to the black iron snake. The great serpent reluctantly agreed to ferry Li Xian across, more out of coercion than cooperation. Li Xian climbed onto the snake's back, feeling its cold, metallic scales beneath him. Clinging tightly, he braced himself as the serpent moved. As the snake submerged, Li Xian was unexpectedly plunged underwater, swallowing mouthfuls of lake water. Panic set in, but he fought to remain calm. The black iron snake reassured him mentally that the giant serpent knew a tunnel beneath the lake leading to Lingyun ruins. Holding his breath as best he could, Li Xian was carried through the underwater passage. Just as he was about to lose his breath, they emerged into a dry chamber. Coughing violently, Li Xian expelled water from his lungs, slowly regaining composure. He surveyed the space, noticing its lived-in appearance. Stone furniture filled the room, suggesting it was once inhabited. The giant snake gestured for him to proceed, leading him into a vast hall. The sight took his breath away. It was like a grand palace, supported by 16 stone pillars intricately carved with dragons.
At the center stood a high platform with a massive stone coffin resting atop it. Li Xian realized he'd stumbled into the heart of the ruins, the entrance hidden behind the stone door through which he'd just emerged. As Li Xian looked up, he saw a carved stone plaque above the stone door inscribed with 3 large characters, Lingyun Ruins.
This was indeed Lingyun Ruins. Though he had never seen it before, everything about the place, the construction, the furnishings, told Li Xian that this was the tomb of the legendary Beastmaster. The silence was profound, with no other soul present. It seemed Li Xian was the first to arrive, a fact that filled him with a secret joy. Just as he was about to approach the stone coffin, the giant serpent suddenly blocked his path. What do you mean? Li Xian asked, puzzled by the serpent's actions.
But the snake shook its head, indicating that he should not open the coffin. It then coiled around one of the stone pillars, pressing a protruding stone block with its snout. With a rumbling sound, the stone coffin slid to the side, revealing a small square compartment.
Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to examine it.
Inside was a stone box, which he eagerly retrieved.
The serpent hissed softly, signaling its intention to return the coffin to its original position. Li Xian stepped back, leaving the platform as the coffin slid back into place.
Then, the voice of the black iron snake rang in his mind again. Master, this great serpent has a debt of gratitude to the tomb's owner and has guarded this place for thousands of years. It has given you the most precious item from the tomb, hoping you will not disturb the owner's rest.
It asks that you leave now.
Li Xian felt a pang of reluctance. Everything here seemed valuable.
Master, don't be greedy.
The other items are protected by extremely dangerous traps, warned the black iron snake. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Li Xian acknowledged the wisdom of not overreaching. By sheer fortune, he had arrived here first and obtained the most valuable item. Satisfied, he retreated through the stone door and let the giant serpent carry him back to the shore.
This time, prepared, Li Xian took several deep breaths before embracing the serpent and crossing the lake.
Once ashore, he changed out of his soaked clothes and donned his own.
As midnight approached, Li Xian knew it was unwise to wander.
He climbed into a tree, opened the stone box, and was dismayed to find it contained only a book, a worn, leather-bound tome with a badly damaged cover.
Is this the most precious item the serpent spoke of?
Li Xian muttered, disappointed. The black iron snake reassured him, Master, it wouldn't lie under my bloodline suppression.
See what book it is.
With a mixture of hope and trepidation, Li Xian opened the first page. The cover was made of beast hide, meant for protection despite its damage. On the true cover inside, he read the title, Comprehensive Guide to Beast Skills. Beast Skills, Li Xian whispered as he turned to the second page, which was the table of contents. It listed numerous beast names, categorized into 4 main types: flying creatures, terrestrial beasts, aquatic creatures, and amphibians.
Each category was further divided into common subtypes.
As Li Xian continued reading, he discovered that each beast had a corresponding skill detailed in the book, along with its weaknesses and the skill's rank: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Unfortunately, the book only contained 5 heaven-ranked skills, each corresponding to a mythical beast. The skills included Heavenly Strike for the Golden-Winged Rock Ferret, Tiger's Crushing Gold and Silver for the Thunder Battle Tiger, Emperor's Divine Palm for the Emperor Leopard Bear, Vidra Constriction for the Forest's Wrath, and Death Bite for the Berserk Fiend. In total, the book documented 132 skills, 5 heaven-ranked, 18 earth-ranked, 36 black-ranked, and 72 yellow-ranked. Each skill was matched to a specific beast but could also be adapted to others. Stunned by this revelation, Li Xian realized he had acquired an invaluable trove of knowledge. He carefully placed the book into his clothing for safekeeping, disposing of the conspicuous stone box in the lake to avoid drawing attention. Returning to his perch, Li Xian instructed the black iron snake to keep watch as he settled down for a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, at the lake's bottom, Wu Xiaoge and Zhang Xiaoge led their group through perilous challenges to reach the burial chamber. As the massive stone door opened, revealing the palace-like tomb, they were awestruck by its grandeur and the treasures within. Some, overwhelmed by greed, rushed forward, triggering deadly traps. Despite warnings from Wu Xiaoge and Zhang Xiaoge, it was too late for some.
I warned you.
If anyone disobeys again, you're on your own, Wu Xiaoge admonished the survivors. Some began to question why these two seemed so familiar with the tomb. Yet, the perilous journey had made it clear, without them, reaching this point would have been impossible. After sacrificing over a dozen gold beastmasters, the group finally reached the central platform of the burial chamber. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixated on the central stone coffin. However, Wu Xiaoge, with a furrowed brow, sensed something amiss. He felt a twinge of unease about the coffin. What was it? Wu Xiaoge moved to the right side of the coffin and crouched down, running his hand over the floor. He detected fresh scratch marks. Upon examining the length of the marks, he realized they matched the size of the coffin. It had been moved recently. Wu Xiaoge immediately recognized the anomaly. Someone had been here before them. Zhang Xiaoge stepped forward and tried to push the coffin, but it remained immovable. "Help me out," he called. The others rushed to assist, pushing with all their might, yet the coffin did not budge an inch. "Look for a mechanism," Wu Xiaoge instructed, knowing such setups were common in places like this. Scanning the surroundings, the group began searching. Someone noticed something unusual on a dragon pillar to the right of the platform. A large scale, bigger than a hand, hung from it. Wu Xiaoge quickly grabbed the scale and examined it, even sniffing it. "This is a serpent's scale from the lake's creature. There must be another passage," Wu Xiaoge concluded, scanning the area before leaping onto the coffin. He noticed a stone door behind it and approached cautiously. As he pushed the door open, he revealed a small, unassuming room. But then, his eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively leapt backward as a giant serpent lunged from behind the door, its gaping maw snapping at him. The group recoiled in terror, but the Platinum Beastmasters quickly regrouped to surround the serpent. Suddenly, an eagle's screech pierced the air. Zhang Xiaoge, wings sprouting from his back, landed on the serpent's head, then stabbed viciously with a long knife. The serpent flung him off, but he landed gracefully thanks to his wings. "It's a 3,000-year-old beast. Be careful," Zhang Xiaoge warned as the other gold beastmasters closed in. The serpent's tail lashed out, knocking them aside like dolls. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiaoge charged forward, summoning a lion's spirit to strike the serpent's head, causing scales to fly as it was bloodied. This only enraged the serpent further. With a roar, it unleashed its innate skill, scales shooting out like a barrage of bullets. Everyone dived for cover as the scales flew. Over 20 gold beastmasters fell instantly, along with 3 platinum beastmasters from sects who were caught in the crossfire. The serpent, unable to finish them all, turned and fled through the stone door. By the time the others reacted, it was gone. They pursued it into the room, discovering a circular window-like exit with shimmering lake water beyond. Wu Xiaoge cautiously extended his hand, discovering it passed easily through the water. "There's another entrance underwater," he confirmed, his suspicions of an earlier visitor all but confirmed. He hurried back to the coffin, examining where the scale had been found. He spotted a protruding brick above and leapt up to press it, causing the coffin to slide open. Inside, he found a hidden compartment empty. In frustration, he slammed the coffin, causing it to open further, revealing a skeleton clad in black armor. Meanwhile, on the lake's surface, a giant serpent's corpse floated into view. The people on shore watched warily as blood spread through the water. Cautiously, they gathered near the lake's edge. Suddenly, bubbles rose, and heads began to emerge from the water, gasping for air. Among them were bodies, lifeless and adrift. The onlookers rushed to assist their comrades. A figure then burst from the water, cradling another person. It was Zhang Xiaoge, missing an arm, carrying an unconscious Wu Xiaoge. After laying Wu Xiaoge on the ground, Zhang Xiaoge tended to his own wounds and administered medicine to his companion. They hadn't anticipated the serpent's return after opening the coffin. It had attacked, poisoning Wu Xiaoge and biting him. Zhang Xiaoge, in desperation, had fought back, slicing deep into the serpent, nearly decapitating it. But the serpent's beast soul had transferred into the skeletal remains in the coffin. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the skeleton, now animated, rose. Clad in its black armor, it appeared like a spectral general from the underworld. It landed heavily on the ground, its presence menacing. Zhang Xiaoge, seeing Wu Xiaoge in the skeleton's path, bravely pulled him to safety, losing his arm in the process. The other Platinum Beastmasters finally rallied, surrounding the skeleton.
Despite its newfound power, it was ultimately destroyed, shattered to pieces.
With the tomb's guardian defeated, water began flooding the chamber. Panicked, the group scrambled to loot what they could before escaping through the water-filled exit. Their expedition had been costly, with losses far outweighing the meager treasures they recovered. Back on shore, other factions assisted Zhang and Wu, tending to their injuries and regrouping after the harrowing ordeal.
It's possible, but not certain, Lei Hu replied.
Even I find it hard to believe Xingqian could kill over 100 people, including 13 gold beastmasters. It does seem unlikely, the principal agreed. Especially since Xingqian has no beastmaster abilities due to the soul-suppressing nail, only an ordinary black iron snake.
Could he have had help from a master? This was a possibility.
Mei Hu nodded but added, "We found no evidence of any expert accompanying Xingqian."
The principal took a deep breath. Regardless, it's clear that Li Xingqian is surrounded by mysteries. What should we do now? Jin Ningjing inquired. First, since he's wanted by the Grand Xia's royal family, we can eliminate the possibility that he's one of theirs, which is a relief. As for whether he's from our great Zhou, we'll continue to monitor him. For now, he poses no threat to our academy. The day after the mission ended, Li Xian unexpectedly received a reward of 1,000 academy credits, his share for the operation. Silver Beastmasters earned 1,000 credits, while Gold Mentors received 5,000 credits. Li Xian also concluded his blind box opening with a haul that left him astounded: 520,000 taels, a rare 5,000-year-old herb, 8 herbs ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 years old, 53 herbs under 1,000 years, 2 3,000-year-old spirit fruits, 10 1,000-year-old spirit fruits, and 36 spirit fruits under 1,000 years. Li Xian believed that consuming all these resources could potentially restore his spirit venom python's power. He stored everything in a dimensional orb and bundled the remaining orbs. Dimensional orbs were expensive, 10,000 taels for a 1 square unit and 80,000 for a 5 square unit, with larger spaces costing even more. He had 9 1 square and 4 5 square orbs left, which could fetch a good price if sold. However, Li Xian knew to keep such wealth hidden, as the deaths of the Beast King mercenary group members would inevitably raise suspicions about him, especially from Jin Ningjing, who had given him a piercing look when they discovered the skeletons. Lei Hu, as a Platinum Beastmaster, likely noticed something as well but chose not to mention it at the time. Li Xian realized he needed to find an opportunity to leave.
He learned from Zhou Shan that Su Shanwan had been captured by people from the Dark Field, making it imperative for him to leave and find her.
Moreover, the news that Wang Xiaoer had joined the Dark Field shocked him. Though Wang Xiaoer was of humble origins, he was a citizen of Grand Xia. How had he ended up in Great Zhou, and why had he joined the Dark Field?
With these herbs and spirit fruits, coupled with the silver notes, Li Xian hoped to restore his spirit venom python's strength and eventually remove the soul-suppressing nail, allowing him to depart. After gathering his belongings, he prepared to go out for a meal but collided with Xiaoer at the door, both taken aback.
"Xiaoer, where have you been?"
Li Xian asked, pleased to see her but concerned.
"Xingqian Gij, you're back," she exclaimed joyfully, only to lower her head again. "Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat."
"Wait," Li Xian called after her, noticing something.
"What happened to your face?"
In the dim light, he saw the swelling and redness.
"It's nothing. I just fell," Xiaoer muttered, trying to hide her face.
"Let me see," Li Xian insisted, lifting her chin to examine the bruises more closely. Seeing Xiaoer's injuries ignited a fire of anger within him.
"Who did this?" he demanded.
"Xingqian Gij, I really just fell," she insisted, tears welling up, her voice trembling.
"Tell me the truth, or I'll be really angry," Li Xian said sternly, noting the bruises on her face, neck, and arms, clear signs of a beating. Faced with his insistence, Xiaoer broke down, sobbing.
"Zhang from our class has been letting her little wolf beast attack my rabbit. I ignored her, but then she killed my rabbit when the teacher wasn't around. She threatened me, saying if I told the teacher, she'd have her brother beat you up. Her brother is from the Beast Soul Academy, and he's a silver beastmaster." Li Xian listened, his anger boiling over. He smashed the medicine bottle on the ground. Xingxian Gij, don't act rashly.
We can tell teacher Jin tomorrow, Xiaoer pleaded.
I don't wait to settle scores, Li Xian said, pulling Xiaoer along as he headed out. I'll get you justice today.
This is outrageous.
Her brother may be from the Beast Soul Academy, but I'll make him regret crossing me.
Xiaoer, not wanting to cause trouble for Li Xian, cried, please don't.
I'll heal in a few days, and I can get another beast cub. If you fight her, the academy will punish you, and I don't want you to suffer because of me.
Despite Xiaoer's protests, Li Xian couldn't let it go.
He stormed to the girls' dormitory where Zhang Li stayed.
What do you want? The dorm supervisor demanded, chasing after him.
Ignoring her, Li Xian kicked open the door to Zhang Li's room. The sudden intrusion startled the 4 girls inside. One of them, Zhang Li, stood with a foot on the bed, gesturing animatedly. She turned at the noise, revealing herself as a slightly chubby girl with a mole between her brows.
So, you've come to complain?
Zhang Li mocked, holding a small black wolf pup and strutting towards him.
Did you hurt my sister? Li Xian asked coldly. Your sister? Ha! Zhang Li laughed. Isn't she your servant? How noble of you to call her your sister.
Quite the special treatment, having a servant when even teachers don't.
I asked if you hurt my sister and let your beast kill her rabbit, Li Xian repeated, his voice rising. So what if I did? What can you do about it?
My brother's a silver beast master at the Beast Soul Academy.
Go ahead, hit me if you dare.
Li Xian chuckled darkly.
I've never heard such a request. As you wish.
With that, he kicked Zhang Li hard in the stomach, sending her crashing into a table. Then he sat on the ground.
Ah!
Zhang Li screamed, and immediately let out an angry roar. How dare you hit me?
You actually dared to hit me. Wolf dog, kill him for me. Zhang Li used a shrinking spell to release the small wolf dog from his arms.
The little wolf dog grew larger with the wind but only turned into a wolf dog slightly bigger than an average dog. Li Xian chuckled and said, Black Iron Snake, kill him for me. The black iron snake slithered out from his sleeve and grew into a 2-meter-long, arm-thick black snake upon hitting the ground. All the girls in the dorm, including Zhang Li, screamed immediately. It seemed girls had a natural fear of snake-type beasts. The little wolf dog barked at the black iron snake, but the snake, like a black lightning bolt, quickly coiled around the little wolf dog. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the little wolf dog was crushed to death by the black iron snake. The snake then opened its jaws and swallowed the wolf dog in a few bites. The black iron snake turned its gaze to Zhang Li, crawling slowly towards him, lifting its head to stare at him from just 10 centimeters away. Zhang Li shivered in fear, and suddenly there was a puddle beneath him. He was so scared that he wet himself and then fainted. Seeing this, Li Xian whistled and left with the black iron snake.
If anyone bullies you again, just tell me.
This time, I killed his beast, next time, it won't be so simple. As he was leaving, the dorm supervisor stopped Li Xian to question him. Hey, which class are you from? What did you do to that girl?
My name is Li Xingxian, from this class.
You can tell our tutor if there's an issue, Li Xian declared boldly before leaving with Xiaoer.
After Li Xian left, the dorm staff immediately sent Zhang Li for treatment.
Their class tutor rushed over upon hearing the news and shouted angrily, Bring Li Xingxian and that girl here.
In the small medical room, Li Xian and Xiaoer were present.
Zhang Li lay on a bed, accompanied by a young man. Upon seeing Li Xian, the man rushed at him, his beast soul appearing, seemingly ready to devour Li Xian.
Stop! The tutor is here, the tutor intervened, preventing another fight.
I will give you all a satisfactory answer, he said. Hearing this, the young man, Zhang Li's brother, calmed down. What happened exactly? The tutor asked Li Xian angrily. Li Xian looked at Xiaoer, asking her to explain everything. Zhang Li kept using his little wolf dog beast to bully my little rabbit beast, injuring it several times. Today, he went too far and had his wolf dog kill my rabbit, Xiaoer explained, her eyes reddening. You're lying. It was your rabbit that kept provoking my wolf dog, baring its teeth. My wolf dog couldn't take it anymore and killed your rabbit. Zhang Li sat up on the bed, retorting.
You're lying. Many classmates can testify for me, Xiaoer insisted.
Hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes flickered, his expression changing slightly. He was domineering but not to the point of making the entire class testify falsely for him. If your beast gets killed, you can tell the teacher, and the teacher will let you adopt another one. Moreover, all your beasts were given by the academy, the tutor said angrily. Beasts can be replaced, but if a person is hit, they must hit back, Li Xian said coldly, exposing Xiaoer's bruised arms and neck. The tutor was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. My brother hit your sister, you hit my sister? Today, I'll beat you until you look for your teeth all over the ground, Zhang Li's brother said, lunging at Li Xian again while the tutor was distracted. Li Xian quickly pushed Xiaoer aside and waved his hand. The black iron snake shot out from his sleeve, grew with the wind, and precisely coiled around Zhang Li's brother's neck, wrapping 3 times. Zhang Li's brother immediately felt suffocated and fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Let him go, the tutor yelled in shock, urgently instructing Li Xian. Li Xian willed the black iron snake to loosen its grip, but it didn't leave entirely, instead coiling around Zhang Li's brother's right arm. Under the gaze of the tutor and others, the black iron snake tightened its grip, and with a series of cracking sounds, Zhang Li's brother's right arm was twisted and broken right in front of the tutor. The black iron snake then slowly slithered from Zhang Li's brother's body to Li Xian's, climbing up his pants and coiling around his waist, its head emerging from behind to stare at everyone with eerie, cold eyes. Zhang Li's brother groaned in pain, clutching his broken arm as medical staff rushed to move him to another treatment bed. Upon examination, the medical staff gasped, "Wow, the bone is twisted several times inside the flesh, this arm is done for. You dare to commit violence in front of the tutor. You're too much," the tutor shouted at Li Xian angrily. "I'll report this to the principal and get you expelled," he said, instructing another student to notify the principal. Li Xian sneered, thinking that getting expelled would suit him fine, but Xiaoer quickly protested, "Teacher, you saw it. Xingchen only retaliated after being attacked. Are we supposed to stand here and let him hit us? With me here, could he have hit you?" the tutor retorted coldly. "Then why didn't you stop him earlier when he made the first move?" Li Xian scoffed. "I see clearly now, you're on their side, just trying to bully us siblings. When the principal arrives, I'll tell him and see what he says about you," Li Xian countered. "Don't talk nonsense, kid," the tutor threatened, pointing at Li Xian. "I warn you, don't think that just because your sister is Jin Ningjing, I'm afraid of you. Everyone in the academy knows Jin Ningjing has a thing with the principal." "What did you say?" Li Xian's face darkened instantly. "I said you distort the truth, bully classmates, and cripple them, and now you're acting all high and mighty because your sister is the principal's favorite. You think you can do whatever you want." The tutor, a golden beast tamer, wasn't afraid of Li Xian, thinking he wouldn't dare to retaliate. But in the next moment, he regretted it. The black iron snake behind Li Xian shot out, but the tutor, prepared, quickly dodged. The snake missed and swiftly struck again, but the tutor brandished a long knife, slashing at the black iron snake fiercely. To his surprise, the knife clanged off the snake's body, sparking as if hitting steel, leaving it unharmed. The tutor then summoned his beast soul, letting it possess him, reaching to grab the black iron snake with enhanced strength. But the snake coiled around his arm, constricting tightly. The tutor sneered, "Do you think I'm just another student?" The next moment, he exerted force with his right arm, grabbing the black iron snake with his left hand, trying to pull it off. But at that moment, the black iron snake suddenly exerted immense force, surprising the tutor. Beast skill? How is that possible? Crack! The immense power from the black iron snake instantly twisted the tutor's right arm. After using the beast skill, it quickly coiled around his left arm, breaking it as well. Next, the black iron snake moved to the tutor's legs, and with a series of cracking sounds, the tutor's limbs were broken. Watching the tutor writhing in pain on the ground, Li Xian's expression was indifferent, showing no mercy. At the same time, Li Xian was secretly amazed. He had just commanded the black iron snake to use a beast skill, and it succeeded. Normally, unless a beast has an innate beast skill, other skills can only be learned by beast tamers and then displayed through beast energy and beast souls. But the black iron snake wasn't a beast soul, it was a real beast, incapable of learning human beast skills. Yet, Li Xian had succeeded, possibly due to the connection with the spirit snake within him. He had learned from a book titled Beast Skills Matching Compendium, which recorded 132 beast skills and explained which types of beast souls matched each skill. Among them were 5 heavenly skills, one of which was Titanic Constriction, suitable for snake-type beasts, greatly enhancing their constricting power. The powerful force displayed by the black iron snake just now came from this heavenly skill. Though the snake had only begun to understand it, even this initial grasp was enough to surprise Li Xian. If the black iron snake could fully comprehend it, it might even crush the hardest objects in the world. Just then, the principal arrived hurriedly with Jin Ningjing and Vice Principal Lei Hu. They had been concluding a meeting when they heard about the fight involving Li Xian, so they came personally. Upon seeing the scene in the medical room, the principal frowned. "What on earth is going on here?" he asked coldly. The tutor, lying in pain on the ground, immediately complained, "Principal, you must uphold justice for me. This student assaulted his classmate, and when I tried to stop him, he even attacked me. How disgraceful for a golden beast tamer." Vice Principal Lei Hu snorted. "Explain what happened," he said, pointing to the medical staff. "Principal, first, this girl was brought here." The medical staff pointed to Zhangli, lying on the bed. "She was just agitated. Then, her brother came, and later the tutor arrived. I heard them say it started with this girl hitting his sister." The medical staff looked at Li Xian, then he retaliated for his sister by attacking them, and everyone ended up here. This person sought revenge for his sister, ignored the tutor's warnings, and got his arm broken by a snake. The medical staff paused, looking awkwardly at the principal and Jin Ningjing. And then, the principal prompted. And then the tutor scolded him, accusing him of acting recklessly because he's the tutor's brother, and even insulted tutor Jin, claiming she used improper means to gain influence with the principal. That made him angry enough to have his black iron snake break the tutor's limbs. The medical staff finished. Hearing this, the faces of those present changed slightly, especially the immobilized tutor, who felt as if the sky had fallen. "Principal, it's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense," he protested. "Is that true?" Jin Ningjing questioned Li Xian. "That girl hit shower, so I retaliated, leading to all this. And this guy," Li Xian said, kicking the tutor's leg hard, causing him to scream in pain, "he slandered my sister, said bad things about her. I'll beat him to death." "Stop." Jin Ningjing pulled Li Xian back, scolding him, "He's still your tutor. How can you act like this? I don't care who he is, if he talks bad about you, I'll beat him until even his mother won't recognize him," Li Xian declared fiercely. Hearing this, Jin Ningjing was both angry and somewhat gratified. "All right, clean up here. You all share the blame, and the academy's rules will apply for punishment." The principal then turned to leave, followed by Lei Hu. "Get back quickly," Jin Ningjing ordered before leaving as well. After the three left, Lei Hu chuckled. "This kid, he crippled a golden beast tamer. His black iron snake isn't ordinary. Its prowess in constricting is well known, but its venomous capabilities have yet to be seen. The National Beast Competition is coming up. Let's give him a spot and see if he reveals his true origins. If he's from a particular faction, it'll be exposed, and everything about Li Xingchen will become clear," the principal said calmly. Lei Hu and Jin Ningjing exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Previously, they had discussed the strengths of the three great states, Zhou's beast taming, Xiao's firearms, and Shang's puppetry. With strong support, Zhou's beast taming had gained much promotion. Beasts personally raised, academy raised, or owned by others could participate in the annual beast competition. However, the competition had requirements. The beasts must be between 10 and 100 years old, as these were the most valuable for cultivation. Winning would garner national support. This rule was to prevent older beasts with potentially centuries or millennia of accumulated beast power from disrupting fairness. Li Xian looked at his black iron snake. Although he had only adopted it a few months ago, its beast power was already equivalent to a 20-year-old beast. On the Tianyuan continent, beasts and beast souls were measured by years, not by actual age but by the accumulated beast power through cultivation or consuming rare resources. Some beasts, just a few years or decades old, might get lucky and consume a millennia-old herb, causing their beast power to surge and evolve into 100 or even 1,000-year-old beasts.
The level is not fixed.
It's much like protagonists in martial arts worlds, like Duan Yu or Su Zhu, who, with some luck, gain others decades or hundreds of years of inner strength. Especially Duan Yu, who later absorbed inner strength from many, reaching 200 or 300 years worth. Here, all beasts are similar, the so-called years are just a unit of measurement, not an indication of lifespan. Li Xian returned home with shower. Shower adeptly brought hot water to wash Li Xian's feet. Seeing her bruised arms, Li Xian felt a pang of guilt. He took her arms and personally applied medicine to them. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to adopt another beast cub. Thank you, Brother Xingqian, Shower said, flashing a satisfied and happy smile. The next morning, Li Xian took Shower to the beast district, entering the adoption area for cubs. Li Xian noticed many new cubs had arrived. However, with staff and tutors present, he couldn't let the black iron snake act. Eventually, with Li Xian's accompaniment, Shower found another rabbit beast cub. Having raised one for so long, Shower had experience, making it a wise choice. Moreover, with Li Xian's help, this rabbit's bloodline was purer than others. Returning to the classroom after a long absence, Li Xian found that today's tutor had changed. He chuckled coldly, knowing the previous one was likely incapacitated with shattered limbs, unable to fully recover for 1 or 2 years, even in optimal conditions. Even if healed, his strength would be greatly affected. Class, your teacher had an unexpected incident, so I'll be teaching you from now on, announced a young woman with long hair, wearing a long-sleeved short skirt. She seemed no older than 25 but was already a tutor. In Yunying Academy, becoming a tutor required reaching the level of a golden beast tamer, regardless of the teaching position, with some in the Beast Soul District even reaching platinum level. Thus, this woman, under 25, was already a golden beast tamer. My name is Wang Tian Tian. You can call me Teacher Wang or Teacher Tian Tian, she said naturally, exuding a fresh aura much more pleasant than the previous rigid and cold tutor. Today, I bring good news, she continued. Everyone perked up. The National Beast Competition is about to begin. Our class, being a beginner class, has only one spot. If none of you qualify, the spot will be cancelled. You all know the Beast Competition is our continent's most important event. The minimum requirement for participating beasts is 10 years. Hearing this, the students groaned in dismay. 10 years? That's impossible. We've only just adopted our beasts. Yes, even Pang Lang, the wealthiest in our class, only has a 9-year-old beast. Probably none of us qualify. Teacher, my beast is 9 years old, but I promise I can raise it to 10 before the competition, a fair-skinned boy stood up. He had a pleasant appearance and came from a wealthy family running shops in Yunying City, gaining much admiration from the girls in class. Let's follow the rules and test one by one, okay? Wang Tiantian smiled, gesturing Pang Lang to sit down. He grimaced, Teacher, it's unnecessary. We're a beginner class, we've only been raising our beasts for a few months. Except for mine, none even reach 5 years. Wang Tiantian felt slightly disappointed, his attitude was too arrogant, not a good trait. Classmate, testing beast age is part of our monthly evaluation, so please sit down, she advised again. Pang Lang huffed and sat down. One by one, students began testing their beasts. When it was Chower's turn, Wang Tiantian asked, Why is your beast newly adopted? Her beast was eaten by another one, a student laughed, prompting Wang Tiantian to frown. She had just arrived at Yunying Academy and was surprised to be a substitute teacher. She had heard rumors about a student crippling a tutor. Before coming, she consulted other teachers and learned about an incident where a student's beast was bullied to death, leading her brother to retaliate, ultimately involving the tutor who ended up crippled. Wang Tiantian scanned the room to find the student capable of defeating a golden beast tamer but couldn't identify anyone. Upon hearing about the girl's beast, she connected the dots. Her brother was next for testing. When he revealed a black snake, Wang Tiantian, afraid of snakes, stepped back slightly. She gestured for him to place it on the testing platform. Her eyes widened, 20 years. She looked at him, incredulous. Are you sure you're in a beginner class? A 20-year beast meets the intermediate standard.
Teacher, he's my brother. He's amazing, we adopted our beasts together, Xiaoer said proudly.
You're his brother? Wang Tiantian realized, understanding why someone with a 20-year beast could disable a golden beast tamer. But then Wang Tiantian thought for a moment.
Wait a minute, it's just a 20-year-old beast. I could easily defeat it, she pondered.
Her heart was filled with questions, but she confirmed that this person would indeed be the representative from the beginner class for the competition.
Meanwhile, all the classmates were shocked, staring at Li Xian.
This usually low-profile student had surprisingly raised his beast to 20 years. As Li Xian walked down from the stage, he sensed the hostility from Peng Lang.
Without Li Xian, Peng Lang might have secured that spot for the competition. However, Li Xian was indifferent, considering Peng Lang inconsequential.
Li Xian found the beast competition intriguing. Wang Tiantian continued to explain the rules and structure of the competition. Individuals couldn't participate, they had to be introduced by an organization or a socially recognized group to prevent infiltration by foreign countries or malicious individuals. The competition included a 3-month preliminary selection phase within the city, selecting 10 representatives to compete in the regional selection. Ultimately, each region would choose 10 from among the dozens of city representatives to join the national competition. In the competition, any level of achievement would yield different rewards. For instance, even if you didn't make it to the top 10 in the city, securing the 11th spot still earned you various city-level rewards.
Hearing this, everyone understood. Li Xian realized that many participants would likely be from the academy, as well as other guilds, families, and sects in Yunying City.
Together, they would form a sizable group. The profession of beast tamer was known as a rich person's profession in the continent, requiring significant financial resources to develop. The poor had no chance. Li Xian thought about managing the recovery of the golden spirit venom python carefully. If it fully recovered, he could remove the soul-sealing spikes and become a true beast soul tamer, making him ineligible for the competition. But then he thought it didn't matter because even if the golden spirit venom python recovered, it still needed to help revive the soul insects in prison 70 to lift the soul-sealing spikes. Moreover, its full recovery would directly enhance the black iron snake's strength, so improving his power before the competition was necessary. The morning passed with explanations of the beast competition. After class, as Li Xian was about to leave, the new tutor called out to him.
Hello, could you wait a moment? Wang Tiantian, lively and spirited, approached.
Although her looks were slightly above average, her long legs were a significant feature. Upon seeing her, anyone's gaze would naturally start from her legs upwards.
Teacher Tiantian, is there something you need?
Li Xian asked, regretting the term of address instantly for its intimate connotation, especially given their close ages, which made it feel somewhat ambiguous.
You're representing our class in the competition.
It starts in 3 days. I wanted to know if you have any questions or difficulties, she offered.
No problem, Li Xian nodded.
Actually, I do have a question, he suddenly remembered.
Oh? What is it? Wang Tiantian asked with a smile, dimples appearing. Are you from Yunying City? Do you know it well? Of course, I am. My family is from Yunying City, the Wang family.
I just graduated from Tianlu City Academy, she explained, Tianlu City being a provincial-level city above Yunying. Graduating from there was prestigious, and being from a major local family, she had been appointed directly to Yunying Academy, a position many envied for its benefits. I was wondering where in Yunying City I might find the largest guild or a place to buy rare items, Li Xian inquired. The largest guild is the Tomorrow Guild, a renowned chain across the continent with branches in all 3 major countries, including ours. It's reputable and reliable, although its prices are higher than the other 3 local guilds, which belong to the Wang, Li, and Zhang families. They are cheaper but offer fewer items. There's also a black market, where you can find anything, but the items are of unknown origin, potentially stolen or illicit. Buying there could cause trouble if you're found out. Li Xian realized she was right. Are you looking to purchase herbs to enhance your beast's strength? If you need, I can take you to our Wang family's guild. With me, you can get the best herbs at the lowest prices, she offered.
Thank you, teacher, but I'm just exploring options.
I'll reach out if I need help, Li Xian replied courteously before leaving. His primary goal was to sell the 12 elemental rings he carried, rather than buying anything. Although the Wang Guild might offer a good price, it would expose him. Selling them to the black market, even at a lower price, would ensure secrecy.
After parting with Wang Tian, Xiaoer went to care for her rabbit. Li Xian made an excuse to leave, finding a secluded spot to change into a black robe and cloak, donning a mask. Prepared, he headed to the black market. Upon arrival, he was relieved to see most people similarly concealed. "Hey brother, looking for something?" someone approached, like a persistent tout, sticking to him. Li Xian ignored the man and continued walking. The persistent fellow followed him patiently. After a while, Li Xian stopped abruptly. The so-called black market had no stalls. Just then, the man approached again, chuckling, "First time here? The transactions here are all under the table. You think they'd display their goods openly for you to pick?" Li Xian turned and said, "I'm not buying, I'm selling." The man's eyes flickered with interest, and he asked in a low voice, "What are you selling?" "We deal in elemental rings too." At this, the man's expression became serious. Many came here to sell rings, often obtained by dubious means. This person likely acquired his rings similarly. "What types do you have?" "I have both 1 square and 5 square rings." "What do you need?" The man looked around and said, "Let's talk over here." Leading Li Xian to a quieter spot, he added, "Just so you know, prices here are generally 30% lower than market rates." Li Xian frowned at this. The price difference was too significant. He shook his head, "No, the price is too low." "Hey, don't believe me? Go ask around." "Black market prices are like this," the man insisted, feeling confident. In the market, once he signaled, others would confirm the same rates, and if Li Xian tried bargaining elsewhere, they would lower prices further, forcing him back. Selling 12 elemental rings at this price meant a substantial loss for Li Xian. He decided to look around more, and the man, smirking, didn't follow. He knew Li Xian would return eventually. However, outside, someone was loudly announcing, "Buying elemental rings at 90% of market price. Come quickly." Instantly, people from both sides of the street swarmed over. "I've got 3 1-square rings." "I've got a 5-square ring." "I've got 6 5-square rings." People shouted, clamoring around. Seeing this, Li Xian joined the crowd, handing over his rings, 9 1-square and 3 5-square, which were all accepted. He received 90% of the market value, totaling 297,000 silver taels. For Li Xian, this amount was astonishing, but for the buyers, it was a mere drop in the ocean. Fortunately, he hadn't sold them to the first man, otherwise, he'd have lost tens of thousands. Just then, the man from earlier passed by, looking displeased, and sold his rings to the same buyers at 90% of the market price. Even resellers preferred selling here, as it was worry-free. The buyer, known as Managerly, was from the Tomorrow Guild, a chain in all 3 major countries, buying from the black market for legitimate resale. Feeling satisfied with his unexpected earnings, Li Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. He decided to explore the black market further. The street led to a large 3-story building, bustling like a marketplace, the true heart of the black market. Inside, countless stalls displayed herbs, elixirs, and other items. However, these were mostly ordinary and not worth much. Li Xian stopped at a stall, picking up a somewhat withered century-old herb priced 40% below market, yet still not worth it. He moved on, noticing various antiques. The continent's rich history meant any item here was genuinely centuries old, unlike the beasts or herbs measured in years. Suddenly, the voice of the golden spirit venom python echoed, "Master, the dragon-shaped staff is valuable." Intrigued, Li Xian pretended to browse casually, picking up an ancient book titled Record of Heavenly Fire. "How much for this?" he asked. "You've got a keen eye. This is a handwritten journal from 800 years ago during the Daying Kingdom era." "Yours for 10,000 taels," the stall owner said. 10,000 taels? Li Xian exclaimed, placing it down. "How about 100 taels?" "Deal," the owner quickly replied, wrapping it up.
You're not playing fair, Li Xian chuckled, pointing at the owner, then picked up the dragon-shaped staff.
And this?
Ah, this is a dragon staff used by the Dang Emperor. Yours for 1,000,000 taels.
What? 1,000,000? Are you kidding? Li Xian exclaimed, putting it down.
Name your price, business is all about negotiation, the owner said. After a moment's thought, Li Xian raised a finger.
100,000? He shook his head. 10,000, you're driving a hard bargain.
10,000 barely covers the materials. This staff is made of century-old Nanmu wood.
Wasn't it used by the Dang Emperor 800 years ago? How is it made of century-old wood? That's not important. Look at the craftsmanship. I meant 100 taels.
Deal, the owner shouted, hastily wrapping it up and handing it to Li Xian. Pay up. Li Xian was stunned by the abruptness but paid, amused by the whole exchange.
Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he handed over the money and left.
Finding nothing of interest on the first floor, he proceeded to the second floor, where the items were noticeably more refined. There were uniformed guards at every entrance and exit, and people patrolled regularly. Unlike the first floor, where a simple cloth on a table sufficed to display items, everything here was housed in elegant display cases.
The staff would retrieve items for you to examine.
As Li Xian browsed, he noticed that the items were generally free from defects and priced significantly lower than market rates.
This seemed suspicious. Why were the prices so low for the same items?
There had to be a catch. To investigate, Li Xian tentatively purchased a 500-year-old herb. Judging by its medicinal potency and energy, it seemed authentic, and it was priced 10% below market value. Without hesitation, he fed it to the black iron snake, but he quickly realized the herb's energy was not up to standard. They had merely enhanced the herb's exterior, much like injecting sugar water into fruit to make it taste sweet but not delivering on quality once bought. Understanding the ploy, Li Xian lost interest in the herbs and elixirs sold there. Just then, the voice of the golden spirit venom python echoed again, "Master, the stone at the third counter is a treasure." Excited by the prospect, Li Xian felt like he had a treasure-hunting mouse with him, able to spot valuable items with ease. He approached and saw a fist-sized, pitch-black stone. As usual, he didn't immediately pick up the stone but examined another stone first. The counter displayed stones of various colors and shapes. Picking up a pale blue stone, Li Xian felt a chill emanate from it.
"What are these stones for?" he asked the shopkeeper out of curiosity.
"Sir, these are materials for crafting equipment and refining elixirs."
"The one you hold is an ice heart stone."
Intrigued by the stones, Li Xian picked through them one by one.
"How much are they?"
"They seem nice for decorating a home," he commented, hefting a stone.
The shopkeeper coughed. "Sir, these are precious materials for refining and crafting, not decorations."
"I know, but they're too low grade for that."
"They're better suited for decoration," Li Xian replied, setting the stones down.
"How are they priced?"
1,000 taels for first grade, 5,000 for second grade.
"You're overpricing them, no one will buy," Li Xian said, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The shopkeeper waved dismissively, laughing as he sat back down.
Embarrassed by the lack of a bargaining opportunity, Li Xian called out, "How about by the gram? Let me choose."
"Brother, 5,000 for second grade is the standard."
"By the gram? What are you thinking?" The shopkeeper seemed unconcerned whether Li Xian bought anything or not.
"Fine, wrap them up," Li Xian sighed. The price wasn't high, and it wasn't worth haggling over. Returning to the counter, he discreetly included the stone the golden spirit venom python had pointed out. Then he moved on to other sections. Just as Li Xian was leaving, a young man came running to the counter, searching frantically.
"Where's the fire spirit stone?"
"The one with the fire attribute, black with red streaks," he asked. "Sold," the shopkeeper replied angrily at the young man's rudeness.
"To whom?"
the young man demanded.
"I told you I wanted it."
"You think you can dictate who I sell to?" the shopkeeper retorted.
"Others want it too."
Realizing his mistake, the young man softened his tone.
"The stone with fire energy, Who bought it?
I'll pay 10,000 taels.
10,000?
The shopkeeper was shocked but then regretted. I sold it to someone in a cloak for 1,000 taels. The young man was speechless. Just then, the shopkeeper pointed. There he is, in the black cloak. The young man hurried over to Li Xian, who was bewildered.
Sir, did you buy a black stone? Could I purchase it from you?
I'll pay 10,000 taels, the young man pleaded. Li Xian immediately thought of the stone the golden spirit venom python had mentioned. No, haven't seen it, he replied, realizing the stone was quite sought after. But with his companion vouching for its value, he wouldn't sell it. From that counter, the shopkeeper said you bought it. The young man was becoming anxious. Li Xian shrugged, showing the cloth bag. Look for yourself.
No black stone here. I only bought them for decoration. If I had it, I'd give it to you.
The young man searched the bag and, finding nothing, became suspicious.
Are you hiding it? What are you talking about? Li Xian retorted, snatching the bag back and leaving.
The young man grabbed his shoulder, threatening, I suggest you hand it over, or else.
Murder! Robbery!
Li Xian shouted, retreating while clutching his arm. The young man looked around nervously as patrol guards quickly surrounded him.
What's going on? The guards asked. He's trying to rob me. Is there no security here? I haven't even left yet, and he's already trying to steal.
Li Xian explained to the guards. With the young man detained, Li Xian made a quick exit. Having found nothing else of interest on the second floor, he headed to the third floor, only to be stopped at the staircase.
Membership card? Asked the guard. Membership card? You need one to go to the third floor? Li Xian was puzzled.
Either that or spend over 100,000 taels on the second floor, the guard explained. Without a membership card, Li Xian turned back, deciding to continue exploring since he was already there.
Just then, a bald man clad in a bright red robe approached, each hand adorned with 3 gleaming rings. He was followed by 4 men in black robes, clearly bodyguards. Li Xian glanced at his own attire and noticed a striking resemblance to the bodyguard's clothing. Quickly, he stepped aside. As the bald man and his entourage headed upstairs, Li Xian discreetly followed.
The guards at the entrance seemed familiar with the bald man and allowed him through without a membership card. Li Xian trailed behind, and though the guards glanced at him, they didn't question his presence. Thus, Li Xian easily blended in as one of the bodyguards and made his way inside.
Once inside, Li Xian seized the opportunity to slip away and explore the third floor. The third floor was noticeably quieter than the second. A vast exhibition hall displayed numerous precious items, all securely protected.
On either side were elegantly decorated individual shops. People moved in and out of these shops, occasionally glancing at the valuable items in the exhibition hall.
As Li Xian wandered, he noticed a transparent case containing the shadowy form of a black leopard, crackling with lightning.
The label read 35,000 year thunder nether leopard beast soul, price, 1,000 gold coins. A formidable beast soul, indeed.
However, the price caught Li Xian's attention.
Gold coins were used for significant and rare items, beyond the reach of ordinary currency. Each gold coin, made from refined beast essences, required a 1,000-year-old beast to produce. These were invaluable to beast masters, who could absorb the beast energy directly. A gold coin was worth 1,000,000 taels, making the beast soul priced at 1,000 gold coins equivalent to a staggering 1 billion taels. The thought of such an amount made Li Xian's head spin. Who could afford that? Nearby, a massive, complete skeleton labeled Ancient Beast Rampaging Fury Dragon was on display, priced at 100 gold coins. The skeleton resembled that of a T-Rex.
Could there have been dinosaurs among the ancient beasts?
The skeleton served more as a decoration for the wealthy, yet it was priced at 100 gold coins.
Who could possibly afford that?
Li Xian continued exploring, letting the golden spirit venom python guide him in search of hidden treasures.
He stopped at a shop called Tongtian Pavilion, guided by the python.
The shop had an ancient decor, with a faint incense that calmed the mind. The shopkeeper sat with eyes closed on an aged bamboo chair, beside a strange box emitting music reminiscent of classical percussion. Intrigued by the technology, Li Xian felt the shop's items surpassed the world's usual scope. "How much for this?" he asked, pointing to a ginseng-like item soaking in a jar. 10,000 taels per ounce, the shopkeeper replied without opening his eyes. "What about this?" Li Xian inquired, picking up a translucent jade guanine. 10 gold coins, was the reply. "So expensive," Li Xian muttered, putting it back. He picked up a dagger inlaid with beast essence, its blade incredibly sharp, a clear indication of quality. 2 gold coins, the shopkeeper replied. Li Xian turned, bemused by the shopkeeper's prices. 2 gold coins meant 20 gold coins, equating to 20 million taels, far beyond his few million in savings. He put the dagger down, realizing he couldn't afford it, and continued browsing. Finally, Li Xian found what the golden spirit venom python had sensed, a treasure map. He picked it up and asked, "What is this?" "A treasure map," the shopkeeper replied, eyes still closed. Li Xian touched and sniffed the black, slightly soft material, unsure what beast skin it was made from. It emitted a faint fragrance, but clearly wasn't a complete map. The python sensed a weak beast energy, indicating the map was made from ancient beast skin, still holding residual energy. "How much?" Li Xian asked. 2 million taels, the shopkeeper stated. In a place using gold coins as currency, the price seemed acceptable, but it exceeded Li Xian's budget. Too expensive for an incomplete map, Li Xian argued. The shopkeeper's logic seemed dubious. Would they really sell a complete treasure map? Li Xian was wary of being conned but didn't want to show too much interest. To appear indifferent, he picked up another item, a peculiar black stone. "How much?" he asked. 10,000 taels, the shopkeeper answered. "It's not valuable." "If it were, would I sell it?" "Are you joking?" Li Xian laughed, putting the stone down. "How about this? I'll take the map and the stone for 2 million, Li Xian proposed. "Deal," the shopkeeper agreed without hesitation. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. The black stone seemed like a bargaining tool. Then, the python's voice startled him, "Master, the black stone is likely an alchemy furnace." Li Xian's heart raced, but he remained composed. The shopkeeper handed him a receipt, directing him to pay at the cashier outside. The setup reminded Li Xian of shopping malls he had visited before. However, Li Xian noticed that to pay outside, he would need to show a membership card, which also offered a discount. Feeling awkward, he turned to the shopkeeper, "I came in with my brother." "I'm not a member here, you see." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Come," he said, gesturing for Li Xian to follow. Confused but intrigued, Li Xian complied. "If you're paying yourself, I'll let you have it for 1.8 million, the shopkeeper offered. An unexpected stroke of luck. Li Xian quickly agreed and handed over the money. The shopkeeper, satisfied, took the payment and handed over the items, advising Li Xian, "Once you're out, don't mention buying from here. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep the items, and I'll have to refund you." Li Xian nodded in understanding, aware that transactions outside might not be as profitable for the shopkeeper. For Li Xian, as long as it was cheaper, it was a good deal. With that, he strolled out confidently. After a quick loop around, Li Xian left the 3rd floor. Though many treasures awaited there, their prices were beyond his reach. He considered the day's haul satisfactory. But as soon as he exited the black market, someone blocked his path. "Are we done yet?" "I really haven't seen any black stone," Li Xian said with an exasperated eye roll. "Hand over the fire spirit stone," the young man demanded coldly. "You think this is a robbery?" Li Xian retorted with a snort, watching as the young man tossed a bundle of silver notes on the ground. "This is a transaction, not a forced sale," the young man insisted, "even if you have that stone." A crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. "Come, everyone, see for yourselves. This guy wants to rob me even before leaving the market." Li Xian shouted, waving his arms to draw attention. The young man cursed under his breath, scooped up the notes, and left hastily. He knew the black market had rules against violence within its premises. Despite being familiar with these rules, Li Xian preferred avoiding trouble. The young man was likely a beast soul beast master, and if a fight broke out, Li Xian's black iron snake, though powerful, was only a 20-year beast. Against a prepared opponent, especially a golden beast master, poison would be ineffective. Poison relied on surprise, but against true experts, it was of little use. The last time Li Xian had managed to take out over 100 mercenaries was due to favorable conditions: darkness, a fortuitous breeze carrying the poison, and the element of surprise. Once the young man left, Li Xian didn't exit immediately. He suspected the man would be waiting outside. So, he found a quiet alley, changed out of his black cloak, and donned different clothes before leaving. True to his suspicion, the young man was indeed waiting at the market's exit. Li Xian casually walked past, but as he approached, the young man's eyes locked onto him. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Had he been recognized? The young man stood abruptly, blocking Li Xian's path. Though Li Xian had changed his attire, he still wore a mask, a common sight in the black market. The young man, too, wore a mask. "Hand over the fire spirit stone," the young man demanded again. Li Xian didn't dare speak, fearing his voice would give him away. But staying silent wasn't an option. "Sorry, you've got the wrong person," he said, lowering his voice. The young man's lips curled into a smirk. "I haven't got the wrong person. Hand it over." Li Xian's patience snapped. "Are you done?" "I told you, I didn't buy any damn fire spirit stone," he shouted. "Even if I did, I'm not selling it to you, not for 10,000, not for 1,000,000, not for 10 million. Got it?" The young man was taken aback by Li Xian's outburst, not expecting such a reaction. Shoving the young man aside, Li Xian marched forward. The young man, flustered, reached to grab Li Xian's shoulder again. But Li Xian spun around, and the black iron snake lunged at the young man, spewing black venom. Startled, the young man retreated hastily, but the snake was faster, coiling around his neck. With a swift, deadly twist, the young man's neck snapped. The black iron snake returned to Li Xian, who quickened his pace to leave the scene. However, after Li Xian left, the corpse suddenly coughed violently. "Damn, that kid's ruthless," the young man muttered, grateful for knowing bone-mending techniques but alarmed by the potent poison. He quickly took an antidote. Having shaken off his pursuer, Li Xian returned to the Yu Academy, satisfied with his haul. He had managed to find some bargains and evaded trouble. Once home, he laid out all the items he had acquired. The treasure map and the mysterious black alchemy furnace had cost him 1.8 million. After selling some original items, he had 2.6 million left. He first examined the dragon-shaped staff he'd purchased. It seemed unimpressive, contrary to the shopkeeper's claims of royal use. But the golden spirit venom python had indicated the real treasure lay within the dragon's mouth, a bead. Breaking it open, Li Xian extracted the bead. "What is it?" he wondered aloud. "Master, it's a dragon pearl," the python explained. "A dragon pearl?" Li Xian's eyes widened. Such things existed? When snakes evolve, they become jiao dragons, which further evolve into true dragons. This pearl is likely from a jiao dragon, formed as its essence solidified into a pearl. "What can I do with it?" Li Xian asked. "For a beast master, it could be used to absorb energy. But now, it's mainly useful for crafting or embedding into equipment," the python replied. Understanding dawned on Li Xian as he pondered his next steps. It can significantly enhance the power of a piece of equipment. Li Xian thoughtfully nodded. Without his beast's strength restored, having a handy piece of equipment was indeed a good choice. After putting it away, he turned his attention to the handwritten book titled Record of Heavenly and Earthly Strange Fires. Upon opening it, Li Xian discovered it documented many peculiar fire types in this world. Some of these fires had existed since ancient times and were known as strange fires. Their primary use was in alchemy or refining, and they also possessed formidable offensive capabilities. When combined with a fire attribute beast soul, their power could be greatly amplified. As Li Xian perused the book, he found it listed approximately 120 kinds of strange fires. For a fire to be classified as a strange fire, it had to have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over thousands of years. The top-ranked fire was called Divine Spirit Holy Fire, said to have formed from the burning divinity of a fallen god. Many other powerful and eerie strange fires deeply impressed Li Xian. Though it was just a handwritten book, its content was extremely valuable. After storing the book, Li Xian examined the black stone with red veins. The troublesome person had also been interested in this stone, but its significance remained a mystery to him.
Master, the golden spirit venom python said, this stone contains potent fire attribute energy, though it's very subtle.
Most would mistake it for an ordinary fire spirit stone, a second-grade material. Fire spirit stones are not very useful, Li Xian lamented.
But without my beast strength, I can't absorb it.
No worries, the python assured. The black iron snake can absorb it on your behalf with the same effect. Relieved, Li Xian watched as the black iron snake emerged, returned to its original size, and swallowed the stone. Moments later, it spat out a pile of stone fragments.
Among them was a bead engulfed in flames, which the snake quickly gulped down after a few attempts due to its heat. Li Xian noticed the snake's scales turning red, an indication of the intense internal heat. Suddenly, the black iron snake writhed in agony, its body contorting as its temperature soared. One by one, its scales fell off, a heart-wrenching sight for Li Xian. Yet through their psychic connection, he knew the snake's life signs were stable. It was undergoing a painful but transformative rebirth. Gradually, the snake's body calmed, though it shrank from over 2 meters to about 1.5. Once all its scales had shed, new ones, tiny and dense, colored red and black, began to grow. My goodness, the golden spirit venom python exclaimed, shocked. What is it? Li Xian asked, sensing the black iron snake's pain but unaware of the cause. It's a heavenly and earthly strange fire. I thought it was just high-level fire energy, but it's actually a strange fire, the python revealed excitedly. A strange fire? Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The python described the energy the black iron snake absorbed, and Li Xian quickly searched the record of heavenly and earthly strange fires. He found the entry. It was one of the 36 heavenly fires, known as Black Lotus Red Fire. The book documented 108 strange fires, 36 heavenly and 72 earthly, categorized based on celestial and terrestrial rankings. Black Lotus Red Fire was the 34th heavenly fire, belonging to the star of heavenly violence. It appeared red with black due to its high heat. With its new scales, the black iron snake emitted a beautiful red-black flame, resembling a lotus flower. Curious, Li Xian reached out to touch it, surprised to find it not overly hot. The black iron snake could control the fire's temperature. When your beast's strength returns, the black iron snake can transfer the black lotus red fire to you, the golden spirit venom python explained. Li Xian was overjoyed. Additionally, he realized a significant development. The snake's absorption of the fire had boosted the python's recovery to 30%, and the snake's power had increased to approximately 30 years. Can you retract the flame? Li Xian asked. It's too conspicuous and might attract trouble. Understanding the dangers of possessing such a coveted entity, the black iron snake retracted the flame into its body. All right, little one, get some rest, Li Xian said, storing the snake away. He then focused on the beast skin treasure map and the small black stone. The treasure map was only a fragment. Without knowing how many pieces existed, Li Xian couldn't recognize the depicted location. He sighed, storing the map away. Next, he examined the hollow black stone. The golden spirit venom python had identified it as a small alchemy furnace. Alchemy was a valued profession on the Tianyuan continent, providing many necessary pills for beast masters. It's a bit small, though, Li Xian mused, playing with the stone. Suddenly, he recalled the black iron snake's recent absorption of the black lotus red fire. He summoned the snake again, instructing it to unleash the fire. The red-black flames enveloped the stone, which absorbed them. Li Xian experimentally tossed some herbs inside, astonished to see them shrink and enter the furnace. Inside the small alchemy furnace, a black and red lotus floated at the center. As the herbs entered, they hovered above the black and red lotus. The black lotus red fire enveloped the herbs, slowly incinerating them. Gradually, the essence of the herbs was extracted, transforming into pure golden droplets. Li Xian, unfamiliar with the art of alchemy, could only condense the herbs into liquid form.
Soon, droplets of the medicinal liquid floated out of the furnace, which the black iron snake eagerly swallowed.
Li Xian was pleasantly surprised to discover that the incineration process could extract the herb's maximum energy.
The unique trait of the Black Lotus Red Fire was its profound incineration capability, squeezing out every bit of medicinal property without waste. No longer needing to seek the vice principle for alchemy, Li Xian was secretly thrilled. His goal was not the pills themselves but the full energy of the herbs.
As long as he could maximize this energy, he was satisfied.
With many herbs looted from Joshan stored in his ring, Li Xian believed that using the Black Lotus Red Fire for incineration could soon restore the Golden Spirit Venom Python completely. However, first, he needed to win the beast competition.
With the Black Iron Snake's current strength, it should be manageable. The time for the beast competition arrived quickly.
Over 100 participants from Yunying Academy entered the event, held at the Yunying City Arena, temporarily repurposed for the competition. Originally a venue for beast fights, its temporary use now made the place even more lively. Li Xian was surprised to see a classmate, who had rapidly advanced his beast to the 10-year mark, participating not under Yunying Academy's name but representing the Li family merchants. This indicated possible connections between his family and the merchant group, securing him a slot. The competition began with straightforward rules. Beasts were categorized by age.
The competition's entry requirement was between 10 and 100 years.
Pitting a 10-year beast against a 100-year beast would be pointless, so the matches were grouped in 10-year increments. The Black Iron Snake, upon evaluation, was placed in the 30-year group.
The arena was divided into 9 sections with large iron cages for each group. Li Xian checked his number and waited patiently. Group 30, number 120, a voice announced. Li Xian opened his eyes, moving to the third arena cage.
Across from him stood a smug-looking, chubby man with a giant, tusked boar at his side.
"Present your beasts," the referee instructed. The chubby man patted his boar, which let out a proud roar.
35-year beast, iron-blooded tusked boar, the referee noted, turning to Li Xian. Li Xian extended his arm, allowing the Black Iron Snake to slither out from his sleeve.
30-year beast, Black Iron Snake.
The chubby man burst into laughter.
"Is that snake even mature? A 30-year snake? Ref, are you kidding? My boar could squash it with a fart." Li Xian smirked silently.
The referee, standing between them, explained the rules. There are only 2 ways to end the match: voluntary surrender or a beast is unable to continue. Life or death, it's up to fate. In reality, a beast being unable to continue typically meant it had been killed.
Beast battles were brutal, often life or death struggles. As the cage doors opened, the chubby man nudged his boar in. It snorted defiantly. Li Xian remained silent as the Black Iron Snake slithered in. With a clang, the cage door shut, signaling the start of the fight.
The Black Iron Snake, over a meter long, raised its head, flicking its tongue provocatively.
The boar snorted, lowering its head and charging with its tusks aimed at the snake. But the Black Iron Snake didn't dodge.
As the boar neared, it spat a corrosive venom, bone-corroding venom.
Li Xian's strategy was a swift, decisive strike. The boar charged through the venom, and the snake quickly darted aside.
With a crash, the boar slammed into the cage, letting out a pained scream. Its head was disfigured by the venom, and the toxin it inhaled rapidly attacked its internal organs.
Within seconds, the iron-blooded tusked boar collapsed, lifeless. The battle was over in less than a minute.
"My iron-blooded tusked boar," the chubby man exclaimed, eyes wide, clutching the cage bars. As the door opened, the Black Iron Snake calmly slithered back to Li Xian, coiling up his leg. "Give me back my beast," the man shouted, rushing at Li Xian but was stopped by the referee.
"If you're not up to it, you shouldn't have entered," the referee said.
The man punched the cage in frustration, looking at his beast's body, then sank to the ground.
Most beast masters had deep bonds with their beasts, raised from infancy.
Losing a beast nurtured for over 10 years was unbearable. Yet, a competition was a competition, and reality was reality. If one truly cherished their beast, they shouldn't have entered, as the referee advised. The Yunying Academy team was led by instructors from the low, middle, and high beast classes, responsible for their students. As the only participant from the low class, Li Xian was accompanied by Wang Tiantian.
How was it? Wang Tiantian asked, rushing over with water and a towel.
Simple, no challenge, Li Xian replied.
You really surprised me.
In just a few days, you've raised your beast to 30 years, Wang Tiantian said excitedly, seemingly more thrilled than Li Xian himself.
Did you know?
The higher the beast's age in the groups, the richer the rewards, she added.
Really? Li Xian's eyes lit up.
If that were the case, he needed to speed up, aiming to elevate the black iron snake to 90 years for more substantial rewards. Due to the large number of participants, Li Xian's turn for the second round of the competition came in the afternoon. Participants had the option to refuse to continue, as some beasts were severely injured in the first round and needed time to recover. The competition allowed for a recovery period of up to half a month between matches.
However, some chose to compete immediately, aiming to capitalize on opponents' weakened states. When the number 120 was called, Li Xian approached arena number 3. Would you like to continue the competition? The referee asked. Yes, Li Xian replied with a nod.
The referee posed the same question to the other participant, who also agreed to continue.
Please present your beasts.
As usual, Li Xian revealed the black iron snake.
30-year beast, black iron snake.
At this moment, his opponent's eyes lit up, recognizing Li Xian. It's you, the opponent exclaimed, surprising Li Xian, who had no recollection of him.
Do you know me? Li Xian asked, puzzled.
Not personally, the opponent replied, almost through clenched teeth, as if they shared a deep grudge. Li Xian rolled his eyes at the hostility, then noticed a purple-feathered eagle perched on the opponent's shoulder. That's quite an impressive eagle, Li Xian thought, admiring its appearance. However, he felt a twinge of concern, knowing that eagles and snakes are natural enemies. Yet, given the arena's constraints, where the eagle couldn't fully utilize its ability to fly, Li Xian felt more at ease. 30-year beast, purple cloud eagle, the referee announced as the arena gates opened.
The purple cloud eagle swooped in, transforming into a purple streak.
The arena was vast, with a height of over 20 meters, allowing the eagle to fly to the top, gripping the cage tightly and staring down at the black iron snake. As expected, once the black iron snake entered and the gate closed, a sharp cry echoed. The purple cloud eagle dove down, talons aimed viciously at the snake. Its sharp claws seemed poised to tear the snake apart. However, the black iron snake, having undergone a fiery rebirth, had scales strengthened by the black lotus red fire.
When the eagle's claws gripped it, they couldn't inflict any damage.
Seizing the moment, the snake coiled around the eagle's talons. Let go, purple cloud eagle, the opponent shouted desperately, but it was too late. The snake's powerful constriction elicited a pained cry from the eagle as it tried to ascend, hoping to shake the snake off. But it wasn't a matter of the eagle letting go, the snake refused to release its hold.
With two cracking sounds, the eagle's talons snapped.
The black iron snake then coiled around the eagle's neck, exerting force. Both creatures plummeted from the sky. When they hit the ground, the snake slithered off, leaving the purple cloud eagle motionless, a pool of blood spreading beneath it.
The young man glared at Li Xian with hatred as he entered the arena to retrieve his fallen beast.
As he passed Li Xian, he muttered a menacing threat, "Next time, I'll settle old and new scores with you."
Are you an idiot? Li Xian retorted. I don't even know you. If you can't handle it, don't enter the competition.
It's like I killed your father or something.
The young man didn't respond, leaving the arena with his beast's body.
Watching him go, Li Xian suddenly recalled where he'd seen him before. He was the one competing with Li Xian for the fire spirit stone at the black market, recognizing its extraordinary nature, containing the black lotus red fire. Li Xian felt relieved, grateful for the golden spirit venom python's assistance in securing the stone. With the match concluded, the next round was scheduled for 15 days later, allowing participants' beasts to recover fully. For Li Xian, this waiting period felt long, but it was crucial to elevate the black iron snake to over 90 years, changing his competition group. Out of over 100 participants from Yuniying Academy, about 70 remained. Overall, the results were commendable. As Li Xian left, he noticed he ranked 5th in the third group, having participated in 2 matches. 10 participants had fought in 2 matches, with Li Xian among the top performers. In the 9th group, consisting of beasts over 90 years but under 100, someone had competed in 3 matches and survived. Amidst the crowd's commotion, Li Xian saw a well-dressed man emerge, exuding an air of confidence. Behind him was a towering beast, resembling Godzilla.
Is that the explosive fire dragon beast? It's so impressive, someone exclaimed. They say it has ancient beast bloodlines and is incredibly powerful.
Who is that? Another asked.
You don't know?
He's the son of the head of Mingri merchants in Yunying City, someone replied.
That's Yi Xian?
Incredible! 3 consecutive matches, and the explosive fire dragon beast is still unscathed. Indeed, others have opted out, but with the explosive fire dragon beast, he can continue to win effortlessly.
Watching the man named Yi Xian exit the arena, Li Xian felt a sense of caution. If he managed to elevate the black iron snake to over 90 years, Yi Xian could become a formidable opponent.
However, Li Xian was determined not to let anyone impede his progress. Returning to the academy, the instructors headed to the administration office to report on the competition's outcomes. In the conference room, the principal, Jin Ningjing, and others reviewed the report, deep in thought. In just 2 days, he increased his beast's age by 10 years. This kid has some substance, the principal mused.
His first match was won using poison, leaving the opponent's iron-blooded tusked boar powerless.
This aligns with the clues from the Beast King mercenary group incident.
The second match involved the black iron snake's signature deadly constriction.
It's clear that the mercenary group's demise was his doing.
Fate truly favors Yunying Academy.
This kid is bound to surprise us in the beast competition. Unconcerned with Li Xian's origins, the principal laughed heartily, having seen through everything.
Meanwhile, Li Xian arrived home, located in the academy's quiet backyard, seemingly his personal haven.
Inside, Xiaoer was asleep at the table, beside covered but cold dishes. Hearing the commotion, she woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes.
Brother Xingchen, you're back. Quick, eat your meal.
Oh, it's cold now.
Let me heat it up, she said, getting up hastily.
No need, Li Xian stopped her quickly.
It's still warm enough to eat. How did the competition go? Did you win the championship? Xiaoer asked, her eyes full of anticipation. What are you thinking? Today was just the first elimination round.
The promotion matches are in half a month, and the national competition will last at least 3 months.
Oh, I see, Xiaoer realized. How did you do today? The competition is divided into 9 groups by beast age.
My black iron snake is in the 3rd group, at 30 years. I ranked 5th today, but rankings don't really matter at this stage.
The top 10 spots are still uncertain. Li Xian's assessment was accurate. In elimination rounds, rankings were not particularly indicative.
The primary goal was to cut more than half of the participants, with little relevance to 1st or 2nd place. The top 10, or even top 100, hadn't faced each other yet, so outcomes were unpredictable. After dinner, Xiaoer brought wash water for Li Xian, allowing him to soak his feet comfortably before he went to bed. With the black lotus red fire and the small alchemy furnace, Li Xian could refine all his herbs. Carefully, he took out a rare 5,000-year-old herb and excitedly tossed it into the furnace. Inside, the black and red lotus burned steadily, and as time passed, droplets of essence began to fall from the herb. After about half an hour, Li Xian had extracted 12 drops of essence, a complete extraction of the herb's 5,000-year potency, with nothing wasted. It was a perfect refining process, rare even in the alchemy world, thanks to the fire's assistance and Li Xian's patience and composure. As some say, refining is as much about cultivating the mind as it is about the process, and a calm mind increases success rates. The black lotus red fire extinguished, and the 12 drops floated out, eagerly consumed by the black iron snake. Li Xian observed as the essence was absorbed by the golden spirit venom python, with some benefiting the black iron snake as well. They complemented each other, mutually enhancing their strengths. When all the essence was absorbed, the golden spirit venom python's recovery reached 42%, while the black iron snake's strength increased from 30 to 42 years.
Remarkably, each drop of essence equated to a year's growth in power for the snake.
Simultaneously, Li Xian noticed the black iron snake's body growing visibly, reaching over 3 meters in length and as thick as a calf. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the snake, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Determined to reach 50% recovery for the golden spirit venom python, Li Xian's eyes flashed with resolve. With the 5,000-year herb exhausted, only 8 herbs ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 years remained. Together, they likely wouldn't match the energy of the previous herb. After a brief consideration, Li Xian tossed all 8 herbs into the small furnace. The tiny furnace seemed capable of containing and refining anything. As the herbs entered, the black lotus red fire flared, and in no time, the herbs were reduced to 8 distinct droplets of essence.
The black iron snake consumed them, and the potent energy was absorbed by the golden spirit venom python. Li Xian watched the progress bar intently. At last, the consumption of the 8 droplets pushed the recovery to 50%.
He could sense the venom python's exuberant hiss, as if breaking free from chains. "Master, I've regained half my strength and unlocked my second innate beast mark," the python announced. Ancient beasts possess at least 3 innate marks, sealed until certain recovery milestones 20%, 50%, and 80% are reached. "What is your second innate mark?" Li Xian asked eagerly. "It's the serpent's dominance, allowing me to expand my size by 3 to 5 times and increase my strength proportionally." Some beasts are intimidating based solely on their size. Li Xian recalled seeing Yi Xian's towering explosive fire dragon beast, standing 7 to 8 meters tall. Before evolving, his black iron snake barely reached 1.5 meters, incapable of even coiling around the beast's toe, let alone its neck. But now, with the serpent's dominance, the black iron snake could extend to over 9 meters, making the formidable explosive fire dragon beast less daunting. Li Xian checked his remaining inventory, finding only 53 herbs under 1,000 years and a few spirits left. These resources seemed insufficient for further progress. Li Xian clicked his tongue in frustration. He had initially thought these resources would be sufficient for the golden spirit venom python's full recovery. However, as the recovery progressed, the energy required increased exponentially. The lower-grade herbs were becoming less effective. Realizing this, he planned to sell these lesser herbs and exchange them for higher-grade ones. After completing the absorption for the day, Li Xian put everything away and went to sleep. Selling the herbs to the academy might attract unwanted attention, so he decided to find an excuse to leave, using a school task or training as a pretext. Venturing into the great beast forest alone, Li Xian returned after more than 10 days with a bounty of over 80 herbs, all under 1,000 years old. He traded them at the academy for 2 5,000-year-old herbs. The staff at the exchange were astonished as he poured the herbs onto the counter, having never seen someone produce so many at once, even if they were of lower years. "How on earth did you manage this?" "There must be over 100, people exclaimed. Scratching his head modestly, Li Xian replied, "Just lucky. I stumbled upon a wild herb patch." The great beast forest was vast, and such patches, like the peach blossom paradise he'd encountered before, were rare and fruitful. With the herbs in hand, Li Xian left, aware that the next match was only a day away. He needed to elevate the black iron snake to 90 years before then. Returning home, he eagerly began refining the 2 5,000-year-old herbs in his alchemy furnace, hoping that the addition of the beast essences he'd collected would suffice. The black lotus red fire flared, extracting pure droplets of essence, which the black iron snake consumed greedily. As the essence was absorbed, the golden spirit venom python's recovery surged 60%, 70%, 80%. After consuming the complete herbs and all the beast essences, 3,000-year essences, 2 grams, 1,000-year essences, 10 grams, and below 1,000-year essences, 46 grams, the recovery reached 80%. The black iron snake's age increased to 80 years, still 10 years short of the target. Desperate as the competition loomed and night fell, Li Xian pondered where to find more herbs. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at the ring on his finger, yuan rings. He could sell them at the black market. He had initially obtained 13 yuan rings from defeating the Zhou King mercenary group, selling 12 and keeping 1 for storage.
With everything refined, the ring was now empty. And with the golden spirit venom python's recovery, his beast ring would soon unlock, rendering the yuan ring less necessary. Determined, Li Xian emptied the ring's contents, hiding them under his bed, and discreetly left the academy. Arriving at the black market, he was surprised to find it bustling like never before, almost more lively than during the day. Curious, Li Xian, with his face covered, noticed some people doing the same while others walked openly through the market streets. The three-story building was brightly lit, and the street leading to the third floor of the market was lined with stalls selling all sorts of bizarre items. Couples perused the stalls, hand in hand, exuding happiness. Squatting by a stall, Li Xian feigned interest in the goods while inquiring, "Isn't this a black market? Why is it so lively? You're new around here, eh?" "This so-called black market is the day market by day and pleasure paradise by night," the stall owner explained with a smile. "During the day, trading here can be risky, but at night, it's safe, no one dares rob you." "Why's that? Isn't it easier at night?" Li Xian asked, intrigued. "It all comes down to the division of territory," the stall owner patiently explained. "The black market boss here is Dong Qingwen, the real local powerhouse. Then there's the Mingri merchants, the outside force. But even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake, you know?" When Mingri merchants wanted to buy this place, Dong Qingwen objected. "The city lord, fearing conflict, split the territory. Dong manages the day, Mingri at night. Yi Xian, Mingri's young master, turned it into this. Anyone who causes trouble at night here is going against Mingri merchants. So, trading at night is safe, though prices are lower." Understanding dawned on Li Xian. Yi Xian was shrewd, creating a sense of safety to encourage transactions, allowing Mingri merchants to profit from the exchanges. Feeling he'd taken enough of the stall owner's time, Li Xian bought a string of beads to show appreciation. Before leaving, he asked, "Where can I sell some items?" "You can head to the third floor or set up a stall like me," the owner suggested. Thanking him, Li Xian went to the third floor, still busy like the day. Stalls bore signs for buying and selling items. Spotting a sign that read "high price for yuan rings," he approached, noting the variety of rings displayed, varying in space capacity. Picking up a cubic meter ring, he asked, "How much for this?" 90,000, the vendor replied without looking up. "That's much cheaper than the market rate. What about a 5 cubic meter one?" 750,000, a more reasonable price. Changing tactics, Li Xian asked, "How much do you pay for one?" "For buying, it's 80,000 for a cubic meter, 700,000 for 5 cubic meters, the vendor said, finally looking up. Eager to sell, Li Xian considered the 700,000 offer. Combined with his 2 million, he could purchase some high-quality items. "I have one here," Li Xian said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Are you buying?" "Of course, we're buying," the shopkeeper replied quickly, putting down what he was doing. "Let me take a look." Li Xian handed over the yuan ring. The shopkeeper's lips curled into a subtle, sinister grin as he took the ring, examined it briefly, then handed it back. Sitting back down, the shopkeeper muttered as if to himself, "This ring, is it legit?" "It's legit. I just want a good price," Li Xian replied, a bit on edge. "You see, what people don't realize is that yuan rings do wear down over time. Yours has been used for at least 7 or 8 years. New ones go for 70,000, but with this wear, I can only offer 65,000. 65,000? Li Xian shook his head. "That's too low. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. In this market, no one will offer more than 65,000 for something like this," the shopkeeper said with feigned confidence. Facing the urgency of the upcoming competition, Li Xian hesitated but eventually nodded. "Fine, 65 it is." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He reached out again, saying, "Let me have another look." But suddenly, the shopkeeper glanced over Li Xian's shoulder. "Look, the Mingri merchant's young master, Yi Xian, is coming." Li Xian turned to see a young man in white descending from the second floor. But when he turned back, the shopkeeper's face had darkened. "You trying to play me, kid?" the shopkeeper accused. Li Xian frowned, confused. "What do you mean?"
With a flick, the shopkeeper tossed the ring back to Li Xian. Suppressing his anger, Li Xian picked it up only to realize it wasn't his yuan ring. "You trying to cheat me with a fake ring?" the shopkeeper shouted, feigning outrage and advancing toward Li Xian. Stunned, Li Xian inspected the ring closely. It looked identical to his, but some details were brand new. It hit him, sleight of hand. The young man from the second floor was a distraction. "Hand over my yuan ring, or don't blame me for being rude," Li Xian demanded, stepping onto the counter aggressively. "You dare step on my counter? You're asking for it." The shopkeeper yelled for help, summoning the market's guards. "What's going on here?" 3 or 4 guards rushed over. "He tried to sell me a fake and got caught, now he's making a fuss," the shopkeeper accused, playing the victim. "He swapped my real one with a fake," Li Xian protested. But the guards were already closing in to remove him. Desperate, Li Xian summoned the black iron snake, now over 6 meters long and as thick as a tree. The sight of it made the guards recoil in fear. Li Xian glared at the shopkeeper. "Give it back." The shopkeeper stumbled backward, terrified of the massive serpent. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Who's causing trouble here?" A man with a beast shadow behind him approached swiftly, leaping to where Li Xian and the shopkeeper stood. "Manager Wang, help! He tried to sell me a fake, and now he's accusing me," the shopkeeper cried. "Is this true?" Manager Wang asked Li Xian, scrutinizing him. Li Xian assessed the man, a beast soul master of a gold level. "You're the manager here?" "He swapped my real ring with a fake and now accuses me," Li Xian explained. "Do you have proof?" Manager Wang inquired. Li Xian tossed the fake ring over. "This is the proof." Wang gestured for a search of the shopkeeper's stall. The shopkeeper stood smugly, unafraid of the search. After a thorough examination, only stone fragments were found, no yuan ring. "Nothing on the stall," Manager Wang declared, ordering a body search next. The shopkeeper protested, "Manager Wang, this isn't necessary. My personal belongings are in the ring." Ignoring him, Wang continued the search, but still, no yuan ring surfaced. "You can search yourself if you like," Wang offered Li Xian. Li Xian chuckled coldly. "You really go this far for a mere 60,000? Evidence is everything." "Without it, I can't help you," Wang responded coldly. "I see you've done this to many," Li Xian retorted, summoning the black iron snake closer. "If I find it, he loses his life, and you lose your arms," Li Xian declared, his killing intent palpable. The crowd gasped at the audacity of threatening a member of the Mingri merchants. "You've got a big mouth," Wang sneered. "And if you can't find it?" "Then I'll deal with myself," Li Xian replied. "Fine, search then." Wang stepped back. Li Xian gestured, and the black iron snake slithered toward the stall, the shopkeeper sweating bullets. As the snake moved in one direction, his face paled. Only he knew what was hidden there, a small hole in the pillar behind the counter, containing all the items he had swapped and stolen. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief as the black iron snake seemed to miss the hidden compartment, simply climbing along the pillar. But then, with a powerful constriction, the snake crushed the entire pillar. Fortunately, the hall was supported by numerous pillars, so the collapse of this one didn't threaten the structural integrity of the floor. Li Xian walked over, sifting through the rubble, and pulled out a handful of yuan rings, tossing them onto the counter. He repeated this several times until he had emptied the contents. Among the items was a ring identical to the fake one the shopkeeper had tried to pass off. "Now, what do you have to say?" Li Xian challenged Manager Wang, his eyes locked on him, anticipating his next move. Manager Wang laughed derisively, "And how do you prove this belongs to you?" "Hand it over." With a cold snort, Li Xian tossed the ring to him. Wang caught it, sneering, "You call this genuine? It's just another fake." Before Li Xian could react, Manager Wang crushed the ring in his hand, scattering the fragments on the floor and grinding them to dust with his foot. Unable to contain his fury, Li Xian commanded the black iron snake to strike at Wang. As the snake lunged, Li Xian retrieved the crushed yuan ring from the floor, the remaining shards still proving its authenticity. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper laughed nervously, relieved by Wang's intervention. But Wang, caught off guard by the snake's sudden attack, stumbled backward as guards rushed in to restrain the creature.
"Stop!" A commanding voice echoed through the hall. The crowd parted to reveal a man in white, accompanied by a man and a woman.
"It's the young master," someone exclaimed, prompting Wang to halt his actions. The black iron snake recoiled as the ground shook, revealing Yi Xian's powerful explosive fire dragon beast looming in the distance. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing the snake to retreat despite its formidable scales. "What's going on here?" the white-clad youth demanded, his eyes sweeping over the chaotic scene before settling on Wang. Wang quickly bowed. "Young master, this man caused a disturbance, and I was handling it."
"And someone dares cause trouble on Mingri merchant's territory?"
"How bold," the youth said, anger in his voice as he turned to Li Xian. Facing him, Li Xian saw a familiar girl beside the young master, his mentor, Wang Tiantian. The other young man was the same who had previously attempted to steal his fire spirit stone during the beast tournament. Perplexed by their gathering, Li Xian noticed Wang Tiantian's curiosity about the black iron snake, a creature she knew well, though now much larger. Her eyes fixed on Li Xian, she approached, finally recognizing him. "Xingqian, is that you, Li Xingqian?" she exclaimed, as Li Xian removed his mask with a wry smile. "Yeah, teacher. I had to return for tomorrow's match," he explained.
"But what's all this mess about?" Wang Tiantian asked, gesturing at the disarray.
Li Xian turned to Yi Xian. "I came here to sell a yuan ring, agreed on 65,000. But this guy diverted my attention to swap it out with a fake, then accused me of fraud. When I found the real one, manager Wang here destroyed it." He opened his hand, revealing the remnants of the genuine ring.
"Mingri merchants, renowned across the continent, resort to such deceit? Anyone can test these fragments." Wang Tiantian looked at Wang. "Is this true, Manager Wang?" "Xingqian is a student of Yunying Academy." Wang, unrelated to the Wang family despite sharing the surname, was part of Mingri merchants. At this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. "Is this true?" Wang dropped to his knees. "Spare me, young master. I only wanted to protect the reputation of Mingri merchants." The truth unraveled, Yi Xian approached Li Xian. "I apologize for our man's actions. We'll compensate your losses." Li Xian shook his head. "I don't want compensation. This incident has shown me Mingri merchants' true colors. I want my ring and the promises made." "We'll replace your ring," Yi Xian offered, producing a 100 cubic yuan ring as recompense. "I don't need it," Li Xian declined, picking a similar 5 cubic ring from the pile. These were all gained by the same deceitful means. "Taking one isn't excessive."
He turned his gaze to the trembling shopkeeper, and the black iron snake devoured him in one swift motion. Looking back at Wang, he said, "This man's life, and your arms. Spare me, young master. Without my arms, I can't serve Mingri merchants." Wang pleaded, crawling to Yi Xian.
"Punishment must fit the crime," a jovial voice interrupted.
The crowd turned to see a bearded man in a constable's uniform, flanked by others.
"Dong Qingwen, it's night, and the black market is under my jurisdiction now," he declared. "What are you doing here?" Li Xian asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Why shouldn't I be here?"
"Can't I come to buy something?" the middle-aged man retorted with a cold snort.
"But I didn't expect to witness such an interesting event today."
As he spoke, Dong Qingwen turned his attention to Li Xian, giving him a thumbs up.
"Young hero, standing up to Mingri merchants like that. You've earned my respect. You're just my kind of person. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me."
"I'm Dong Qingwen, and during the day, I have a say here in the black market." Li Xian glanced at Dong Qingwen but remained silent. The presence of Dong Qingwen complicated matters for Yi Xian. Originally, Yi Xian might have wanted to protect his subordinate, but with Dong Qingwen here, he had to handle things by the book.
Otherwise, Dong Qingwen would likely publicize the incident to tarnish Mingri merchants' reputation.
Yi Xian cast a deep look at Li Xian before addressing manager Wang coldly. "Will you do it yourself, or shall someone else?" With that, Yi Xian drew a knife from a nearby guard and tossed it to the ground. Young master, manager Wang pleaded desperately, eyes fixed on the knife.
Li Xian watched, growing impatient. My patience is running thin. If you won't do it, I will. A dog must have the awareness of a dog. Your master has spoken, accept your fate.
With that, Li Xian picked up the knife and, with two swift motions, severed manager Wang's arms. A scream of agony echoed through the hall as Li Xian tossed the knife aside. He turned to Wang Tian, teacher, I'll be going now. As he left, Li Xian called out, if anyone has any objections, find me at the beast tournament tomorrow. It was a clear challenge directed at Yi Xian. Today, Li Xian had humiliated Yi Xian by maiming his subordinate in front of him, a grave insult to Mingri merchants. We'll see if you're worthy, Yi Xian replied coldly. Interesting, very interesting, Dong Qingwen laughed heartily before leaving. As Li Xian exited the black market, Dong Qingwen's men stopped him. Our boss wants to see you. Sorry, it's too late. I need to return to the academy, Li Xian replied, wary of getting too close to Dong Qingwen, the local powerhouse of Yunying City. Our boss said he wants to buy that yuan ring you have for sale. Hearing this, Li Xian chuckled. Dong Qingwen was indeed intriguing. Lead the way. Li Xian followed them to Dong Qingwen's brightly lit mansion, not far from the black market. The mansion was heavily guarded, with all guards being silver-level beast soul masters. In the grand hall, Dong Qingwen welcomed him with laughter. Young heroes arise. Standing up to Yi Xian was satisfying to see. Please, have a seat. Li Xian got straight to the point, I heard you want to buy my yuan ring. Exactly, Dong Qingwen replied, knowing full well that the purchase was merely an excuse to forge a connection with Li Xian. Inviting him over was a clear attempt to win him over. For Li Xian, forming ties with Dong Qingwen was a strategic move, especially with the upcoming beast tournament where he would inevitably clash with Yi Xian. Having Dong Qingwen as an ally would be advantageous. It's just a regular 5 cubic yuan ring. You likely have access to better ones, so why buy mine? Li Xian asked. Mainly to make a friend, Dong Qingwen admitted. I'll buy it at market price. Thank you, Li Xian replied, placing the ring on the table. By the way, I intend to sell it to purchase a herb or high-energy item worth around 3 million to enhance my beast to the 90-year level. Dong Qingwen's interest peaked. Helping Li Xian could mean hindering Yi Xian in the tournament, benefiting Dong Qingwen without much effort. Moreover, if Li Xian succeeded, having him as an ally would be advantageous. Dong Qingwen summoned an aide and whispered instructions. Soon, a subordinate brought in a finely crafted box. Li Xian noticed it was made from rare wood, hundreds of years old. Little brother, you mentioned your name is Li Xingchen. If you don't mind, call me brother, Dong Qingwen suggested, offering a gesture of camaraderie. Oh, I couldn't possibly. I'm just a regular student, not even a beast soul master, Li Xian protested. Xingchen, you remind me of my late brother. Seeing you, I feel a connection, Dong Qingwen said, feigning emotion. Though Li Xian knew it was all an act, he humored Dong Qingwen to avoid prolonging the encounter. If you insist, I'll call you brother. Dong Qingwen beamed and presented the 8,000-year-old Sistanch as a gift. Consider it a token of our friendship. I can't accept this, Li Xian refused. How much is it? I'll pay. Money would ruin the sentiment. Just take it, Dong Qingwen insisted. If we're truly brothers, take it, and find me something worth 3 million in return. Insist on paying, and we're not brothers, Dong Qingwen said, seeing Li Xian's resolve. So, how about this, Dong Qingwen proposed. I'll sell this to you for 3 million. Consider it an internal, family price. If you don't agree, your brother here will be really upset. Li Xian was tempted but understood that some debts are harder to repay than others. However, seeing Dong Qingwen's insistence, he agreed. Yet, Li Xian handed over the 800,000 from the yuan ring along with 2.6 million he had on him, totaling 3.4 million to Dong Qingwen. After much back and forth, Dong Qingwen finally accepted the amount. Hey, brother, let me tell you, this is good stuff, Dong Qingwen said with a mischievous grin. Cut a little and brew it with tea, it'll keep you going all night.
Ha, no wonder you look so full of energy, big brother. Your wives must be very happy, Li Xian joked back. Pleased with himself, Dong Qingguen replied, when it comes to that, I'm quite proud. Alright, brother, it's getting late. I should head back. I have a match tomorrow, Li Xian said after a while, preparing to leave. Sure, since you have important things to do, I won't keep you. I'll come watch your match at the arena tomorrow, Dong Qingguen said, personally seeing Li Xian out before returning inside. As Li Xian left, one of Dong Qingwen's men asked, Boss, isn't Second Master still alive? Why did you say he was dead? Dong Qingguen slapped the back of his head and replied, Of course, my brother isn't dead. But if I didn't say that, would he have agreed? In truth, Dong Qingguen had relied heavily on his brother Dong Qingwu, who was a leader in Tianlu City, a level above Yunying City. This allowed Dong Qingguen to boldly compete with Ningri merchants. But is it worth it to associate with someone who's not even a beast soul master? The subordinate asked, rubbing his head in confusion. You wouldn't understand. I'm a good judge of character, Dong Qingguen said, pausing with a knowing smile. By the way, get me all his information by tomorrow. Meanwhile, back at Ningri Merchants, Yi Xian was sitting with his eyes closed when hurried footsteps approached. He opened his eyes sharply. Young master, that guy just left Dong Qingwen's house with a large wooden box, a subordinate reported. Humph, Yi Xian snorted. He's probably been bought by Dong Qingwen. Such people are nothing to worry about. But he took my fire spirit stone and killed my Ziyuning. I can't let it go, a young man beside him said angrily. He was none other than Li Feng, the direct descendant of one of Yunying City's three major families. The fire spirit stone is no big deal. I'll find you another. As for Ziyuning, I'll see which group he's in tomorrow and avenge you by killing his pet, Yi Xian responded coldly. Li Feng sighed, still feeling uneasy about the fire spirit stone. Meanwhile, back at home, Li Xian quickly took out the 8,000-year-old sistanch. Remembering Dong Qingwen's words, he sliced off a piece and put it in his mouth. Doesn't seem to have any effect, he mumbled, swallowing it before beginning to refine it with his small alchemy furnace. Under the Black Lotus's intense heat, the sistanch softened and secreted drops of liquid essence. From the 8,000-year-old sistanch, Li Xian extracted 18 drops of pure essence. These drops flew into the mouth of his black iron snake, causing an explosive surge of energy. The snake's energy soared, reaching the 98-year mark, but stopped just shy of 100. Li Xian was satisfied with the results, but suddenly felt a wave of heat building in his stomach, akin to a burning sensation. His heart raced, and his body reacted physiologically. Damn, just like Dong Qingwen said, this really does work all night, Li Xian thought, panicked. What am I supposed to do now? In desperation, he glanced towards Qiao's room, but quickly slapped himself, reminding himself of his loyalty to Xian Wan. He withdrew and returned to his bed, asking his snake for advice. How do I release this energy? Master, it's simple, find a woman, the snake suggested slyly. Be serious. It's the middle of the night, and we're at the academy. Where would I find a woman? Right across the hall, master. I'm sure Xiaoer wouldn't resist, the snake hinted. Stop it. Xiaoer is a good girl. Give me another solution, Li Xian insisted. Fine. Let the black iron snake extract it for you, the snake replied. Extract? Li Xian asked, intrigued. With its mouth, of course, the snake clarified. Wait, with its mouth? Isn't that a bit? There's nothing wrong with it. It's the only way, the snake assured. Alright, just tell it to be gentle, Li Xian agreed reluctantly. The black iron snake slithered out, gently biting Li Xian's arm and began siphoning the excess energy. Li Xian chuckled at the sensation. You call this extracting? He asked. How else would it be done? The snake replied, confused. No, it's fine. Just let it continue, Li Xian said. With the snake's help, the residual energy from the sistanch was gradually drained. To his surprise, the snake's age reached 99 years, just shy of the eligibility limit for the beast tournament. You better watch yourself. Don't overdo it and hit the 100-year mark, Li Xian warned the snake.
Starting tomorrow, you're on a vegetarian diet.
The snake hissed in complaint before retreating. The beast tournament's qualifying rounds were about to begin. The representatives from Yunying City would soon be determined. All participants gathered on the field before heading to the arena. Wang Tiantian, walking beside Li Xian, asked curiously, "What were you doing at the black market yesterday? Do you know who that man in white was?"
Of course, the young master of Mingri merchants, Li Xian replied nonchalantly.
You knew and still talked to him like that? Wang Tiantian couldn't believe it. He's not a beast.
It's not like he'll eat me, Li Xian shrugged. But you've angered him, which means you've angered Mingri merchants.
That's a big deal, Wang Tiantian reminded him. It's inevitable.
Can't avoid it forever, Li Xian said calmly.
Why are you confused? Wang Tiantian asked suddenly.
Because if nothing goes wrong, I'm going to face him today, Li Xian replied.
What are you thinking? You're in Group 3, and he's in Group 9. How can you possibly face each other? Wang Tiantian laughed. But if my beast reaches over 90 years, would they still keep me in Group 3? Li Xian asked with a sly smile. Of course not, Wang Tiantian blurted out, then paused, stunned.
Wait, are you saying your beast has surpassed 90 years?
Li Xian continued walking, nodding quietly. In just half a month?
How is that possible? She exclaimed.
I have my methods.
That's why I went to the black market yesterday to sell a yuan ring, Li Xian explained.
Wang Tiantian suddenly understood. You needed herbs to evolve your beast, right? Li Xian nodded. You should have come to me. Our Wang family business could have helped you, Wang Tiantian said anxiously. I don't like owing favors.
Besides, I've achieved my goal, Li Xian replied.
Oh, you.
But let me see if your beast really reached 90 years, Wang Tiantian insisted, curious.
Li Xian didn't hide anything.
After all, everything would be revealed at the arena.
Wang Tiantian was shocked to see the nearly century-old black iron snake.
Just half a month ago, it was only 20 years old.
Now, it was close to 100.
Tisk, TSK, you're full of surprises, Wang Tiantian said, struggling to find words to describe Li Xian. She decided not to press further.
At this moment, Li Xian asked, by the way, who was the other person with Yi Xian yesterday? You mean Li Feng? Wang Tiantian asked.
He's from the Li family, one of the 3 big families. Like you, he hasn't awakened his beast power, but he rose suddenly half a year ago. He has many powerful beasts, and the Ziyuning you killed was just one of them. He even has a beast that's over 1,000 years old.
Isn't he eliminated because of that? Li Xian wondered. If he has 100 beasts, does he get 100 chances? Of course not.
The rules state that each person can only choose one beast to represent them in the competition, Wang Tiantian explained.
Li Xian was relieved.
It wouldn't be fair to other players otherwise. People spend years raising a single beast, and he could just buy 100 to compete.
Soon, they arrived at the arena. Learning that Li Xian's beast was over 90 years old, Wang Tiantian quickly led him to the officials to request a transfer from Group 3 to Group 9. After verification, they confirmed Li Xian's eligibility and changed his group. By the time Li Xian entered the arena, the competition had been underway for some time. The leaderboard displayed each group's rankings, and to advance, a beast had to participate in at least 2 matches to test its endurance.
Yi Xian, sitting in the stands, was focused on the screen, searching for Li Xingqian's name, supposedly in Group 3. But he found no trace of him there. Then, he saw the name appear in Group 9, Li Xingqian, with a 99-year-old black iron snake. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He was telling the truth, he thought, spotting Li Xian in the Group 9 resting area. Initially dismissive, Yi Xian now regarded Li Xian as a worthy opponent. Even so, he didn't see Li Xian as a real threat, believing his explosive fire dragon beast would easily prevail. Meanwhile, Li Xian noticed something embarrassing. Dong Qingwen and his entourage were in the stands, loudly cheering with a banner, Xingqian, Xingqian, unbeatable in the world. Li Xian wished he could disappear from the scene. How amusing, Yi Xian chuckled. Some people will do anything for a bit of benefit and sweet talk. Though Yi Xian's voice was low, Li Xian heard it. Wang Tiantian frowned and advised Li Xian, stay away from people like Dong Qingwen. They're not good company. Don't worry, teacher. At least he gave me the 8,000-year-old herb without hesitation, unlike some who would haggle over tens of thousands, Li Xian replied, purposefully raising his voice. Yi Xian's mouth twitched but he said nothing, knowing the damage to Mingri merchants' reputation since Dong Qingwen's public antics. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Dong Qingwen has his motives, Wang Tiantian warned, worried that Li Xian might be swayed. Don't worry, teacher Tiantian. I have my own judgment, Li Xian assured her with a smile. In Group 9, Li Xian was still numbered 120 after the adjustments. Hearing his number called, he stood and headed to the arena. At the same time, another young man rose and was stopped by Yi Xian. After a brief exchange, the young man nodded to Yi Xian and proceeded to the arena with a smile. Li Xian saw the scene unfold but paid it no mind. The arena for Group 9 was significantly larger than those for other groups, several times bigger. The arena walls towered several dozen meters high. After all, Group 9 consisted of beasts over 90 years old, each a massive creature. Without a large arena, battles could become unmanageable. As the competitors stood before the referee, the rules were briefly explained, and they were asked to introduce themselves. The other competitor spoke first, with a cold demeanor, number 80, Li Chengda. My beast is a 95-year-old ice mystic turtle. Hearing this, Li Xian frowned slightly. The mystic turtle's attributes were particularly effective against his black iron snake. Number 120, Li Xingqian. My beast is a 99-year-old black iron snake, Li Xian announced. With introductions complete, the arena gates swung open. The opponent waved his hand, and from his palm, a palm-sized white mystic turtle emerged, growing swiftly with the wind. It transformed into a 4-meter-long turtle, its back covered in a white, icy shell. The mystic turtle moved into the arena slowly and deliberately. The black iron snake entered first, raising its head high and watching the opponent with caution. The mystic turtle's defense was formidable, making direct attacks ineffective, thus, poisoning was the strategy to employ. Li Xian, connected with his black iron snake mentally, adjusted his battle plan upon seeing the mystic turtle. He commanded the snake to launch a probing attack by spitting toxic substances from a distance. The black iron snake acted first, opening its mouth to release a stream of toxic mist. The opponent seemed prepared, as the ice mystic turtle exhaled a frigid breath that formed a towering ice wall, 4 to 5 meters high, blocking the toxic mist. The corrosive substance reacted violently upon contact with the ice wall, but its efficacy was limited. Use the beast skill Serpent as a dragon to maneuver behind the mystic turtle and attack its shell with the toxin, Li Xian instructed. Li Xian had mastered various beast skills, finding many suitable for his black iron snake. Previously, he used the celestial rank skill Vajrabind, and now he employed the mid-tier profound skill Serpent as a dragon, a movement-based skill. The black iron snake's body twisted rapidly, maneuvering behind the mystic turtle with dizzying speed. Wang Tiantian, observing the fight, was impressed by the display of skill. Was that a beast skill? She asked, awestruck. Yes, a beast skill, replied a voice from behind, surprising Wang Tiantian. Ning Jing. I didn't expect you to watch the competition, Wang Tiantian said joyfully as she turned to see Jin Ningjing. This young man hides his abilities well. I suspect his memories are gradually returning, Jin Ningjing thought to herself, watching Li Xian in the arena. The black iron snake lashed out with its tail, flipping the mystic turtle, then coiling around it in midair. At the same time, the mystic turtle released a freezing breath, encasing both itself and the black iron snake in ice. The black iron snake quickly used Vajrabind, a celestial ranking skill, but the mystic turtle's renowned high defense meant the bind couldn't crush it completely. However, cracks appeared on its shell, and the ice encasing the black iron snake shattered. With the bind failing, the black iron snake followed Li Xian's command, spitting poison at the mystic turtle's exposed head. The turtle's head began to smoke and sizzle from the corrosive toxin. Both beasts crashed to the ground, but the mystic turtle lay motionless.
I concede. Open the arena gate, I need to treat my mystic turtle.
Li Chengde shouted, rushing in as the referee opened the gate. He quickly applied healing and antidote powders to the mystic turtle's head, halting the corrosion, but the poison had already entered the turtle's nostrils and lungs, sealing its fate. The victorious black iron snake slithered out of the arena, transforming back into a small, docile snake on Li Xian's shoulder. Li Xian walked back to the resting area without acknowledging the referee's announcement, the battle ending almost instantly. Yi Xian, seated in the stands, watched Li Xian approach with a serious expression. He now regarded Li Xian as a worthy adversary, realizing that Li Chengde's mystic turtle, previously undefeated in the group, had been effortlessly defeated.
In the audience, Dong Qingwen's eyes sparkled with excitement.
A subordinate ran up, exclaiming, "Boss, we won 5 times the odds.
We made millions, third master. Third master is unbeatable."
Dong Qingwen shouted, and his men echoed the chant.
Hearing the cheers, Jin Ningjing frowned and approached Li Xian.
"Are they cheering for you?" she asked, puzzled. Li Xian smiled wryly and explained the situation.
He wants to recruit me to go against Mingri merchants, which is why he's doing this.
After the match, make sure to distance yourself from them, Jin Ningjing advised. As a tutor at Yunying Academy, she understood the local power dynamics and knew how ruthless these figures could be.
Got it, sister, Li Xian replied, respecting Jin Ningjing's advice.
Meanwhile, Li Feng approached Yi Xian, whispering, "Yiga, the next match is with one of our Li family people.
I've lent him my Cloud Shadow Leopard. It will definitely be able to defeat Li Xingchen's snake."
The second match soon began.
Number 76, Li Mingde.
My beast is a 97-year-old Cloud Shadow Leopard.
Number 120, Li Xingchen. My beast is a 99-year-old black iron snake. Li Xian noticed something odd, first Li Chengde, now Li Mingde. It was clear they were from the Li family.
The Cloud Shadow Leopard seemed unruly, ignoring Li Mingde's commands.
Is this beast not his? Li Xian wondered. As the arena gates opened, the black iron snake slithered inside once more.
On the other side, Li Mingde was persistently urging the Cloud Shadow Leopard, "Get in, hurry up." Yet, the Cloud Shadow Leopard merely licked its paws, paying no heed to Li Mingde's commands.
The referee frowned at Li Mingde, questioning, "Isn't this your beast? Get it into the arena."
Yes, it is. Maybe my Cloud Shadow Leopard looks down on that little black snake.
I'll get it in right away, Li Mingde replied anxiously. He glanced up at the resting area, catching Li Feng's eye.
A wave of invisible energy seemed to pass from the stands, prompting the Cloud Shadow Leopard to lift its head and slowly saunter into the battle arena.
With a loud bang, the arena gates closed, and Li Mingde breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside, the beasts would inevitably fight fiercely. As expected, once in the arena, the Cloud Shadow Leopard immediately turned its attention to the black iron snake. In Yunying City, the Cloud Shadow Leopard was a popular target for beast tamers due to its impressive combat abilities and speed. Additionally, they were plentiful just outside the city, making them a frequent hunting target. This particular Cloud Shadow Leopard had been nurtured to 95 years, indicating significant effort. However, Li Xian frowned, noting the leopard's excessive speed, which made it difficult for the black iron snake to catch. Moreover, the leopard's wild nature was evident in its lethal attacks, more characteristic of a wild beast than a tamed one. Such a ferocious Cloud Shadow Leopard should have been untamable at its age. Be cautious.
It's just fast, but not strong enough to penetrate your tough scales, Li Xian mentally reassured the black iron snake.
Spit venom to keep it at bay, then leave an opening as a trap. Bind it with Vajra bind when it attacks.
Following Li Xian's instructions, the black iron snake surrounded itself with venomous fumes, leaving a deliberate gap in the southeast corner, with its tail exposed. The Cloud Shadow Leopard circled the toxic area, looking for an opportunity to strike.
As it circled behind the black iron snake, the snake's tail lay tantalizingly outside the venomous zone.
Seizing the chance, the leopard stealthily crept closer, its body pressed low to the ground in utter silence. The referee prohibited beast tamers from interfering, so Li Xian could only watch as Li Mingda smirked in triumph.
At a distance of 10 meters, then 8, the cloud shadow leopard prepared to pounce.
At such a range, it could leap and snatch the black iron snake's tail in an instant, dragging it out of the venomous trap. In a flash, a shadow streaked across the arena, followed by a pained yelp.
Yes! I did it! Li Mingda exclaimed, jumping for joy, certain of his victory.
But as the venomous mist cleared, the crowd saw the black iron snake at the gate, its tail coiled around the lifeless body of the cloud shadow leopard. As the venom dissipated, the black iron snake opened its mouth wide and swallowed the leopard whole.
No, don't eat it.
You'll exceed the 100-year threshold.
Li Xian called out in alarm.
The referee, however, smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry.
You registered at 99 years, which is within the rules.
If you surpass 100 years during the competition, it's permitted.
Simultaneously, the voice of the spirit venom serpent spoke in Li Xian's mind. Master, do not worry. I can absorb any energy from what the black iron snake consumes, converting it into my recovery. I used to reserve some for the snake to enhance its strength, to better protect you. Hearing this, Li Xian felt reassured. The black iron snake swaggered out of the arena, shrinking with each step, until it was a mere 3 inches long by the time it reached Li Xian, slipping into his pant leg. Li Mingda, dismayed, looked to Li Feng in the stands, unsure of what to do. Li Xian recalled what Wang Tiantian had told him about Li Feng, a direct descendant of the Li family, but unable to awaken his beast power until some fortuitous event granted him numerous beasts. This cloud shadow leopard was likely provided by Li Feng to challenge Li Xian. Looking towards the stands, Li Xian gave Li Feng a defiant gesture before walking back to the resting area.
As rounds of matches concluded, each elimination whittled down the contenders.
By midday, fewer than 100 competitors remained across the 9 groups, signaling the start of the voting phase.
To minimize unnecessary losses and injuries, officials implemented a voting process once the participant count dropped to 100.
Contestants could opt to secure their current ranking and claim their prizes, or continue competing for a chance at greater rewards. Prizes were structured to encourage strategic decisions. Positions 1 to 10 would represent Yunying City and regional competitions. Ranks 20 to 50 and 50 to 100 would also receive sponsorships and rewards from the city's officials and major merchant families, including Mingri merchants. This structure aimed to prevent closely matched contestants from engaging in potentially destructive battles. For instance, a contestant at rank 99 might challenge someone ranked 70 or 60, but the reward would remain the same. Only those confident in breaking into the top 50 might risk further competition for additional incentives. Most participants would wisely choose to secure their current standings, knowing their own limits. However, those on the cusp of significant rankings, like 51st or near the top 10, might gamble for advancement. Additionally, participants could vote on the top 10 rankings, predicting who deserved which positions. The officials would then adjust the rankings according to the votes, allowing the top 10 to challenge each other for final placements. By then, many might choose not to continue fighting. Because they had already secured a spot to compete in the regional championships, losing to a fellow competitor here would be truly regrettable.
Li Xian glanced at his own ranking and frowned. 11th place.
This ranking system seemed flawed to him. The organizers aimed to prevent unexpected losses for promising contestants. For example, Yi Xian, who had great potential to win, was given fewer battles to avoid injuries that could jeopardize future matches. But Li Xian believed this approach reduced competitiveness. Many promising contestants, concerned for their beasts, would opt out of matches, not realizing that powerful beasts are tempered through battles. Domesticated beasts and wild ones aren't on the same level. The voting results soon came out, unsurprisingly placing Yi Xian at the top. But Li Xian focused on the rewards for the top 10, especially the disparity between 1st and 10th place. While both the 1st and 10th places could compete in the regional championships, the rewards differed greatly. Li Xian noticed the rich prizes sponsored by the officials, the 3 major families, and the Mingri merchants. The first prize included a beast spirit pill, a valuable 6th grade pill that helps beasts break through the century threshold, enhancing their bloodline potential. Besides the pill, there were other rewards: a 5,000-year-old herb, a 5,000-year beast essence, a 5th grade spirit stone, and a golden-grade beast weapon from Mingri merchants. These weapons, intended for beast soul tamers, were categorized from black iron to king, with distinct uses depending on the tamer's level and the beast soul's form.
Golden-grade beast weapons could harness beast power, unlike the lower grades, making them true foundational weapons.
However, such a weapon was of limited use to beast tamers without beast souls, so it seemed odd for Mingri merchants to offer it. Li Xian pondered why they would sponsor such a prize, knowing its limited utility for beast tamers. His thoughts turned to Yi Xian, the likely winner, who was associated with Mingri merchants. This sponsorship was likely intended for him, a case of using influence for personal gain. The weapon's utility for Yi Xian suggested he was indeed a beast soul tamer, cleverly concealing his strength. Li Xian's analysis led him to this conclusion. Though this was just the reward for Group 9, the other groups had different prizes due to varying beast ages. Voting ended, and the top 10 rankings were adjusted slightly. Some, unhappy with their new rankings, could challenge others, though most were wary of potential losses affecting future battles. The official announcement invited dissatisfied contestants to challenge their rankings. The challenged party couldn't refuse. Several competitors stood from the resting areas, aiming to secure their positions. These challengers, on the brink of significant rankings, sought to seize an opportunity. Those ranked 11th or 12th aimed to break into the top 10 for a chance at the regional competition, often targeting those ranked 9th or 10th. Li Xian stood as well. "Very well, challengers, please proceed to the arena," the announcer called. From Group 9, besides Li Xian, 5 others also sought to challenge. 2 aimed to move from the 50s to the 40s for better rewards, while 3 others, ranked 12th, 13th, and 14th, aimed for the top 10. Li Xian and these 3 arrived at the arena before the referee. "Who would you like to challenge?" the referee asked one of them. "I want to challenge the 7th place," he declared, determined after careful consideration, seeking richer rewards. When it was Li Xian's turn, he calmly looked at the large screen in the arena. Raising his head, he pointed to the top line on the screen and said, "I want to challenge him." The referee looked over and his eyes widened in disbelief. "You want to challenge the 1st place?" he asked incredulously. "Yes, I want to challenge the 1st place in Group 9, Yi Xian," Li Xian replied with a determined nod. Since the conversation was private, the audience and those in the rest area weren't aware of whom Li Xian intended to challenge. However, when the referee announced it over the microphone, the entire arena was abuzz with shock. Even Yi Xian, resting in Group 9's area, opened his eyes slightly and curled his lips into a sly smile. "So, he does intend to challenge me," Yi Xian thought, having anticipated this ever since learning everything about Li Xian. Yi Xian stood up slowly. "I accept your challenge," he declared. On the Cloud Shadow Academy's platform, mentors like Jin Ningjing and Wang Tiantian watched Li Xian in disbelief. Is he crazy, challenging Yi Xian? They wondered, knowing Yi Xian had a 99-year-old explosive fire dragon beast. But Li Xian's black iron snake was also 99 years old. Jin Ningjing murmured to herself, observing Li Xian's confident stance in the arena. "It seems you've regained some of your past memories." The matches began, with Li Xian and Yi Xian's anticipated clash scheduled last, serving as the grand finale. The top 10 voting system had its merits. Of the 3 challenges in Group 9, only one succeeded, and that at great cost. Others wisely conceded to minimize losses, while one participant was killed, highlighting the inherent risks of such decisions. Finally, when the referee called for contestant 120 and contestant 9, Yi Xian and Li Xian rose, exchanged glances, and calmly walked towards the arena. With all other group challenges concluded, the attention of the entire audience was now focused on Yi Xian and Li Xian. The arena, restored to its original state, was now empty, and news of Li Xian's challenge against Yi Xian spread rapidly throughout Yunying City. Within half an hour, the arena was packed. As the venue for beast battles, the arena's owner set up betting tables during the beast tournament, and today's match drew immense attention. Crowds placed bets, analyzing Li Xian's previous matches to gauge his chances against Yi Xian. However, most saw little hope for Li Xian, given Yi Xian's formidable strength, and bet on Yi Xian to win. The odds, initially 1:2, skyrocketed to 1:3, indicating the perceived disparity in their chances. The odds couldn't be pushed further, as bettors might suspect foul play.
Even if Li Xian won, the arena wouldn't lose much at these odds.
Meanwhile, Li Xian was anxious because he was out of money to bet on himself. Confident of his victory, he saw this as a rare opportunity to earn money. Before the match and the finalization of odds, Li Xian sought out Wang Tiantian.
Being from the Wang family, one of Yunying City's three major families, Wang Tiantian likely had access to funds. Surprised by Li Xian's request, Wang Tiantian didn't refuse but asked, "How much do you need?"
"As much as you can lend," Li Xian replied confidently.
Realizing Li Xian intended to bet on himself, Wang Tiantian said, "I have over 6 million on me right now. I'll lend it all to you. Don't worry.
"I'll pay you back with interest after the match," Li Xian assured, full of confidence.
You have that much faith in yourself? Then I'll bet on you too, Wang Tiantian said slyly.
"Great, make sure you bet a lot," Li Xian chuckled, taking the money to leave.
Just then, Jin Ningjing approached.
"What are you two up to?" she asked curiously. "Oh, Xingqian borrowed some money from me," Wang Tiantian replied openly.
Borrowing money? Are you betting on Yi Xian to win?
Jin Ningjing guessed, but misjudged who Li Xian was betting on.
Li Xian shook his head. I'm betting on myself. By the way, sis, do you have any money? Lend me some? You're that confident in yourself?
Jin Ningjing asked, somewhat skeptical.
We'll see, Li Xian replied with a confident smile. I have about 30 million on me. How much do you need? Jin Ningjing considered. 30 million? How much are you willing to lend me?
Li Xian asked, knowing it depended on how much Jin Ningjing trusted him. I can lend you 10 million at most, Jin Ningjing said calmly.
Li Xian wasn't surprised.
Though he was her younger brother, she wouldn't risk all her assets.
That's plenty.
Thanks, sis, Li Xian expressed his gratitude. With 16 million in hand, Li Xian hurried away as the match was about to start. Instead of heading directly to the betting tables, he sought out Dong Qingwen, his opportunistic brother, hoping to leverage this relationship. Brother, the match is about to start.
I've bet on you. Why are you here? Dong Qingwen asked, surprised to see Li Xian.
I need your help, brother, Li Xian beckoned Dong Qingwen aside.
What do you need?
Just say it, Dong Qingwen offered his support. I need to borrow some money, Li Xian stated directly.
You're placing a bet? Dong Qingwen guessed Li Xian's intention. Yes, Li Xian nodded. How much do you need? Dong Qingwen's expression grew serious. Brother, we've only known each other for a day, but how much do you think I'm worth?
Li Xian asked, putting the ball in Dong Qingwen's court. Brother, Dong Qingwen hesitated, finding himself in a tricky situation.
If the loan is substantial and there's a loss, what then?
Given that the odds are heavily against Li Xian, even though he verbally supported him, Dong Qingwen actually placed more bets on Yi Xian. He was gambling not just on the match, but on Li Xian himself.
If he was right, the benefits from Li Xian would far exceed the initial investment.
If he was wrong, it would simply be a failed investment.
Dong Qingwen, a businessman at heart, quickly calculated his move.
Brother, I really believe in you, but the match is about to start. I can't get money from the bank in time, but I can scrape together 50 million from my other brothers.
Dong Qingwen's response was skillful.
It made him appear supportive without risking too much.
Even if Li Xian lost, it would just be a failed business venture. Thanks, brother. I won't forget your help.
I'll definitely pay you back, Li Xian said with gratitude. He understood Dong Qingwen's cautiousness, yet appreciated the trust and risk involved. With 66 million in hand, Li Xian rushed to the betting tables. His presence caused a stir among the crowd.
Isn't he supposed to be preparing for the match?
What's he doing here, they wondered. Li Xian slapped a stack of cash on the table. Number 120, Li Xian, 66 million. The crowd erupted in surprise. Most had bet on Yi Xian, and seeing Li Xian bet on himself with such a large amount raised eyebrows.
Was there a trick involved, they wondered?
But this was the Beast Tournament, hosted by the imperial family and managed by the arena, so foul play seemed unlikely.
Why is Li Xian betting so much on himself? Does he really think he can beat Yi Xian? No way. We've analyzed their beasts countless times.
Even though both are 99 years old, the differences in species and bloodline are vast.
Then why would he foolishly bet on himself? Someone asked. He must have absolute confidence in himself, a voice speculated. Ha, more like blind confidence, came the mocking reply. Amidst their jeers, Li Xian took his betting receipt and left. If he lost, he'd be penniless.
While Dong Qingguan might not trouble him due to his connection to Yunying Academy, Li Xian knew future interactions would be strained.
Dong Qingguan was a businessman, after all.
Meanwhile, at the arena entrance, Yu Xian was stopped by his men.
Young master, we have news, they said.
Yi Xian paused, listening quietly.
Li Xian just bet 66 million on himself.
Yi Xian frowned, puzzled by Li Xian's confidence.
Where does he get such self-assurance, he wondered as he entered the arena.
His beast had grown from 30 to 99 years in just half a month, a feat few could achieve.
Was that what fueled Li Xian's confidence? Entering the vast arena, Yi Xian saw Li Xian already there.
The match now turned into a formal battle between beast trainers, where they themselves were also part of the fight.
Without beast power or souls, their primary challenge was survival.
You have guts, but guts alone won't suffice. To challenge me, you need this, Yi Xian said, flexing his fist arrogantly.
Enough talk. I suggest you leave the arena. My black iron snake's venom is potent.
If it injures you, I can't afford the compensation, Li Xian retorted.
My explosive fire dragon beast and I have fought countless battles. You think you can harm us?
Yi Xian countered.
Their exchange ended as the battle bell rang.
The colossal arena now housed two formidable beasts, Yi Xian's 7 to 8 meter tall dinosaur-like explosive fire dragon beast and Li Xian's equally long black iron snake. The explosive fire dragon beast roared, and the black iron snake hissed. Suddenly, the dragon beast unleashed a fiery breath towards Li Xian and his snake, its signature move. It's using its main beast technique right away. Maybe the battle's over before it started, someone speculated, imagining Li Xian reduced to ashes. Yet, the crowd's disdain for Li Xian quickly turned to astonishment. The black iron snake wrapped its tail around Li Xian, shielding him from the searing flames with its adamantine scales.
What defense!
The black iron snake's scales are tougher than steel, someone exclaimed, impressed.
I knew it. Li Xian wouldn't challenge Yi Xian without a plan, said another, changing their tune.
The crowd's tension heightened, fearing their bets on Yi Xian might lead to losses if Li Xian won.
The black iron snake's defense was incredible, its scales harder than iron. But the dragon beast's flames were intensely hot.
Li Xian, equipped with a comprehensive understanding of beast skills, had the black iron snake use a defensive technique called Diamond Shield, which hardened its scales to withstand the fire.
Though it blocked the flames, the pain enraged the black iron snake.
It released Li Xian, who landed behind it, and then lunged towards the explosive fire dragon beast. Meanwhile, Yi Xian deftly leapt away, distancing himself from the beast's clash as his dragon charged at the snake. At the moment the two beasts clashed, the black iron snake immediately wrapped itself around the explosive fire dragon beast. In response, the dragon beast opened its jaws wide, biting down fiercely on the snake. The black iron snake let out a hissing roar, but the dragon's sharp, uneven teeth bit into its body, shattering its tough scales. The crowd erupted in cheers, thinking the black iron snake was doomed. Yet, the scene swiftly shifted.
Despite the pain, the black iron snake used its diamond bind technique.
Although it couldn't completely ensnare the dragon, it managed to bind its limbs, bringing the fire dragon beast crashing to the ground, sending dust flying in the arena. Amidst the chaos, the black iron snake released 10 waves of poison, engulfing the explosive fire dragon beast. Seeing this, Li Xian felt the victory was his. However, to his disbelief, the fire dragon beast erupted in flames, burning away the poison. As the smoke cleared, the two beasts were revealed locked in a stalemate, one biting, the other binding. Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He now regarded Li Xian as a worthy adversary, realizing Li Xian's challenge was not without merit. With the beasts deadlocked, Yi Xian shifted his focus to Li Xian.
I must admit, you've surprised me. But this battle goes beyond our beasts, it involves us too, Yi Xian declared, charging at Li Xian. What the heck, this isn't fair. Li Xian cursed, aware he was at a severe disadvantage due to the soul-suppressing nails in his body, significantly weakening him. As Yi Xian closed in, Li Xian turned to flee, drawing laughter from the audience, as if watching a farce. This is a beast tournament. It's supposed to be between beasts, not us. Li Xian protested while running. The purpose of the tournament is to refine true combat skills. So, our battle is also part of it. Yi Xian's voice seemed right behind him, closing the distance rapidly. Li Xian gritted his teeth, abruptly stopping and swinging a punch back at Yi Xian. But Yi Xian, with his rich combat experience, easily dodged the punch with a slight tilt of his head and countered with a palm strike to Li Xian's chest, sending him flying back. Coughing blood, Li Xian was reminded of the soul nails lodged in him, feeling as though his chest had been struck by a hammer. At that moment, the voice of the black iron snake echoed in his mind, "Master, that strike contained beast power." "He's a soul beast master." "What?" Li Xian thought, stunned, watching Yi Xian approach with a smirk, confirming his suspicions. The golden beast artifact sponsored by Tomorrow's Commerce was indeed prepared for Yi Xian, a soul beast master. Enduring the pain, Li Xian retreated slowly. Yi Xian, savoring his prey's vulnerability, advanced leisurely, confident of his dominance. "I need to expose his use of beast power publicly to disqualify him," Li Xian thought, glancing at the beasts. The black iron snake was still caught, unable to retaliate. "Look, a flying machine." Li Xian suddenly pointed skyward. Instinctively, Yi Xian glanced up, giving Li Xian the chance to sprint away. "You dare trick me? I'll break your legs when I catch you." Yi Xian roared, resuming his pursuit. But Li Xian headed straight for the beasts, shouting, "Black iron snake, show him the true power of fire." The black iron snake, following the command, ignited with a black-red flame known as the Crimson Flame, causing the fire dragon beast to thrash in agony. The dragon, engulfed in its own flame, tried to flee, but the black iron snake seized the opportunity. Despite its injuries, it coiled around the dragon, using diamond bind once more. The dragon's bones cracked under the pressure, its mouth bound shut, muting its cries. The intense heat from the crimson flame burned the dragon's body, which soon ceased its struggle. "Ha! Yi Xian, your beast is dead." "You've lost," Li Xian shouted triumphantly, halting his retreat. Yi Xian stopped, staring in disbelief at the black iron snake, now wreathed in black-red flames. "A different flame," Yi Xian murmured, recognizing the unnatural fire. "You wasted such a rare flame on a mere beast," Yi Xian said, eyes flashing with greed. "You killed my dragon, I'll take your beast's flame as compensation," he declared, drawing a long sword. A beastly roar accompanied his words as a white crane-like figure appeared behind him, his beast soul. The vision merged with him, reaching the unity of man and beast. Man-beast unity, a golden beast master, a middle-aged man in the VIP stands whispered, realizing Yi Xian's true nature. Yi Xian's speed increased dramatically, targeting the black iron snake, intending to kill it and seize the flame, disregarding the competition's rules. In the VIP stands, a silver-haired man frowned. "Yi Xian's too reckless," he noted, addressing another man beside him. "President Yi, your son is indeed a soul beast master." Another middle-aged man approached with a smile. "I was wondering why your Tomorrow Commerce would suddenly sponsor a golden beast artifact." "So it was meant for your son," he remarked. This man was none other than the owner of the arena, while the speaker was Yi Daoming, the head of Tomorrow Commerce in Yunying City. Although Yi Daolin was the president of Tomorrow Commerce in Yunying City, he was merely a manager. The resources of the commerce were not his to dispose of freely, everything required records and approval. Sponsoring the tournament had been sanctioned from above, so Yi Daolin provided the artifact to his son, Yi Xian, with confidence. Now, with Wu Jin's revelation, Yi Daolin remained unfazed, as Yi Xian's abilities had already been exposed, rendering further secrecy pointless. "Your son is too impulsive, going after a different flame like that is unwise," Wu Jin noted, understanding Yi Xian's motives. Possessing a rare flame would bring endless trouble to Li Xian after the match, unless Yunying Academy could protect him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword pierced the black iron snake, its body instantly skewered. Damn, you really don't play fair.
Li Xian shouted, stomping his feet in frustration.
Sky Python Rampage.
Kill this bastard, he commanded. In response, the black iron snake's body dramatically expanded from its initial length to over 20 or 30 meters. The Sky Python Rampage, the innate beast skill of the spirit venom python, caused Yi Xian to be thrown back. The audience watched in shock, struggling to keep up with the rapid developments.
What is that white crane thing with Yi Xian? Someone asked. Idiot, it's a beast soul.
Yi Xian's a soul beast master, he's breaking the rules, another explained. No wonder Tomorrow Commerce sponsored a golden beast artifact. That old guy Yi Daolin prepared it for his son, someone else chimed in.
Damn, if I'd known, I'd have bet on Li Xingchen.
Li Xingchen's in danger.
Why hasn't the referee stopped the match?
Yeah, the fire dragon beast is dead, the match should be over.
Wow, Li Xingchen's black iron snake hasn't even shown its true power yet.
It's only now revealing its real strength. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the black iron snake's massive tail swung at Yi Xian, sending him flying with a loud crash. The match-ending bell sounded, allowing Li Xian a moment of relief, but Yi Xian charged again, his sword glowing with a green aura, clearly infused with a beast skill.
Black iron snake, kill him!
Li Xian shouted. The snake unleashed a poisonous spray, forcing Yi Xian to dodge mid-air.
Simultaneously, the snake's tail swept in again, capturing Yi Xian.
Stop, a voice boomed from afar. From the VIP stands, Yi Daolin burst forth, rushing towards Li Xian. Sensing the danger, Li Xian shouted, kill him. But Yi Daolin's roar, imbued with beast power, sent Li Xian flying. Lying on the ground, Li Xian gritted his teeth, still urging his snake, kill him. Before everyone's eyes, the black iron snake squeezed Yi Xian, crushing him utterly.
Xianer! Yi Daolin's eyes reddened, a furious roar escaping him as a lion-like beast soul appeared, roaring skyward.
Dare to kill my son, I'll take your life, he shouted, charging at Li Xian. Li Xian stood no chance against him, but just then, a booming laugh cut through the tension.
President Yi, you and your son really can't handle losing, can you?
Li Xian turned to see Vice Principal Lei Hu leaping down from the stands, landing in front of him. Behind Lei Hu, a thunderous white tiger beast soul rose, lightning crackling around it. Lei Hu, step aside. Yi Daolin roared, furious at the obstacle. President Yi, you and your son have no honor. A soul beast master competing in a beast tournament, exposed and now trying to kill to cover it up, only to be killed yourself.
If you rush in, will your father also come out if you're killed? Should I expect your grandfather next? Will this revive your ancestors back 18 generations?
Lei Hu taunted calmly.
Lei Hu, stay out of this. Yi Daolin seethed. Stay out of it?
Li Xingchen is a student of Yunying Academy.
As a teacher, I'm like a father.
Your son tried to kill mine, and was killed instead.
You intervene, but I can't?
Lei Hu retorted, his words causing Li Xian to chuckle, further incensing Yi Daolin.
Fine, Lei Hu.
Don't blame me for not giving face to Yunying Academy, Yi Daolin declared, stepping forward, roaring with such force that visible sound waves spread towards Lei Hu. Li Xian quickly covered his ears, but Lei Hu's white tiger beast soul expanded, blocking the sound waves. Yi Daolin charged like a lion, but Li Xian coolly called out, where are the officials of the beast tournament?
Where's the arena manager? Is this how you run a match?
With Li Xian's shout, the audience, led by Dong Chengguen, began to clamor, unfair tournament.
Corruption in the beast tournament. We'll report this to Lingqing Tianlu City, exposing Yunying City's collusion. As the crowd's uproar grew, the city lord's officials and arena staff entered the fray to restore order.
Both of you, stop this, the city lord and the arena's hidden owner stepped in, halting Lei Hu and Yi Daolin.
Move aside, I want that brat dead.
Yi Daolin, beyond reason, acknowledged no authority. President Yi, you're at fault here.
Stand down, the arena owner Wu Jin commanded.
President Yi, I'll report this to Tomorrow Commerce's higher-ups, the city lord by Fifan stated coldly. At this, Yi Daolin regained some composure, casting a hateful look at Li Xian and Lei Hu before turning to carry Yi Xian's body away. I declare the winner of this challenge is Yunying Academy's Li Xingchen.
Bai Fifan announced loudly.
The crowd erupted in cheers, even those who had bet on Yi Xian, as his image shattered the moment his true nature was revealed. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief as the tension lifted from his shoulders, and quickly called the black iron snake back to his side. The match had ended without any unexpected mishaps. City Lord Bai Fifan personally awarded the top 10 contestants. Among the prizes were a monster spirit pill, a 5,000-year-old herb, a 5,000-year-old spirit essence, a 5th-grade spirit stone, and a golden beast artifact. Li Xian's eyes were drawn to the beast artifact. Although he wasn't very familiar with beast artifacts, he understood their utility. Upon examination, it was a short blade, about the length of Li Xian's arm, with a curved dark gold blade and intricate patterns etched along its surface. These patterns could accelerate the flow of a beast master's power, enabling quicker release of beast skills. The hilt featured a menacing snake head, its mouth open to reveal 4 fangs, intended for embedding spirit stones, though it was currently empty. The artifact, called the Scorpion Blade, immediately made sense to Li Xian. The hilt resembled a snake head, the blade curved like a scorpion's tail, exuding a sinister and deadly aura. "Hee, I like this blade," Li Xian said, admiring the golden beast artifact with genuine fondness. "Youthful and capable, with courage to match. You're truly the dark horse of Yunying City this year," Bai Fifan praised Li Xian in front of everyone, without holding back. Li Xian looked at Bai Fifan, noting that despite his youthful appearance, barely in his 30s, he had already risen to the position of city lord. This spoke volumes about his profound capabilities. Reflecting on how Bai Fifan had calmed Ji Daolin with just a few words, it was clear that Ji Daolin feared him greatly. "Thank you, City Lord, for your praise. The road ahead is long," Li Xian nodded, acknowledging the compliment. "Ha, young man, I'm optimistic about your future. No matter how long the road, I believe you'll forge ahead courageously," Bai Fifan encouraged. "Thank you for your kind words, City Lord," Li Xian replied. Earning Bai Fifan's favor would save him a lot of trouble in the future. With the rare flame exposed, many would undoubtedly come seeking it, but aligning with Bai Fifan might deter many. Afterwards, Li Xian hurried to the betting counter. "I'd like to redeem this," he said, placing his receipt on the counter. The crowd looked on enviously, knowing Li Xian had bet 66 million on himself. With the odds at 3-1, he stood to gain 198 million. "No wonder you dared to bet so much on yourself, you truly had confidence in your victory," a booming voice commented. Li Xian looked up to see the arena owner. "Hee, just luck," Li Xian replied with a modest smile, his mind focused on the 198 million. "Luck is part of skill," Wu Jin said, handing over a wooden chest. "Here are your 198 million gold coins. Count them." Li Xian opened the chest to find it filled with gold coins. "Here's your 66 million principal," Wu Jin added, handing over a stack of banknotes. "Coins counted by Boss Wu won't be off." "No need to count them," Li Xian said, closing the chest and taking the banknotes with a word of thanks before leaving. "What a pity," Wu Jin remarked, watching Li Xian leave with a shake of his head. "What do you mean, boss?" someone nearby asked, puzzled. "It's a pity he's not a true beast master. With just a century-old black iron snake, how can he protect so much wealth? If he makes it to Lingqing Tianlu City for the competition, it'll be a miracle," Wu Jin explained. "Indeed, wealth invites trouble. So many gold coins will definitely attract attention," Wu Jin mused with a smile, but didn't elaborate further. What he referred to wasn't just the coins, but the rare flame. After leaving the arena, Li Xian found Dong Qingwen. "Big brother, thank you for your support." "I didn't disappoint, we won," Li Xian said, returning the 50 million borrowed from Dong Qingwen. He then opened the chest and handed Dong Qingwen a handful of gold coins. "Big brother, here's the interest." "Brother, you're treating me like an outsider. Do you not see me as your brother?" Dong Qingwen feigned annoyance. "Precisely because we're brothers and trust each other, you should take this. It'll make borrowing easier next time," Li Xian insisted. "I'll take the principal, but not the interest." "If you truly see me as your big brother, take it back," Dong Qingwen said, turning away. "Ha, big brother, you're putting me in a difficult spot," Li Xian chuckled, taking back the coins. "At least let me treat you to a meal," Li Xian offered. "Of course. Come to my place tonight, and we'll have a good drink," Dong Qingwen agreed. "No, big brother, let me treat you at Yechen Tower," Li Xian insisted.
"In that case, I won't refuse," Dong Qingwen said. Li Xian then found Wang Tiantian in Jinningting. "Teacher Tiantian, Teacher Jin, here's your principal back," he said, returning their investments and handing them each a handful of gold coins. "You must take these. You lent me money, which was a help, but I see it as an investment, and this is your return." "Wow, so many gold coins. This investment really paid off," Wang Tiantian exclaimed, accepting the coins without hesitation.
"Sister, take it," Li Xian urged Jin Ningjing, who hesitated. Honestly, Jin Ningjing had lent the 10 million expecting to lose it, but was surprised by Li Xian's victory. As instructors at Yunying Academy, their earnings weren't substantial, with any extra income coming from leading students into the Beast Forest for training. A handful of coins was worth millions.
After a brief hesitation, Jin Ningjing accepted Li Xian's offer.
"All right, I'll save it for your wedding," she teased. "Ha, who knows when that will be," Li Xian laughed, though he was already married. Back at the academy, Li Xian returned to his room. He pondered the 5,000-year herb and spirit essence.
Will they be enough to fully revive the golden venom python? "Are you ready?" Li Xian asked, taking a deep breath. "Ready," came the trembling voice of the golden venom python. Li Xian took out a pill furnace. The black iron snake opened its mouth and released a black-red flame, transforming into a black-red lotus flower inside the furnace. He placed the 5,000-year herb and spirit essence into the furnace, allowing the black lotus flame to refine them. The flame's deep scorching extracted every drop of energy from the ingredients, akin to slow cooking, and the effect was extraordinary. Drops of pure medicinal liquid were refined and consumed entirely by the black iron snake. As a medium, the energy was immediately absorbed by the golden venom python. Li Xian's eyes were fixated on the recovery gauge. The golden venom python's recovery had reached 98%, just 2 points away from full restoration. After a dozen drops of medicinal liquid were consumed, Li Xian instructed the golden venom python not to spare any energy for the black iron snake, but to absorb it all. The python complied, focusing wholeheartedly on the absorption process. When the gauge finally reached full, the recovery percentage disappeared altogether. In the next moment, a powerful energy wave radiated from the beast realm. "Ha, master, I have finally fully restored my strength." The golden venom python's jubilant laughter resonated, prompting a relieved smile from Li Xian. Finally, the power is restored, Li Xian thought, his heart trembling with excitement. Meanwhile, in the academy's conference room, the principal, along with the teachers and vice principals, were gathered. Suddenly, they all paused, having distinctly felt a sweeping, formidable energy. "Lei Hu, go check it out," the principal quickly instructed. "The energy wave seems to originate from the back mountain of the school," Lei Hu acknowledged before vanishing from the room. Lei Hu soon traced the energy wave back to Li Xian. Upon reaching Li Xian's quarters, Lei Hu's expression turned puzzled. The door burst open, startling Li Xian, who was sitting on his bed. "Principal Lei Hu, what brings you here?" Li Xian asked, feigning innocence. "What happened just now? Where did that sudden surge of energy come from?" Lei Hu inquired, scanning the room for the source. Li Xian was momentarily panicked. "Oh no, the energy from the golden venom python's recovery must have been detected," he thought. It was my black iron snake. It just broke through to a century and consumed a monster spirit pill, which might have caused the strong energy emission," Li Xian stammered, improvising an explanation. "Is that so?" Lei Hu asked skeptically. "Where is the black iron snake?" "Let me see. You said it consumed a monster spirit pill and a 5,000-year herb and spirit essence. It must be in hibernation now." "Yes, indeed," Li Xian replied, relieved as Lei Hu seemed to buy the explanation. "Very well, rest up. The principal will see you. Be in the conference room in half an hour," Lei Hu instructed before leaving. Once Lei Hu was gone, Li Xian exhaled deeply and quickly locked the door again.
Back on his bed, he was eager to heed the golden venom python's request. Quickly, revive soulworm number 70 to help me remove the soul-suppressing nail. Yes, master, the golden venom python replied, but then hesitated.
Master, although I have fully regained my strength, reviving the soulworm requires immense energy. If I use my energy for this, I will be weakened again.
In that case, don't revive the soulworm for now, Li Xian decided after a moment of thought.
With your strength fully restored, assimilating the black iron snake will greatly enhance its combat power.
I will purchase more herbs to convert energy for the soulworm revival. With over 100 million in wealth, Li Xian was more than capable of buying the necessary resources.
Yes, master, the golden venom python agreed. Li Xian then took out the monster spirit pill.
Initially intended for the golden venom python, it was no longer necessary since the python already possessed ancient beast lineage, rendering the pill's effects negligible.
The black iron snake, however, was the ideal candidate.
Open your mouth, Li Xian instructed the black iron snake, tossing the pill into its mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing potent energy that coursed through the snake's body, altering its lineage. In no time, the black iron snake advanced from 99 years to a full century.
This monster spirit pill is incredible, the golden venom python remarked, observing the significant enhancement of the black iron snake's lineage.
Originally, the snake's potential capped at 300 years, but now it could reach 500 years. If such pills existed in ancient times, beasts might have evolved into ancient beast levels, the python mused. Li Xian also noticed the century-old black iron snake's growth, now 10 meters long and more robust. Excellent, he nodded in satisfaction, stroking the snake's head. Next, Li Xian retrieved the scorpion blade, part of his reward, which could house a gemstone. Instinctively, he took out the 5th-grade spirit stone, known as the Wind Spirit Stone, ideal for beast artifacts. Once embedded, it significantly boosted the artifact's attack speed.
Li Xian fitted the Wind Spirit Stone into the snake head's mouth on the blade.
The 4 fangs clamped down, securing the stone. With a swing, the scorpion blade felt noticeably lighter.
Then, a thought struck Li Xian, prompting him to retrieve a dull pearl. This dragon pearl can be embedded too, right? He wondered.
The dragon pearl, acquired from a black market deal, was originally from a dragon-shaped staff's mouth. The golden venom python explained it was formed inside a jiao python, a symbol of its evolution into a dragon, containing its full cultivation. Li Xian removed the Wind Spirit Stone and replaced it with the dragon pearl. Unexpectedly, the snake head on the scorpion blade turned its eyes red, a perfect match. The scorpion blade, forged with serpent and scorpion power, paired with a jiao dragon pearl, originally from a great python's evolution, has fully activated its potential. It's now a platinum-level beast artifact, the golden venom python marveled.
Really?
Li Xian was exhilarated by the successive good news, almost giddy with excitement. The platinum artifact was at its peak sharpness and durability, with all its abilities unleashed.
See the dark green shimmer on the blade? That's the scorpion blade's poison effect. Each attack carries a potent poison attribute, drastically weakening the enemy's life and state. Using beast power activates another ability, Death Scorpion Tail, which paralyzes the target. Moreover, venomous bite can be controlled with beast power for lethal damage, the python explained. An unexpected windfall. Li Xian cherished the scorpion blade like a treasure, though he couldn't yet use beast power for full control, meaning its full power was untapped.
Nevertheless, its inherent poison effect remained potent, like a blade coated in venom. Securing the scorpion blade at his waist, Li Xian was satisfied, having fully utilized his rewards. Next, I need to buy a lot of herbs and mystical essences to revive the soulworm. Suddenly, Li Xian thought of something. If I participate in the beast competition, as a beast soul master, I'm not allowed to join. But if my beast power is restored, wouldn't that mean I can't participate? Is there a way to hide my beast power? That's very simple, the golden venom python replied confidently. Now that I've fully regained my strength, I can shield you. Only those with power greater than mine could possibly detect it. Otherwise, no one will ever find out. Hearing this, Li Xian relaxed. I don't want to end up like Yi Xian, having my secrets exposed, he thought. With this reassurance, Li Xian could now focus on restoring his power without worry. He then made his way to the conference room. At that moment, only a few high-ranking members of the academy were present. The principal spoke with concern. Since it's confirmed that Li Xingqian's Black Iron Snake uses the fire ability, we must ensure he remains with our academy. Everyone, make sure to protect Li Xingqian. Rest assured, principal. I will personally escort him to Lingqing Tianlu City, Lei Hu assured with a pat on his chest. In the meantime, try to keep Li Xingqian within the academy grounds. Yi Daolin is troublesome, and I worry he might stop at nothing to retaliate against Xingqian, said Vice Principal Ma Yun, rubbing his hands together and muttering, a rare flame, it's truly a rare flame. I've been refining pills my whole life and have never seen one like it. We must secure him for pill refining. Principal, Li Xingqian is here, someone announced, and all eyes turned to the entrance where Li Xian stood. Seeing the room full of people, he straightened up and walked in. Principal, you wanted to see me? Li Xian asked. He felt a deep gratitude towards Yunying Academy. Since they saved him and provided him with the identity of Li Xingqian, he had received the best care during his weakest moments. Although he didn't fully understand their intentions, he knew they meant him no harm. Ha, Xingqian. Winning the beast competition has brought great honor to Yunying Academy, the principal, Chulan, said warmly, gesturing for Li Xian to come closer. Despite limited interactions with Chulan, Li Xian felt a sense of familiarity and kindness from him. Chulan's name, while somewhat feminine, did not diminish his formidable reputation. It was said that even across the continent, Chulan was a renowned figure, having retired to Yunying Academy in his later years, yet his legend persisted. Xingqian, the beast competition is just the beginning. There's still the Lingcheng competition and the national competition ahead. You have a long journey, so don't slack off, understood? Chulan advised, like an elder speaking to a younger generation. Those present noted with surprise the principal's unprecedented fondness for a student. You lost your memory and were severely injured, we brought you back. Once your memories return, I hope you'll remember that you're part of Yunying Academy, Chulan continued. Principal, the Academy's kindness is unforgettable. As long as I'm here, Yunying Academy's matters are my matters, Li Xian replied sincerely, recognizing Chulan's attempt to win his allegiance. Gratitude for saving his life was deeply ingrained in him, he was not one to turn ungrateful. Ah, good, good, Chulan laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. Now, the reason I called you here is to discuss a few things. Following his words, Lei Hu approached with a wooden box. At Yunying Academy, any student who achieves a notable ranking in competitions not only receives external rewards but also additional awards from the academy, the principal explained. For winning first place in Yunying City, here are some gold coins and pills. Please accept them. Thank you, principal, Li Xian accepted without hesitation. Moreover, the principal said, you've had a conflict with Yi Xian and the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Yi Daolin won't let this go, but don't worry. Yunying Academy won't allow you to be bullied. However, it's best to stay within the academy for now to avoid unnecessary trouble. We're not afraid of Yi Daolin or the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce, Lei Hu explained, concerned that Li Xian might misunderstand. But when someone becomes desperate, they might resort to any means. It's easier to dodge an open attack than a hidden one. Stay on campus for a few days, and I'll accompany you to Tianlu City later. I understand, Li Xian nodded, though he pondered how to handle his plans with Dong Qingwen. The principal's expression became serious. Xingqian, do you know the saying, a man of virtue is innocent, but harboring a treasure can be a crime? I do, Li Xian replied. It means I haven't done anything wrong, but possessing something valuable makes me a target. Smart boy, Chulan chuckled. That saying comes from the distant Zhao kingdom. You're right. Do you know whom I'm referring to? Of course, you're talking about me, Li Xian said. I bet 66 million and earned 180 million. Surely, someone will be eyeing me. Everyone exchanged knowing glances. Xingqian, are you playing dumb? The principal asked. Yunying City isn't large, but it's filled with experts.
Those old masters have sharp eyes. Everyone saw your black iron snake vanquish the explosive fire dragon beast. Li Xian sighed, realizing he couldn't keep the secret. Not only can't you hide it, everyone knows, the principal said.
Yi Xian risked exposing his identity as a beast soulmaster to kill your black iron snake for your rare flame.
Others aren't blind to its peculiar nature. How did you acquire it?
Well, when I ventured into the great beast forest, my black iron snake found a black stone. It had faint energy and red inscriptions. After the snake consumed it, it gained this ability, Li Xian explained, maintaining a serious demeanor. I later researched and discovered it was a rare flame, resembling a black-red lotus, the celestial burst star, one of the 108 heavenly flames. The celestial burst star! Chu Lan exclaimed, gripping Li Xian's arm, his excitement palpable.
Exactly, Li Xian nodded, surprised by the principal's reaction.
Ha, fate truly comes full circle, Chu Lan's eyes grew misty. Years ago, I ventured to the Central Plains and participated in the battle for the Black Lotus Red Flame. It was held by a king-level beast soul master. That battle claimed thousands of platinum masters, hundreds of diamond masters, and dozens of king-level masters, Chu Lan recounted, eyes filled with memories.
Li Xian was taken aback by the complex history of the Black Lotus Red Flame. It wasn't just this flame, any rare flame carried a dramatic past, as these were treasures that heroes worldwide risked their lives to obtain.
In their eyes, even national laws could be disregarded for such a prize. So, child, the Black Lotus Red Flame only disappeared in recent years.
You must protect it well, understood?
The principal advised with a solemn expression. If those who once fought for it, or their descendants, learn of its existence, they would spare no expense to wage another war for it.
I understand.
I will protect it, Li Xian nodded firmly.
However, a question lingered in his mind.
Principal, you were once involved in the struggle for the Black Lotus Red Flame.
Why aren't you interested in it now?
At this point, Li Xian felt the eyes around him were filled with peculiar glances.
Who wouldn't want a rare flame?
Especially when it was in the hands of someone perceived as insignificant.
Surely, if they wanted, they could easily take it from him. Could Yunying Academy truly remain unmoved by its allure?
Li Xian knew well that in the face of absolute profit, anyone would risk everything to seize it.
Principal, what exactly is the Central Plains you mentioned? I couldn't find it on any map, he asked curiously.
The Central Plains is the heart of the entire Tianyuan continent.
Most ordinary people believe that the world is confined to the three great kingdoms, the Great Zhou, the Great Xia, and the Great Shang. But that's not the case.
Our continent, formed by these three kingdoms, is known as the Yuanguang continent. Beyond it, there are many other continents, large and small, similar to ours, with their own nations like the Great Xia and Great Shang.
However, all continents revolve around the Central Plains, which is the true paradise for beast soul masters.
It's a place where sects abound, where powerful individuals are numerous, and where countless treasures and dangers coexist, the principal explained, his tone laced with nostalgia. Li Xian's horizons broadened significantly at these revelations. The world was far more vast and wondrous than he had imagined. He secretly vowed to visit the Central Plains someday.
That's all for now. Take some time to rest.
The Lingqing competition starts in 10 days, and will depart for Tianlu City in 5, Lei Hu advised Li Xian. Understood, Principal Lei Hu, Li Xian acknowledged. Just as he finished speaking, Vice Principal Ma Yun suddenly appeared beside him. Hey kid, lend me your rare flame for a bit, Ma Yun said with a sly grin. Before Li Xian could respond, Ma Yun grabbed him by the back and whisked him out of the conference room.
Hey, where are you taking me? Li Xian exclaimed in shock, trying to resist.
However, Ma Yun's grip was strong, and Li Xian found himself helpless.
Meanwhile, the principal's voice echoed behind them, Old Ma, don't overdo it.
Ma Yun brought Li Xian to his alchemy room, a place Li Xian was now entering for the first time.
Surrounded by peculiar alchemical tools, Li Xian asked, why did you bring me here?
Let me borrow your rare flame to refine some pills. I want to experience its effects, Ma Yun replied.
Without hesitation, Li Xian refused, no way.
You brat, don't be ungrateful, or I'll smash your head in, Ma Yun threatened. I'll tell the principal, Li Xian retorted, turning to leave.
Wait, Ma Yun intercepted him. What do you want in return?
Teach me alchemy, and I'll let you use it for a while, Li Xian proposed. Deal, Ma Yun agreed without hesitation. Li Xian knew he had little choice unless he left Yunying Academy altogether. But he also worried that if Ma Yun became adept with the rare flame, he might act against him.
The only solution was to forge a bond with Ma Yun. Since Ma Yun respected the principal, he wouldn't dare harm Li Xian. Becoming Ma Yun's disciple would ensure the flame's safety.
Ma Yun then led Li Xian to another room filled with rows of books.
Familiarize yourself with these basics first, then we'll talk about alchemy, he instructed.
Li Xian glanced around, noting the thousands of volumes lining the walls. Give me the flame, Ma Yun said, extending his hand. Reluctantly, Li Xian handed over the black iron snake, instructing it, do as he says, but remember he's only using the flame temporarily.
With that, Li Xian immersed himself in the books.
His connection with the black iron snake meant he would be instantly aware of any treachery. Moreover, attempting to consume a rare flame carried substantial risks, even for someone as powerful as Ma Yun.
Time passed, and Li Xian sensed no unusual activity from the black iron snake. Ma Yun was indeed using the black lotus red flame for pill refining. Occasionally, Ma Yun's ecstatic laughter echoed from outside. It worked on the first try.
So many pills in such a short time. Li Xian shook his head with a chuckle and continued reading. As night fell, he stretched and emerged from the sea of books. Despite spending the afternoon learning, he didn't feel fatigued. Acquiring knowledge had been a pleasurable experience. If not for his evening plans with Dong Qingguen, he might have stayed all night. Outside, Ma Yun, like Li Xian, was tirelessly engrossed in his work. However, when Li Xian glanced at the pill furnace, he sensed something amiss. Oh no, it's about to explode, he thought, noticing Ma Yun's furrowed brow and sweating face. Clearly, Ma Yun had realized the issue too. From his afternoon reading, Li Xian understood that the problem stemmed from Ma Yun's poor control over the intense flame. It was understandable, given it was his first time refining pills with a rare flame. Li Xian, however, had a deep connection with the black iron snake and could control the black lotus red flame with precision. Li Xian quickly coordinated with the black iron snake, taking over the flame's control. Inside the furnace, countless materials were being reduced, their essences extracted and condensed. It was the final stage of pill formation, but due to excessive heat and poor flame control, the pills couldn't solidify. Seeing the situation, Li Xian immediately took control of the black lotus red flame and began refining the pill. Losing control of the flame, Ma Yun snapped out of his trance, ready to curse, but he was stunned to see Li Xian sitting calmly on the ground, focusing on the pill refinement process. Ma Yun's eyes widened as he realized Li Xian was attempting to refine a 5th-grade pill, a feat seemingly impossible for a novice who had only read a few books. But then, Ma Yun felt the chaotic energy within the pill furnace suddenly stabilize. Rushing to the furnace, he peered inside and was astounded to see the pill formation process had successfully completed. Turning to look at Li Xian with eyes full of admiration, Ma Yun was astonished. A genius, truly a genius, he exclaimed, watching as Li Xian calmly manipulated the flame. As the energy within the furnace converged, the lid opened, and a series of glowing pills floated out, landing one by one into Ma Yun's porcelain bottle. Counting them, Ma Yun was thrilled to find 9 pills. He eagerly examined one, noting its potent aroma and energy. A 4th-grade high-level pill, no less, Ma Yun murmured, taking a deep breath to savor its fragrance. Kid, you truly surprised me. Have you really never refined pills before? Ma Yun asked, clutching Li Xian as if fearing he might disappear. No, I've never done it before, Li Xian replied, feigning innocence. A true prodigy, Ma Yun marveled, scrutinizing Li Xian. Suddenly, his demeanor turned serious. Would you be willing to become my disciple and learn the art of alchemy? Really? Li Xian asked, feigning disbelief. He realized his plan to win Ma Yun over had worked, thanks largely to his mastery over the rare flame. The final control in refining the pill had been the deciding factor in Ma Yun's offer. If Li Xian had been a mere talentless individual, even possessing a rare flame might not have swayed Ma Yun.
As Ma Yun's disciple, Li Xian performed the traditional bowing ceremony and offered tea, thus solidifying their master-disciple relationship.
Master, I have some matters to attend to, but I'll be back to see you, Li Xian said, preparing to leave quickly.
What's the rush? Ma Yun asked, raising an eyebrow.
He then retrieved a relic from his storage and opened it, revealing a small cauldron. With a gesture, the cauldron expanded into a massive 2-meter-tall furnace, its bronze surface exuding an aura of antiquity.
Since you've become my disciple, I can't let you go empty-handed.
This is a 6th-grade furnace, the Bronze Beast Furnace, and it's yours now, Ma Yun declared. Li Xian approached, examining the towering furnace with interest.
Master, if this is a 6th-grade furnace, then the one you just used must be, he inquired.
That one's an 8th-grade furnace, Ma Yun replied proudly.
I acquired it from an ancient ruin.
Little did I know, my own small black cauldron is an exceptional one, Li Xian thought to himself, but he quickly expressed his gratitude.
Thank you, Master. The furnace responds to mental commands, and everyone has mental strength, though it varies in intensity, Ma Yun explained.
After assessing Li Xian's mental strength, he deemed it more than adequate for a competent alchemist, especially with the rare flame at his disposal. Ma Yun was confident in Li Xian's future prospects, a sentiment he openly shared. After stowing away the Bronze Beast Furnace, Li Xian was eager to leave, but Ma Yun stopped him once more.
Hold on, why are you in such a hurry? Ma Yun asked, slightly annoyed. Master, is there something else?
Li Xian turned back, smiling.
You cheeky brat, Ma Yun chuckled, shaking his head. He then produced a small wooden box, revealing a pure white pill the size of a dragon's eye, enveloped in a misty aura. Heavens, this is beautiful. What kind of pill is this? Li Xian asked, drawn by its enchanting fragrance.
This is a 6th-grade pill, the primordial beast pill, Ma Yun explained solemnly. Li Xian, astounded, recalled from his readings how difficult it was to bridge the gap between 5th and 6th-grade pills, and how much more esteemed a 6th-grade alchemist was compared to a 5th-grade one. Ma Yun, being a prestigious 6th-grade alchemist, had invested considerable resources into this pill. The primordial beast pill, while less useful to beast soul masters, was immensely valuable to ordinary people as it could awaken one's beast power.
What?
This is something people would dream of obtaining, Li Xian realized. Many wealthy individuals would pay any price for such a pill, but it was rarely available. Ma Yun continued, you're not yet a beast soul master. After the beast competition, use this primordial beast pill to achieve that status. Although the path of a beast soul master is alluring, it has its limits. Consider this a long-term investment. Touched by Ma Yun's sincerity, Li Xian knelt on one knee and bowed deeply.
Thank you, Master. Your generosity will always be remembered, he declared before briskly departing.
You little rascal, building up such a moment and then just leaving like that, Ma Yun muttered with a chuckle, watching Li Xian go.
Despite the academy's attempts to keep Li Xian on campus, he knew he had to leave.
The world was dangerous, and he only trusted others to a limited extent.
Even Yunying Academy, with its grand promises, couldn't be entirely trusted.
Li Xian was determined to forge his own path. Sneaking out of the academy, Li Xian headed directly to Yechen Tower, a prestigious establishment in Yunying City known for its comprehensive entertainment services. He had arranged for Dong Qingguen to book a private room, promising to join him shortly.
When Li Xian arrived, he found Dong Qingguen waiting in a secluded suite.
Apologies for the delay, brother, Li Xian said, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology as he entered the room.
Ah, you've arrived, my friend, Dong Qingguen replied warmly.
No worries at all, I just got here, Dong Qingguen replied, standing up as Li Xian entered. However, Li Xian noticed the empty teapot on the table, indicating that Dong Qingguen had likely been waiting for a while.
I was actually worried you wouldn't make it out.
I didn't expect you to have such courage, Dong Qingguen complimented.
Ah, it's nothing.
Just taking things as they come, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. But don't worry, my friend. Here, no one will dare lay a finger on you, Dong Qingguen assured him, patting his chest confidently.
I know your capabilities, brother.
That's why I felt at ease coming to Yechen Tower, Li Xian responded, smiling.
After a bit of mutual flattery, they both sat down. Li Xian noticed 3 men and 2 women in the room. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity.
Dong Qingwen, sensing his concern, quickly explained, "Let me introduce you to a few people." Pointing to one of the men, Dong Qingwen continued, "This is Uncle Biao, the chief of my brother Dong Qingwu's escort agency." Li Xian turned his attention to the so-called Uncle Biao, who wore a purple-black checkered robe and sat there with a calm demeanor. Even Dong Qingwen showed him respect, indicating his significant status. "Uncle Biao," Li Xian greeted politely. He had heard that Dong Qingwen's ability to establish himself in Yunying City was largely due to his brother. Recalling their first meeting, Dong Qingwen had lamented over his brother's alleged early death to garner Li Xian's sympathy. If his brother knew, he might shake with anger. After introductions, Li Xian learned that Uncle Biao was indeed the chief of Dong Qingwu's escort agency, a seasoned veteran of many years. Dong Qingwu's agency in Tianlu City relied heavily on him to maintain its footing. "And this is Lu Yuqing, our underground mall's chief manager. If you ever need anything, just go to him. I assure you, our goods in Yunying City surpass even those of the Mingri Chamber of Commerce," Dong Qingwen said, pointing to a scholarly-looking young man who stood up and shook hands with Li Xian. The remaining man appeared to be Uncle Biao's bodyguard, exuding a stable and restrained aura indicative of a high-level beast soul master, likely tasked with ensuring Uncle Biao's safety. The 2 women, one mature and voluptuous, the other youthful and vibrant, looked like sisters. However, Dong Qingwen's introduction shocked Li Xian. They were actually mother and daughter, arranged by Dong Qingwen to accompany Li Xian for drinks. My God, the wealthy really know how to enjoy themselves, Li Xian thought incredulously. Having a mother-daughter pair for drinks, how can anyone handle that? Even in his wildest dreams, Li Xian hadn't imagined such an encounter. "Brother, isn't this a bit excessive?" Li Xian said awkwardly. "Ah, you're still young. I bet you haven't even experienced such company yet." "Today, let me broaden your horizons," Dong Qingwen laughed heartily. He then admonished the mother-daughter pair, "What are you standing around for? My brother here is young, talented, and handsome. It's an honor for you to accompany him." Just as Li Xian was about to refuse again, the mother and daughter took seats on either side of him, their scent enveloping him. At this point, refusing would indeed seem unmanly. All right, today's my treat." "Don't argue with me," Li Xian said, accepting the situation. "All right then, if you insist," Dong Qingwen replied jovially, not pressing the matter further. "By the way, Yuqing," during the course of the evening, Li Xian addressed the underground mall manager, "I was planning to purchase some high-energy items. Could you help me select some worth around 30 to 40 million? The beast competition and the lynching tournament are approaching, and I need to prepare my black iron snake." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Li. I'll deliver them to Yunying Academy by tomorrow," Lu Yuqing promised confidently. After a few more rounds, Li Xian, slightly tipsy, shook his head. "Brother, I really can't drink anymore. It's a crucial time for me, I hope you understand." Dong Qingwen, seeing his point, didn't push further. "All right, I've arranged a room for you to rest. Stay here tonight, it's late, and we've got precautions in place for your safety." "All right, I'll take you up on that," Li Xian agreed, standing up after some thought. The mother-daughter pair immediately helped him up, guiding him upstairs. After Li Xian left, Dong Qingwen turned to Uncle Biao. "What do you think, Uncle Biao?" "Young and reckless, not worth much consideration," Uncle Biao replied with slight disappointment. "He offended Yi Dowling of the Mingri Chamber, yet he's out drinking with you. It shows he's immature. So, should we make a move?" Dong Qingwen asked, a cold glint in his eyes. Uncle Biao thought for a moment, then shook his head. "It's possible, but not the right time. Yunying Academy is protecting him, making a move now isn't wise." Dong Qingwen nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, Uncle Biao." Once Uncle Biao left, only Dong Qingwen and Lu Yuqing remained in the room, both sober and serious. "Mr. Dong, should we act?" Lu Yuqing asked suddenly. Dong Qingwen shook his head slowly. "Uncle Biao is right, but also wrong." "Why?"
Li Xian is under Yunying Academy's protection, so it's not the best time. But it's also the perfect time.
If he's killed, everyone will naturally suspect Yi Daoling, and framing him would be easy, Dong Qingwen explained.
Shall I call someone to act now? Lu Yuqing asked, standing up.
Sit down, Dong Qingwen reprimanded.
There's another issue. Li Xian isn't foolish. Do you think he trusts us completely?
We've only known him for a short time.
He likely suspects we might act against him. Lu Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, then asked with uncertainty, so what do we do? Do we make a move or not?
I have a feeling there's more to this brother of mine than meets the eye. Dong Qingwen slowly lifted his wineglass, drained it in one go, and said, if we fail, we'll end up with a formidable and troublesome enemy. Li Xingqian dared to kill Yi Xian right in front of Yi Daoling, which shows how ruthless he can be.
Going against him would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So, Mr. Dong, you mean to befriend him, to invest in him for long-term benefits?
Lu Yuqing, being Dong Qingwen's right-hand man, quickly caught on to his leader's intentions.
Exactly.
Business isn't about 3 or 5 years, it's about 30 or 50 years, passed down through generations.
Investing in Li Xingqian is also a form of business. Besides, if we obtain that flame, what would we do with it? Dong Qingwen mused. Lu Yuqing frowned, realizing he hadn't considered the aftermath of acquiring the flame.
Dong Qingwen continued, the flame might be a curse to Li Xingqian, but it's even more of a curse to us.
It could potentially destroy everything we've built over decades. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing gasped, finally understanding the full picture. Mr. Dong, your analysis is spot on.
So, I've decided to invest in Li Xingqian and, if necessary, pay a greater price for his sake.
I believe that if Li Xingqian grows, the benefits we gain will be unimaginable. Mr. Dong, so the title of third master for him is set, then? Lu Yuqing chuckled. What do you think? Dong Qingwen replied, both of them exchanging a knowing smile. But, Dong Qingwen added cunningly, we should still plant a piece by Li Xingqian's side. Do you mean that mother-daughter pair? Lu Yuqing's eyes lit up.
Yes, they are a real mother and daughter whom I took in during their difficult times.
Both are exceptional beauties, untouched even by me.
Placing them by Li Xingqian's side will ensure our peace of mind.
Ha, Mr. Dong, you're playing a brilliant move, Lu Yuqing praised.
In a room rich with ancient charm upstairs, Li Xian was helped to the bed by the mother and daughter.
All right, you can leave now, he said, waving them off tiredly.
However, as time passed, they showed no sign of leaving.
Why aren't you leaving? Li Xian asked again.
Third master, if we leave, Mr. Dong will kill us, they pleaded, kneeling before him.
Please let us serve you tonight. Mr. Dong killed our family and threatened us to come here.
If you help us, he might spare us.
Li Xian was taken aback by their story. You mean to say you were forced here today by Dong Qingwen? Yes, Mr. Dong killed our husbands. We don't dare resist and must follow his orders, they sobbed.
Stand up, Li Xian said, handing them some silver notes.
Here are 5,000 taels. Leave, and I'll speak to him. He won't trouble you.
No, they implored. Mr. Dong said he'd kill us even if you pleaded on our behalf. You know his nature, third master.
Li Xian paused, knowing Dong Qingwen's character.
Indeed, he might act as they've described. As a man of the underworld, Dong Qingwen had no moral boundaries when it came to pleasure. His relationship with Li Xian was just slightly better than that of strangers, good for small favors, but potentially treacherous in life or death matters.
Li Xian had worried Dong Qingwen might covet his flame, but after tonight's drinking, he felt Dong Qingwen wouldn't act against him.
The food was not poisoned, as verified by his black iron snake, and Yuqing Tower was not a place to make a move. Seeing no immediate hostility, Li Xian thought Dong Qingwen could be useful, a double-edged sword, depending on how he was used.
Fine, fetch me some water for my feet, Li Xian instructed calmly.
Yes, third master, they replied eagerly, one fetching water and the other serving tea, their service impeccable. One washed his feet while the other sat beside him. This luxurious life was certainly captivating.
Amidst this, Li Xian recalled tales he'd heard in his past life about mother-daughter pairs and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really mother and daughter?" Third master jests.
She truly is my daughter, 14 this year, and I am 30. I had her at 16 and she's still a virgin.
If you don't mind, you can take her tonight, the mother offered. And your names?
I am Fong Ro, and my daughter is Jean Chuchu, she replied.
Li Xian pondered.
In his past life, there were stories of people pretending to be mother and daughter to swindle money.
But their resemblance was genuine enough to suggest they were indeed related.
Yet, the more plausible they seemed, the more suspicious he became.
What mother would willingly offer her daughter?
They claimed to be coerced by Dong Qinggwen today, with family killed, leaving them no choice.
Who would believe such a story? Only a fool.
Anyone with a shred of dignity or fierceness would have sought vengeance rather than submit. Unless they were utterly unscrupulous, devoid of any moral boundaries, only caring about money. Li Xian believed they were mother and daughter, but doubted Dong Qinggwen's coercion story.
Otherwise, they might just be in the business of deceit.
And yet, they insisted the daughter was still a virgin, which surprised Li Xian. After washing his feet, Li Xian lay on the bed.
I don't need your company.
If you're afraid, sleep on the floor.
I'll cover for you in the morning. Seeing Li Xian's determination, the mother and daughter huddled together, eventually falling asleep.
The next morning, when they awoke, Li Xian was already gone. Panicking, they rushed out, only to encounter Dong Qinggwen's men.
Something's wrong.
The third master is missing, they cried.
Dong Qinggwen, coming up the stairs, nodded calmly. I know.
It's fine, go back, he instructed, signaling the mother and daughter before leaving with his men. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already returned to the academy. Though weary the previous night, he hadn't slept well, while the mother and daughter had snored peacefully.
Upon leaving in the morning, Li Xian made sure not to disturb anyone. Shower had already woken up. As soon as Li Xian opened the door, the black iron snake darted out immediately, expanding in the wind as it lunged toward a pure white rabbit. Black iron snake, stop! Li Xian hurriedly called out. The white rabbit, startled, transformed into a blur and quickly leapt into Chow's arms. So fast! Li Xian exclaimed in surprise.
The rabbit's speed was astonishing.
Brother, you're back,
Chow said, approaching with the rabbit in her arms.
Why did you bring your beast back? Li Xian asked, puzzled. Teacher Tian tested it and said the bonding level was sufficient.
I'm allowed to keep little bunny by my side for training, Chow said proudly, petting the rabbit. Your rabbit is incredibly fast, Li Xian observed, sensing something unusual about its lineage compared to other rabbits.
Teacher Tian mentioned it's called a phantom spirit rabbit. It seems pretty impressive. Chow added excitedly. A phantom spirit rabbit?
Li Xian examined the rabbit closely and noticed it was indeed different. Its hind legs were longer and more powerful, its ears slightly tilted back, and its eyes were a pure black rather than red. You must take good care of it. Brother made quite a bit from the competition, here's 1 million in silver notes for you, Li Xian said, handing some notes to Chow. No, brother, I can't accept this, Chow protested, stepping back and waving her hands.
Being able to study is already enough. Taking money from you would be too much.
Chow, listen to me, Li Xian insisted gently.
You are family now. Your phantom spirit rabbit is growing and needs proper nutrition.
You can occasionally take it to the Beast restaurant for a good meal. He pressed the notes into her hands.
Reluctantly, Chow accepted the money.
I'll consider this a loan, brother. I'll pay you back once I start earning. Silly girl, I told you, you're like a sister to me, Li Xian said, patting her head.
Today, don't mind me. I'm going to rest for a while.
Go eat on your own, he instructed as he closed the door behind him.
Once inside, Li Xian took out the rewards given by the academy.
Opening the box, he found several gold coins inside, 10 in total, equating to 10 million. This was quite a generous reward from the academy. Additionally, there was a 3,000-year-old herb and a 3,000-year-old spirit essence.
Li Xian quickly took them out and consulted the spirit venomous python. Can these energies help restore the soul insect? No problem, the spirit venomous python replied confidently.
Although the more ancient beasts are stronger, it didn't take much energy to revive the Light Saint Envoy or the Shadow Bull Demon. So, the soul insect in cell 70 should be manageable. As for whether it can remove your soul-suppressing nail, that remains to be seen. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully.
Alright, let's get started. The items I ordered from Dong Chengwen should arrive today.
He took out a small alchemy furnace and instructed the black iron snake to release the black lotus red flame. He began refining the 3,000-year-old herb and spirit essence.
Drop by drop of pure medicinal liquid was extracted.
Through studying Ma Yun's books, Li Xian had deepened his understanding of alchemy, combining theory with practice, making his operations increasingly fluid.
The spirit venomous python absorbed the liquid, transferring the energy to the soul insect in cell 70, constructing a bridge of revival.
Inside the beast prison, an energy bridge connected cell 99 to cell 70.
In the corner of cell 70, a fist-sized black human-faced insect began to stir.
As the energy was absorbed, the insect with a grotesque human face slowly opened its eyes.
Upon opening, its form vanished entirely, though everyone knew it couldn't simply disappear from this ancient beast prison. At that moment, the spirit venomous python's voice echoed, "Stop hiding.
The warden called for your revival."
In the silent cell, the soul insect reappeared, its form gradually becoming visible. Who has obtained the beast ring?
Its voice was like that of an infant, yet piercing.
It doesn't matter who found it.
At least now, you are revived instead of languishing here indefinitely, the spirit venomous python consoled kindly. The warden needs your help. You must inspect his condition through me.
All right, the soul insect agreed without hesitation.
Li Xian waited quietly, then suddenly heard a voice that made his skin crawl.
Warden, cell 70's ancient beast, the soul insect, reports to you.
Li Xian frowned at the sound, akin to nails scraping metal, an unsettling sensation that seemed to shake one's soul.
The soul insect's voice could indeed resonate with one's spirit.
Warden, I understand the situation.
Please relax and clear your mind so I can check your condition, the soul insect instructed.
Li Xian complied, relaxing as he felt an invisible energy scanning his body.
Soon, the soul insect's voice returned.
Warden, this little trick is nothing to worry about.
I can resolve it in an instant. Then do it quickly.
Li Xian urged, startled.
Not now.
I must regain 20% of my strength to be confident in using my primary beast skill, the soul insect cautioned.
Don't worry,
I'll get more precious herbs today to restore your strength, Li Xian assured.
Warden, there's something you might not know, even the spirit venomous python doesn't, the soul insect said hesitantly.
Ordinary energy can revive me from slumber, but to restore my body, it's useless.
What do you need then? Li Xian asked, increasingly anxious.
I am a soul insect, feeding on souls. Only soul-related items can restore my strength, the soul insect explained.
Li Xian's face darkened.
He had thought victory was close at hand, only to find another obstacle.
Soul-related items were notoriously expensive, 5 times the cost of other equivalent herbs.
In truth, his current wealth was insufficient for the soul insect's needs.
There is another way, the soul insect hinted mysteriously. What is it? Li Xian asked eagerly.
Devouring other souls, the soul insect replied, its tone akin to a villain enticing a child. That goes against the way of the heavens, Li Xian muttered, troubled by the suggestion.
Li Xian hesitated, feeling conflicted.
I'm not suggesting you go around killing innocents, Warden. Just those who deserve it, or perhaps the souls of beasts might suffice. Though beast souls are not as potent as human ones, human souls are the best, the soul insect explained.
Hearing this, Li Xian understood. All right, I know what to do, he nodded and took a deep breath.
Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Li Xian quickly went to answer it and saw a guard from the academy carrying a wooden box. Li Xingchen, this is for you. Someone asked me to deliver it, the guard said.
By now, Li Xian's name was well known throughout the academy, even the guards recognized him. Opening the box, Li Xian found it filled with valuable herbs and precious essences. However, these were now insignificant to him. "Soul insect, see if there's anything useful for you here," he said, sifting through the contents. "There are some useful items," the soul insect remarked. Li Xian selected a few and stored the rest. After refining some useful materials, he saw the soul insect's recovery reach 2%. Seeing this, Li Xian sighed wryly. "This is too difficult. It seems there's no choice but to take a shortcut," he thought, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Since these items were of no use, Li Xian decided to return them to Dong Qingwen and inquire if he had any soul-related items. As he prepared to leave with the box, he bumped into Jin Ningjing. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Dong Qingwen sent me some things. I can't accept them, so I plan to return them," Li Xian explained. Jin Ningjing nodded approvingly. "Stay away from people like him. It's a special time for you, I'll go with you," she said, changing into her clothes and accompanying Li Xian out of the academy. As they left, Li Xian spotted two familiar figures in the distance. How could it be them, he wondered, looking at the two people squatting at the street corner. They were none other than the mother and daughter Dong Qingwen had arranged for him last night. "Do you know them?" Jin Ningjing asked, puzzled. Knowing he would be discovered if he approached, Li Xian decided to tell her about last night's events. To his surprise, Jin Ningjing was furious. "You went out without telling us." "He, I had no choice." Dong Qingwen needed an explanation, Li Xian said sheepishly. "Besides, he's a man of the underworld, and I have my principles. I didn't fall into depravity. But, now that you mention it, those two seem quite pitiful." As she pondered, Jin Ningjing began to feel sympathy for the mother and daughter. At that moment, the pair noticed Li Xian but, instead of approaching, they tried to leave discreetly. Li Xian, still suspicious of them, didn't want to confront them. However, Jin Ningjing insisted he called him over. Reluctantly, Li Xian did so, and upon approach, the mother and daughter greeted him as third master. Hearing this, Jin Ningjing's anger flared as she glared at Li Xian. "Xingshan has told me about your situation," Jin Ningjing said, handing them 10,000 taels. "Take this and leave quickly." No, we can't accept it," Feng Ro refused, waving her hands. "Master Dong already gave us money. We just wanted to say goodbye to third master before leaving." Feng Ro looked at Li Xian. "Don't misunderstand, third master. Master Dong didn't trouble us today. He gave us 1,000 taels to leave. You're a good person, and we wanted to thank you for saving our lives." "Yes, third master. Without you, we might have been killed by Master Dong," Jin Chuchu added gratefully. "No need to thank me. Since my sister offered, take the money and leave Yunying City," Li Xian insisted, pressing the silver notes into their hands before turning away with Jin Ningjing. He still felt something was off about them and didn't want any further involvement. Soon, they arrived at Dong Qingwen's residence. As they approached, the guard at the gate hurried over. "Third master, you're here. Master Dong instructed that you can go straight in." "All right, I know," Li Xian replied, motioning for the guard to lead the way. "You're doing quite well, being called third master and all," Jin Ningjing teased, pinching Li Xian's arm. "If I find out you're doing anything despicable with Dong Qingwen, I'll deal with you." Li Xian winced. "Got it, sis. I won't, I promise." "Good," Jin Ningjing huffed as they entered. "Ah, brother, what brings you here?" Dong Qingwen greeted from the courtyard, surrounded by attendants as he played with birds. This lifestyle made Li Xian envious. Actually, Li Xian began, intending to address him as brother but changed his mind with Jin Ningjing present. "I came to return these items. I checked, and I don't have much use for them, so I thought to bring them back." "Brother, just keep them. If you need more, just let Lu Yuqing know," Dong Qingwen said casually. Noticing Jin Ningjing, he continued, "Ah, Instructor Jin, long time no see. Business is thriving, I see. Boss Dong, my brother came to return your things. Please accept them," Jin Ningjing stated, making her relationship with Li Xian clear. These were meant for brother Xingchen.
If he doesn't need them, I'll take them back, Dong Qingwen replied. By the way, do you have any soul-related items? Li Xian inquired. Soul-related items? Dong Qingwen pondered.
I'll need to check with Lu Yucheng. If we have any, I'll send them to you directly.
That would be great.
Just tell me the price afterward, Li Xian said, bowing slightly.
Jin Ningjing, curious, asked, what do you need soul-related items for?
Li Xian smiled, explaining, Vice Principal Ma Yun insisted I become his disciple yesterday, so I agreed. I was injured before, so I plan to refine some pills to see if I can recover some memories. Jin Ningjing understood, while the explanation also seemed plausible to Dong Qingwen. Moreover, letting Dong Qingwen know he was Ma Yun's disciple added weight to Li Xian's standing. Rest assured, brother. I'll have someone contact Lu Yucheng and get it to you by this afternoon, Dong Qingwen promised. Thank you so much, Li Xian said with a bow.
After some polite exchanges, Li Xian and Jin Ningjing left Dong Qingwen's residence. Did Principal Ma Yun really take you as his disciple?
Jin Ningjing still seemed skeptical after they stepped outside.
It's true.
If you don't believe me, come with me and see for yourself, Li Xian replied. Together, they returned to the school and headed straight for Ma Yun's residence.
Master! Li Xian called out loudly before even entering.
Oh, my dear disciple, you're here. Hurry up and lend me your fire, Ma Yun responded enthusiastically. Hearing their interaction, Jin Ningjing grabbed Ma Yun and questioned him, Principal Ma, you didn't take Xingchen as your disciple just to have him refine pills for you, did you?
How could that be?
Ma Yun chuckled, explaining innocently, I truly intend to train him as my final disciple. You have no idea how talented he is in alchemy. Ma Yun then recounted how Li Xian helped him refine pills the previous day.
This revelation improved Jin Ningjing's impression of Li Xian once again. Hee, sis, I wasn't lying, was I?
Li Xian said, poking his head out and grinning.
Since Principal Ma values you, you must study hard. After the beast competition, return to the academy and learn from Master Ma Yun, Jin Ningjing advised.
Don't worry, sis, Li Xian reassured her.
Afterward, Jin Ningjing departed. Time flew by, and 5 days passed quickly. Li Xian and Lei Hu had to prepare for their journey to Tianlu City.
Due to the long distance, it was best for everyone to set off early.
Yunying City had organized an escort team to take 10 contestants to Tianlu City.
Lei Hu and Li Xian joined this team, ready to depart. Li Xian noticed that other contestants were accompanied by powerful family members and guards from the city lord's mansion. 100-strong team, including 10 elite beast masters, protected them, ensuring a smooth journey. However, everyone knew this arrangement was specifically for Li Xian, who had offended Yi Daolin.
It was highly likely that Yi Daolin would make a move during their journey to Tianlu City.
Additionally, anyone who knew about Li Xian's possession of a rare fire might also target him along the way. Thus, the journey to Tianlu City was fraught with danger. After making arrangements in Yunying City, Li Xian set off with the main group.
The 100-plus team traveled along the official road, causing onlookers to quickly make way. But while open threats were easy to defend against, hidden dangers were not. Shortly after leaving Yunying City, they faced their first attack.
In the distance, a solitary figure blocked their path. Just one person caused the entire group to halt.
Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Daolin.
Yi Daolin stood firmly in the middle of the road, arms crossed, his back to everyone else, long hair flowing, exuding a lonely aura. Who goes there? Demanded the leader of the city lord's guards, signaling the group to stop. Yi Daolin slowly turned around, his expression cold.
I'm only here for Li Xingchen.
Anyone else who doesn't want to die, step aside, he declared. So it's President Yi, the guard captain said fearlessly, producing a token.
Our city lord anticipated your appearance. This is his token. We hope you can give us some leeway and let us pass. I've left the Mingri Merchant Guild. Today is about my personal vendetta with Li Xingchen. A son's death is an insurmountable feud.
No one can stop me today, Yi Daolin replied, giving no face to the city lord's mansion. President Yi,
you're putting us in a difficult position.
Li Xingchen is a key contestant in the beast competition. We must ensure his safety, the captain insisted.
Do you know this was originally my son's position? He took everything from my son. Yi Daolin shouted angrily. Hey, you old fool, Li Xian said, standing up in the group. Today really is an eye-opener. Your son was shameless, and you still have the nerve to blame me? You brat, I'll kill you. Yi Daolin's fury erupted upon seeing Li Xian.
Ignoring all obstacles, he charged at Li Xian. The city lord's guards moved to block him but were no match, quickly being thrown aside. Xingchen, sit down. Lei Hu said gravely, pulling Li Xian back. He then stepped forward to shield Li Xian. Others in the group stepped aside, recognizing it as a personal grudge and not wanting to get involved. But Li Xian, undeterred, continued to provoke Yi Daolin. Principal, deal with him, he yelled, standing up again.
Yi Daolin, you old bastard. You and your son are scum. You've left the merchant guild, and you think I fear you?
You're like a cow that can't give birth, full of bull. Lei Hu stood protectively in front of Li Xian, while Li Xian continued to taunt Yi Daolin.
You, sit down. Lei Hu barked, turning back to glare at Li Xian.
Then he focused intently on Yi Daolin. At this moment, Yi Daolin's beast soul solidified behind him, separating from his body. Both Yi Daolin and a wild lion charged at Lei Hu. But just as the lion leaped at Lei Hu, it suddenly veered towards Li Xian, while Yi Daolin himself engaged Lei Hu.
A platinum beastmaster's beast soul could manifest and fight independently, possessing its own battle instincts and adapting its tactics.
Seeing this, Lei Hu released his own beast soul, the Thunder Battle Tiger, which charged at the wild lion with lightning speed, intercepting it before it could reach Li Xian. Li Xian slowly backed away from the battle, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Yi Daolin.
Today, Yi Daolin must not be allowed to leave alive. If he wasn't eliminated, he would surely return to cause trouble later.
With Yi Daolin's beast soul occupied by the Thunder Battle Tiger, and Yi Daolin himself locked in combat with Lei Hu, Li Xian saw his chance. He crouched low and circled around Yi Daolin, releasing the black iron snake from his sleeve.
Spirit Venomous Python, erase the black iron snake's aura, Li Xian commanded mentally.
In an instant, the aura of the black iron snake, now only a few dozen centimeters long, vanished completely, undetectable even to someone as vigilant as Yi Daolin, caught up in battle. The black iron snake slithered into the grass, disappearing from sight as it crept closer to Yi Daolin and Lei Hu. The area around them was a flurry of powerful forces that no one else could approach. When the black iron snake reached 5 meters from the battle, it paused. Li Xian's eyes gleamed with a sinister glint as he gave the command, a single, fatal strike, using his trump card, leaving no room for Yi Daolin to retaliate. Upon resuming its true form, the black iron snake quickly prepared to unleash its powers.
It was ready to use the Spirit Venomous Python's innate beast skill, the Sky Python's Rampage, and ignite the Black Lotus Crimson Fire.
If necessary, it would also unleash a toxic creature, but care was taken to avoid harming Lei Hu.
The strategy was meticulously laid out by the principal. The black iron snake received the instructions and quietly waited for the right moment.
Suddenly, with a loud bang, both Yi Daolin and Lei Hu were sent flying backward as their fists collided. This was the perfect opportunity.
Li Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. The black iron snake, having been guided by Li Xian in previous battles, instantly recognized the opportunity.
In the blink of an eye, the snake grew from a mere few dozen centimeters to over 10 meters long. After a brief pause, it expanded further to over 30 meters. In full view of everyone, the colossal serpent radiated black and red flames, opening its maw wide as it lunged at Yi Daolin with ferocious intent. At the same time, venomous substances surged from its mouth, engulfing Yi Daolin with deadly precision.
Damn it, if this doesn't kill you, I'll take your name,
Li Xian exclaimed, leaping with excitement.
Everything happened so fast that even the onlookers couldn't react, let alone Yi Daolin.
Before the toxins had even dispersed, the fierce lion battling the Thunder Battle Tiger vanished without a trace. Everyone quickly retreated, wary of being caught in the poison's path. As the toxins cleared, the black iron snake had already swallowed Yi Daolin's lifeless body whole. The body of a platinum beastmaster, rich in nutrients and energy, was a rare prize. Lei Hu stood dumbfounded, swallowing hard at the scene he had just witnessed. Even he hadn't been able to react in time. If the black iron snake had targeted him, Lei Hu knew he couldn't have avoided it. However, the key reason was Yi Daolin's decision to separate from his beast soul. Had he not done so, Li Xian would have had no chance against him. Platinum beastmasters were not to be trifled with. While separating beast souls increased power, it also exposed certain vulnerabilities. After a short while, the Black Lotus crimson fire faded from the black iron snake, which then shrank back to its original size and returned to Li Xian. Everyone was left speechless, staring at Li Xian in shock at what had just transpired. Lei Hu approached Li Xian, recalling his beast soul, and asked with a grave expression, "How could you kill Yi Daolin? He was part of the Mingri Merchant Guild. If this gets out, how will we bear the consequences? So what are you suggesting, Principal Lei? Should I have just stood there and let him kill me?" Li Xian replied irritably. He had thought Lei Hu was straightforward and fearless, but now it seemed otherwise. "Couldn't you have just driven him away?" Lei Hu suggested. "Drive him away? That's easy to say. This was a blood feud, it was either him or me. Do you really think hiding would solve anything?" Li Xian retorted, his tone sharp. Lei Hu was momentarily at a loss, eventually sighing deeply. In truth, Li Xian's actions were the best course. Yi Daolin himself said he had left the Mingri Merchant Guild. Besides, Li Xian did nothing wrong in this matter. No one could fault him for defending himself. The group prepared to move on, and Lei Hu said no more. He knew that if he were in Li Xian's position, he would have done the same. However, the battle had left the entire group more somber. As the group moved forward, a group of mysterious figures in black robes watched from a nearby hill, their eyes fixed on the departing caravan with sinister smiles. "It's confirmed, it's the Black Lotus Crimson Fire. Ha, after decades, to see it again before I die, what a stroke of fate," one of them whispered. "And the information is accurate, this boy is indeed from Yunying Academy, a disciple of that old fox Chulan. So, it was Chulan who took the Black Lotus Crimson Fire back then. That old liar fooled us well." Unbeknownst to Li Xian, a greater danger awaited them on the road to Tianlu City. Despite their formidable escort, the journey was far from safe. The team boasted 4 or 5 platinum beastmasters, including Lei Hu and the City Lord's Guard captain, along with several elite family members. There were also dozens of golden beastmasters. In past years, such a lineup would have been unheard of. But this year, due to Li Xian, the stakes were higher. If Li Xian could shine in the national beast competition, Yunying City's Lord, Bai Fifan, would gain prestige and royal rewards. After all, fostering talent reflected well on local officials. The journey from Yunying City to Ling City, Tianlu City took about 4 days, with the competition starting in 5 days. They had little time to spare. As night fell, the group stopped at a small town, surprising the residents with their numbers. The town's only inn couldn't accommodate them all, so they rented any available shelter, including warehouses and barns. Nearly the entire inn was booked by them. "Everyone, get some rest after dinner. We'll set off early tomorrow," the guard captain instructed after ensuring everyone was settled. Li Xian and Lei Hu sat at a small table, eating their provisions. "Something feels off about this town," Li Xian remarked, frowning. "Ha, you noticed too?" Lei Hu replied with a soft chuckle. "Principal Lei, you noticed as well?" Li Xian asked in surprise. "Not just me. The other guards and even the other contestants' escorts noticed. This town isn't on the usual route from Yunying City to Tianlu City. Its sudden appearance is suspicious," Lei Hu explained, exchanging glances with others. "Could it be another plot against me?" Li Xian pondered, his brows furrowing as he scanned their surroundings. Just then, an expert from the Lin family approached the guard captain. "Captain Qin, we've all discussed it. We need to remove Li Xingqian from the group," the expert declared firmly. Hearing this, Li Xian's face darkened, and Lei Hu stood up, walking over with determination. "What are you saying?" Lei Hu demanded.
Principal Lei, this town is incredibly suspicious. It wasn't here before. These people are likely after you.
We don't want to risk our lives because of you, the Lin family expert said bluntly, showing no respect to Lei Hu. After all, they were no longer in Yunying City and didn't fear Lei Hu anymore.
That's right, others chimed in, hardening their stance. Even though Li Xingchen is Yunying City's top contender, we have a competition to attend to. They're here for revenge against you too, not us. Why drag us into it? The group grumbled, expressing their discontent.
Lei Hu found himself at a loss for words.
Captain Qin, say something.
Your city lord's mansion also has a responsibility to protect us. We don't want to get caught up in this, the Lin family expert urged again. Captain Qin looked at Lei Hu with a troubled expression. Clearly, he didn't want to take risks either. Although he had orders from the city lord to ensure Li Xian's safety, he wasn't about to risk his life if things went south. How about this? Captain Qin suggested after a brief pause. I'll take the others and leave first, leaving half of our men behind to protect both of you.
What do you think? He directed this proposal to Lei Hu. Aren't you afraid of Lord Bai's wrath?
Lei Hu questioned coldly. Principal Lei, you can see how upset they are. While we must ensure your safety, we also have to consider theirs, Captain Qin replied, clearly torn. Principal Lei, let them go, Li Xian interjected, stepping forward. If they stay, they won't lift a finger to help when trouble comes.
Why bother?
Lei Hu thought about it and realized Li Xian was right. Relying on these people to intimidate hidden enemies might backfire, turning them into a threat instead.
All right, then. You all can leave. We'll meet in Tianlu City in 5 days, Lei Hu announced.
The others were taken aback for a moment. Captain Qin wasted no time in rallying the group to leave. Let's go now.
This town gives me the creeps.
Yes, let's leave immediately, echoed the others, hastily gathering their belongings and preparing to depart.
Soon, the inn was left with only Lei Hu and Li Xian. So, what do we do now? Lei Hu asked Li Xian.
Obviously, we sleep, Li Xian replied, pulling a table over and laying down on it. If they leave now, they'll surely meet their end.
How do you know that?
Lei Hu asked, his expression growing serious.
This town is the work of an illusion-type beast.
It poses no real harm, it's meant to delay us. If I'm correct, there's a bigger threat ahead. Let them scout the way first, and we'll follow later, Li Xian explained confidently.
Impressed by Li Xian's composure, Lei Hu asked skeptically, how do you know all this?
Li Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, I learned it from Master Ma Yun. In truth, it was the soul worm that had informed him. Illusion-type beasts were nothing in the face of the soul worm's abilities. Still, Li Xian wondered why, even after Yi Daolin's demise, someone else seemed eager to target him. Had word spread, drawing in those who once clashed with Principal Chu Lan over the Black Lotus Crimson Fire? As darkness cloaked the town, Li Xian and Lei Hu were abruptly stirred by the commotion of footsteps outside. The inn's doors burst open, revealing a group of disheveled and frantic people, the same guards and participants who had left earlier.
What happened to you? Weren't you leaving?
Li Xian asked with a chuckle from his spot at the table.
One of the men angrily slammed his hands on the table in front of Li Xian, demanding, Who did you offend?
Those guys attacked us without warning. I lost over 100 men, leaving only 20 of us alive.
5 of the 9 participants are gone too. How am I supposed to report this to the city lord?
Captain Qin, watch your words, Lei Hu warned, stepping forward.
What do you mean, who did we offend? Have you forgotten your duty?
Your job is to protect us, regardless of the danger.
We've faced attacks from people of other cities before. What do you mean by other cities?
Li Xian asked, puzzled.
The beast competition is fiercely competitive.
Some cities have their people ambush competitors from other cities on the way to Ling City to eliminate rivals. It's an ongoing issue, Lei Hu explained. Captain Qin, your failure to protect us will be reported to Lord Bai, Lei Hu stated firmly, leaving Captain Qin speechless.
Indeed, it's unclear whether the attackers were after Li Xian or the group.
But since you were attacked without us, it's evident they were targeting you, not us, Lei Hu concluded, clearly shifting the blame. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. But, Captain Qin stammered, unable to mount a defense. The others, hearing Lei Hu's reasoning, began to agree. In such dangerous circumstances, the lives lost were of little concern. Despite representing Yunying City, the participants knew they'd eventually compete against each other. Fewer competitors meant less competition. As dawn broke, the scene around them flickered, revealing the inn's illusory nature in transforming their surroundings into barren wilderness. It's an illusion-type beast, Captain Qin said, now on high alert. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Lei Hu nonchalantly gathered their belongings and moved forward. The illusion's persistence throughout the night suggested a high-level beast or beastmaster, possibly platinum level. Under Captain Qin's guidance, the group arrived at the site of the previous night's attack, finding it littered with corpses. At this moment, the soul worm excitedly alerted Li Xian, "Master, so many residual souls, quick, absorb them." Taking heed, Li Xian began moving among the bodies, ostensibly searching for clues while secretly absorbing lingering souls. With the sun yet to rise, the souls were dissipating slowly. Once the soul worm had devoured all the surrounding souls, Li Xian noted its recovery progress had increased to 3%. "Master, be cautious. Someone's approaching," the soul worm suddenly warned. Li Xian scanned the area and soon spotted several shadows emerging, a total of 7 individuals, clad in black robes, exuding an air of mystery. "Who are you?" Captain Qin demanded, tense from recognizing them as last night's attackers. "I wondered why this little one wasn't with them before." "So, he didn't come along," one of the cloaked figures remarked upon seeing Li Xian, a look of realization dawning. They entered my illusion. No matter which way they go, they'll end up here. So rest assured," another figure assured his companions. Another person sneered, "I advise you to leave if you value your lives. We're here for the young man in black." Captain Qin's face turned green at this. "Damn it, they're clearly after you, and you fed me a story about other cities attacking us. Now look what you've done." With that, Captain Qin stepped forward, distancing himself from Li Xian, and shouted aloud, "We're not with him." Li Xian, seeing Captain Qin's intention to abandon them, didn't let him finish. He shouted, "We're brothers through thick and thin, don't even dream of leaving us." Not giving Captain Qin a chance to speak, Li Xian released the black iron snake, sending it charging toward the mysterious group. "Ungrateful fool! Kill them all," one of the 7 cloaked figures commanded, diving toward their targets with beast souls manifesting behind them. "We're not with him!" Captain Qin yelled desperately, waving his hands in protest. But it was too late, their attacks had already begun. Left with no choice, Captain Qin engaged in a counterattack, shouting as he fought, "Let's get out of here. We'll leave right away. Go after them." But the attackers paid no heed, with 5 of them engaging Captain Qin's group while the remaining 2 targeted Lei Hu and Li Xian. One charged at Lei Hu, while the other was caught by the black iron snake. Li Xian retreated, finding cover behind a large stone. Meanwhile, the other participants and their guards used the opportunity to flee, overwhelmed by the strength of their adversaries. If not for Captain Qin and his team's initial resistance, they wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Seeing everyone else running, Captain Qin panicked. Seizing the moment, Li Xian shouted from his hiding spot, "Captain Qin, you're a true brother, loyal to the end." "To hell with you, we're not brothers," Captain Qin retorted, but as he spoke, a cloaked figure struck him hard, sending him flying. Though severely injured, Captain Qin used the opportunity to crawl away, shouting back, "Principal Lei, hold on. I'm going for reinforcements." As the battle raged, Li Xian assessed the situation: 1 diamond-level beastmaster, 2 platinum-level, and 4 gold-level. The diamond beastmaster, who seemed injured, was battling Lei Hu, which explained why Lei Hu could hold his own. With the others having fled, no one was left to distract the remaining foes. The 2 platinum and 4 gold beastmasters surrounded the black iron snake. The diamond beastmaster warned, "Don't kill it, it swallowed the black lotus crimson fire." Li Xian, hearing this, felt a chill. He communicated with the black iron snake, don't hold back, they're after the Black Lotus Crimson Fire.
Take down as many as you can. The black iron snake swelled in size, unleashing its innate beast skill, the celestial python's rampage. The attackers, momentarily awed by its power, hesitated. But the snake's transformation wasn't over. Its scales, now razor-sharp, shot out like deadly blades in all directions, a move known as the Thousand Blades of Venom, an innate beast skill of the spirit venomous python. The attack left the 4 gold beastmasters riddled with holes, while the 2 platinum ones, though managing to defend themselves, were hit several times. As they prepared to counterattack, the venom quickly spread through their bodies, leaving them unable to muster any strength. Black Iron Snake, help Lei Hu.
I'll handle these 2, Li Xian instructed, crouching low as he advanced with the venomous dagger in hand. The soul worm's voice echoed in his mind, fresh souls, a great feast. Instantly, it absorbed the souls of the fallen gold beastmasters, further boosting its recovery. The diamond beastmaster, noticing the commotion, turned to see the devastation, a chilling sight of 4 dead and 2 incapacitated allies. The black iron snake charged toward him, adding to the chaos. Meanwhile, Li Xian stealthily approached the 2 platinum beastmasters, now incapacitated by the venom. One of them, hearing a rustling sound, turned too late as Li Xian's dagger flashed past, ending his life. Delicious, fresh souls.
Master, more, the soul worm urged, its appetite insatiable. Li Xian, fueled by the soul worm's encouragement, swiftly moved to the 2nd platinum beastmaster.
Though the man attempted to flee, Li Xian's strike left a deep wound on his back. The man collapsed, and Li Xian finished him with a decisive stab. With the immediate threats neutralized, Li Xian eyed their rings, likely containing valuable resources. He tried to remove a ring but found it firmly stuck. Without hesitation, he severed the man's fingers, taking the ring alone. Li Xian repeated the process with the other fallen foes, careful not to waste any potential gains. Once done, he took a deep breath and retreated to observe the ongoing battle from a safe distance. At that moment, the diamond-level beastmaster caught a glimpse of his fallen comrades and felt a surge of anger. His aura erupted, signifying his full integration with his beast soul, a state where he could wield its entire power effortlessly. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch to the black iron snake's head, sending it flying. Swiftly, he moved to capture the now vulnerable creature. However, with its massive size, transporting the black iron snake proved challenging. Seeing this, Lei Hu rushed to intercept him. Li Xian watched the scene intently, focusing on the snake's condition. The black iron snake was critically injured, its consciousness wavering, and its previous transformation was undone, reverting to its original 10-meter length. This only made it easier for the diamond beastmaster to take it away.
Wake up, black iron snake. Release the Black Lotus Crimson Fire.
Li Xian urged mentally. The snake had already exhausted its innate abilities, and only the Black Lotus Crimson Fire could free it from the beastmaster's grasp. As the beastmaster began to retreat with the snake, Li Xian knew losing it would mean forfeiting the Black Lotus Crimson Fire and his chance to continue in the beast competition. Lei Hu pushed himself to catch up, but the gap between diamond and platinum levels was significant. Even though the beastmaster was injured, Lei Hu couldn't match his speed. Just as the beastmaster was about to vanish from sight, black and red flames erupted from the black iron snake, causing the beastmaster to release it in pain. The snake plummeted into the forest, quickly slithering back toward Li Xian. Meanwhile, Captain Qin surprisingly returned with reinforcements. Seeing this, the cloaked man stomped in frustration before fleeing. Lei Hu seized the chance to tear off the man's cloak, revealing an elderly face, weathered and ancient, with hair as gray as ash. Realizing his identity had been exposed, the man covered his face and fled.
Lei Hu rejoined Li Xian, who asked, "Principal Lei, do you recognize him?"
Lei Hu shook his head, no, but he might be connected to those who fought over the Black Lotus Crimson Fire with Principal Chulan years ago. Captain Qin, having brought a team from another city, approached. For him, the mission had been a series of unfortunate events, yet he was fortunate to encounter another city's guards while fleeing. Explaining the situation to them, they had agreed to assist without hesitation. The losses for Yunying City were heavy, 5 participants killed, 4 escaped, but thankfully, Li Xian remained unharmed. Had anything happened to him, Captain Qin knew he'd face severe consequences upon return.
Are you all okay?
Captain Qin inquired, as if his return was a heroic act.
He seemed to have forgotten his earlier attempt to flee. Captain Qin, you're so righteous.
I knew you'd stick with us through thick and thin, Li Xian managed, barely suppressing a smirk, and gave him a thumbs up. Captain Qin's expression shifted awkwardly, and he coughed before turning to thank the other city's guards.
I'm truly grateful. The enemy has retreated. Shall we proceed together?
Certainly, they agreed readily, sharing the same system despite being from different cities.
As for past conflicts, like attempts on Ling City's participants, those were individual actions unrelated to the City Lord's Guard.
Let's see who these people are, Captain Qin said, moving toward the bodies. Li Xian followed, curious, and memorized the faces revealed beneath the masks. Captain Qin seemed to find something while inspecting a body, prompting Li Xian to ask, "Did you find anything?" "Nothing," Captain Qin replied hastily, flipping the body over.
Li Xian cast him a suspicious glance before rejoining the main group to depart.
Safely reaching Tianlu City, Li Xian was struck by its grandeur, feeling as if he were seeing such splendor for the first time.
The others, though familiar with the city, couldn't help but marvel at its vastness.
The towering city walls rose dozens of meters high, and the hefty gates, crafted from some metallic wood mixture, half a meter thick, seemed immovable. The words Tianlu City were boldly inscribed on the semicircular gate. Guards, dozens in number, stood vigil at all hours, inspecting everyone who entered. After presenting their credentials, Li Xian and the others entered Tianlu City, where the magnificent architecture left him in awe. The bustling streets were wide enough for 8 horses to run abreast, and regular patrols ensured the city's impeccable order. As a major city, Tianlu City boasted the resources to accommodate all competitors and their entourages in designated inns. Relieved, Li Xian settled in, eager to prepare for the competition starting the next day. Although the Black Iron Snake was weakened from the earlier battle, Li Xian wasn't concerned, his cache of resources was about to expand. With anticipation, Li Xian prepared to open the rings, 2 from Platinum Beastmasters and 4 from Gold level. The rings were likely full of items to restore the Black Iron Snake. While the Spirit Venomous Python could manage some aspects, the ring's main security involved physical and mental imprints, a specialty of the Soul Worm, now at 5% recovery after its recent feast. After cracking them open, Li Xian sorted through the contents. From the 6 rings, he amassed 80 gold coins, 2 pieces of 5,000-year-old demon beast and herb, 15 herbs of 3,000 years, and various others under 1,000 years. Additionally, he found a black token in each ring and a letter. Upon reading the letters, Li Xian discovered the origins of his attackers. In the dim light, Li Xian slowly lifted his head. No wonder Captain Qin seemed to have found something. Perhaps those men also bore the distinctive marks of the Dark Arena, which is why Captain Qin dared not speak up. These people were from the Dark Arena, and fearing recognition, they had masked themselves. 5 tokens, each different for the Gold and Platinum Beastmasters, but their exact roles remained unknown to Li Xian. Instead of discarding them, he kept the tokens. From the letters, he learned the names associated with each token, as they were commissions from the Dark Arena. After refining all the demon beasts and herbs, Li Xian helped the Black Iron Snake recover. Once restored, the snake had reached a lifespan of 110 years. Now that the Spirit Venomous Python was fully recovered, it no longer required ordinary energy, which was also useless to the Soul Worm, which thrived on soul power. Not wanting to waste it, Li Xian distributed the energy to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, the Light Saint Envoy, and the Shadow Bull Demon, all of whom had also been revitalized. As their strength grew, so too would Li Xian's once he regained full control. With the Black Iron Snake rejuvenated, Li Xian stepped outside and immediately ran into Lei Hu. "Where are you headed?" Lei Hu asked, watching Li Xian closely to prevent any pre-competition mishaps. "It's still early. Don't you want to explore a bit?" Li Xian grinned, sidling up to him. "Principal Lei, let's go out." "My treat." Principal Lei snorted, "You're quite the big spender now, aren't you?" "Indeed, quite the spender." Li Xian laughed heartily, pulling Lei Hu along. "Come on, let's take a stroll."
Tianlu City's security is top-notch. Lei Hu shook his head with a smile, following Li Xian out. Tianlu City was indeed vast, divided into 5 districts. Li Xian was in the southern mountain district, the highest point in the city. From a tall building here, one could gaze over the entire Tianlu City. The southern mountain district was scenic, primarily hosting visitors from afar. Despite this continent being dominated by beastmasters, travel and tourism were not unheard of. All the beast competition participants were housed here to ensure they had a pleasant experience of Tianlu City. The southern mountain district bordered 3 other areas: Beta District to the north, the administrative heart housing the city lord's mansion; Tianqing District, home to the city's elite, with luxurious, spacious buildings set amidst greenery; and Jinchang District, the economic lifeline bustling with merchants and business guilds, hosting the beast competition arena. From the southern mountain district, one could see the expansive arena, designed to host over 100,000 spectators with its 5 interlocking rings, each for different levels of beast battles. Beast battles, wildly popular across the Tianyuan continent, were driven by the presence of beast masters. They hunted beasts for souls and captured powerful ones to fight in arenas, earning hefty sums from well-preserved specimens. Beyond these 4 districts lay Yongchang District, home to most of Tianlu City's ordinary residents. Lei Hu, familiar with Tianlu City, led Li Xian to the Jinchang District. Watching the diverse crowd, Li Xian felt like a country bumpkin in a grand city, marveling at everything. Such was the allure of a major city, and with over 20 such cities in the state, Tianlu City ranked in the upper middle. Li Xian couldn't fathom the splendor of the capital if a city like this was so captivating. "I'll take you to the beast arena first, so you can feel the excitement," Lei Hu suggested, leading Li Xian to the 5 Rings arena. The place buzzed with energy, the crowd's excitement palpable from a thrilling match. The arena featured battles for beasts under 100 years, 100 to 200 years, 200 to 500 years, 500 to 1,000 years, and over 1,000 years. Each tier had different ticket prices and betting limits. "Any matches with beasts over 1,000 years today?" Lei Hu inquired at the ticket booth. "With the beast competition here, there's only one more match today," the clerk replied loudly. "Starting in an hour." "How many tickets?" "2 for 1,000 taels," Lei Hu said, reaching for his purse, but Li Xian beat him to it. "I've got this," Li Xian grinned, though inwardly shocked. Tickets for a 1,000-year beast match cost 500 taels each, barring most ordinary people. The clerk handed over 2 ornate passes, their energy palpable, clearly not ordinary items. Lei Hu explained, "These are credit tokens. If you bet, your wagers are recorded on these, and the arena settles everything afterward." Li Xian nodded, sensing a touch of technology. Inside the arena, they followed signs to their designated area. After wandering around, they finally entered the arena, heading straight to the betting counter. "You're not just here to watch, right? Care to place a bet?" The staff approached, offering assistance. With tickets for the Millennium Beast match, the fight's already begun. It's between a 1,100-year Yanma bear and a 1,200-year Sky Scorpion leopard. Despite the age difference, the odds are 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. The Yanma bear is strong in elements and defense, while the Sky Scorpion leopard excels in speed, attack, and poison. "I recommend the Yanma bear, though the choice is yours," the clerk advised. "What do you think, Principal Lei?" Li Xian asked, his interest piqued. "I think the young lady's analysis is quite sound," Lei Hu replied after careful consideration. "The Yanma bear indeed seems to have a good chance of winning." "What do you think?" "I haven't seen them up close yet, so I can't decide." "I tend to go with the one that looks more imposing," Li Xian joked, earning a chuckle from Lei Hu. "Can we wait until we're inside the arena to make our decision?" "Of course," the young lady responded, leading them to their seats. The match had already begun, and as they entered, the roar of thousands of spectators greeted them. People were seated in the oval arena, shouting encouragement to their chosen beasts, hoping their cheers would spur them to greater feats. Finding their seats, Li Xian and Lei Hu settled in, gazing down at 2 colossal beasts, each over 100 tons and several stories tall, locked in battle. "Incredible," Li Xian murmured in awe. They were well catered, with snacks and fruit provided, justifying the hefty 500 tael ticket price.
The plush seats, made from beast leather and cotton, were comfortably spaced, offering an unobstructed view.
The young attendant checked the time and reminded them, the match has been underway for nearly 10 minutes.
If you wish to place a bet, you need to hurry before betting closes.
Li Xian glanced at the arena.
A massive, flame-enshrouded bear, albeit somewhat sluggish, was being toyed with by a sleek, black leopard, darting around like a shadow.
What do you think? Li Xian consulted the spirit venomous python in his mind, knowing its ancient wisdom would offer valuable insights into the beastly combat.
The Yanma bear is slow but isn't rushing its attacks, likely wearing down the scorpion leopard's stamina, the spirit venomous python observed. The leopard is fast, but it can't land a critical blow on the bear. It's relying on its tail's poison to gradually paralyze the bear. However, the scorpion leopard harbors a foreign energy, likely injected. If activated, it'll gain a burst of formidable strength.
Betting on the scorpion leopard seems safer.
Hearing this, Li Xian smiled knowingly.
A hidden power, I see. This must be the arena's doing. Most bets are probably on the Yanma bear. I think the scorpion leopard stands a better chance.
Li Xian handed over a stack of banknotes.
Put 10 million on the scorpion leopard.
You sure are playing big, Lei Hu exclaimed, eyes wide at the amount. Just a small gamble, Li Xian chuckled. Trust me, Principal Lei, bet on the scorpion leopard. No, I'm sticking with the Yanma bear, Lei Hu said, placing 1 million on his choice.
I trust my instincts.
Li Xian merely smiled, not wanting to say more with the staff present, lest he reveal too much. After all, 1 million was a negligible amount for Lei Hu. Once their tokens and money were collected, the staff left, and Li Xian and Lei Hu turned their focus back to the match.
Before long, the staff returned their betting tokens.
Li Xian watched as the scorpion leopard, sleek and black with green spots and a scorpion-like tail, began to slow down, much to the delight of those who bet on the Yanma bear. A glance around showed that over 70% of the crowd supported the bear. Even Lei Hu seemed tense, having bet on it as well. At that moment, the Yanma bear seized an opportunity, its massive paw crashing into the scorpion leopard, sending it flying like a broken kite.
The arena erupted in cheers, with Lei Hu standing to boast to Li Xian, see? My instincts are spot on. Li Xian simply smiled and continued to enjoy his snacks.
The blow seemed to have severely injured the scorpion leopard, yet it struggled to its feet. As the ground trembled with the bear's charge, it seemed the match was about to end. But in a split second, the scorpion leopard vanished, moving with drug-induced speed.
The crowd fell silent, bewildered by the leopard's sudden burst of speed.
Did it just take a drug? Someone speculated aloud.
I want to report this. It's probably using its innate beast skill.
Look, it's bleeding, another pointed out, quelling suspicions.
The arena's clever manipulation ensured the leopard's enhancement appeared as a desperate, self-damaging effort.
Despite its injuries, the leopard, under the influence of injected power, felt no pain.
With blinding speed, the scorpion leopard danced around the Yanma bear, its stinger tail injecting venom with each pass.
Finally, the leopard halted, gathering strength for a frontal assault. As it charged, the crowd held its breath. Despite the bear's might, it was compromised by the venom. As the two beasts clashed, the leopard leaped over the bear, its tail striking the bear's eye. The bear's massive paw swiped the air, and it roared in agony. Hanging from the bear's face, the scorpion leopard twisted its body, claws digging into the bear's back, and its vicious maw clamped down on the bear's head. With a thunderous crash, the Yanma bear fell, its head rolling aside like a boulder. Arena staff quickly entered to declare the scorpion leopard the victor and led it away for treatment. A millennium beast is a rarity, so every effort is made to heal them after battles. If they recover, their past victories become part of the stakes for future fights. The arena was filled with sighs and murmurs of regret, and Lei Hu slumped back into his seat, dejected. See? I told you to follow my bet, Li Xian teased. You insisted on trusting your instincts. Look where that got you. As they exited, Li Xian and Lei Hu approached the betting counter. With a 1 minute and 1.3 seconds odds on the scorpion leopard, Li Xian earned 1.3 million. He pocketed 1 million and handed 300,000 to Lei Hu.
What are you doing? Lei Hu asked, somewhat indignantly. Do you pity me for losing 100,000?
Come on, Principal Lei, Li Xian chuckled.
I can't believe you'd be bothered by just 100,000. It's not a bribe. We'll have expenses over the next few days. I'm handling the competition, you're in charge of logistics. We'll need to spend money somewhere, and I can't expect you to foot the bill.
Keep it, Lei Hu replied gruffly.
The academy provides funding for competitions.
We don't need your cash.
Oh, there's a budget, is there? Li Xian grinned, immediately pocketing the money. Great, let's enjoy ourselves then. What are you thinking? Lei Hu retorted.
Yes, there's a budget, but every expense is recorded and justified.
I have to report back to the academy. Li Xian laughed, following Lei Hu. Suddenly, a commotion caught their attention.
Get lost, beggars!
Clear out, someone shouted.
Li Xian and Lei Hu looked up to see two ragged beggars kneeling, begging from passers-by. In the bustling street, they seemed out of place.
Hey, it's a female beggar, someone noted, splashing water from a flask on her.
The beggar dodged, and the man forcibly lifted her chin, wiping her face.
Not bad, he exclaimed. Lift your head, let me see.
He grabbed the other beggar's face.
Wow, he said, slapping banknotes in their direction. Come with me, and these are yours.
Please, just some money for food, one pleaded.
The man kicked them. Don't cling to me. I'm offering money, and you refuse?
He nodded to his men, who moved to drag the beggars away.
Onlookers watched, but none intervened.
Li Xian frowned, recognizing their faces. They were Yin Yinchang and her daughter, arranged by Dong Qingwen for his dual flight.
Do you know them?
Lei Hu asked, noticing Li Xian's reaction.
Yes, but not well, Li Xian nodded. Then aren't you going to stop this?
Lei Hu prompted.
Li Xian nodded and walked over. Stop, he commanded.
The man paused. The mother and daughter looked at Li Xian, eyes wide with surprise, then quickly bowed their heads, trying to avoid his gaze. What, you want to play hero? The man sneered, signaling his men to surround Li Xian. Ignoring them, Li Xian approached the women, gently lifting their hair. It really is you, he said.
Third master, the mother, Fong Ro, whispered fearfully, what happened? I gave you money. How did you end up like this?
We left Yunying City with your money, joining a caravan to Tianlu City.
But bandits attacked and looted us.
We disguised as beggars to escape, following the group here, Fong Ro explained, clutching her daughter tightly. You're looking for trouble, the young man, feeling ignored, grabbed for Li Xian. But before he could touch him, a black snake lunged, its mouth open. The man shrieked, pulling back his hand in terror. Li Xian turned slowly, facing him.
Release them. Who do you think you are?
Do you know who I am? The man blustered.
My father is Zhang Er. Release them, Li Xian repeated.
The black iron snake lunged again, this time near the man's throat.
He fell to his knees, eyes wide, stammering, release them. Release them now. Satisfied, Li Xian watched as the lackeys freed the women. Let's go, he said, leading them away. But the man, red with rage, shouted after them, kill them.
Instantly, his men unleashed beast souls, charging at Li Xian.
Lei Hu stepped forward, releasing his platinum beastmaster aura.
The lackeys crumpled to the ground in fear.
Platinum Beastmaster, the young man gasped, retreating. He turned and ran, shouting over his shoulder, this isn't over.
My father, Zhang Er, will hear of this. Ignoring the threat, Li Xian returned to the southern mountain district with Fong Ro and her daughter. Unable to lodge them at the competition quarters reserved for participants, he rented a room at a nearby inn, buying them clothes and essentials.
In the inn, without makeup, Fong Ro's natural elegance and mature charm shone through.
Her daughter, Jin Shuchu, was youthful and pure, her innocence evoking a protective instinct in Li Xian. Listening to their story, Li Xian's heart ached with sympathy. They had left Yunying City for Tianlu City, hoping to start afresh.
But bandits had attacked, leaving them penniless, forced to beg their way to the city. What do you plan to do here in Tianlu City? Li Xian asked, his voice gentle. We heard Tianlu City is full of opportunities, Feng Rou said, tears welling up.
We hope to start a business with the money, but now. As they cried, Li Xian felt a mix of pity and determination. He knew he had to help them find a new path forward. After understanding the situation, Li Xian sighed and handed over 5,000 taels to the mother and daughter. Take this money and follow through with your original plan.
Do you hear me? Li Xian advised.
If I see you next time and you're still penniless or in dire straits, I won't help you again. A woman is naturally gentle. If it doesn't work out, find a husband and get married.
Your daughter is also at the age to marry.
Find a good family for her, and you can rest assured. You can use this money as a dowry or to start a business, it's up to you.
Feng Rou looked at the stack of silver notes with tears streaming down her face.
Third Master, you've helped us time and time again.
We have no way to repay you.
With that, the mother and daughter slid off their chairs and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times to Li Xian. He started to reach out to stop them but then withdrew his hand. Let them express their gratitude and move on, he thought. Yet, with my daughter and me being women, we are like grains of sand in this vast Tianlu city, Feng Rou lamented.
We have realized how naive our initial thoughts were.
Not to mention the previous 2,000 taels, even with these 5,000 taels, we can't make a ripple here.
Realizing she might have misspoken, Feng Rou quickly clarified, Third Master, please don't misunderstand.
We're not saying the money is too little, just expressing our feelings.
Li Xian couldn't help but agree. Starting a business in Tianlu City with 5,000 taels was indeed challenging.
A single ticket to the Beast Arena cost 500 taels, what could 5,000 taels really achieve?
So, what do you plan to do?
Li Xian asked, sensing that Feng Rou had another plan in mind.
If you don't mind, Third Master, could I leave Chu Chu with you as a maid? Feng Rou pleaded, holding Jin Chu Chu's arm. I only have this one daughter. Coming to Tianlu City, how do I know which family is good or bad?
If she ends up in a tiger's den, there's no point in my living. You've helped us so much, we know you wouldn't harm us.
If you don't mind, please take us in.
We'll serve you for life.
If you find me too old, just take my daughter. I can find work elsewhere in the city. Third Master, Chu Chu is willing to serve you.
Please take us in, Jin Chu Chu, usually silent, also pleaded. Seeing the mother and daughter kowtow repeatedly, their foreheads thumping on the floor, Li Xian hurriedly lifted them, explaining, You really don't know the dangers of being with me.
I'm a beast master.
You'd be wandering with the beasts as your home.
Aren't you afraid? We have nothing to lose. We've long accepted that we might die.
If we can follow you and die, our lives would have meaning, Feng Rou insisted, unfazed. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached.
Li Xian's ears twitched. He stood up, listening.
The door suddenly burst open, and Li Xian quickly shielded Feng Rou and her daughter.
A dozen men in uniform stormed in, surrounding Li Xian.
A young man in a white checkered tunic, holding a thin robe, entered. It was the same man who had tried to take Feng Rou and her daughter earlier, claiming his father was Zhang Er.
Finally found you, he sneered. You've been hard to track down.
Seeing Feng Rou and her daughter behind Li Xian, he exclaimed, I knew it.
A prime pair of mother and daughter.
Li Xian, surprised at how quickly the man had tracked them, realized this young man must have some standing in Tianlu City. His father, Zhang Er, was evidently influential.
What do you want? Li Xian asked coldly. What do I want?
You stole my women and ask what I want, the young man sneered arrogantly.
I want you dead.
Before he could say more, Li Xian stepped forward and slapped him hard. The sound echoed, leaving the young man stunned. His men surged forward. Li Xian glanced at them, noting they were all silver beastmasters, a testament to the young man's background.
Yet, they didn't concern him.
You dare hit me, the young man cried, disbelief written on his face.
I've never been humiliated like this.
Today, I'll finish you. At his command, his men lunged at Li Xian.
Run, third master. Fong Ro and her daughter cried, trying to open a path for him. But they were easily caught and tossed aside. The young man pulled out a bronze firearm, an illegal weapon rarely seen. Let me show you what this can do. Li Xian's eyes narrowed, instinctively stepping back. He knew the power of such weapons, even if he hadn't seen this world's version in action. The firearm fired with a bang, and Fong Ro lunged forward, taking the shot. She fell, blood blossoming from her chest. The shot hadn't pierced her, indicating limited power. But before the young man could fire again, Li Xian's fury erupted. His black iron snake grew, smashing through the roof. The confined space was swept clear, scattering the beastmasters. The young man, now terrified, watched as the black iron snake lunged at him. Celestial Guard. Lei Hu arrived just in time, halting the snake before it struck. Lei Hu released his beast soul and rushed forward. Just as the black iron snake was about to strike, Lei Hu grabbed the young man and moved them out of harm's way. Principal Lei, what are you doing? Li Xian shouted, his anger still burning. You can't kill him, Lei Hu said, setting the young man down and explaining. His father, Zhang Er, is one of the judges for the Beast Soul tournament. After returning, Lei Hu had immediately investigated Zhang Er, suspecting the mother and daughter had gotten involved with someone significant. The young man's repeated claim of his father being Zhang Er hinted at a notable background. Lei Hu's inquiries revealed Zhang Er to be not only a judge but also the vice president of the Tianlu City Merchant Alliance. If you kill him, you can kiss your participation in the tournament goodbye, Lei Hu warned. These spoiled brats, killing one wouldn't matter. I don't care if I don't participate, Li Xian fumed, momentarily losing his composure. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? Lei Hu shouted, trying to knock some sense into him. The outburst made Li Xian pause, and he began to think more clearly. Sacrificing his chance at the tournament for Fong Ro and her daughter, whom he barely knew, seemed irrational. His anger had been fueled by the memory of risking his life for Su Xiannu on the Two Realms Mountain, where he had shielded her from 3 soul suppression nails. Fong Ro's selfless act had triggered those emotions. Looking at the wounded Fong Ro, Li Xian turned a cold gaze on the young man. You have one life. You may rely on your father to get away with things 100, 1,000 times, but I only need once to end you. If I see you again, not even the heavens can save you, he warned, his voice a low growl. The young man glanced at Lei Hu, then slowly backed away. Once he felt safe, he turned and ran, yelling over his shoulder, You think you can win the tournament? My father, Zhang Er, will make sure you pay. If you win, I'll eat my words. Damn, this is going to be troublesome, Lei Hu sighed, approaching Li Xian. If he decides to make things difficult for us, we might face trouble early on. Lei Hu wasn't one to shy away from a challenge, but he knew the complications of dealing with influential figures. What's there to fear? In a one-on-one, I'll crush anyone in my path. Even if his father is a judge, he can't make me lose in front of everyone, Li Xian scoffed, dismissing the threat. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. The tournament starts tomorrow, Lei Hu said, surveying the chaos around them. He glanced at the mother and daughter, then turned to leave. Clean this up and get them to a healer. The innkeeper and staff had gathered, ready to speak up, but a stack of silver notes from Li Xian silenced them. He gave Fong Ro some medicine he had taken from Master Ma Yun, then took them to a healer for treatment. He found another inn for them to stay in. That young man will definitely seek revenge in the coming days. Stay with me for now, Li Xian told the mother and daughter, feeling a pang of guilt after their earlier sacrifice. Does this mean Third Master is taking us in? They asked, eyes wide with hope. Not really. Just stay for now until it's safe to leave, Li Xian clarified, stopping them from kneeling in gratitude again. The next day, the Beast Soul tournament officially commenced. Lei Hu, Li Xian, and Fong Ro with her daughter made their way to the Five Rings Beast Arena. As Li Xian's companions, they were allowed to watch the matches. Having been there the day before, they moved with familiarity. Li Xian also spotted others from Yunying City, who had been attacked on the way and hadn't been seen until now. They exchanged awkward greetings, but Li Xian paid them little mind as he entered the arena.
Tianlu City, as a central city, had 12 subordinate cities, each sending 10 participants, totaling 120. Tianlu City itself had 20 contestants, making 140 in all. Due to various mishaps, only 122 made it to the tournament. The first elimination round was a draw, forming 61 pairs. In the backstage of the arena, Zhang Jian, the young man Li Xian had clashed with, was in discussion with other participants.
"Let's make sure this happens," Zhang Jian said, addressing the group.
"Don't worry, Zhang Gongzi.
We'll do our best. He's just from a subordinate city.
If your father can arrange the draw so he faces any of us, it'll be over for him," they agreed.
"My father's a judge."
"Arranging the draw is nothing," Zhang Jian boasted. "Good, just make sure we don't face each other or tough opponents," they requested.
"Of course, no problem with the draw.
But facing other opponents will be up to you," Zhang Jian smirked.
As the draw began, 122 participants entered the arena.
On a large platform was a box containing numbers from 1 to 61, each number appearing twice. Those who drew the same number would become opponents. At that moment, a group of 6 or 7 people huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Gongzi said he'll arrange for that guy to draw number 18.
"Who wants to take him on?" one of them asked.
"I'll do it," one volunteered eagerly. "No, let me handle it," another interjected.
"Are you sure?
I've heard that guy has a 100-year-old black iron snake.
It's fierce."
"Think it over," a voice of caution warned. "Don't worry, I'll manage," the final voice reassured, claiming the opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, they were vying to face someone who could very well be their undoing. Ultimately, a fair-faced young man secured the chance, hoping to impress Zhang Jian by defeating Li Xian. If successful, Zhang Jian might reward him by manipulating the draw in his favor, sparing him encounters with the truly formidable contestants, and pairing him against weaker opponents to secure a higher rank.
As Tianlu City had 20 contestants, the locals knew well the depth of talent within their ranks.
Being matched with them was a daunting prospect.
Each participant took turns drawing lots, reaching into the dark box filled with numbered tiles.
Li Xian reached in, fished around, and pulled out a tile. It read 18, a number he found satisfactory. He nodded in approval, scanning the crowd to identify who else had drawn the same number. His gaze met a slick-haired young man eyeing him intently.
"Do I know him?"
Li Xian wondered, puzzled by the stranger's familiarity and peculiar gaze, akin to one admiring a clothed beauty. "Is this guy into me?" he shuddered at the thought, despite his own admission of being charming and attractive.
Returning to his spot, Li Xian awaited the match announcements.
The arena was packed, and the Five Rings Beast Arena officials displayed all participants' information on a large bulletin board: names, origins, and detailed descriptions of their beasts, including abilities and age, all public knowledge submitted to the tournament's organizers.
The judge drew a lot and announced via loudspeaker, number 37.
Li Xian saw 2 individuals stand and head to the arena. "Wow, Wang Ning is lucky, getting matched with someone from a subordinate city," someone exclaimed enviously.
"Who will I face? Someone from Tianlu City or a subordinate city? I hope it's the latter," another speculated.
"Don't underestimate the outsiders," a voice cautioned. "How many from those cities have ever represented us at the national level?" came the dismissive retort. These Tianlu City contestants spoke openly, their disdain for outsiders evident.
Their haughty attitude provoked resentment among the others. "Looking down on us, huh? I'm number 28. Any of you 28? I'll knock your teeth out," one challenger stood defiantly.
"Ha, I'm 28, came an excited response from a Tianlu City youth, who then sneered, "You think you're tough? From top to bottom, you look weak." The youth laughed, having studied the information outside the arena, unlike his less prepared opponent from Fang Watching, whose beast was a 90-year-old gale horse. The match began with the 2 opponents stepping into the muddy arena, its surface marked by the remnants of previous battles. The stench of beast remains lingered in the air. Thousands of spectators watched eagerly as the contestants entered their protective cages after releasing their beasts. The gale horse, a magnificent creature with sleek lines, emerged from a whirlwind. At 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, it was an impressive steed, though perhaps wasted as a mere combatant.
Nonetheless, Lu Changming had brought it this far in the tournament. This move demonstrated the Gale horse's exceptional offensive capabilities.
Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed superior youth from Tianlu City released his own beast, a golden-furred monkey, roughly human-sized. This monkey was highly anthropomorphic, clad in enchanted armor, and wielding a black gold iron staff, reminiscent of the legendary Monkey King. Despite the size disparity, with the monkey appearing diminutive next to the Gale horse, its potential was not underestimated.
The monkey's humanoid form, coupled with its gear, allowed it to maximize its abilities.
In contrast, the Gale horse had no such equipment. As the match began, the Gale horse neighed loudly, rearing up and then charging forward with incredible speed, akin to a lightning bolt, its acceleration rivaling a car's 0 to 100 km per hour in 5.5 seconds. The monkey remained still, its round eyes fixed on the charging horse. Just as the Gale horse was about to collide with it, the monkey leapt into the air, reaching a height of 6 to 7 meters, a leap worthy of an Olympic event. Landing squarely on the Gale horse's back, the scene resembled early human attempts to tame wild horses. Sensing the intruder, the Gale horse bucked violently, trying to throw the monkey off. However, the monkey held firm, gripping the horse's mane with one hand and striking its head repeatedly with the iron staff in the other.